Chapter 101, Unexpected Clue. House Street, Divination Club. Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and walked along the stairway towards the main door. He wasn't dressed in his usual formal wear. Today, he was wearing a white shirt and a light-colored vest, paired with a thin black windbreaker, making him look more spirited than he had before. This set of clothing was more suitable for combat and had only cost him £1, including the fee for the small pocket that he had sewn into the vest. Compared to the suit he had purchased, it was so cheap that it brought tears to his eyes. He stroked the revolver in his holster, as well as the metal bottles in his tiny inner pocket. Klein then took out the portrait and entered the Divination Club. Without any surprise, he met the beautiful attendant, Angelica. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I thought you would come only a few days later." Angelica was taken aback at first before she immediately revealed a brilliant smile. Klein took off his hat and sighed. "Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. I had a dream at noon. I dreamed about Mr. Hannes Vincent and matters regarding him. You know that, as a fortune teller, I absolutely cannot overlook any dream. It could be a revelation from the divine." Confused by his charlatan-like words, Angelica nodded in thought and asked out of curiosity, "What did you dream of?" "I saw Hannes Vincent arguing with someone." Klein passed her the folded piece of paper in his hand. As Angelica unfolded the portrait, he pinched his glabella and observed the color of her emotions. This person, Angelica looked at the realistic portrait and slipped into deep thought. Klein saw her emotions turn into a thinking blue, a normal reaction. This person, Angelica muttered once again. She slowly looked up and said, "I've met him before." Klein's mind whirled as he immediately asked, "When was it?" "I can't remember the exact date." "Maybe a month ago?" "I saw him send Mr. Vincent to the door and they were softly discussing something. I have a deep impression of him because of his thick and messy eyebrows, as well as Mr. Vincent's rare smile," Angelica described as she recalled. "Yes, he had a pair of grayish-blue eyes and, like most men his age, had little hair on his head." "Did you meet him again before or after that?" asked Klein gently. Angelica shook her head. "No, I am certain of that. I don't even know his name. To be honest, if it wasn't you, I would have suspected that any person showing me a portrait like this is a policeman investigating Mr. Vincent's death." I don't find it odd no matter what revelation you receive, for you are a true seer." "My apologies, I am a policeman." Klein retorted silently as he sighed and said, "A true seer would understand how minuscule he truly is compared to the vastness of fate. We can only see a hazy corner, forever receiving revelations, but never answers. We must reflect upon them constantly and keep up our respect and fear. We must decipher these hints with caution and not see ourselves as the intelligent ones who have taken control of fate." By summarizing what he had figured out over the past few weeks, Klein suddenly realized that his spirit vision turned clearer. He could even faintly make out the details within Angelica's aura. At that instant, he felt like a short-sighted man who was wearing glasses that suited him. Has my seer potion begun to produce clear signs of digestion?" Klein was stunned in disbelief. "I never imagined that a seer like you can still maintain such fear and respect towards fate." "It's truly admirable," said Angelica earnestly. She had seen too many people in the Divination Club who claimed to see through the truth and change fate after learning a few divination methods. Klein retracted his gaze and chuckled. "The more you know, the better you can understand how small we truly are." As he was saying this, he checked his body's condition and reflected on his past experiences. He could basically narrow the essence of the acting technique to actions corresponding to the name of the potion, understanding the hidden laws governing the role, as well as strictly abiding by these laws. Only by doing so could he change the state of his body, heart, and soul, making them closer to the remnant psyche in the potion, so as to gradually digest it. The acknowledgement of a seer's identity was only a factor on the surface. The reason why it made one's spirituality feel light had to do with how the feedback strengthened one's affirmation of particular divination actions. And these actions collectively formed the rules for digesting the seer potion. To help others interpret revelations and guide them in a better direction, yet constantly maintain one's fear and respect towards fate. One cannot be too egoistical, too proud, or blindly believe one's interpretations. These are the laws I can think of for the time being, as well as the essence of the acting technique that will guide me towards the future. If it continues to be this successful, I won't need half a year. Perhaps in 2 or 3 months, or even 2 to 3 weeks' time, I'll be ready to completely digest the potion. That sign was extremely obvious. It's no wonder the mysterious Mr. Zeradal said that the Beyonder will clearly sense it when the potion is fully digested. There's no need for anyone to teach them. It is what it is. Just like now, although my spirit vision has been enhanced a little, I know very well that this is only a pit stop in the digestion process and not the final destination. With this in mind, Klein couldn't help but thank the suited clown for teaching him with his life. If it wasn't for him, he would probably spend months at the Divination Club, summarizing the rules of a seer through numerous attempts, for better or for worse, before he began acting strictly. Mr. Moretti, I sometimes even think of you as a philosopher, Angelica said with a sigh upon hearing Klein's reply. In my circle of friends, the term philosopher is used to scold somebody. Klein was in a good mood. With that said, he bowed, wore his hat, and left after bidding farewell. Although Angelica was unaware of the gentleman's name or identity, Klein was in no way depressed. What he learned was sufficient enough for him to engage in the next phase of his plan. 36, Zutland Street. Inside Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn looked at the portrait in his hands with his deep gray eyes. You wish to carry out a search for this person? Yes. Klein had long prepared a reason for this. Captain, didn't I mention that I would head to the Divination Club to observe the reactions of its members on Hannes Vincent's sudden death? I didn't discover anything yesterday, but I accidentally found out today that the person in the portrait had appeared with Hannes Vincent once and was secretly discussing something with him. I flipped through our team's investigation report just now, but I didn't discover any person resembling him in the report. There were no loopholes in his description. Even if Dunn Smith were to take this portrait to the Divination Club, he would get the same answer from Angelica. Dunn cast his gaze away from the portrait and laughed. From the looks of it, the compensation funds weren't a waste. Captain, isn't your memory bad? Why would you mention the compensation at this point in time? Klein maintained a smile and didn't say a word. Was this drawn by you? Dunn asked in passing. Yes. I drew it with the help of ritualistic magic, Klein replied, completely honest. Of course, speaking the truth and revealing the whole truth were two different matters. Dunn nodded slightly and said, get old Neil to make a few more sets. I'll get Kenley and Royale to investigate and seek the cooperation of the police department. If this clue is of any use, you would have contributed greatly once again. May Goddess bless us. Klein tapped 4 spots on his chest as he appeared abnormally devout. For him, all he needed from Dunn and Company was to figure out the name and identity of the man in the portrait. He could divine his location above the gray fog. Despite it being his day off, Klein didn't immediately return home after leaving the Blackthorn Security Company. Instead, he took the public carriage to the harbor and arrived in front of the Evil Dragon Bar's entrance. In his considerations, although a seer lacked the means to directly engage in combat with an enemy or the means to cast spells quickly, combat could be classified in many ways. Not all battles were chance encounters. As long as he had sufficient time to prepare, a seer could similarly deal with an enemy using ritualistic magic. It was exactly how he resolved the magic mirror divination incident at Selena's house. And this also meant that it was best if a seer brought along the essential oils, herbs, and tiny candles to avoid being in a situation where they were unavailable when they were needed most, thus, resulting in a helpless death. After all, not everyone was like Selena, who had an entire assortment of mysticism items which could be used. As for the ones he applied for, as Klein had practiced frequently, he had used up most of them. He kept what was left in his tiny inner pocket. He patted the cash note in his pocket and pushed open Evil Dragon Bar's door and strode in. It was noon and there weren't many customers in the bar. Nor were there any rat baiting or boxing matches. It was quiet and not lively enough. Klein observed the guests drinking beer and playing cards as he walked toward the billiard room that led to the underground market. At that moment, he saw a muscular old man walk out with a torn admiral's jacket draped over his shoulders. "Were you the friend old Neil brought last time?" Reeking with the smell of alcohol, the blue-eyed, messy brown-haired elder sized up Klein and laughed. Klein guessed at his identity and took off his hat and bowed. "Yes, how might I address you? Old Neil often mentions you." "I'm the boss here, Swain." The blue-eyed elder's arms were thick and brawny. He had firm muscles and had the bearing of a military officer. Former Tingen mandated Punisher captain. Rumor has it that he was once part of the Royal Navy. Klein replied politely, "Yes. If you're in need of money, feel free to approach me." Swain laughed as he mentioned before walking towards the bar counter. At that moment, Klein's heart stirred as he immediately shouted, "Wait a moment, Mr. Swain. I have something I would like to ask of you." Swain halted in his steps, turned halfway around, and said with a chuckle, "You look, well, very similar." "No, I'm not having memory issues." The corner of Klein's lips twitched as he pointed at the portrait he drew and asked, "Have you met this gentleman before?" He suddenly realized that Selina had likely been brought by Hannes Vincent to the underground market. This resulted in Elizabeth's knowledge of the Evil Dragon Bar as well. Then, could the man in the portrait who had some relationship with Hannes Vincent have come here before? Swain took a careful look and replied affirmatively, "I remember him. He had asked me if I had documents or items related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range." Documents and items related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Klein was taken aback as he suddenly connected that to another matter. Back when he was borrowing the journal issue related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range at Deweyville Library, the librarian had casually mentioned that someone had just returned it. Therefore, he still remembered very cleverly and didn't need to flip through his name cards to determine if the man existed. Could the gentleman who borrowed the journal issue before me be the one in the portrait? The gentleman that had witnessed the exchange of the Antigonus family's notebook. Chapter 102, Cloth Merchant. The more Klein thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, who would have borrowed those random journal issues for no reason? Yes, research regarding the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range is quite an unpopular field. Other than the corresponding lecturers and associate professors, the common hobbyist would have never heard of it. Even the original Klein, who was a history graduate, only knew about it from the Antigonus family's notebook. Although Tingen is a city of universities, there wouldn't be that many people who would be interested in the topic. And even if there is anyone interested, most of them would remain within the university's compounds. There would be no need to borrow the book from the Deweyville Library. The most important point is that the book happened to be borrowed only recently. By analyzing it this way, there really is a problem. I wasn't sharp enough and failed to realize it. Sigh, it looks like I have no talent at being a detective or acting like Sherlock Holmes. While these thoughts raced through his mind, the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, Swain asked in puzzlement, "Is there a problem?" Since there were customers and bartenders around, he could only ask indirectly. "Nothing at all. I'm just wondering how I can investigate this gentleman. As you know, Hannes Vincent died at his home." Klein had long prepared his excuse. He didn't want to make the mandated punishers become interested in the ancient relics from the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Vincent was one of the rather famous fortune-tellers in Tingen City. He often came here. Swain had indeed given a perfunctory answer, but as he recalled, he said, "Now that I think about it, the gentleman in the portrait did come together with Vincent at the very beginning." "That is exactly what I wanted to know. Do you remember his name?" Klein pressed immediately. Swain shook his head and chuckled. "I won't ask for my customers' names or identities unless I knew them to begin with, like old Neil." "All right then." Klein deliberately revealed a saddened look. To him, it didn't matter if Swain knew, because he could check the Deweyville library. To borrow books from a privately funded library, he had to leave personal information, and his identification must have had sufficient credibility. After all, Klein had relied on an introduction letter from a senior associate professor before he obtained a library card. Even if the gentleman had forged his information, it is very likely that he left some clues which can be helpful to my divination. Klein watched Swain as he returned to the bar counter before entering the billiard room in deep thought. He wasn't in a hurry to head to the Deweyville library for his investigations. He planned on completing his purchases first. After all, it was unknown if he would encounter danger and be required to use ritualistic magic for subsequent developments. After passing through a few rooms, Klein arrived at the underground market. There were a few stalls and customers, a clear indication that it wasn't peak hour yet. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly saw the monster, Adamasol, who could smell the scent of death, standing in a corner. The young man was pale, and his eyes gave off a hint of terror and madness. He had also noticed Klein as he looked over. As they made eye contact, Adamasol suddenly extended his hands to cover his face. He moved toward the corner of the wall in a panicked state. Soon, he moved to a side door beside him and staggered as he ran out. "Is that necessary? I just nearly blinded you the last time. But I didn't do anything. Seriously, it's as if I'm the devil." Klein's facial expression was somewhat stiff. He shook his head and smiled. He stopped thinking about the monster and came to a stall. He started shopping with a goal in mind. After about half an hour, Klein spent a few pounds, which was most of his secret stash of money. He counted the 3 pounds 17 soldi he had left, and he felt his heart ache. However, he touched the small metal bottle in the inner pocket of his black windbreaker. "This is the floral essence, Amantha, which Madame Daly used previously. This is powder mixed with Drago tree bark and leaves. Essential oil which is extracted from slumber flowers. Dried chamomile petals. This is holy night powder which I previously produced myself." Klein recalled the items stored in every tiny pocket of his and repeated them. He did it to prevent himself from failing to find the ingredient that he would need at a crucial moment. Relying on his unique traits and mysticism, he quickly finished memorizing them and walked toward the door. Suddenly, he saw a somewhat familiar figure in the corner of his eyes. It was a young lady in a casual green dress. Her smooth black hair was soft and glistening. She had a round face with long eyes. They gave her a sweet look and a refined bearing. "It's the girl who was shivering strangely on the public carriage? She does seem fine. I never expected her to be a mysticism enthusiast." Klein slowed down and thought for a few seconds before finally recalling who she was. He had to admit that, other than Justice who he had never seen clearly, the young lady was the most beautiful girl he had seen ever since he transmigrated into this world. The sweet and refined girl stood before a stall that sold mysticism books and, in a breach of etiquette, kneeled to rub her fingers against an ancient book. The ancient book was bound with a black hardcover. The book cover had the words Book of Witches in Hermes. It records the black magic of witches. Although I haven't dared to try them, someone I know did, and it really worked. The vendor seized the opportunity to promote the book. The beautiful lady thought and asked, "In your mind, what does a witch look like?" "A witch? A wicked person who brings calamities, disease, and pain," the vendor answered after some thought. Klein didn't hear their conversation because he had already quickly walked out the front entrance. He was rushing to the Deweyville library in a hurry to settle everything before returning home to cook dinner for his brother and sister. Tomato oxtail soup was on the menu. Backlund. Crown Turf Club. Audrey Hall wore a long white dress with engagiantes and ruffled edges, as well as lace around her chest. She stood in a VIP room and watched the horses gallop. She wore a veiled hat decorated with blue ribbons and silk flowers, and a pair of light-colored fishnet gloves. Her cold and distant gaze seemed out of place in the bustling venue. Just as the racehorse breasted the tape, her friend Viscount Glank came closer and said with a suppressed voice, "Audrey, every time I see you, you look beautiful from a different angle. How can I help you?" In the past, Audrey might have basked in the young man's compliment, but now she could see Glein's ulterior motives through his speech and attitude. Due to the early passing of Glein's father, he had inherited his title of nobility at the age of 20. He was a slightly skinny young man. He looked to the left and right, then chuckled softly as he said, "Audrey, I know a real beyonder, a beyonder that doesn't belong to the royal family." "You've disappointed me every time you said that." Audrey looked forward and replied elegantly, "Really? I swear on my father's name." "I have seen his beyonder powers," Glein replied with whisper. Audrey was no longer the same as before in which should be excited over the news. She was now a beyonder, but to prevent Glein from turning suspicious, she widened her eyes and faked a surprised smile. She asked with her voice trembling, "When can I see him?" "Yes, it'd be great to meet other beyonders. I can't just solve every triviality through the tarot club. Besides, I must gather my own resources to exchange them with Mr. Fool and Mr. Hanged Man. Not everything can be solved with money. Sigh, now that I've sent out the £1,000, I'll have to be more frugal." Glein was very satisfied with Audrey's response. He looked towards the racecourse and said, "Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a literature and music salon at my place. Inside Deweyville Library." Klein took out his identity card and badge from his pocket and showed them to the few librarians. "I am a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the Alwa County Police. I need your cooperation in an investigation," he said in a deep voice, recalling the police films that he used to watch. The librarians looked at the identity card and badge before exchanging looks and nodding at each other. "Go ahead and ask, officer." Klein recited the names of the journals like New Archaeology, and upon finishing, he said, "I want the borrowing records of the journal for the last 2 months." He realized that one of the librarians had attended to him before, but it was obvious that the man didn't recognize him. "All right. Hold on a second." The librarian started searching and quickly found the recent borrowing records. Klein flipped through the records seriously, looking for the man who had borrowed the same journal as he did. There weren't many names since there was only one. He had borrowed the journal several times, including the issue that Klein knew of. The earliest entry was at the end of May, and the most recent one was last Saturday, a day before Hannes Vincent's death. Klein ran his finger over the borrower's information and memorized it. Sirius Arapis, cloth merchant, residing at 19 House Street. Chapter 103, Doing as the Heart Willed. He resides at 19 House Street. Whilst memorizing the information, Klein keenly noticed a piece of information. Yes, Welch stayed on House Street. The Divination Club is on House Street. This cloth merchant named Sirius Arapis also lives on House Street. From the looks of it, it's nothing strange for Welch to know Hannes Vincent either. They might have even gotten to know each through Sirius Arapis. Suddenly, Klein felt that he had linked the clues together as his thoughts turned clear. He was originally confused as to how Welch would be acquainted with Hannes Vincent since this son of a banker wasn't particularly interested in mysticism. To him, money was more important than divinations. But now, Klein felt that he had an inkling as to how they became acquainted. According to the descriptions of several magazines, middle-class and wealthy residents would gladly pay a visit to their neighbors from the same social class in order to form a social circle which is beneficial to them. Similarly, Welch and the cloth merchant, Sirius, absolutely have the motivation and opportunity to become friends since they both lived in the House Street vicinity. It isn't hard to understand how Sirius knew Hannes Vincent, who regularly went to the Divination Club on House Street. Perhaps it was a coincidental meeting, or perhaps Hannes had helped him out before. Regardless, this made it possible for the two of them, who frequently ran into each other within the same area, to become closer to one another. Hannes Vincent wanted to sell his ancient books, and thus, Sirius introduced him to Welch, who was an undergraduate of the history department. In Hannah's dream, there was the figure of the suspected evil god, the true creator. He also knew of the proper incantation format. This proves that he was very deep into the realm of mysticism. The possibility that he might have even been a member of some secret organization cannot be dismissed. I cannot rule out the possibility of him joining some secret organization under Sirius's influence. With ideas coming to him so easily, Klein could tell that the information the man had left behind had a certain level of credibility without even using divination methods. Even if he isn't called Sirius Arapis, nor work as a cloth merchant, and doesn't live at 19 House Street, he definitely resides at House Street or, at the very least, somewhere nearby. While these ideas ran through his mind, Klein viewed the borrowing records once again with this new train of thought. The last time he came to Deweyville Library was last Saturday, a day before Selena's birthday party, which was also a day before Han S. Vincent died. Several days have already passed since then, but he hasn't returned the issues that he borrowed. According to past records, if he only borrowed 2 issues, he would usually return them the next day. Could this mean that he knows of Hannah's death and was scared to the point that he no longer dares to come to the Deweyville Library again? Yes, he started by borrowing several unrelated history books and journals until he narrowed down what he needed, which is very similar to what I had read. This means that there was no one teaching him. There was no senior associate professor from the history department of a university. He did this completely through trial and error. What would a shocked target do? 2 choices. 1. If he had all the necessary information, he would head straight to the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. 2. If he still lacks information, he would lay low and observe the situation. He would only show himself again if he's certain that Hannah's death wouldn't implicate him. Having made this conclusion, Klein closed the borrowing records and returned them to the librarians. He then took out the portrait and asked if anyone had seen the man. Unfortunately, many people came to borrow books every day, and the librarians didn't have any impression of the average person. "All right, thank you for your time." Klein put away his identification documents and his badge. He had no intention of continuing the investigation alone. This wasn't only dangerous, but also troublesome. He planned to head to Zutland Street once again and hand the case over to Captain and his teammates. He then planned to go home and prepare his tomato oxtail soup for his siblings before heading to the world above the gray fog to divine the target's whereabouts and condition. "Officer, is there anything else?" a librarian asked sincerely as he heaved a sigh of relief. Klein nodded slightly and asked, "No, I will come back if there are new clues." He held his black cane with his left hand and made his way to the door. At this moment, he saw a man enter the library with his head hung low. He was dressed in a double-breasted coat, its collar standing tall. When they walked past each other, Klein caught a glance of his thick, messy brows, and his pair of grayish-blue eyes. These were things the tall collar couldn't hide. Sirius? Sirius Arapis? A coincidence? Klein froze. He didn't expect to meet his target here. What kind of luck was this? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? He evaluated his physical condition and felt his aching sore muscles. Thus, he acted as though nothing had happened and continued walking towards the door. "Well, we have to follow what our heart tells us. Safety matters. It doesn't matter if I missed this opportunity as long as Sirius is still in Tingen." At this moment, the man in the double-breasted coat arrived before the counter and was handing the journals to one of the librarians. "It's a return," he said with a soft, muffled tone. The librarian received the journals causally, and when he saw it, he suddenly froze. He subconsciously looked up indifferently as his body couldn't help but tremble. "Is there a problem?" the man asked in a deep voice. His question seemed like a spark that ignited a fuse, causing the librarian to instantly lose his self-control. He sprinted to the side and shouted, "Officer! The criminal is here." At this moment, Klein, who hadn't left the building, cursed madly in his heart. He instinctively reached for his holster with his right hand and drew his revolver. That man froze for a moment before turning and breaking into a sprint. But he didn't head for the door. Instead, he escaped in the direction of the oriel window to the side, as if he wanted to smash through the glass and jump out onto the street. Klein, who was flustered, turned his head to see the scene when he felt a sudden calm. He realized that even though he was afraid of the target, his target was more afraid of him. The man must be unable to determine my abilities in such an abrupt meeting. He isn't clear on what I am adept in, and so, he will instinctively avoid a direct confrontation and look for other ways to escape. Confident of his analysis, Klein lifted his revolver and pulled the trigger. At that moment, the man in the double-breasted coat abruptly rolled onto the ground in an attempt to avoid the bullet. Following up on that, he pressed down on the ground with his right hand and propelled himself into the air towards the oriel window. Click! Klein's first shot was empty. But this was something he had expected. He took advantage of Sirius's inability to dodge while in midair to aim at his torso and pulled the trigger. Bang! The silver demon hunting bullets tore through the air and penetrated straight through Sirius's back. Crash! The glass shattered and Sirius flew out the window, leaving drops of crimson blood on the crystalline glass fragments and windowsill. Klein was no longer afraid now that the target was injured. He ran over and jumped out the window with the help of a chair. This was the area lining the back of Deweyville Library's ground floor. A row of trees isolated a lush green field. The injured Sirius was running to the side, in an attempt to enter a small alley between two buildings. Having not practiced shooting at moving targets, Klein didn't dare to fire blindly. He could only carry his cane in one hand and his gun in the other as he pursued the man in a black coat. Tap. 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 He followed the trail of blood on the floor and tried to close the distance. With a corner coming up, the injured Sirius's speed became slower and slower. Klein, who had been waiting for an opportunity to capture him, suddenly felt a little afraid. He felt as though the man in front of him wasn't human, but a wolf or a tiger, one that harbored terrifying dangers. This was an instinct he had as a seer, and also a warning given to him by his spirituality. Klein immediately slowed down, his eyes scanning the blood on the ground. Compared to the blood he had seen earlier, Sirius's blood was now black. At this moment, a violent wind overwhelmed him. Sirius's face was reflected in Klein's eyes. Thick, messy brows. Grayish-blue eyes. Multiple protruding warts. An open mouth with 2 rows of white teeth. Sirius was launching a counterattack at this moment. This made the face reflected in Klein's eyes more visible. He could even smell a particularly putrid stench. Sirius pounced a distance of 7 or 8 meters, far more than any normal human being could jump. But as Klein had stopped chasing him just in time, there was still a distance of nearly 10 meters between them. When the distance was shortened to 2 meters, the sticky saliva caused by drool and the disgusting dense warts formed a harrowing scene that made Klein's nerves tense up. Without thinking, he seized the opportunity of the temporary immobility caused by Sirius's pounce to raise his right hand. He fired without stopping, allowing the bullets to rain down on the target's head. Bang! 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 Shooting from such a close distance allowed the silver demon hunting bullets to drill through Sirius's head. Blood splattered everywhere as his face became more and more mangled, until he staggered backwards. Klein had emptied the bullets in his revolver in an instant. He subconsciously wanted to take a few steps back in order to confirm the results of this battle. But at this moment, Sirius gave Klein the shock of his life by trying his hardest to stand up straight. Klein abruptly lifted the cane in his left hand. Smack! The sturdy silver-inlaid black cane struck Sirius's neck, leaving a dark red mark. Smack! 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 Klein acted on instinct, raining blows on his opponent until Sirius collapsed, stumbling onto the ground. Huff! Puff! Huff! Klein supported himself with his cane and took deep breaths. His eyes were trained intently on his target, afraid that Sirius would suddenly jump back to life. At that moment, Sirius' head had basically been smashed into a pulp, and the warts gradually receded. His body stopped moving after a few convulsions. Klein was in no hurry to examine the corpse. Instead, he tossed his cane to the side and took out the demon-hunting bullets he had on him and reloaded his revolver. After doing this, he collected himself and fought back his disgust, kneeling down to search the pockets of Sirius's double-breasted coat. Chapter 104, Mr. Z. 1 pocket, 2 pockets, 3 pockets. Klein soon found a blood-stained wallet, a Deweyville library card, 2 pairs of brass keys, an unstuffed smoking pipe, a sheathed dagger, and a few letters that were folded neatly. Laying everything onto the ground except for the letters, he stood up straight and looked at the wallet. He confirmed that there were only 10 plus soldi and some copper pennies. The craftsmanship of the wallet is quite exquisite. It's such a pity. Klein sighed, feeling a little distracted. If I didn't spend so much of my private stash of money, buying a wallet would have been on my schedule today. After shaking his head, Klein opened the letters and quickly scanned through them. Dear Mr. Z. Please allow me to defend myself. When Hannes and I sold off the Antigonus family's notebook, it wasn't stupidity or betrayal. It didn't appear special in any way when it was in our hands. I suspect that it's alive and that it's a wicked item armed with a certain life and wisdom. It was something dangerous that needed to be sealed. At different stages and before different people, it shows different contents. This is a proven fact that I've learned from the lamb in the police station. Although the notebook shows content that is sufficiently true each time with plenty of evidence, I believe that it would only reveal the completed content in the hands of a descendant of the Antigonus family. When Hannes and I received it, we could only see some trivial matters of the Antigonus family, the general situation of the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range, and also the 3 sequence potion formulas we handed in to you previously. As you know, the secret order has the seer pathway in its grasp and possesses powerful tracking abilities, so Hannes and I believed that it would be a risky move to continue keeping the notebook. The value it had presented to us wasn't sufficient for us to take the risk. Since we couldn't wait for your reply, we agreed amongst ourselves to sell the notebook to Welch, who was living on the same street. He enjoyed collecting relics and ancient books, and he could afford to pay a high price for it. As for the subsequent developments, you are already aware of it. This is the first thing that I'd like to explain. As I am writing these words, Hannes is dead. He died due to a heart attack during his sleep. That must be a blessing from God, to prevent him from suffering the outcome of falling into the hands of heretics. I had no choice but to move to somewhere safer, more hidden. I didn't even dare to leave the house. Luckily, the lamb told me that the reason Hannes was being eyed by the heretics wasn't because of the Antigonus family's notebook, nor was his identity exposed. It was just that he had taken in a silly female disciple in the hopes of slowly developing her into one of us. His female disciple had stolen a glance at his secret incantation and tried the magic divination while a Nighthawk heretic was watching. I believe you can pretty much guess the rest of the story, so there is no need for me to describe it. It's a pity that the position of the lamb isn't high enough, so the actual details cannot be determined. From various feedback, it seems the heretics have yet to suspect me. Their investigations came to a halt due to Hannah's sudden death. Therefore, I will return to the streets and plan to borrow a few more journal issues from the Deweyville library to seek out more clues. As a faction that also had the seer pathway in its grasp, the Antigonus family must have had some divinations regarding its decimation. They must have left behind secret treasures that would allow for the revival of the family. There's sufficient reason to believe that the treasure is hidden on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range, which is in one of the relics in the nation of the Evernight. Having read that, Klein's pupils constricted rapidly. He nearly dropped the letter. The pathway that the Antigonus family had in its grasp was the seer pathway? What a coincidence! Thunder seemed to boom in Klein's head again and again that left him in a daze. He felt as though it was destiny. The notebook that led to the original Klein's death and indirectly helped me transmigrate, originated from the Antigonus family that has the seer pathway in its grasp. The one that eventually made me choose the seer potion was the Emperor Roselle's diary, while Emperor Roselle was biased towards the seer sequence because of the mysterious Mr. Zeradal who was the leader of the secret order. which also has the seer pathway in its grasp. This is like a suffocating net sewn by fate. What exactly is lurking behind all of this? Klein held the letter and paced back and forth. He needed to verify the contents with other sources. Yes, the secret order that the Zeradal family controls is pursuing and searching for the belongings left behind by the Antigonus family. If both parties shared the same Beyonder sequence, there would be a sufficient reason and motive. Perhaps, it is to bridge any missing sequences, obtain rare ingredients for a higher sequence advancement, or covet the other party's accumulated experiences in avoiding the loss of control. Going by this line of thought, it is rather reasonable that the Antigonus family has at least part of the seer sequence chain. Yes, when I was divining for clues pertaining to the clown potion, the images that emerged were mostly related to the Antigonus family. The only exception was the suited clown from the secret order. Therefore, the true meaning behind the symbolism is that each scene carries the possibility of obtaining the clown potion and a clue. However, I didn't understand the crux of the issue and regrettably missed it. With the two corroborating evidence, Klein nearly believed the matters that Sirius had brought up in the letter. He also understood why he constantly heard the word hornasis in the murmurs he shouldn't be hearing. The earliest occurrence of this happening was when I first consumed the seer potion. He wore a serious expression as he thought to himself. Meanwhile, he guessed that being a survivor of those that made contact with a relic of the Antigonus family and becoming a Beyonder of the seer pathway were two necessary conditions to hear the murmurs saying hornasis. Is there really a secret treasure buried within the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range by the Antigonus family? No, I can't think about this. Just the notebook alone has killed so many people. Any complete treasure would be even more terrifying. Klein shook his head subconsciously and cast his gaze onto the third piece of paper, which was the last of the letters. Honorable Mr. Z, I hope I can gain your assistance. I believe that you should be sufficiently interested in the treasure too. Until then, I will make myself look like a normal person, a normal lover of history. When the end of days arrives, I will offer all of Tingin's lambs as a sacrifice to God. Humbly, Sirius Arapis. When he finished reading Sirius's letter, Klein had the urge to laugh. Why do I feel like I saved Tingen? What was this guy trying to do? Heretics are truly unbelievable. Who is this Mr. Z? He seems like someone in a high position. At the very least, he should be at the same sequence as Captain. Where was Sirius sending the letter to? He didn't write down the address. It seems like that's the cautiousness of a heretic. They wouldn't put the address on until the moment before they sent it out. Right, if the Antigonus family had the potion of the seer pathway in its grasp, then would the clown potion be among the 3 formulas inside the Antigonus family's notebook that Sirius sent? Highly likely. In that instant, Klein seemed to have found clues to the clown potion. Although Sirius didn't bring the formula along with him, it was possible that he had left some form of record at his hideout. He must have also had it in his head, in his memories. Klein looked at the corpse before him and considered the problem of making a dead person speak. It required almost zero consideration, as an idea immediately popped into his head. Mediumship. Spirit mediums could directly communicate with spirits that had yet to disperse. Seers, mystery priors, and others could roughly accomplish the same thing using ritualistic magic. Previously, when he was dealing with the corpse of the suited clown, there were 3 things that had kept Klein from using mediumship. Firstly, he was in a hurry to save the rest. Secondly, he didn't have the ingredients with him, and lastly, he lacked confidence. Thus, he didn't consider the option of mediumship and missed his best chance. When they returned to Blackthorn Security Company, the spirit was mostly gone. Even a spirit medium could only get superficial information. But now, Klein happened to have all the ingredients and tools, and he happened to have the experience of communicating with lingering resentment through the help of dream divination. My only concern about contacting the spirit of a heretic would be being placed in the same situation as Captain's entry into Hannah's dream where he saw a horrifying existence. However, Captain only remained frail for 2 days, and he wasn't considered severely injured. Yes, I could give it a try. He hesitated for less than 20 seconds before making a decision. He didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. He raised his head, turned around, and cast his gaze toward the spot where the window had shattered. There was a crowd gathered there watching. He took out his identification card and badge before returning to the broken window. He then told the onlookers through the shattered oriel window. "I am a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the Iowa County Police. I have shot the criminal to death. Please take this badge to the nearest police station and tell them to send backup to deal with the follow-up. The rest are to help me cordon off this area. Do not allow anyone to come close, for they might contaminate the scene." "Yes, officer." The librarian that caused Klein the trouble quickly took the badge. When the entire scene was cordoned off and no one could enter the grass patch, Klein returned to the corner and stood by the side of the corpse. He was glad that the innocent crowd couldn't see the dead body, which looked more like a monster than a human. He put down his cane and revolver, then reached into the inner pocket of his windbreaker to take out a metal bottle. He was going to use the techniques of a mediumship ritual with dream divination to make the dead man speak. Chapter 105, Spirit Channeling. Klein twisted open the golden bottle's cap and brought it to his nose. He took a whiff of the stimulating scent that energized him. This was holy night powder made using slumber flowers, dragon blood grass, deep red sandalwood, mint, and other herbs. Since it was simple to concoct, Klein had made a batch the moment he got the ingredients from the underground market. It was going to be of use now. He poured a little of the holy night powder on his palm and collected himself. His irises turned dark. Next, Klein put away the metal bottle and scattered the powder onto the ground after infusing his spirituality into it. He scattered the powder as he walked, forming a circle around Sirius's corpse. A formless barrier rose, separating them from the outside world. Klein flicked away the remaining holy night powder on his hand and took out the other metal bottles. He sprinkled the amantha pure dew and other liquids in the surrounding area. The ritual he set up was different from the one old Neil used at Ray Bieber's house, since the aim of the ritual was different. For example, old Neil poured the liquids before using the holy night powder. That could create a serene and holy state second only to an actual altar. Klein had used the holy night powder first before pouring the liquids to prevent Sirius's remnant spirituality from being disturbed by the surrounding objects, while still barely managing to have an environment that satisfied the requirements of the ritual. If he had used old Neil's method, the rest of Sirius's spirituality would have been purged, making it impossible to establish a connection. After finishing his preparations, Klein put away the materials and entered a state of cogitation. He recited the Hermes incantations softly. I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the mystery. I pray for the goddess loving grace. I pray that you'll allow me to communicate with the heretic spirituality inside this altar. As the incantations reverberated throughout the sealed space, Klein suddenly felt a massive, terrifying, and mysterious energy descend upon him. His eyes turned completely black as though he had lost his pupils and the whites of his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Klein recited a divination statement in his heart, the formula to the clown potion. The formula to the clown potion. As he was reciting the statement, he used cogitation to temporarily enter a dreamlike state. It was a hazy gray world without a sky or ground. Klein was unusually alert as he observed a transparent, ethereal figure. He extended his right hand and touched the remnants of Sirius's spirit. The scene in front of him changed with a rumble. It was a study table painted with dark red paint. There were 3 candles on a silver candle stand, as well as a blank piece of paper. Sirius had a pen in his hand. He wrote in lone language, "This is the second formula, its name in the notebook is Clown. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of torn apple juice, 7 grams of black-rimmed sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of poison hemlock. These are the supplementary ingredients. The main supernatural ingredients are one crystal of the single horn of a matured Hornaceous gray mountain goat and a complete stock of a human-faced rose. Sirius seemed to have the clown potion's formula memorized as he quickly finished writing it. He paused for a moment and took a sip of coffee, then he unwound the silver pendulum around his wrist. He held the pendulum and closed his eyes, muttering terms to himself such as the end of days, peace of mind, hope for the Lord's blessings, and confess. After Sirius finished his prayer, Klein finally saw the pendulum clearly. Under the wound silver chain was a thumb-sized human figurine. The figurine had a single eye, a trait unique to giants. It was facing down, its legs bound by chains that connected upwards. At that moment, the single eye of the giant suddenly had a faint red glow. Crack! The scene Klein witnessed shattered as his legs buckled, almost causing him to kneel to the ground. Klein felt pain in his head as though he had been struck ruthlessly in the head with a bat. His vision turned blood red as his hands involuntarily reached out to protect his knees. He recovered several seconds later and stood back up. He felt that his spirituality was unusually weak, as if he had heard the murmurings that penetrated his mind once again. But due to his progress in digesting the magic medicine, the adverse reaction calmed down quickly. The hanged giant, the true creator. Sirius and Honas were both members of the Aurora Order? But the captain saw a huge cross in Hannah's dream. The terrifying being crucified on the cross wasn't the Aurora Order's hanged giant. Klein took 2 deep breaths and waited for his spirituality to slowly recover. The Aurora Order was a secret organization that sprang into existence about 200 to 300 years ago. They worshipped the true creator and symbolized him with the hanged giant. They believed that every human being had divine qualities, and as long as they persevered and made it through the countless trials, they would be able to accumulate enough divine qualities to become angels. According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, the sequence 9 of the Aurora Order was Secret's Suppliant. These Beyonders could sense the existence of mysterious and horrifying beings and were armed with a decent amount of knowledge regarding sacrifices and some knowledge on ritualistic magic. There was enough evidence to claim that Senior Secret's suppliants experienced distortions of their worldview and lost control easily. Little was known about the Sequence 7 which the Aurora Order had grasped. Sequence 8 was Listener. This was considered quite a terrifying job for a Beyonder. Every listener could listen directly to the whispers of the secret entities, thus, they frequently came into contact with powerful, distorted, unique abilities. But consequently, if they were unable to advance, it was difficult for them to survive the next 5 years after becoming a listener. Furthermore, the comments the Nighthawks had in the reports were that every listener was a lunatic. Even if they looked normal on the surface, they were always crazy on the inside. The details of the report regarding the Aurora Order flashed through Klein's mind. His initial theory was that Sirius was a secret suppliant. From the description, secret suppliant are as hopeless as seers in battle. That does fit Sirius's actions just now. What happened later was a loss of control brought about by the injury. Yes, Fry once said that every Beyonder would more or less undergo some weird changes after they die. Klein thought as he tapped 4 points on his chest to praise the goddess. After his spirituality recovered slightly, he concluded the ritual with the appropriate procedure and dismantled the wall of spirituality. With a whoosh, a gust of wind blew as Klein forced himself to look at Sirius's corpse. He noticed that there was still an obvious wart on Sirius's mangled face. It was a dark purple wart, almost black. There seemed to be liquid and a light gleaming within. What kind of transformation was that? Klein rubbed his temples, not daring to touch it. He bent over and retrieved his cane, allowing it to bear his weight. After what had just happened, he knew that Sirius's spirituality had been completely destroyed. Even the spirit medium daily would be unable to communicate with him. After a while, Klein saw Captain Dunn and his partners, Leonard and Kenley. It seems like your fate is tied to Beyonders and evil forces. In just a few weeks, you have come across more supernatural incidents than what we usually see in months, Leonard joked, looking at the corpse on the ground. It might not be a coincidence, Klein added, as he suddenly thought about the red chimney he had seen in his dream divination, as well as the majestic palace on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range and the formless focus on him. He took the opportunity to mention it in passing. Dunn surveyed the surroundings and, with his gray eyes trained on Klein, asked, "You tried channeling his spirit?" There were still traces of holy night powder and the scent of the essential oils. "Yes," Klein replied truthfully. "I was worried that you would arrive late and that the remains of his spirituality would scatter." "You don't look well." "Are you all right?" the short Kenley asked in concern. Klein passed Sirius's undelivered letter to the captain and began from the beginning. "When I went to the underground market to purchase materials for the rituals, I suddenly remembered that Selena had also once gone to the Evil Dragon Bar and that it was Hannes Vincent that brought her there. This meant that Hannes was a regular there. Thus, I suspected that the person in the portrait, someone who's definitely connected to Hannes, might have gone to the underground market too." I asked the boss Swain about the portrait, and he gave me confirmation. He told me that the man had once tried to buy documents and items related to the Hornaces Mountains. That reminded me of the library. I recalled that the librarian had mentioned that someone had just returned the journal issue I wanted to borrow. Leonard stood to the side, listening with a smile. He suddenly interrupted, "And so you brought your identification documents and badge here to flip through the borrowing records?" "Actually, I am very curious, why would you come into conflict with this man here? Even if it was a direct encounter, with your style of doing things, you would have pretended that you didn't know him and would just leave the library. Then you would come to Zutland Street to ask for our help." "Yes, there was no need for you to take the risk. As long as you confirm the target and that he hasn't left Tingen, there would always be a way to find him," Dunn added as he reviewed the letter. Klein immediately said in embarrassment. The librarian recognized him and shouted for the police to help. "There's no way I could have pretended not to hear that." Leonard and Kenley looked at each other. One tried to cover his amusement, while the other turned his head to the side. Dunn nodded, his gaze leaving the letters. "Did you get anything from channeling his spirit?" "I saw a pendulum that took the shape of a hanged giant. I saw a blood-red glow flash in the giant's only eye before I was forced out of the ritual," Klein described honestly. He didn't want to talk about the clown potion for the time being as he had two considerations. First, if Dunn and the rest were able to find Sirius's hideout and the corresponding records, then it would make no difference if he told them or not, as there would be no additional contributions attributed to him. Second, if Dunn and the rest were unable to find it, he could report it in the future. This way, he would be awarded with another contribution, allowing him to acquire the ingredients needed to concoct a potion. This was a way to obtain double the rewards for a single task, a technique that stemmed from Old Neil's recent teachings. "Aurora order?" Dunn muttered to himself before he asked some relevant questions. After Klein answered all his questions, he saw the fatigue in Klein's eyes and waved his cane. "Not bad. You foiled a scheme that was targeting Tingen. You can go back and rest. Kenley, bring Old Neil over." After giving out instructions, Dunn smiled bitterly and shook his head. Before Sequence 6, Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway lack many supplemental abilities. We can only conduct the simplest of ritualistic magic. "Captain, you mean that from Sequence 6 onwards, a Sleepless Pathway Beyonder would gain improvements in the corresponding aspects?" Klein asked out of curiosity. "Yes," Dunn confirmed. After leaving the Daffodil Street Library, Klein nearly fell asleep in the carriage on multiple occasions on his way back to Daffodil Street. He lumbered into the house, he then removed his hat and jacket before falling asleep on the sofa. Sometime later, he woke up abruptly, took out his pocket watch, and snapped it open. "Melissa will be back in half an hour, Benson in 45 minutes. If I don't get up, I'll have to make them wait an hour before we can have dinner." Klein rubbed his forehead as he entered the kitchen. He washed his face with cold water, then took out the oxtail, tomatoes, carrots, and onions he had bought that afternoon. After he prepared the ingredients, he suddenly froze. He had the feeling that his actions just now formed a strange juxtaposition with the incident that afternoon. "I am a man who just saved Tingen," Klein mumbled in amusement. He put on a white apron and got to making dinner. Chapter 106, Artist Klein. After 8 in the evening, in the Moretti family's dining room. As he looked at the shallow soup left in the bowl, Benson raised his hand to cover his mouth to give a satisfied burp. Although that was our third time eating it, I still find it delicious. The sourness and sweetness of the tomato and the chewy texture of the oxtail blends into a perfect and unique flavor. Klein, I'm sorry that the Blackthorn Security Company caused Tingen City to lose such an outstanding chef. Melissa leaned backwards in her chair and nodded in agreement silently. This is because you have yet to try real cooking. Klein smiled humbly. If we have a chance in the future, let's head to Bonaparte Restaurant on House Street for some authentic Indus cuisine, and also to Coastline Restaurant in the Golden Indus Borough for some southern delicacies. These were restaurants that were always covered in the newspapers, where the average cost per person was around £1.50. I like your cooking more, Melissa answered without hesitation. Benson chuckled and changed the topic. But I ultimately feel that there's something lacking from the tomato oxtail soup. Perhaps it shouldn't be eaten with bread? Klein nodded in agreement. It's best complemented with rice. Rice, Melissa muttered with an expression of yearning. Tingen, which was located north, wasn't considered a big city. Besides a few particular restaurants, it was difficult to have any chance of eating rice. To Benson and Melissa, this kind of food only existed in the descriptions of newspapers and textbooks. Looking at his sister's expression, Klein laughed. Wait till we save another 6 months' salary, and we will find a chance to go on vacation in Desi Bay and try the delicacies there. Desi Bay was located in the far south of the Lone Kingdom, and a third of it belonged to Fainapotter Kingdom. It had plenty of sunlight and beautiful scenery, and the paella there was very famous. Before Melissa could share her opinion on saving money, Klein said, in another 3 months, I should get another raise. By then, we could totally fulfill our desire to travel as well as save money for necessities. Why? Benson and Melissa's attention was redirected as expected. Klein coughed lightly and smiled while explaining, due to my professionalism, the police department, which always collaborates with our company, intends to hire me as their part-time history consultant. They would pay me extra, at least £2 a week. If you see me in a police uniform in the future and showing the corresponding police documentation, please don't be shocked. Of course, as you know, the work efficiency in governmental departments is as slow as a 90-year-old lady's footsteps. They still have to go through a lengthy procedure, and they're required to do a thorough inspection of me. Hence, on my off days for the next 2 months, I'll be heading to Koei University quite often to see my mentor and the teaching staff I know to learn more. Seeing the shocked look in his brother and sister's eyes, he paused and said with a strange expression, just like Emperor Roselle said, one is never too old to learn. Benson maintained a few seconds of silence before saying in a half self-deprecating and half emotional manner, is it too late for me to sign up for university? Knowledge really is wealth. And also power. Klein added silently. Benson, you need Klein's grammar books and his classic literature textbooks, Melissa said out of the blue, stealing the words from Klein's mouth. Benson's expression seemed to change. He gritted his teeth and said, Klein, pass me those books tonight. Even if all they do is put me to sleep, I am determined to read them for an hour, no, an hour and a half a day. I swear in the name of the goddess. If I can't do it, I will be a curly-haired baboon. A smile immediately plastered across Klein's face. No problem. The next morning, Klein hung his coat and hat on the clothes rack in the break room. Then he followed Roseanne's instructions and walked to the basement to the duty room outside Cheney's gate. Captain Dunn and members Fry, Sika, Royale, Leonard, and Kenley were all there. As his gray eyes glanced past the newly promoted Nighthawk, Dunn smiled and said, we have a routine meeting every Thursday to summarize past missions and discuss various challenges. I am a man who has endured the test of many regular meetings as well. Klein lampooned. He found a seat and joked, do I need to introduce myself? Dunn smiled and turned to look at Kenley. Briefly tell us about the investigation of Sirius Arapis. Kenley was also a Nighthawk who had been promoted from a member of the civilian staff. He wasn't very tall, his brown hair was quite thick, his body size was average, His muscles were very toned, and he looked like someone who was smart and capable. He thought and said, with old Neil's help, we found Sirius's secret hideout. There were many books and items at the scene. From them, we can be certain that Sirius was one of the underground members of the secret organization, the Aurora Order. He was also a secret suppliant. There's sufficient evidence to show that he and Hannes Vincent sold the Antigonus family notebook to Welch. Those who don't remember Welch can ask Klein about him. We found valuable items, including 3 sequence potion formulas, which are Sequence 9 Seer, Sequence 8 Apprentice, and Sequence 8 Clown. The subsequent task is to use Sirius's social circle and the letters we found to locate other outer circle members of the Aurora Order. The focus of our search will be directed at the heretic who has infiltrated the police department. Also, people who were in contact with Hannes need to be reinvestigated. Dunn nodded lightly and looked towards Klein. As you heard just now, we've obtained the clown potion formula, but are unable to determine if it's real. We have to wait for the Holy Cathedral to give us feedback. In the mission relating to the Aurora Order, you have made a crucial contribution. Plus, given that you shot a member of the secret order, it won't be long until you accrue enough contributions to be promoted. But, I have to remind you that not everyone is like Daly. You have to suppress your desire and wait for 3 years. In order to avoid losing control, you can't allow your mindset to be affected by our discovery of the clown potion formula. Captain, you don't understand how magical it is to act. I have already confirmed the authenticity of the clown potion formula using divination above the grey fog last night. Klein nodded obediently. I will keep my emotions in check. Then Sikatron, the quiet midnight poet with white hair and black eyes, said, we still haven't found any clues regarding instigator Triss. I suspect that he has already fled from Tingen. After they were done exchanging their new information, Klein left the duty room and found old Neil to continue his mysticism lessons. In the afternoon, he went over to his combat teacher, Gawain, to do basic strength, endurance, and overall coordination training. With the sun still up and bright at 5. Klein took off his training costume, took a quick shower, and changed into his original clothing. He then took the public carriage to Basic Street. He hadn't forgotten about the red chimney that he had seen in his dream divination, nor did he forget about the man that he suspected to be a member of the psychology alchemists who had bought supplementary ingredients for the spectator potion in the underground market. These things would be inconvenient to investigate in his role as a Nighthawk. Number 27. Henry's private detective company. Yup, it's here. Klein found a private detective company according to the newspaper's descriptions. It was said to be trustworthy. He put on a mask, lowered his top hat, and flipped up his collar. He walked up the stairs and came to the company on the 2nd floor. Knock. 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 He knocked on the door that was half closed. Please come in, said a voice that seemed to be affected by phlegm. Klein lifted his cane and pushed the door to enter. He saw the detective company using an almost open layout. There were 4 employees sitting at their respective seats partitioned into small cubicles. Hi, I'm Detective Henry. How may I help you? A man in a white shirt and black vest greeted him. He held a smoking pipe in his hand, and he had a prominent jawline, blade-like eyebrows, and dark blue eyes that sized up his client. Klein used the collar of his windbreaker to block half of his face as he spoke. I have 2 matters to entrust to you. How are your rates? That depends on the difficulty of the task. Detective Henry retracted his gaze and pointed towards the sofa in the guest area. Let's talk over there. Klein followed him to the semi-partitioned area and sat on the single-seat sofa. He didn't take off his coat, nor did he take off his hat and mask. He purposely made his voice hoarse and said, First, I need you to help me find a house with a chimney that looks like this, as well as information on who the owner and current tenant are. As he spoke, he took out a neatly folded paper. When he opened it, there was a chimney with its color noted down and its surrounding scenery. This was the drawing that Klein completed by using the uniqueness of the area above the gray fog and the method of praying to himself. What a great drawing, Detective Henry complimented subconsciously. He then knitted his eyebrows and said, "This is not complicated but very tedious. It would require a long time and a large amount of manpower." "I understand." Klein nodded lightly. Detective Henry pondered for a moment and said, £7. The price for this job would be £7. In addition, you have to give me at least 2 weeks. All right. Second, help me find this gentleman and find out his identity. The only thing I know is that he occasionally appears at the Evil Dragon Bar near the Harbor Borough. And he must not detect any men you send. He is very sensitive and he has terrifying observational skills. Klein took out the second portrait. He intended to get in touch with a member of the psychology alchemists to see if he could find any valuable information and materials. For example, perhaps a formula that could be exchanged with justice? £3. Such a mission would cost about £3 or £4. Your outstanding drawing skills will help my assistant and I save time, Detective Henry replied skillfully. £10 in total? Klein found the price upsetting. Detective Henry took a puff on his pipe and said, "Yes, and you need to put a deposit of £2. When there's progress, you'll need to pay another £3 to £5. The rest of the payment can be made when the mission is completed. Then I shall come next week to check on your progress." Klein didn't haggle over the price to prevent the observant detective from remembering any of his characteristics. After they signed a standard contract, he took out 2 £1 notes and passed them to the detective. He only had £1.17 solely left from his savings. As Detective Henry watched the man wearing a gauze mask and a black windbreaker with its collar raised leave in a hurry, he had a suspicious look in his eyes as he smoked his pipe. Why is he looking for a house that has that kind of chimney? He must be an artist, or at least a professional sketch artist of some sort. In the afternoon, in Viscount Glaine's luxurious mansion, Audrey, with her maidservant in tow, followed etiquette and passed her hand to the host. She looked at him, giving her hand a quick peck. "Your beauty accentuates my salon," Glaine first gave a compliment as usual. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "That lady is already here. She's a beyonder and also an author." Chapter 107, Furs. "Author?" Audrey asked casually as she observed Glaine's reaction. Subsequently, she didn't have to mind the presence of her maidservant, Annie, since they chatted about ordinary topics. Glaine straightened his body and chuckled. "Yes, I believe that you have read her works in the past. She wrote the book, Stormwind Mountain Villa, which was highly acclaimed for the past 2 months. I enjoyed that book, especially The Calm Lady Sisai," Audrey replied with a faint smile. Meanwhile, she was rolling her eyes at her own hypocrisy inwardly. That was because her latest hobby had nothing to do with novels. She had stopped reading Stormwind Mountain Villa a month ago, her progress stopped at the 1/3 mark. Ever since she joined the Tarot Club and acquainted herself with the powerful Fool, and became a real beyonder, she had been immersing herself in mysticism knowledge. She had been systematically learning about psychology and had lost interest in other activities. Smiling, Glaine guided Audrey to a sofa in the hall. "I am sure that Miss Fur's wall will leave a good impression on you, for she is just like Stormwind Mountain Villa's Lady Sisai, calm, intellectual, and lazy. Also, my dear Miss Audrey, are you going to play the piano for us later? That is the greatest compliment for a novel and literature." Audrey looked at the side profile of Glaine's face. His expression, tone, and body language all conveyed his intention to flaunt himself. "He wants to use me to show off," Audrey thought to herself, as if she had just met this good friend of hers for the first time. She maintained her elegant smile and said, "My music teacher, Mr. Vicanel the pianist, said that my standards have deteriorated recently and needs more practice." "All right." Glaine was just about wondering what to say when he suddenly saw a lady taking desserts from the long table. "Audrey, this is Miss Fur's wall, the author of Stormwind Mountain Villa." Audrey looked over. Miss Fur's wall was about 23 years old and 1.65 meters in height. She was wearing a pale yellow dress with frills. Her brown hair was slightly curly. She looked over with her pale blue eyes as Klein introduced her while wearing a smile that appeared ruminative. Audrey had noticed several small details in the less than 3 seconds of observation. There are faint traces of yellow on Miss Furz's fingers. She likes cigarettes. There are obvious calluses on her fingers at spots used to hold a pen, fitting her identity as an author. Her arm movements show that she has decent strength. This is not a quality expected of an author, unless she is passionate about exercising. Perhaps she was born like this, or she might have engaged in some other occupation in the past. She displayed her calm, rational, and precise style in Stormwind Mountain Villa. This must be linked to her previous occupation. Her eyes and emotions are relaxed, giving me the feeling that she is looking down on me and Glaint. Is this the psychological superiority a Beyonder has over an ordinary human? If it was a coincidence that Glaint discovered her identity as a Beyonder, then she should feel some anxiety and uneasiness. After all, she is unable to guess his reaction and what he would do next, since the unknown always brings about fear. This indicates that she was the one who voluntarily approached Glaint, having learned about our hobbies. She must be quite confident about what is going to happen next. Why would a Beyonder approach Glaint? Does she need monetary support, or the Beyonder ingredients stored in the treasury? Or perhaps she needs help with something. At this moment, Glaint was introducing Audrey to Furze. "Madam, this is the Miss Audrey that I mentioned previously, the most sparkling gem in all of Backlund. Her father is Count Hall, a trusted aide of His Majesty and respected member of the cabinet." "Good afternoon, Madam Furze. Stormwind Mountain Villa is still seated by my bed to this very day." Audrey adhered to the rules of the aristocracy and curtsied. But she added silently, "That's because I haven't finished reading it even after a month." Furze returned the niceties simply and said, "Good afternoon, Miss Audrey, your beauty sure leaves an impression. I think that I already have an idea for my next novel." Viscount Glaint said that you have exceptional talents in music." They merely exchanged praises as they were in public. After watching Furze continue towards the dining table as she targeted a cream cake, Audrey retracted her gaze and headed to the living room with Glaint. She recalled the details she had seen just now and tried to figure the motives of the woman. She wanted to gain some advantage in future conversations. As she took a step forward, Audrey, who was as calm as an objective spectator, stepped on her dress and nearly fell. At this moment, her personal maidservant, Annie, caught her, allowing her to maintain her grace. "Miss, the unique design of this dress means that you cannot walk too quickly," Annie pulled close to Audrey's ear and reminded her softly. "I know." Audrey nodded in reply, her face flushed red. "I was too absorbed in observing others that I forgot to look at where I was placing my foot," she silently complained in resentment. Audrey met with many other esteemed authors, critics, and musicians for the rest of the salon, always maintaining her sweet, elegant smile. Finally, after her facial muscles began turning sore, she saw Viscount Glaint's signal. She waited for a few minutes and gave the excuse of needing to use the washroom. She lifted her dress and stood up slowly to leave the salon. After confirming that there was no one tailing her, she made her way to the study on the first level and told her maidservant Annie, "I have something to discuss with Glaint. Guard the door for me. Do not let anyone enter." "All right." Annie didn't feel that the request was strange, for she knew that Audrey and Viscount Glaint shared similar hobbies and would often discuss mysticism in a private setting. Audrey entered the study and locked the door. She saw Glaint seated behind the desk while playing with a pen. Furzwall was standing in front of the bookshelf, nonchalantly flipping through a book. "I'll introduce you both again. Madame Furze, a true Beyonder." Glaint put down his pen and walked over. "Is that so?" Audrey intentionally exaggerated her feelings of doubt. Furze returned the book to its original position and turned around with a smile. "It looks like I have to prove myself." She walked over to the door and extended her right palm, grabbing the handle of the door. Suddenly, Audrey's vision blurred. It was as if she witnessed Madame Furze turn incorporeal as she passed through the door. She was shocked. Concentrating, she realized that Furs was no longer standing in her original position. A few seconds later, the door handle turned. The locked door was open just like that. Furswall smiled as she walked in from the outside. Audrey's maid, Annie, who was not far away, didn't seem to be aware of what had happened. "What a magical ability!" Klein exclaimed. Audrey took in a deep breath and said, "I have no more doubts." At the same time, the ability Furs had displayed allowed Audrey to confirm what her true motives were, since acquiring money or materials would be no trouble for a Beyonder like that. Klein doesn't have any Beyonder guards. Furs wants to use the statuses and resources available to Klein and I to achieve something? Audrey tried her hardest to act as a spectator. Furs chortled and said, "Let us interact with honesty. We do not have much time left. I was once a doctor at a clinic and was given an opportunity to become a Beyonder. That was more than 2 years ago. I hope that you can do something for me, and the reward I will give you is allow you to join the ranks of true Beyonders. I will sell you the formula of a particular sequence potion and its corresponding materials." Upon hearing such a promise, Klein could not help but ask, "What do you want us to do?" "I have a partner who's in jail now, awaiting the final verdict. I hope that you can save her, regardless of the methods used," Furs said simply. Audrey frowned. "Madame Furs, the abilities you have demonstrated should be better suited for the task." Furs laughed and shook her head. "No, that is not the case. She cannot pass through the places that I can. I can only go in regularly and chat with her. Also, I think that risking my life to save her is not a good idea. Life is short, but there is much for us to do." Audrey observed Furs's face and body language. She considered her words before asking, "I understand. What crime is your partner being locked up for?" Furs's expression immediately turned a little awkward. "My partner is a very respected person who can make others comply from the bottom of their hearts. She is of good character and kind. Well, it was that the means she used to convince a thug was a little over the top." After handing out the mission, Klein followed his original schedule of mysticism lessons in the morning and combat lessons in the afternoon. The regularity of his life almost made him forget that he was a member of the Nighthawks. The curse of often encountering supernatural incidents seemed to disappear as well. It was Saturday, his turn to guard Cheney's gate. "You can enjoy the coffee I left here or the black tea in the clerk's office." Dunn surveyed the room with his deep gray eyes. Klein, who had already given an excuse to his siblings, nodded in joy. "All right, Captain. You sure are a generous gentleman." Dunn laughed. "Those will help you relax. Being tense all the time is not good for your health." He took his hat and cane and walked toward the door. As he was exiting the door, he suddenly turned around and said, "I forgot to remind you, do not open Cheney's gate no matter what you hear, unless it is opened from the inside. Remember, no matter what you hear, no matter what happens." "Captain, that's a little scary." Klein tensed up instantly. He felt the darkness of the basement triumph over the light of the gas lamp. Chapter 108, Deep into the Night. Despite not being dawn yet, the well-ventilated but quiet and dark underground was illuminated by gas lamps. The dim yellow light emitted from the gas lamps were protected by glass, allowing them to steadily shine throughout the empty and quiet tunnel. Klein sat in the duty room and casually flipped through the newspapers, magazines, and books piled before him. He directed some of his attention outside, to prevent anyone from charging inside the Cheney's gate. His windbreaker and top hat were hung on the clothes rack near the entrance while his cane was leaning against the wall where it could be easily retrieved. The rich aroma of coffee filled the air, and Klein couldn't help but take a whiff. He massaged his temples to fight against the heavy head feeling he was experiencing and the weariness of his body. As a college student back on Earth, he often slept at 5 in the morning and woke up at noon, while staying up all night during the past 2 to 3 years of working life. to the point of being able to attend work energetically the next day. However, it was all thanks to the games that were too exhilarating, novels that were too interesting, television shows and movies that were too entertaining. This world obviously didn't possess any of the necessities needed for staying up all night. Seriously, Emperor Roselle. If you want to posture, do it properly. Pour your limited life into an unlimited enterprise. Lead the people of this world into the information age. Klein muttered silently. He could only console himself that there were at least newspapers, magazines, and increasingly interesting novels. At first, he wanted to focus on his studies to restrain his sleepiness. However, practically speaking, it conflicted with his duty. Once he entered that state, he would easily overlook any movements outside and any changes to the situation at the Cheney's gate. Phew. Klein picked up his coffee cup and carefully blew at it. He took a sip and let the fragrant taste swish around his mouth before letting the liquid slowly flow down his throat. Firmo coffee from the Paws Valley, very bitter but very refreshing. Klein gave a compliment and put down his coffee cup. The Paws Valley was located in the southern continent, a region that produced high-quality coffee beans. It was currently being fought over by the Intis Republic and the Lone Kingdom. They both built colonist settlements on the left and right banks of the Paws Valley, and had destroyed the original Paws Kingdom. In the eerie silence, Klein casually picked up a magazine and realized that it was Ladies' Aesthetic, which talked about fashion and dating. This must be from Roseanne, he murmured in amusement as he flipped through it with his interest piqued. Maybe it was due to the sudden advancement of camera technology in the past decade or so. Not only did the magazine use a lot of illustrations, it even used monochrome pictures as their content, just like the newspapers. They fashionably invited the famous play and musical actors to model the charms and the magical pairing of the clothing. In a short span of 7 years, the new regional Backlund magazine became a mainstream magazine that spread across the nation. The dress looks nice, she's pretty too. Klein flipped through it casually and didn't hide his aesthetic inclinations. He was a man that had matured normally both in body and mind. He had always appreciated beautiful ladies, but he had long set his goal, to find a way home. Hence, he tried his best to keep his distance from the opposite sex, so that he didn't waste the other person's time or leave behind any emotional baggage. As for streetwalkers, he was quite a germaphobe in that aspect. Benson and Melissa were already shackles that couldn't be removed. He could only find the means to make it up to them in the future. Klein suddenly felt his heart heavy and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. The further he strayed away from home, the more he felt melancholic during quiet late nights. He suddenly lost his interest in looking at beautiful women and put down the magazine in his hands. He picked up a novel instead. Stormwind Mountain Villa, author, Furs Wall. Klein read the content on the cover. The tranquil night, dim yellow light, and the leather-bound book reminded him of his younger days when he rented books. Hence, he continued to read simply because of nostalgia. Stormwind Mountain Villa was a novel about Lady Sissai, who was 1.65 meters tall and weighed 98 pounds. It was a story of her embarking as a home tutor in the Fruis Mountain Villa. 1 pound is about half a kilogram. Is this Jane Eyre of an alternate world? Klein caressed his fingers against the smooth paper as he began making guesses of the subsequent content. However, just as he thought it was a romance novel, an evil spirit emerged in the story. When he believed that it was a ghost story, Lady Sissai revealed herself as a detective and made a marvelous deduction. Just as Klein felt that it was definitely a detective novel, the main male character took a heavy blow to the head and lost his memory. Then, it became a heart-rending drama. In the end, it's still a romance book. Klein closed the book and drank a mouthful of coffee. Thump. 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 A ferocious knocking was suddenly heard as it reverberated in the dim and quiet empty corridor. Klein jumped in shock as he immediately turned tense. He instinctively drew his revolver from his armpit holster, adjusted the cylinder and hammer. Then, he slowly walked to the door and looked for the source of the sound. Thump. 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 Bang. 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 The thumping became more and more intense. Klein looked in the direction of the sound and saw the black outward swinging gates that were engraved with 7 sacred emblems. Sounds from beyond the Cheney's gate? He squinted his eyes and his heart was beating like a drum. Bang! 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 Klein saw Cheney's gate shake gently, and he sensed the massive impact it was withstanding. It can't be, right? I'm encountering something on my first day on duty? Did I get an unlucky constitution after I transmigrated? Klein's right hand broke into cold sweat as it held the revolver. Very soon, he recalled the captain's instruction: do not open Cheney's gate no matter what you hear, unless it is opened from the inside. Could this be a normal phenomenon? Klein suddenly calmed down. Bang! 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 Thump! 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 The commotion beyond the Cheney's gate grew in intensity, but the heavy black metal gates only shook. Otherwise, it didn't show any unusual signs. This is normal. I nearly died from the shock, Klein muttered, before he prepared to return to the duty room. Just then, he heard a sharp grinding noise. He looked at the heavy Cheney's gate bulging outwards as a crack appeared on its surface. Zing! In the jarring noise, Klein's almost fixed eyes saw a figure. Its height was about the length of a man's arm, and it was wearing a classic, black, miniaturized regal gown. There was an obvious stain on the gown. It had a not-so-exquisite face, black eyes, and tightly sealed lips. It was a cloth puppet, a toy cloth puppet. At that moment, when Klein was about to subconsciously raise his gun to take aim, the cloth puppet leaned heavily into the crack in Cheney's gate and unfurled the paper it was holding. There were many mysterious symbols on the paper, some that Klein knew and some that he had yet to learn. Together, they formed a vertical eye. Klein had yet to understand the situation when the regal-gowned puppet was suddenly dragged back by a shapeless force to the back of Cheney's gate. Creak! Cheney's gate closed once again, with no more knocking or pounding sounds. The basement regained its tranquility and silence as though nothing had happened. I have to inform Captain that Cheney's gate was opened from the inside. But it closed itself. At that moment, Klein's mental facilities returned to him as he felt alarm, fear, and doubt. A few seconds later, he recalled what the cloth puppet was. Since he was an official member of the Nighthawks, he was given the clearance to know about the Grade 3 sealed artifact sealed behind Cheney's gate. Number 0625. Name: Misfortune Cloth Puppet. Danger Grade 3, considerably dangerous. It has to be used carefully. It can only be applied for operations that require 3 or more people. Security classification: official Nighthawk member or above. Sealing method: only needs to be separated from humans. Description: the cloth puppet is wearing a regal gown which was popular in around the year 1300. The gown has a stain that is almost impossible to remove. It is uncertain if the stain was present from the very beginning. In a few tragic cases of individual family financial crises recorded in Tingen, the police noticed the existence of the puppet. It was always placed in the children's bedroom, on the side table next to the bed. A few Nighthawks accepted the request and started an investigation on the puppet. The initial evaluation determined that it brought misfortune, causing people around it to be unlucky and find themselves in danger. Finally, they would die one after another. It only took 2 weeks for the tester to reach the brink of bankruptcy. The puppet isn't equipped with the capability to live. It doesn't have any inclinations of escaping the seal. Through extended periods of experimentation, we discovered that as long as one does not come within 10 meters of it for more than half an hour a day, one wouldn't be tainted with misfortune. If misfortune has befallen someone, the person will immediately have his situation turn for the better as long as the misfortune is transferred to another person. Appendix: the puppet first appeared in the house of an old lady, Tess, who lived in the lower street of Iron Cross Street. She was a toymaker. Due to old age and her husband's severe illness, with both her children passing on early, she had no choice but to move to the Iron Cross Street's lower street. This was the last toy she sold. She exchanged the puppet for some poison hemlock and ended her and her husband's lives, having starved for more than 3 days. As Klein recalled the information of sealed artifact 3-0625, he felt even more doubtful and horrified. Didn't it say the puppet isn't equipped with the capability to live? Didn't it say that it doesn't have any inclinations of escaping the seal? What did I see just now? What dragged it back in the end? The symbol that was drawn on the paper that it unfurled, what does it mean? That scene earlier was like how a psychotic murderer deals with his victim as the victim slams on the gates heavily and cries for help desperately, only to be dragged back. While these thoughts flooded him, Klein decided not to make any decision on his own. He returned to the duty room and pulled a rope. The rope tightened, the gear spun, and there was suddenly a hurried ringtone that rang on the second floor of the Blackthorn Security Company. Leonard Mitchell and the other sleepless who were playing cards in the entertainment room immediately put down their poker cards and ran to the basement. Chapter 109, Deduction. The sound of running footsteps entered Klein's ears, calming him down as he stood at the entrance of the guard room. Leonard arrived first, holding a revolver. He asked in a solemn voice, "What happened?" Watching Leonard struggle to stop, Klein suddenly thought of something that Roseanne had mentioned in the past. 3 years ago, Leonard, who had just become a sleepless, tried to run down the flight of stairs despite not having adapted to the potion's power, causing him to fall and roll down. With a cough, Klein pointed at Cheney's gate and said, "There was a knocking noise from the inside, which then became a loud slamming noise. Then the door was pushed open a little." Cheney's gate was pushed open? The short Kenley asked in shock. Yes, a slit was opened. Klein continued his description. He saw that Leonard, Kenley, and Royale had stopped approaching the guard room, instead forming an arc formation a few steps away, loosely surrounding Klein. He paused for a moment before asking, "Are you suspicious of me?" "No, it isn't suspicion. This is protocol." Kenley shook his head. In this tense atmosphere, Leonard maintained his flippant attitude, laughing as he added, "There have been incidents like this in other churches." The beyonder guarding Cheney's gate lost control and pulled the bell before killing 2 teammates who came to help. "All right." Klein no longer felt angry and aggrieved at being ostracized. Instead, he asked, "Then how should I prove that I haven't lost control?" Leonard wiped away his flippant smile and tapped his chest 4 times. With a hoarse voice, he recited softly, "Lacking clothes and food, they have no shelter in the cold. They are drenched by rains, and huddle around the rocks for lack of shelter. They are orphans snatched from the breast, hope lost on them, they are the poor that have been forced off the proper path. The Evernight did not forsake them, but bestowed them with love." The holy, yet pitiful prayer reverberated around the basement, making the bodies, hearts, and souls of everyone present feel purified and tranquil. Seeing Klein not display any abnormal reactions, Leonard stopped his recital and smiled. "There's no problem. You are still our trusted partner." Madame Royale, who had been quiet all this time, looked at Cheney's gate and asked, "What did you see when the gate was pushed open?" "I saw a misfortune cloth puppet, the one wearing the black classic regal gown, 3-0625, Klein replied, still a little fearful. But 3 seconds later, a formless power pulled it back and Cheney's gate was closed once again. "What's going on?" Leonard, Kenley, and Royale exchanged looks. "Heh, we are in the same boat as you. We don't know the true cause. But since Cheney's gate is closed once again and there's nothing unusual, we shouldn't enter it at this time. We have to wait till dawn for the captain." Royale calmly added, "I will wait here and guard the gate with you." "All right." Leonard moved his hand and gave a bantering laugh. "As the most powerful person here, I shall stay too. Kenley, return to the 2nd floor just in case the police department has an emergency case and cannot open the door." Kenley didn't say much, he just nodded immediately and left. Leonard glanced at Klein and Royale. "Perhaps we can continue our card game? It's best to have some sort of entertainment in circumstances like this, to relax." "No problem." Klein adjusted his revolver and put it back into his armpit holster. Royale didn't voice an opinion, but instead stroked her smooth, black hair as she entered the guard room. While playing Fighting the Landlord, no, Fighting Evil, Klein said casually, Misfortune cloth puppet, I mean 3-0625, according to its description, isn't equipped with the capability to live. Haha, 3 aces. Leonard showed his hand and replied with the same casual tone, in the past 40 years, 3-0625 hasn't displayed any lifelike characteristics. We can first assume that the information is correct and make our assumptions based on that. Pass. You already have an idea? Royale asked simply. As Klein hesitated to think about whether he should throw his 3 deuces, Leonard took a sip of his freshly brewed coffee and said, yes, since 3-0625 shouldn't have any lifelike characteristics, then its actions today must have been influenced by some other factor. This factor must also be rather recent, otherwise, we would have observed this phenomenon a long time ago. Has there been anything different about Cheney's gate over the last month? Royale saw Klein toss his 3 deuces and pondered for a few seconds. There is only one thing different. The Antigonus family's notebook and the sealed artifact 2-049 was stored behind Cheney's gate for a night. Leonard looked at the cards in his hand and as he tapped the table, he said with a smile, if 2-049 can make the misfortune cloth puppet act abnormally, then something similar should have happened behind Backlund's Cheney's gate a long time ago. So I suspect that the problem lies with the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein thought for a moment and nodded. That is the most likely explanation. Leonard, I never expected you to be this good at deduction. Typically speaking, being a romantic poet and a person with excellent deductive skills was mutually exclusive. That's because he's recently into detective novels, Royale explained indifferently. 2 kings, a straight from 8 to king. Does no one want it? 3 sixs and no more. Upon seeing this, Klein and Leonard fell silent. Having not been concentrating on the game, they forget something important. Royale was the evil in this round. Watching Royale cut the deck, Klein took the opportunity to ask, then what power pulled 3-0625 back? Leonard glanced at him and chuckled. Do you really think that the defensive mechanisms behind Cheney's gate only consists of the buried sealed chamber and a few elderly keepers? In reality, when the sun sets fully, the keepers would have already left Cheney's gate and returned to St. Selina Cathedral. The power in the gate is strongest at night and is no longer safe for any living creature. The power only weakens when the sun rises again. That is also why the captain asked us not to enter Cheney's gate no matter what we hear. In other words, the captain had forgotten to tell me the reason. Klein thought for a bit before asking, defensive mechanisms such as nexus formations? Like magnified versions of amulets and charms? Yes. Royale nodded as she stroked the edge of her cards. There is a reason that Cheney's gates are placed in the central cathedral of each city. The gate is maintained by the followers that go to these churches every day. Their sincere prayers allow a part of their spirituality to enter the nexus formations, and from small contributions comes abundance. I see, Klein nodded as he saw that he had a lousy hand. At that moment, Leonard laughed and said, there isn't just one defensive mechanism behind Cheney's gate. St. Selina's ashes are buried inside. She was a high sequence beyonder when she was still alive. The ashes of St. Selina? Ashes of a high sequence beyonder? Sacred ashes? What use do those have? Klein was as puzzled as he was curious. St. Selina was a devotee when the Church of the Evernight Goddess was being established. She was active during the Third Epoch and her deeds were written in many holy scriptures. Thus, Saint Selina was a fairly commonly used name among the commoners who believed in the Evernight Goddess. Leonard seemed to read Klein's mind as he continued, rumors suggest that the skeleton or ashes of high sequence beyonders still contain incredible power. Of course, those are just rumors. Klein nodded, focusing his attention on the cards in his hand. There were no unusual incidents in Cheney's gate for the next few hours, but Klein lost exactly 2 solely. It pained his heart, but Leonard, who fully expressed his romantic poetic vibes while playing, lost 4 soldi and 5 pence, leaving Royale as the undisputed winner. The sun has just risen, it's my turn. The quiet author, Madame Cicatron, entered the guardroom at 6. Klein wrote the incident he encountered the previous night into the record book and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company with Leonard and Royale. He felt unusually exhausted, but the midnight poet and sleepless beside him remained energetic. This is the difference between the different sequences. Klein was just about to make his way past the partition and catch up on some sleep at home when he suddenly saw the captain enter. "Good morning, Captain." He couldn't help but yawn when he greeted him. Dunn, who was in a black windbreaker, took off his hat and looked at him with his gray eyes. "Good morning. You should head back home for some rest. Did anything happen last night?" Klein immediately gave a succinct summary of the incident regarding the misfortune cloth puppet and Leonard's deduction. "Okay." Dunn didn't give his opinion. He concentrated on making his way to his office. "I will send a telegraph to the Holy Cathedral." Klein didn't stay any longer. He slowly walked out of 36 Zutland Street and breathed in the cool morning air. He felt a little more energized, suddenly remembering something he had forgotten all this time. "I forgot to tell the captain and the rest about the piece of paper in the misfortune cloth puppet's hands." How could I have forgotten? It was as if some power was influencing me, stopping me from telling this to the other Nighthawks. It has been some time since the Antigonus family's notebook was present at Cheney's Gate. The misfortune cloth puppet 3-0625 should have been affected long ago. Why did it only show abnormal behavior last night? Was it because it was the first time I was on shift at Cheney's Gate? It used all of its power to show me the picture on the paper? What is the motive of the Antigonus family's notebook? Has it got to do with my survival despite making contact with it? And that I became a seer? Many suspicions flashed through Klein's brain, rooting him to the spot. He was unsure if he should pretend that he didn't remember anything and make his way home to sleep, or head up and report it to the captain. Chapter 110, Confirmation. After thinking for a while, Klein decided to return home to confirm something. He believed that if the misfortune cloth puppet hadn't intentionally shown him the picture on the paper, then the captain and the rest would definitely find traces in their follow-up investigations. It wouldn't matter much if he reported it or not. If it were the converse, it was something worth careful consideration. That was also what Klein wanted to confirm. He took the trackless public carriage to Daffodil Street. When he returned home, his brother Benson and his sister Melissa had yet to wake up, since it was Sunday. The living room was dark and quiet. Klein boiled a kettle of water, threw in some tea leaves, and drank it with wheat bread. Then he took his coat, hat, and cane towards the stairs. He subconsciously lightened his footsteps to avoid making any loud noises. Just as he got to the second floor, he saw the bathroom door suddenly open, and Melissa, who was wearing an old dress, came out with a sleepy face. "You're home," Melissa was rubbing her eyes sleepily. Klein covered his mouth and yawned. "Yeah, I need to crash. Don't wake me up before lunch." Melissa tersely acknowledged when she suddenly recalled something. "Benson and I are going to St. Selena Cathedral pray and attend Mass in the morning. Lunch might be slightly later." As not-so-devoted believers of the Evernight goddess, she and Benson went to the church once a fortnight, while Klein, who was a Nighthawk, hadn't entered the church since the last time he was followed by the member of the secret order. "No, I'm at the cathedral every day, just that I'm in the cathedral's basement." Klein justified himself subconsciously. He was currently most worried that the goddess would abandon him as a fake believer. If his ritualistic magic didn't respond at crucial times, he would be in big trouble. But then, when one considers old Neil, the goddess is quite forgiving towards the Nighthawks. That's right. Klein comforted himself. His scattered thoughts flashed past him, and he looked at Melissa. he nodded and smiled. No problem. I can sleep longer then. Walking past Melissa, he entered his bedroom and locked the door behind him. Immediately following that, he psyched himself up and took out the ritual dagger and created a sealed spirituality wall. He took 4 steps counterclockwise while reciting the incantation and withstood the chaotic roars before appearing above the gray fog. In the illusionary boundless world, he was the only living spirit sitting on the seat of honor at the long bronze table. For nearly a minute of silence, Klein conjured a piece of goatskin parchment and wrote down a divination incantation. The picture that the misfortune cloth puppet displayed. Although Klein had seen the mysterious picture on the paper clearly for a split moment last night, he only managed to remember the rough shape of the picture due to his anxiety. But that wasn't a problem for a seer, he could reproduce anything he remembered and had seen once. According to mysticism theory, one's spirituality could remember everything they had seen. As long as they possessed the appropriate method, they could reproduce the scene whenever they wished. Klein even felt that the theory that Spirit Medium Daily described regarding the psychology alchemists made sense. Human memory was merely islands that were exposed above the sea, it couldn't withstand much. Hence, a person's spiritual essence remembered most of the information and turned it into the subconscious, which formed the entire ocean. While spirituality itself, even if it wasn't the entire ocean, also included the entire sea region surrounding the island. After reciting the divination incantation, Klein leaned backwards and fell asleep through cogitation. In the blurry, distorted, separated world, he saw Cheney's gate crack open once again as he heard the heavy grinding noises. The puppet in the black classic regal gown leaned into the opening of the door and unfurled the paper that it was holding. On the piece of paper, there were many mysterious symbols that collectively formed a vertical eye. Klein carefully observed the picture before exiting the dream. Then, with the aid of the uniqueness of the world above the gray fog and the memory that had yet to fade, he expressed the image on the brown parchment. The vertical eye looked up at him, looking both sinister and mysterious. Klein thought and wrote below the eye, "This is key to the treasure that the Antigonus family left behind." Putting down the pen, he untied the silver chain that was wound inside his sleeve. As he held it with his left hand, the topaz pendulum stably hung above the divination statement and the mysterious vertical eye. There weren't any obvious movements. Klein closed his eyes and recited the sentence with his mind cleared. After 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz spinning in small circles in a clockwise fashion along with the silver chain. That meant affirmation. The vertical eye picture is really key to the treasure that the Antigonus family left behind. Klein nodded in deep thought. He tapped his fingers on the edge of the long bronze table and muttered to himself, "Because of Ray Bieber's death, there are no descendants of the Antigonus family left. Hence, the notebook views me, the seer that interacted with it but remains alive, as its inheritor? It affected 3-0625 and left the key to the treasure with it, only to show it to me during my shift at Cheney's Gate? There doesn't seem to be any problem with the logic, but it still doesn't seem very convincing. How could the notebook be sure that there are no more descendants of the Antigonus family? And I am totally unrelated to that family. If I shared their bloodline, the original Klein wouldn't have committed suicide to begin with. It doesn't seem to matter if I tell this to the captain and the team. Let me look into this." Klein then divined the location of the Antigonus family's treasure. But, unsurprisingly, there was no detailed information. Just like in the letter that Sirius wrote to Mr. Z, Klein could only be certain that the treasure was related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and the ancient nation of the Evernight. After he finished divining all the matters, Klein noticed that the crimson star from which he had previously heard prayers was producing a faint fluctuation again. He used the method of answering prayers and touched the illusory star. He saw the brown-haired young man who wore the unique black tight suit again. The young man was kneeling on the ground, facing the pure crystal ball, still muttering about something. Klein, who had purposely learned some Jotun, finally understood one of the sentences. Pray. Save. Father and mother. It really is Jotun. Where in the world is Jotun still used? That's an ancient antique that is thousands of years old. What a pity, the mysterious ruler above the giant is totally powerless. I don't have the ability to save them even if I want to. Klein shook his head and sighed. He decided to observe him for a little longer. I'll see what I can do when I master more Jotun vocabulary and can understand what happened to his father and mother. Klein retracted his spirituality, wrapped it around himself, and initiated a descent. When he returned to his bedroom, he dispelled the spirituality wall, changed into old but comfortable clothing, and laid down on the bed to get some sleep. Klein slept all the way till 12:30, which was when Melissa finished preparing lunch and came knocking on the door. After having a fairly sumptuous meal, he saw Melissa bring out her new dress and fishnet hat, looking like she was going out. "Do you still have something this afternoon?" Klein asked, puzzled. Benson was seated on the sofa, knitting his eyebrows at his grammar books. He didn't lift his head but answered on her behalf. Mrs. Shoud from next door told Melissa that there will be a lecture regarding family affairs in the municipal hall in the afternoon. Melissa plans to attend it and learn how to deal with daily household issues. Melissa nodded and said, "I got Selina and Elizabeth to join me." "That's nice. I hope that the lecturer tells you that a family like us needs to hire at least one maidservant," Klein joked. Noticing that Melissa was about to refute him, he immediately added, "We have to invest our limited time into more valuable matters." Melissa was stunned. After a while, she puckered her lips, put on her fishnet hat, and left the house. At 2 in the afternoon, Klein arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company again. Roseanne and Dunn Smith, who happened to be in the reception hall, asked in unison, "Didn't you go home and rest?" Klein smiled. "I was going to go to the Divination Club, but I kept thinking about what happened last night, so I decided to come over here first." "Has there been any reply from the Holy Cathedral?" Dunn shot a glance at Roseanne and turned around silently. He walked past the partition and entered his office. Roseanne pulled her face at his back, then muttered angrily, "Seriously, Captain." "Well done," Klein complimented silently. He held back his laughter and followed Dunn into his office. Klein shut the door, and Dunn sniffed his smoking pipe before he said, "The Holy Cathedral has determined that the disturbance was because of the Antigonus family notebook, which they reclassified as a Grade 1 sealed artifact. It's a pity. That means that you no longer have the sufficient security clearance to read it. Grade 1. Highly dangerous. Only the ranks above bishops and Nighthawk team captains can know of the actual situation? That also means that Captain has no idea what's happening. Highly dangerous, no wonder." Klein felt regretful yet relaxed. Dunn gave him a glance and continued, "The Holy Cathedral told us to check if there are any other items behind Cheney's gate that were contaminated by the notebook. After verification, only 3-0625 was abnormal, and we have already changed its seal. Did you discover anything else?" Klein pretended to ask curiously. Dunn shook his head. "No." Klein nodded in thought. He didn't continue with the topic. After some small talk, he bade farewell and left for the Divination Club to continue his journey of digestion. In the municipal hall, the three best friends, Melissa, Selina, and Elizabeth, sat near the door, waiting for the lecture to begin. "If she delivers a bad lecture, we'll sneak out," Selina suggested excitedly. Elizabeth immediately agreed, "Let's go shopping at Harrods." Chapter 111, Letting Slip. Sometime later, the lecturer, who had relatively high cheekbones, walked up the wooden podium. She cleared her throat and said, "Good morning, kind, charitable ladies. I am Xaviera Heda. What I am about to share with you today are my experiences in managing family expenses. There are 3 parts, the first being how a family with an annual income of £100 should balance food, housing, clothing, and employing helpers. The second would be where a family earning £200 yearly should be increasing their expenditure to appear more decent." Melissa listened attentively. She had her brother's annual income at her fingertips. It's already over 200 pounds, she thought, half in relief and half in fear. She was relieved and satisfied with her current life, but was also afraid that this way of life would vanish in the blink of an eye. At this point, the wine-red-haired Selina covered her mouth. She told her two friends quietly, she seems to be a believer of the Lord of Storms. She's wearing a windstorm badge. Melissa looked over and saw Xaviera wearing a badge depicting violent winds and tumultuous waves on her left chest. She quickly explained, Mrs. Shoud, who told me about this seminar, is also a follower of the Lord of Storms. I don't think it's strange that the speaker is a follower too. Yeah, I don't think there is a problem here. We are here to learn how to budget, Elizabeth concurred with Melissa. But other than Melissa, we don't need to, nor do we have the right to govern our family's finances. Selina pouted. Elizabeth rebutted without hesitation, but we'll get married eventually and form our own families. Selina had been a little afraid of Elizabeth after the incident of the demon mirror divination. She nodded in embarrassment and pretended to listen to the lecture attentively. The lecturer, Xaviera, raised her right hand and said, the premise of any form of budgeting is to respect the opinion of the man of the household. They are the source of income, the pillar of the family. They face anxiety, stress, troubles, and disorder in society in order to obtain everything for us. Thus, we have to create a serene home, one free from troubles from the outside. This will allow them to relax when they come home, allow their souls to be cleansed, allow them to be more prepared to face the challenges to come. So, as the famous philosopher, sociologist, humanities scholar, and economist Mr. Loomy once said, a woman is the angel of a household. Selina stroked her cheek and traced her dimples as she whispered with a little excitement, Loomy, the person who said that humans are born free? Elizabeth hesitated before answering. Yes, but he is a believer of the Lord of Storms. At this point, the lecturer, Xaviera, continued, Mr. Loomy also informs us that females are innately flawed when it comes to intelligence and logic. In that case, unable to judge for themselves whether they should accept the judgment of father and husband as that of the church. 1. Melissa, Selina, and Elizabeth looked at each other, speechless, after hearing such a description. Let's go? Selina finally suggested. Melissa and Elizabeth nodded. All right. They took their veiled hats and bent over, sneaking over to the side door in an attempt to leave without attracting any attention. When they cautiously arrived outside and could finally stand up straight, they suddenly heard a burst of applause coming from the small hall. Melissa instinctively looked back into the hall. She saw Mrs. Shoud, as well as many other ladies, clapping. Phew! Praise the lady! Melissa exhaled. She left the uncomfortable place together with Selina and Elizabeth. Shall we go to Harrod's? Selina suggested as she stood under a tree. She had already forgotten about what had just happened. Melissa fell silent for a few seconds before saying, I plan on returning home to study. Study, Selina fiddled with her wine-red hair, as if she had returned to her regular life. Also, I have to buy bread, beef, potatoes, and fruits. Klein needs to work today, Benson went to the municipal library. So, yeah, I have to go back. Melissa suddenly realized how much she loved her textbooks, her gears and springs. Selina decided to keep her distance from the unusually weird Melissa. She turned to look at Elizabeth and smiled dutifully, shall we go to Harrod's together? Even though I've spent all my savings, it's still wonderful to window shop. Sure. Elizabeth accepted the suggestion, then asked casually, Melissa, does your brother, Klein, have to work on Sundays? Yes, he rests on Mondays, different from ordinary jobs. Melissa unknowingly raised her head slightly. After leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein took a public carriage to House Street. He tried his hardest to suppress his emotions, to not think about the issue of the Antigonus family's treasure. He tried to focus his attention back onto the matter of acting. It was important to fully digest the potion as soon as possible. Improving himself was extremely important no matter when it was. Acting as a seer, I'm not professional enough. The fortune tellers back in the Footaholic Empire had to go through the almanac all the time before they accomplished anything. Klein held his cane as he sat inside a carriage. He had decided to divine if it was beneficial for him to travel to the Divination Club today. That was more befitting of a seer. As he was getting off the carriage, Klein took out a halfpence coin. His field of vision narrowed, his pupils becoming darker as he silently recited, "It is suitable to head to the Divination Club today. It is suitable to head to the Divination Club today." Dang. Klein flicked the coin up. He didn't look at the rotation of the coin, calmly extending his hand instead. Thunk. The halfpence landed in the middle of his palm. This time, the number 1/2 was facing up. With the number facing up, that means that I would encounter an unfortunate incident at the Divination Club today. Klein thought for a moment before he turned to the opposite side of the street. He waited for the public carriage that was headed for Daffodil Street. He felt more and more like a charlatan. House Street, at the entrance to Harrod's department store. Selina was just about to enter the building when she suddenly froze and looked to the side. Did something happen? Elizabeth asked, puzzled. Selina puffed her cheeks and said, "Elizabeth, I thought about my mysticism teacher, Mr. Vincent. He passed away just like that, the morning after my birthday. Could it be because I peeked and used his secret incantations? I've always felt guilty and uneasy because of this. Besides, I've been rather unlucky recently." So? Elizabeth asked quietly. Selina bit her lips and said, "I wish to do a divination at the Divination Club over there and see if Mr. Vincent's death had anything to do with me. From what happened at my birthday banquet. I have this nagging feeling that Elizabeth is hiding something from me. I remember the back of the man in a tuxedo. Can't you divine it yourself?" Elizabeth asked in surprise. Selina sighed, imitating her father. "Sigh, I cannot divine it given my current condition." "All right, let's head to the Divination Club first." Elizabeth agreed to her friend's suggestion. They headed over to the side and made their way to the Divination Club on the second floor by following the stairs. "Hello, good afternoon, Miss Angelica. It's a pleasure meeting you again." Selina gave a lively greeting at the reception area. Angelica smiled and said, "You should be able to find me here as long as you come after lunch." Selina exchanged niceties before lamenting Hannes Vincent's death. She then said, "I need to have a divination performed. You know the rules of the club. Here is the list of members willing to do it. It's the weekend, so most of our members are here," Angelica explained like clockwork. Selina and Elizabeth huddled their heads together as they scanned the list of names and description together. "I used to just ask for my teacher directly. To think that the club would have this many members willing to do divinations compared to last year," Selina said excitedly. Suddenly, she paused for a few seconds and said in puzzlement, Klein Moretti, Klein Moretti? Isn't this name the same as Melissa's brother?" Elizabeth froze. She looked repeatedly at the name Klein Moretti and nodded, "That's true." "Miss Angelica, is this Mr. Klein Moretti around?" Selina asked with a sparkle in her eyes. Angelica shook her head. "My apologies, Mr. Moretti didn't come to the club today." "All right, we'll find someone else." Selina didn't mind not seeing the person, but she laughed at her friend. "I know that this can't be Melissa's brother, but having seen this name, I naturally thought of a newspaper, a headline worthy of the Intis Press." The Intis Press was created by Emperor Roselle, famous for its attention-grabbing headlines. It was one of the most famous newspapers in the northern continent. Elizabeth asked inattentively, "What headline?" Selina cleared her throat and said, "Is it the decay of morals, or a problem with society?" History graduate actually ends up doing divinations over the weekends to make a living. Chapter 112, Azik's Explanation. Backlund, Empress Borough. Audrey Hall sat on a suspended chair in a windy corner and looked at the flowers that were blooming under the sun. She thought of Furswall's request. According to Viscount Glaint, there really was a young girl named Zio Derry Cha being impounded at a temporary prison located in Backlund's North Borough. She was charged with grievous assault against a decent gentleman due to a financial conflict. She caused the man to be bedridden, and he might not be able to stand on his feet ever again. Regarding that, Furz's explanation was that the gentleman wasn't a nice person but the head of a gang in Backlund's East Borough. He made a living by being in usury. The cause of the incident was when one of the borrowers found out that the interest was several times higher than he expected, so much so that it was impossible to return the amount of money even after he bankrupted himself. When his discussion with the gentleman ended fruitless, he found the famous intermediator, Zio Derry Cha, hoping that she could persuade the other party to waive the unreasonable portion of the loan. That gentleman didn't respond well to Zio Derry Cha's attempts at arbitration, and even threatened to capture the borrower's wife and children that night. Hence, Zio Derry Cha switched tactics and chose to use physical means. Accidentally, she caused severe damage to the man. Viscount Glaint investigated the matter and confirmed that Furz Wall was telling the truth. He also confirmed that the gangster had lost control of his underlings. Moreover, after a midnight visit by someone, the borrower's debts were waived. A statement was sent to the prosecutor to plead mercy for Zio Derry Cha. However, an assault case of such severity wasn't dropped even when the victim decided not to pursue a trial. Glaint wished to solve the problem through normal means. He sent people to talk to lawyers that he was familiar with, but they were only confident of winning a lighter sentence, but it would be very difficult to acquit her from the crime unless she obtains a medical certification stating that she is mentally incompetent or mentally undeveloped, Audrey muttered to herself, leaning in support towards her friend's opinion. To her, it was best to not have any relationship with Furz Wall and Zio Derry Cha. Ever since the Tarot Club, Audrey felt that she was no longer an innocent and naive young lady. Tomorrow night, there will be a dance at Count Wolf's residence. I should tell Glaint then to act according to the lawyer's suggestion. Audrey nodded slightly as she made a decision. In the Lone Kingdom, lawyers were either barristers or solicitors. The latter didn't need to be involved in court affairs, and were responsible for gathering evidence, talking to the parties involved, setting up wills on their client's behalf, supervising property allocation, and providing legal consultation. Of course, they could also represent their clients to attend the most basic magistrate court and defend simple cases. Barristers, on the other hand, were responsible for researching evidence and defending their clients in court. According to the Lone Kingdom's laws, they had to maintain an objective attitude so they couldn't make direct contact with the litigant. They could only communicate with them through their assistants, who were solicitors, to gain complete understanding of the situation. They were all true law experts who possessed outstanding communication skills and were skilled in debate. The relaxed Audrey observed the colorful flowers outside while hidden in the darkness when she recalled something. Medical certification stating she was mentally incompetent. Psychiatrist. If the psychology alchemists have grasped acting, does that mean that they can be found amongst psychiatrists? Audrey felt that her train of thought was on the correct path, and her eyes shimmered like a lustrous gemstone. Just then, she saw her golden retriever, Susie, sneak behind the flower bushes, to a spot where only the gardener would be able to reach. Susie. What is she doing? Audrey hid in the shadows and looked in a daze. The golden retriever's sense of smell seemed to be confused by the flowers all around her that she failed to notice her owner behind her. She opened her mouth and produced sounds that was akin to one's exercising of their voice. Then, it caused the surrounding air to vibrate into words that were jerky and unmellow. Hello. How are you? Audrey's mouth widened as she completely forgot about the etiquette an elegant lady should have. She couldn't believe the scene before her and the stiff voice that she had just heard. She suddenly stood up and asked, Susie, you can talk? When did you learn how to talk? The golden retriever jumped in fright as she turned around to look at her owner. She shook her tail nervously and very quickly. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, vibrating the surrounding air. I don't know how to explain. I am a dog, after all. Upon hearing that, Audrey was suddenly at a loss for words. Monday morning, Klein followed his plan to revise and consolidate his mysticism knowledge. Then, he took the public carriage to Koei University. He wanted to increase his interactions with Mr. Azik and find out exactly what he knew. In the three-story gray building of the history department, Klein and his teacher, Cohen Quinton, chatted for a while and exchanged their information regarding the historical ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Having not learned anything new, he seized the opportunity to enter the office diagonally opposite when his mentor left to handle certain matters. He then walked over to Azik's desk. The lecturer had stayed behind to take care of some matters. "Mr. Azik, can I have a chat with you?" he asked the man with the tanned skin, gentle facial features, and the small mole below his right ear. He took off his hat and bowed. With eyes that seemed to have seen the vicissitudes of life, Azik tidied his books and replied, "Sure, let's take a walk by the Koei's banks." "All right." Klein held his cane and followed him out of the three-story gray building. Along the way, they maintained their silence. Neither of them spoke. When the flowing river water entered their vision and there were no teachers or students passing by, Azik suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned his body halfway, faced Klein, and asked, "Is there something I can help you with?" Klein remained silent for a long while, thinking of several tactful ways of asking his questions, but he gave up on all of them. Therefore, he spoke frankly and directly asked, "Mr. Azik, you are a trustworthy person, a respectable gentleman. I would like to know what you can see in me, or should I say, what do you know? I am referring to the previous incident when you said that there was something disharmonious in my fate." Azik put down his cane and sighed as he laughed. "I never expected you to be so straightforward. I'm quite at a loss how to answer you. To be frank, disharmony in your fate was the only thing that I could see. Other than that, I don't know any more than you do." Klein hesitated and asked, "But how could you tell?" "I don't believe that this was derived from divination." Azik looked sideways towards the Koei River. His intonation was tainted with some bleakness. "No, Klein, you don't understand. Divination can reach that kind of level. It only depends on the person doing the divination. Of course, my divination was merely an excuse. Some people are special. They are born with some strange ability. I think I am someone like that." "You think?" Klein acutely caught the word that the other man used. "Yes, I am not sure if I was born with it. Perhaps, the price of my ability is to forget myself, to forget my past, to forget my parents." Azik's eyes were clouded with melancholy as he looked at the river. Klein was increasingly confused. "Forget the past?" Azik smiled without any humor. "Before I entered the Backlund University's history department, I lost most of my memory. I only remembered my name and some basic knowledge. Luckily, I still had my identification documents. Otherwise, I probably would have ended up homeless. All these years, I've tried to search for my parents using my identification documents, but I never found anything, even though I could see a corner of fate. During my few years in the university, I gradually realized that I possessed some strange but unique powers that go beyond common sense." Klein listened attentively and asked, "Mr. Azik, why did you lose your memory?" "No, I mean, did you find out why you lost your memory?" He suspected that Mr. Azik was a member of the life school of thought who had lost his memories, and that he might even be a mid-sequence beyonder that held an above-average position. It was a secret organization that had potion sequences for monster and soothsayer. It was an organization that was mainly passed down through master-disciple relationships. Azik shook his head vigorously. "No, it felt like I just had slept. I've forgotten everything that happened in the past." He walked forward a few steps with his cane in his hand. He spoke as he walked. "After I left Backlund, I started dreaming. I dreamed about a lot of strange things." "Dreams?" "I am good at interpreting dreams." The conversation was entering Klein's domain of expertise as he immediately asked, "What kind of dream?" Azik let out a muffled laugh and said, "Many different kinds of dreams. Sometimes, I would dream of the internals of a dark mausoleum. I would dream of ancient coffins with corpses in them. They would have white feathers growing out from their backs. Sometimes, I would dream of myself being a knight covered in armor, holding a 3-meter-long spear while charging towards the enemy. Sometimes, I dream of myself as a feudal lord, having a rich and fertile fief, with a beautiful wife and 3 children. Sometimes, I dream of myself as a tramp, walking on a muddy road in the rain, feeling cold and hungry. Sometimes, I dream of myself having a daughter, a different daughter than the previous children. She would have long smooth black hair, and she enjoys sitting on the swing that I made. She always asks for sweets from me. Sometimes, I dream of myself standing next to the gallows, looking towards a dead body hanging up there coldly. Listening to Azik raving like a madman, Klein suddenly realized that he couldn't interpret the dreams because his various dreams symbolized opposite, contradictory things. Azik retracted his gaze as his voice no longer sounded ethereal. The Fainapotter kingdom in the south believes in Mother Earth, and the Church of Mother Earth promotes a belief. They believe that every life is a plant, absorbing the nutrients from the earth. Growing slowly, prospering, and withering. When they wither, these lives fall to the earth and return to the mother's embrace. In the coming year, they grow again. They would blossom then wither, year after year. Life is as such, one life after another. Sometimes, I am very willing to believe in this concept. I believe because of my uniqueness, I can dream of previous lives, and the lives before that. At this point, he looked at Klein and said with a sigh, I haven't mentioned any of this to Cohen before. The reason I'm telling you is because Azik paused and smiled. I apologize. My description earlier was not precise enough. The disharmony in your fate is not the only thing that I could see. I can also see another thing. Klein, you are not an ordinary person anymore. You possess an extraordinary, strange power, one very similar to mine. Chapter 113, Request. Mr. Azik can tell that I'm a Beyonder? His ability is truly powerful. Klein froze for a moment before he gave an honest reply. Yes. He thought for a while before adding, because of what happened to Welch and Naya. It's as I thought, Azik sighed. There were 2 people with extraordinary powers amongst the group of police that came to question me and Cohen. It was probably Captain and Leonard. They were in charge of Welch's case. Klein nodded slightly, not interrupting Azik. Azik raised his cane and said, You should have entered their circle. I hope that you can help me search for clues of my origin. You do not need to go out of your way to do it, just note it down if you find any clues. Upon saying that, Azik wore a bitter smile. I don't know any other person with extraordinary powers. You cannot imagine what emotions a man without a past has. You are like a boat floating in a vast ocean. The most terrifying thing is not facing a storm, but not being able to find a harbor. The inability to navigate to shore. All you can do is take on disaster after disaster, with no end in sight, never to feel peace and safety. No, Mr. Azik, I know how it feels, for I am in a similar position. Fortunately for me, I have the memory fragments of the original Klein, as well as Melissa and Benson. Klein answered silently before he asked, Mr. Azik, why didn't you join a similar group when you possess such magical ability and search for clues yourself? Azik looked into Klein's eyes and let out a self-deprecating smile. Because I'm afraid. I'm afraid of death. He sighed and continued, I have gotten used to life like this. I like my life. I don't have the courage to take that risk, so I can count on you. Klein didn't say any more. He promised, I'll pay special attention if I come across any clues. All right, we should return to the office. Let's have lunch together with Cohen when he's done with work. Do you remember? The East Balham restaurant in the university is quite good. Heh, my treat. Azik lifted his cane and pointed to a direction. My apologies, I really have no memories of that. How could the studying original Klein have afforded the East Balham restaurant? Even if Welch was treating, he would still reject going to such an expensive place. Klein pressed on his hat and returned to the third level of the grayish stone building which housed the history department with Azik. A few steps later, Azik suddenly spoke. "I'll be on summer break after I finish settling all my work at the university. You can visit me at my house or write to me." Klein nodded and said casually, "Mr. Azik, I thought that you would head to Desi Bay for a vacation." "No, it is too hot in the south right now. I don't like the so-called sunbathing. Look at my skin color, it tans easily. I'd rather head to the winter county, to the north of the Fasak Empire to ski, sightsee, or hunt seals." Azik, who had a copper skin tone, smiled as he replied. "I would too." Klein, who had just joined the Nighthawks, revealed a look of envy. After lunch, Klein returned home and took a nap before beginning his revision and study of charms and amulets. He hoped to grasp them quickly to create objects that could at least be used in battle and help him. When it was approaching 3 in the afternoon, Klein packed his stuff and sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. In the majestic divine hall above the gray fog sat a long, ancient mottled table. Klein sat at the seat of honor, his face enveloped by the thick fog. He looked at the still obscured Justice and the Hanged Man as they appeared at their designated seats. Miss Justice's emotions doesn't seem too stable. Worry, unease, and a little lost. Klein observed the only female member of the tarot club with his spirit vision. Words couldn't describe Audrey Hall's emotions. She was extremely shocked by Susie's sudden speech. She had imagined a future with herself as a great detective or famous psychologist bringing along her assistant Susie, but if that became the dog detective Susie bringing along her assistant Miss Audrey, then it would be a little. No, not a little, it would be straight up weird. It leaves me lost. Audrey suddenly sat up straight. She wanted to request for Mr. Fool's and the Hanged Man's help. But she swallowed the words she was about to say. How should I ask this? What should I do if my pet is abnormal? How should I interact with a pet that can speak, one that has decent intelligence? No, this is the Tarot Club, not an experience sharing on pets. I bet that the good impression that the Hanged Man and Mr. Fool have of me would shatter if I ask those questions. Audrey's mind whirled. Finally, she organized her words and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool and Mr. Hanged Man, who has helped me all this time, I have a question to ask. What can a pet with beyonder powers do for its owner? In other words, how useful is it?" She had just said her piece when she noticed Mr. Fool and the Hanged Man slip into silence. The atmosphere became a little weird. Hey, say something, don't look at me with those eyes, I did nothing. Really, I was asking for a friend. Audrey wanted to burrow into a hole out of shame. She deeply regretted asking that question. Considering that she had previously asked what would happen if an ordinary animal consumed a sequence potion, did she share the potion she formulated with her pet? That seems like something only Miss Justice would do. I feel a little pathetic being the boss of a heretic cult with her as a member. Klein lifted his right hand and propped it against his forehead and pinched it twice without giving an answer. The Hanged Man Alger Wilson was silent for nearly 20 seconds before he replied in a strange tone, "That depends on what kind of beyonder powers the pet has. For example, if it's a spectator, then it can help you observe or listen in on certain occasions. As you know, most humans are wary of each other, but would never suspect that a pet would be eavesdropping on them, even if the pet was sitting right by their feet. It makes sense. Father would avoid me when discussing important matters with the nobles, cabinet members, and other ministers. They would often lock the door to the room. But if Susie could hide long enough to be locked in with them, then she wouldn't be chased away. Also, many ladies like to interact within private social circles." Audrey had a sparkle in her eyes as many thoughts welled in her mind. "Also, since Susie can speak now, she can tell me the content of the meetings directly. Susie is great. I have to treat you well. I have to teach you proper pronunciation and vocabulary. Should I teach Susie the aristocratic pronunciation or a more normal Backlund accent? Would other dogs pick up on where Susie comes from when they interact? Wait, why am I considering this? Susie wouldn't use human language when interacting with other dogs. Wait, Mr. Hanged Man, why did you use Spectator as an example? See, could you have guessed what happened? Audrey's expression changed. She regained her posture and smiled. Mr. Fool, I found another page of Emperor Roselle's diary. I got this from Fur's wall. Great, you have repaid what you owed, Klein replied in a good mood. I am sorry, but there's not much content on this page of the diary. Audrey was conjuring the content she remembered onto the piece of goatskin. Klein raised his hand and made the goatskin parchment appear in his palm before saying, that doesn't affect my promise. Furthermore, the parts of the diary you handed me previously had 2 pages. The pages collected by Justice and the Hanged Man were not originals. They were copied by researchers. Some would copy it on one page for recording purposes, while others kept the original look of the diary for convenience. Klein looked down at the few lines of text on the page. December 20th. A new year approaches, but the feedback I received is making me very confused and troubled. There is no crude oil in this world. There's no crude oil to be found. Chapter 114, The Standards of a Member. No crude oil? It couldn't be found for some reason, or there really wasn't any available? From the period Emperor Roselle was assassinated till this day, about 150 years have passed, and there are still no traces of crude oil. Klein's pupils constricted as his hand quivered while holding the diary. No crude oil not only meant that the future of the internal combustion engine became uncertain, it would also lead to a state of stagnation in the chemical industry. In other words, Earth's modern industrial age would never transpire here. In short, the development of this world was uncertain to Klein. Although he couldn't invent things, he had assumed that he was still at an advantage because he knew a bit of everything and could foresee the direction of technological development. When he saved enough money, he could make a risky investment on an industry that he thought showed promise. Furthermore, he wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. Klein thought that it was only a matter of time until he could own enormous wealth. By then, he would hire the so-called white gloves as representatives to establish international charity foundations. On the surface, they would provide relief to the poor. In reality, they would actually be establishing and funding a revolt, in order to fight against the higher strata of society and enhance the living standards of the people in the lower class. If he were to find a method of returning to Earth, he would segregate his property. A third to Benson, a third to Melissa, and a third for his foundation. However, it was a pity that his perfect vision of the future was instantly half-shattered. Luckily, there's still electricity and magnetism in this world. The telegram is a successful example. I should mainly invest in this in the future. Klein settled down and read down row by row. December 21st. I'm no longer thinking about crude oil anymore. Upgrading my sequence level is what matters. December 22nd. The filthy environment in Rishuburo is unacceptable. If I hadn't visited incognito, I might have never known that it still looks the same as when I was young. I want to gather all my ministers and formulate a capital sewer and public toilet enhancement plan. I have to rectify the people's bad habits. Let them boil hot water for consumption, wash their hands and faces frequently, don't litter, don't pee and poop anywhere, use condoms if possible. Haha, I thought of what to name this campaign, the Patriotic Health Campaign. Hence, the invention of the condom has to be brought forward. There's also masks, paper cups, and others. Yes, even the most primitive version would do. Give it a try. I have to thank this world for they still have rubber trees. December 23rd. Perhaps I should consider that suggestion. Keep a back door for myself outside of the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. For example, I could join that ancient and mysterious organization which influences the world from the shadows? Klein then suddenly realized that there was nothing else at the bottom. His emotions were indescribable. Emperor Roselle, What was the name of the ancient and mysterious organization that was influencing the world from the shadows? Do I know it? How could you stop here? Why didn't you write more? It's just like when I used to read novels. When I read till the end and realized that the author ended up dropping the novel. And patriotic health campaign? The emperor sure knows how to have fun. The contents of the diary should have been written after he became the consul of the Intus Republic. He might already have called himself the Emperor Caesar. I have to read some books when I get back and flip through some historical texts of other countries. I have to see which year the capital sewer and public toilet enhancement plan took place. After his nearly 20 seconds of silence, Klein reined back his thoughts and let the diary in his hands vanish into thin air. You can start your discussion now. Audrey let out a breath of relief and adjusted her state to become a spectator. She smiled faintly and said, I'd like to know if there are any sequence potion named Tribunal, or a kind of beyonder that can go through wooden doors or make locks ineffective. I know about this. Enveloped in the grayish-white fog, Klein was going to reply, but the hanged man answered first. I need you to help me investigate something in return for the answer. What is it? Audrey asked with interest as well as with puzzlement. Alger glanced towards the fool and said, I'd like to know if the king has the intention of taking revenge on the Faesac Empire and launching a new war on the east coast of Balam within this year or before June of next year. The Tarot Club was currently using the Lone language, which was confirmed by the trio's accents at the first gathering. Hence, Alger knew that Miss Justice was a noble in the Lone Kingdom, while he also believed that Miss Justice knew that he was alone. As for the fool, Alger believed that his behavior as alone was merely a disguise that would ease the discussion. Ever since the ritualistic magic, Alger started using him to address the fool politely. Audrey recalled everything that she heard from various social events. She nodded confidently and said, No problem, but I would need sufficient time to be certain. I can wait. Alger smiled and said, with Mr. Fool as a witness, I believe you wouldn't go back on your promise. Audrey looked towards the quiet yet mysterious fool engulfed in grey fog as the corner of her mouth curved upwards. But I think the value of this information is worth more than both questions put together. When you confirm the answer, I'll provide compensation depending on the situation, Alger replied with an answer he prepared beforehand. Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, do you need virtual currency to determine value? Klein smiled and leaned backwards while he looked at the two people before him. Audrey relaxed and cheered for herself in her mind. Well done. Audrey, you learned how to negotiate. She was so excited that she nearly broke out of her spectator state. She quickly thought of something and asked, Oh right, Mr. Hanged Man, did you receive the £1,000? I'm sorry, I'm still sailing. I have yet to return to land. Alger wasn't willing to bring it up. He answered her original question. The beyonder that can go through wooden doors and foil locks would probably be Sequence 9 Apprentice. The secret organization, Theosophy Order, has its formula. However, don't ignore the possibility that it was obtained through other channels, such as an ancient tomb of the Fourth Epoch. The Theosophy Order, the secret organization that has countless ties with the Demonist sect. Klein rubbed his chin with his finger leisurely. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't refute what was said, Audrey couldn't help but sigh. If I had found the formula for Apprentice before, I might not have opted for Spectator. The performance was simply outstanding. Alger didn't bother with Miss Justice's remark but continued his explanation. There is also a sequence potion that is entitled Arbiter. I think you should be familiar with it, because it is the sequence pathway that the Augustus and Phaenopoter Kingdom's Castilla family has. Of course, the low sequence formulas were used as rewards in ancient times. Some nobles might have received it before. The Augustus family was a royal family of the Lone Kingdom, while the Castilla family was a royal family in the Phaenopoter Kingdom. It turns out that the Augustus family are all arbiters. Audrey was enlightened and felt that it cleared up her suspicion. She sighed and thought, it's no wonder I've always gone along with their arrangements, always uncomfortable, always willing to admit defeat, like I'm never myself when I'm before them. I thought it was because I was timid. The Arbiter has a convincing charm and considerable authority, as well as outstanding combat ability that can deal with the unexpected. Alger described the situation simply. Audrey nodded slowly and leaned backwards. She then spoke elegantly, "I have no more questions." Alger thought and looked towards the seat of honor at the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I'd like to ask if the true Creator's holy residence that the Aurora Order advocates is the legendary Forsaken Land of the Gods?" Forsaken Land of the Gods? I have only seen that term once in Roselle's diary. It might be in the secret dockets of the Nighthawks, but it isn't something I can know of currently. How do you want me to answer? Klein nearly twitched the corner of his lips. He considered it for a while, then he replied in a calm tone, "This is not something you should know now." Alger felt his heart tighten, and he immediately lowered his head and replied, "Please forgive me for overstepping my boundaries." Audrey wanted to ask about the Forsaken Land of the Gods, but she also gave up the thought when she heard that. In the lofty divine hall above the grey fog, silence suddenly filled the air. At that moment, Audrey felt that she should say something. "Mr. Fool, if, and I'm saying if, I have the opportunity to join another organization, such as the Psychology Alchemists, is it permitted?" Klein maintained his posture of leaning backward as he said with a chuckle, "That is no problem. My requirement is that the existence of the Tarot Club is not to be exposed. If you become a member of another organization, the materials and information you can use for exchange will also increase." After saying that, he suddenly recalled that he was also a member of another organization. He was a real Nighthawk, while the Hanged Man was most likely related to the Church of the Lord of Storms. Would my Tarot Club be the so-called Rebels Alliance? Traitor Gathering? Klein was drowned in deep thoughts. "I understand now." Audrey was excited, but she immediately thought of a question. "Mr. Fool, if I found a suitable gentleman or lady for this gathering, could I guide them to join?" "How do I do that?" Alger thought and asked, "Mr. Fool, what is the requirement to be a member of this gathering?" "How do we determine?" "Ambitious, ethical, cultured, disciplined." For words popped into Klein's head instantly. He maintained his silence for a few seconds and only spoke when Justice and Hanged Man appeared a little uneasy. "You can inform me here of people who you find suitable. I will decide if they will join us. Before that, you can't give any hint that would cause the secret of the Tarot Club's existence to be exposed. You must remember, to non-gathering members." Klein paused and said in a heavy voice, "You must not speak my name without my permission." Chapter 115, Cheat. "You must not speak my name without my permission." Several minutes after the gathering ended, Audrey and Alger, who had returned to their bedroom and ship respectively, could still hear the words of the Fool reverberating in their ears. Their impression of the mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool was normally relaxed, calm, and unfathomable. It was rare that he would adopt such a stern, supercilious attitude. Because of that, they were exceptionally alarmed. They submitted to his wishes sincerely. They were no strangers to words like that, but these instructions were normally recorded within the Revelation of Evernight or the Book of Storms. In the West Borough of Tingen City, on Daffodil Street. Klein pulled open the curtains and allowed the golden sunlight to pour into his bedroom. He had inspected the star that previously sent out a prayer after Justice and the Hanged Man left, but didn't obtain any information this time round. Since the Crimson Star had the ability to store prayers, akin to sending offline messages, Klein believed that the youth who spoke Jotun hadn't prayed again from the last 2 times he entered the world above the giant. This made him suspect that there was no hope left for the youth's parents, and that the young man had chosen to give up. With his back facing the sunlight, Klein walked to the edge of his bed and lay down. He didn't want to move. He knew that he shouldn't waste any time and head to the Divination Club and continue the process of digesting the potion, but he didn't want to move. He laid silently on his bed, enjoying his rare break. He had a full schedule from Tuesday to Friday, mysticism lessons and practicals in the mornings, shooting and combat training in the afternoons. He was mentally exhausted by the time evening came around. There was no change in his morning routine on Saturday, but he had to guard Cheney's gate in the afternoon. He would have stayed underground until the dawn of Sunday. Sunday morning was time for Klein to catch up on sleep. In the afternoon, circumstances would determine if he went to the Divination Club. On Monday morning, he had just returned from Koei University in the morning and had the tarot gathering in the afternoon. He also had to think about the issue of acting as a seer. In other words, he had been busy the entire week, with no time to rest. Thus, all Klein wanted to do was laze around, lying on his bed like a loser, not doing anything except daydreaming. No, how can a boss of a cult be so worthless? If Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man caught wind of this, their impression of me would shatter. Klein buried his face into his blanket and motivated himself. I have the formula for the clown potion, all I need to do now is fully digest the seer potion. I have the formula to the clown potion, all I need to do now is fully digest the seer potion. He muttered to himself and then propped himself up. Klein took a bronze coin from his pocket and quickly divined if it was suitable for him to head to the club today and got a definitive response. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, he forced himself to stand up straight and walked over to the clothes rack before picking out his suit and hat. In the meeting room of the Divination Club on House Street, Klein sat down in a shaded corner and sipped on his side black tea as he read the Tingen City Honest paper. There weren't many members around him, just 6 or 7. Just as he was laughing at the grammatical mistake used in a job advertisement, he saw a monocled Glassy walk in with a silk top hat in his hand. There was a blue-dressed lady in her 30s beside him. The lady had curved eyebrows and large yet dull eyes. In her left hand, she was carrying an Intis hat decorated with the feathers of a black swan. That hat is ridiculous. Wouldn't her neck be sore wearing that? Klein noted to himself. He looked over and massaged his glabella, as if alleviating his fatigue. Through his spirit vision, he noticed that Glassy and the lady were both healthy, but were anxious, angry, and flustered. Good afternoon, Glassy. That Mr. Lanevus wasn't a trustworthy fellow, was he? Klein asked with a smile, remaining seated. Glassy had asked him for a divination about investing in Lanevus's steel company. Glassy had obtained a negative suggestion. But noticing his indecisiveness, Klein believed that he had taken the risk anyway. Klein hoped the man hadn't invested everything he had. Thus, Klein immediately made the association and judgment when he saw the colors of his emotions. Glassy froze for a moment, then let out a bitter smile. I truly regret not listening to the suggestion you divined for me. This is the second time I'm saying something like that, let's hope. No, I believe that there will not be a third time. He turned his head and looked at the lady with some wrinkles. Madame Christina, look, Mr. Moretti had already guessed our motive for coming here without us even speaking. He is the most magical fortune teller I have ever seen. I'm more than willing to describe him as a seer. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. We have come here precisely because of Lanevus. Christina gave a simple bow, clearly anxious and flustered. Shall we head to Topaz? Glassy was more collected. He pointed to the door of the meeting room with his chin. Klein laughed as he got up. This is the job of a fortune teller. He followed the path to the empty Topaz room. Glassy locked the wooden door and walked to his seat while sighing. Lanevus has gone missing. He gave the excuse of going to the Civilized County to oversee the excavation and left Tingen, never to return. We sent someone to look for him via steam locomotive and discovered that the large-scale steel mine he spoke of only existed on the map. Luckily for me, I recalled your advice and only invested a third of what I initially intended to invest. Otherwise, I would have lost my family and my life. Klein's pupils were darker than usual when he looked at the two people in front of him. He asked, a little curious, before making such a major financial decision, wouldn't you choose a representative and ascertain if whatever he said was true at the Hornaces mountain range in the Civilized County? Christina responded quickly. Our representative was fooled by the people Lanevus employed, the place he rented, and the land that was fenced off. Klein didn't question them any further. He maintained his attitude of a seer and asked, "What do you wish to divine today?" "We wish to see if this is salvageable or not," Christina said as she looked at Glassy. Klein took a piece of paper and a fountain pen. "Then let us do an astrolabe divination. I'll ask, and you'll answer." Between the questions, Klein marked out the thunderous constellation and the corresponding symbols of various situations before completing the astrolabe. He used more elements in his astrolabe than an ordinary person would have. The method he was going to use to interpret the astrolabe was going to bring him closer to the truth. "Madam, sir, you are now at a crossroad. If you don't restrain yourselves and succumb to your greed and anxiety, you will fall further into the abyss, never being able to free yourselves. But if you can be patient and wait persistently without being greedy, then there will be an opportunity of you seeing the sunlight," Klein said, his tone unhurried. "I understand." Christina nodded. She thought for a moment before saying, "Mr. Moretti, can you divine Lanevus's whereabouts?" "No, I don't think so. The information Lanevus left behind is most likely fake, even his name might not be real." "How can I divine anything?" "Unless you can give me very specific details, or an item he carries with him all the time," Klein replied truthfully. Christina fell silent for a moment before pushing a one-solely note toward Klein. "I have heard from Glassy that you are a true seer, who is respectful and fearful of fate and not greedy for money. You can think of the rest as tips that I am giving to the club. Thank you for your confidence in me." She stood up and bade farewell before leaving quickly. "Not greedy for money. No, I am a materialistic man." Klein was regretting his actions of acting as a charlatan. Seeing Christina leave, Glassy closed the door and asked, "Is there really no way?" "I told you the way just now." Klein smiled as he leaned back. Glassy sighed. Lanevus took off with over £10,000 and his victims totaled over 100 people. "Luckily for me, I only lost £50. Those were my savings, and I have no debt." But Miss Christina invested £150. To her, this is not a sum that she can bear easily. "Have you called the police?" Klein suddenly felt anger towards the cheat after hearing the sum of £10,000. One could be considered rich even in Backlund with money like that. "I don't know if the police would enlist the help of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind for a simple case like this." Klein thought, a little distracted. Glassy nodded and said, "We've already made a police report. The police are paying a lot of attention to this case. After much discussion, we're willing to take out a portion of the money we would get back as a reward. One can get £10 as a reward if they manage to provide clues about Lanevus's whereabouts. If you can give a precise location and help the police catch Lanevus, you can get a reward of £100. £10 for a clue? £100 for catching Lanevus?" Klein's eyes nearly sparkled after he heard that. His breathing became heavy. He happened to be worrying about how he was going to pay the detective in the future. He could barely afford the second phase of the payment with the extra salary of £3 he received this week, but if the private investigator managed to complete his mission within the next week, then he wouldn't have enough to pay off whatever he promised to pay. He would be lacking a few solely, provided that he wouldn't need to spend his savings elsewhere this week. Perhaps the police will have some items belonging to Lanevus. But they won't be very useful if he's already left Tingen. Klein felt a mixture of excitement and disappointment. In the next hour and a half, Klein got another 2 customers due to Angelica's recommendation. One was a divination for a 1-year-old toddler. Klein immediately drew the corresponding birth astrolabe and explained it, much to the satisfaction of his customer. The other was searching for an item. Klein used tarot reading, coupled with dream divination, to give him a general area. This made his customer very shocked, for he had never seen a fortune teller that could give him such accurate information. "Perhaps I could obtain enough funds just by doing divinations for others." Klein, who had received some tips, put on his hat, held his cane, and walked toward the exit of the club. At this moment, he saw Christina enter the club once again with a young girl wearing a sun hat beside her. Christina saw Klein and immediately approached him. She asked softly, Mr. Moretti, you said that you could try divining Lanevus's whereabouts if there was something belonging to him? That is correct. Klein nodded. Christina heaved a sigh of relief and asked in a serious tone, then is his child something that belongs to him? Huh? Klein was momentarily a little lost. Chapter 116, Lanevus's Child. Christina didn't notice the seer's blank look. She took a peek at Angelica over at the reception desk, lowered her voice, and said, I mean Lanevus's child. She extended her hand to point at the young lady with the sun hat and said, This is my niece, Megos. Her mother is my elder sister. I'm very sorry and regretful that I thought Lanevus was an outstanding young man back then, and I introduced Megos to Lanevus, who was single. Then they became lovers. Megos' parents were happy with Lanevus at first too. They planned to pour all their savings into the steel company after they got engaged. Luckily, before that happened, Lanevus ran away. Their family didn't encounter any life-threatening losses. Unfortunately, my sister and brother-in-law have to explain to their relatives and friends why the engagement ceremony will be cancelled, and they have to worry about the child that Megos is bearing. We believe in the god of steam and machinery, we are not believers of Lord of Storms. We don't believe in chastity before marriage. We don't blame Megos, and even pity her. However, the existence of the child does make things difficult, especially since he has such a father. He took advantage of people both financially and sexually. Klein looked towards Megos, who was standing quietly next to her. He then realized that the lady was quite a beauty. She had a bright forehead, long blonde hair, and a pair of big eyes just like Christina's. She looked depressed yet calm, and her lips were tightly pursed together. What an infuriating swindler, and he even got away successfully. Klein cursed at Lanevus and said after some thought, if it was a child that is already born, I do have a way to divine Lanevus's whereabouts using the child as an aid. But unfortunately, this would require us to wait a few months. Yes, this might be a reflection of the divination result earlier. Be patient and wait persistent without being greedy, then there will be an opportunity of seeing the sunlight. A few months, Christina mumbled to herself as she shook her head. No, after such a long period of time, even if we find Lanevus, we wouldn't be able to get back our money. She looked sideways at Megos. Her voice lowered unconsciously as she asked, Do you have anything that Lanevus carried around before? No, Megos answered clearly yet gently. Would the ring he gave me count? It must be something that he carried for a very long time. Klein shook his head. Christina remained silent for a while and looked at Megos when she said, You have to make a decision. I think keeping this child would make your future tough and thorny. Are you going to tell him that his father was a swindler and took away many people's money, including his mother's? Time to head to the clinic, to the hospital. Plus, this could help us to find Lanevus, to get what we lost. Hey, isn't such divination a little hardcore? It was not Klein's place to involve himself in the family matters of others. So, he could only wait patiently by the side as he lampooned inwardly from time to time. Megos lowered her head and looked down. She didn't speak for quite a while. Then, she touched her stomach and revealed a gentle smile. He is different from his father. He will be a considerate and likable child. He will kick me lightly every day, telling me his mood. He will even hum a song, whistle, and use music to help me sleep. Klein heard and suddenly felt something amiss. The former part of what Megos said seemed to be normal, but the latter part was like the ravings of a madwoman. Did she have a mental problem due to the incident? Klein raised his right hand to his glabella. He pretended to massage it to ease his weariness. Just then, Megos suddenly turned around and walked towards the door, leaving only one sentence. Maybe his father will come back in secret after he is born, keeping a part of the money for his child. Klein never expected she would respond like that, and he was momentarily taken aback that he forgot to activate his spirit vision. Then, he watched helplessly as Megos left the club and walked down the stairs. Christina let out a sigh and said, "Sorry, Mr. Moretti. Sorry to bother you, we will look for one of Lanevus's personal items that he carried with him all the time." Klein nodded indiscernibly. He watched her walk downstairs and sighed as he shook his head. The next morning, Klein entered Blackthorn Security Company, greeted Roseanne, and asked, "Where's today's newspaper?" The sweet brown-haired girl Roseanne sized him up and said, puzzled, "Klein, you're so weird." "Why?" Klein asked in reply, smiling. Roseanne rolled her eyes and said, "You always read the newspapers during noon break because you have mysticism lessons in the morning. Old Neil is already waiting for you in the armory. I found out earlier that there would be a case offering a reward, so I want to read the newspaper to memorize the criminal's appearance. Perhaps I might one day come across the person?" Klein explained with a smile. "Is that so?" Roseanne picked up the day's newspapers and started flipping through them out of curiosity. "Wanted. Lanevus, right?" Klein immediately answered, "Yes. Yes. Wicked swindler. He stole about £10,000. Roseanne read carefully for nearly 20 seconds before cursing suddenly in rage. Klein shared the same feeling. "It's really ridiculous. Even I want to apply to take over the case." Roseanne continued to read and shook her head regretfully. "The case doesn't seem to involve supernatural factors. Even if it did, it would be passed to mandated punishers under the Lord of Storms." Klein didn't quite understand what Roseanne meant, but after he took the newspaper and read it, he sighed. Yeah, there were so many people cheated. There must be believers from all 3 major churches, and Lanevus's steelwork company was said to be located in the south. If a case was related to supernatural factors and involved only the believer of one God, it would be passed to the corresponding team. However, if it involved believers of the Evernight Goddess, Lord of Storms, and the God of Steam and Machinery, it would be assigned based on jurisdiction area. The Nighthawks controlled the Golden Indus Borough, the North Borough, and the West Borough. The mandated punishers controlled the East Borough, South Borough, and the port, while the Machinery Hivemind Troop was responsible for the university and suburb areas. As he flipped through the newspapers, Klein memorized Lanevus's appearance. He had a plump forehead, black hair, brown eyes, and a pair of spectacles with almost round lenses. He smirked faintly, looking as though he was mocking everyone. Besides that pair of spectacles, Lanevus didn't seem to have any obvious traits, and looked really ordinary. He chatted with Roseanne casually, then passed through the partition, in preparation to head underground. Then, he saw the pale and cold corpse collector Fry and the white-haired black-eyed author Sika Tron exiting the entertainment room and turning towards him. After a simple greeting, Klein watched his 2 teammates leave and discovered Dunn Smith in a black windbreaker standing by the side of the door he opened. "There's a case?" Klein asked curiously. At that time of day, there wouldn't be 2 Nighthawks heading out together for no reason. Dunn looked over with his gray eyes. He nodded and smiled. "There seems to be a paranormal incident in West Borough. I've sent Sika and Fry to check on it, but you don't have to worry about that. Until you master combat techniques, I don't intend to send you on any missions. I have to take responsibility for my team members. Captain, you are such a nice person. Besides the receding hairline and bad memory, you are flawless." Klein complimented inwardly. He asked for confirmation, in other words, I only need to attend mysticism classes and combat training. I don't have to contribute anything, and I can still get my pay? "This is only temporary," Dunn confirmed. "I only need to attend classes and work out, and I'll get an ample paycheck." It's great just thinking about it. Klein thought happily. I hope there are no more coincidences. He prayed in silence. The days passed by peacefully until Friday. Klein completed his combat training and took a carriage back to Basic Street. Outside Henry's private detective company, he looked to the left and to the right. Confirmed that no one was watching him, he put on the gauze mask, lifted up the collar of his windbreaker, and quickly entered the stairway. Knocking on the door, Klein saw the middle-aged brawny man, Detective Henry, again. Good afternoon, sir. One of the cases that you entrusted us with is done. The deep blue-eyed Detective Henry spoke with a hoarse voice from drinking and smoking. Klein intentionally lowered his voice and said, "Is it the information of the man that appeared at the Evil Dragon bar? The man that bought the Spectator Potion's supplementary ingredients?" "Yes." Henry waved his smoking pipe. Then, he didn't say anything but look at Klein with a smile. Klein understood what the man meant, and he took out 4 one-pound notes and handed it over. "This is the second payment." He paused and added, "Write me a receipt." His private stash of money had been reduced to less than £1. "No problem." Henry coughed. He checked the anti-counterfeiting marks on the notes as he instructed his staff to bring over pen and paper. Then, he beckoned to Klein for him to have a seat while he quickly wrote a receipt and stamped a seal on the bottom. After completing everything, Henry took a puff at his pipe and said, "According to your description, my assistant and I waited at the Evil Dragon bar for 3 days before finally meeting that man. He's quite an alert gentleman, and is good at observation. Thankfully, we're experienced. His name is Daxter Guderian, a doctor of the Greenhill Mental Asylum." Chapter 117, Contact. Daxter Guderian, a doctor of the Greenhill Mental Asylum. Klein silently repeated what the detective had said and started to think about the ways he could interact with this doctor whom he suspected to be a spectator from the Psychology Alchemists. He didn't want to take too much of a risk on this matter. He didn't want the Nighthawks to discover that he was problematic. He didn't want to lose the life he had now over a mere exchange of information and resources. Furthermore, this person was most probably a spectator. Anyone who hadn't undergone special training wouldn't be able to hide their motives and thoughts from a person like that. "I'll get a proxy, making me appear a little more mysterious?" "No, the more people involved, the easier it is for there to be problems." "Yes, perhaps I can hide the truth within the truth. I'll let that doctor know of my thoughts and feelings through my expression and body language, but not the whole truth." As Detective Henry described Daxter Guderian, Klein thought about what methods he could use to minimize risk without affecting the results he wanted. Slowly, he found inspiration in a detective film he had once seen. "Well, I can try that, but I'll have to practice it repeatedly." Klein nodded inwardly before directing his full concentration on what Detective Henry had to say. Cough. Henry cleared his throat and said, "We are still working on the request involving the red chimney. You should know that there are many buildings in Tingen that have similar characteristics. Of course, it would be much easier if you could provide us with more clues." Klein laughed dryly. "I wouldn't have had to make the request if I had more clues." Honestly, this long investigation had depressed him, for the person behind the scenes had obviously noticed Klein's divinations and had more than enough time to find another hideout. Thus, all he could do was hope that he could find relevant clues from the information of the tenants. And that alone cost £7. Just the thought of it made him feel the pinch. Klein grabbed his cane and left after Detective Henry finished his report. At 20 minutes to 9 on a Saturday morning, in an office of the Greenhill Mental Asylum, Daxter Guderian, who was wearing gold-rimmed spectacles, removed his jacket and hat and hung them on the clothes rack. He had just picked up his tin of coffee powder when he heard knocking on the door. "Please come in," Daxter said casually. The half-closed door opened, and a young man wearing a black windbreaker entered. Daxter didn't recognize the person that walked in, so he asked, puzzled, "Good morning, you are?" Klein closed the door, took off his hat, and pressed it against his chest before bowing. "Good morning, Dr. Daxter. Please forgive me for taking the liberty to visit without any warning. I am Probationary Inspector Klein Moretti of the Awa Police Department. These are my identification documents and badge." "Inspector?" Daxter muttered softly as he received Klein's identification documents and badge. "Special Operations Department." He looked up slowly, his eyes calm, as if he was scrutinizing something. "Short black hair, pupils slightly darker than brown, a scholarly aura, no ill intent at the moment. Daxter returned the items and pointed to the chair on the other side of the table. "Please have a seat, officer. How might I assist you?" Klein sat down and placed his cane to the side. He slowly put away his documents and badge, then smiled. "Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am also a member of Tingen City's Nighthawk Squad, specializing in dealing with incidents involving the supernatural." "Good morning, Mr. Spectator." Before he finished his sentence, he wasn't surprised to see Daxter's pupils constrict. Daxter retracted his hand, looking like he was about to escape. "Officer, I don't understand what you mean." Daxter forced out a few words, almost unable to maintain his form. "I don't like jokes like this. Perhaps I should call security." Klein slowly took out his revolver from his armpit holster, his smile unchanging. "Mr. Daxter, I know that you can see my confidence and that I do not have any ill intent." "Haha, honestly speaking, I wasn't too sure myself, but your reaction gave me the answer I needed. Every sentence I said just now is true." Klein added in his heart. Daxter relaxed slightly, his gaze shooting toward the revolver. He asked, confused, "I find it hard to understand why you came looking for me." "I don't think that I revealed anything." Klein laughed and replied, "It was just a coincidence, or perhaps fate wanted us to meet. We ran into each other once in the underground market at Evil Dragon Bar, but you didn't notice me back then. You were smart to purchase the supplementary ingredients for the potion first, but since I am familiar with that formula, you caught my attention." Daxter suddenly exhaled, as if he just lost the motivation to defend himself. "I see. I thought I was careful enough, to think that. After muttering to himself, he looked into Klein's eyes and said, "Officer, I know that you're not here to arrest me. What is your true motive for being here?" With a relaxed expression, Klein said, "I am different from the other Nighthawks. I don't believe that Beyonders not within our ranks are criminals in the making. This is not fair to those who adhere to the law." Daxter changed his posture. He loosened up and said, "The world would be at peace if the other Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind acted like you. You know of other members from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind?" Klein feigned surprise. "This is not something a person who became a Beyonder by mistake should know. There must be an organization behind you." He leaned back and said with a smile, "Psychology alchemists?" He casually watched Daxter's expression contort as he said those words. "I could see that you were anticipating my answer, yet I still missed the bait and fell into your linguistic trap," Daxter said in frustration. He started to notice that the spectator state wasn't omnipotent. He could tell why the other party was here, but it didn't mean he understood the specifics. Klein stroked the cylinder of his revolver and said, "Doctor, we need to have an honest conversation. That can start with me. I don't believe that Beyonders not under management are potential criminals, but I agree that every Beyonder must be registered and monitored. This is a precaution against the risk of Beyonders losing control. It's to avoid the occurrence of something even more dangerous. I won't disrupt your normal life, but I hope that there can be limited cooperation between us." "Limited cooperation?" Daxter asked, as if thinking about something. Klein let out a soft chuckle. "Yes, limited. For example, tell me about your condition regularly. You should know that it is possible to save someone who has not completely lost control yet, and the Nighthawks have considerable experience in this regard. Or, if you could give me clues of a Beyonder you know, or a Beyonder in your organization who is about to do something that can endanger the innocent. Or, if you would like to exchange something for items that you could make more use of. This is a perk I am giving you. You should know what perks mean. Also, you need not worry about being suddenly prosecuted by members of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind one day. You can live your life in joy and stability. We will give you something you can use to prove your identity. You can use it when you have no other options left." Daxter listened on silently. It was a while before he said, "You want me to betray my organization?" "No, not betray," Klein said sincerely. This is the protection of justice, morals, and kindness. You are stopping something evil, merciless, and bloody. Other than that, I wouldn't ask you to betray the secrets of the organization you are in." Daxter thought for a moment, as if feeling better now that there was an excuse. He was silent for a few seconds before he extended his right hand. "Here's to a successful cooperation." Klein shook his hand with his free hand and said, "A successful cooperation." He paused for a moment before chuckling. "Doctor, can you now tell me if you are a member of the Psychology Alchemists?" "Yes." Daxter nodded. Klein, who hadn't deactivated his spirit vision since he entered, didn't see any changes in the colors of his emotions. Thus he asked discreetly, "How did you join the Psychology Alchemists?" Daxter looked into his eyes and said, "I discovered that there was a patient of this asylum who could see right through me when I was tending to him. His clear mind was nothing like a lunatic. His name is Hudugin." Klein committed the name to memory and chatted with Daxter a little longer, deciding on a secret way to communicate and meet up. He didn't exchange matters regarding potions, formulas, and rumors for the time being. At an appropriate moment, he bade farewell and put away his revolver before leaving Daxter's office. Daxter exhaled after he saw Klein's back disappear from his field of vision. He slumped into his chair, feeling a little agonized and little relaxed. 36, Zutland Street. Inside Blackthorn Security Company. Seated behind his desk, Dunn swept the area with his gray eyes and asked, "What happened?" Klein, who was late by about half an hour, organized his thoughts and said, "Captain, I found a Beyonder and confirmed that he is a member of the Psychology Alchemists. He's an orthodox doctor and is willing to cooperate with us. I think it's best to maintain the status quo. He could help us learn more about the current condition of the Association of Psychological Alchemy." After pausing for a few seconds, Klein added, "I want to develop him into an informant for the Nighthawks, or a hidden external member." The word informant came from the Intis language. It was created by the Emperor Roselle. Dunn nodded slowly and said, "You handled the situation well, but it would be best to inform me when you face such a situation in the future. Give me that doctor's information and a written account of the way you handled the situation. I will give him something he can use to prove his identity. Also, don't speak of this to Leonard and the rest. Even though they are trustworthy teammates, the protocol clearly requires us to keep this close. You will be in charge of contacting that doctor in the future." Klein exhaled silently and replied with a smile, "All right." Chapter 118, August. Time flew by and Tingen bade farewell to the end of summer. The temperature hovered between 26 and 27 degrees Celsius. Whoosh! Klein stood up from the bathtub and took a stride forward, sending water droplets to the floor. He stood there naked, looking down at his abs. He flexed and saw prominent muscle lines appear. That was the result of his daily training. Besides, he appeared a lot more energetic. And just today, his combat teacher, Gawain, had started teaching him the basic footwork for punching and the techniques for delivering force. Tap. 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 Klein stepped on the floor barefooted in the bathroom, either sliding forward or retreating before dodging to the right and swinging his fist while he made a defensive gesture. Phew. He stopped and let out a breath happily. He took the towel next to him and wiped himself down. After getting in touch with Daxter Guderian, the doctor in the mental asylum, Klein seemed to escape from coincidences for 2 whole weeks. Without the constant barrage of supernatural incidents, his life became stable. He received his paycheck on time, researched mysticism in death, trained his marksmanship and fighting skills, developed new cooking recipes, slowly gathered decent utensils and decorations with Benson and Melissa, asked his teammates about supernatural cases in the past, divined for people who came to the club, and strictly followed the principles he figured out. That made him more stable. If it wasn't for the late nights in which he still missed Earth, the red chimney that had yet to be uncovered, or the misfortune cloth puppet's picture that still appeared in his dreams occasionally, he would have started getting used to his current life and think of it affectionately. During that time, 3 tarot club gatherings were convened, but Klein didn't receive any new pages of Roselle's diary. However, according to Justice's explanation, she had gotten to know 2 Beyonders and she was getting in touch with them consistently. When she got into their circle of acquaintances, it was likely that she could trade for more pages of Roselle's diary. The Hanged Man also expressed that he had returned to land and was dealing with some matters. He would begin looking for more as soon as he had more free time. Besides, Justice felt that the 2 Beyonders whom she knew were potential targets to join the gathering. They both had decent identities as cover, with certain but different channels of information, as well as principles and unique characteristics. They were not the kind of people that would sell out a secret. The only problem was that they were only Sequence 9 Beyonders, which wasn't too suitable for a high-end secret organization like the Tarot Club. High-end secret organization? Sounds more like a pyramid scheme. Klein only let out a heavy sigh to cover up the fact that he was at a loss for words to reply to Miss Justice's complacency. He could only agree to observe the 2 Beyonders further. Of course, Justice wasn't the innocent and romantic maiden from before. She kept her guard up and never mentioned the names and traits of the 2 Beyonders. She was afraid that the Hanged Man would be able to identify her through that. Miss Justice said that she clearly feels the signs of the potion digesting. She might need another 3 to 4 weeks until she completes her acting as a spectator. My scheduled acquisition of the telepathist formula has to be brought forward. Klein threw aside the towel that he used to dry himself and put on his clothes as he thought about the Tarot Club from the day before. In the last 20 days, he had only met Daxter Guderian once. He had the idea of haste makes waste, so he merely chatted about the doctor's state and asked unimportant matters about the psychology alchemists. Given the speed with which Justice was digesting the potion, he had no choice but to begin thinking about how to get the formula of Sequence 8 telepathist from Daxter earlier. Klein buttoned his shirt and took another dry towel to wrap around his head to absorb the water in his hair. Compared to Justice, he was digesting the seer potion even faster than expected. By this week, the sounds that he shouldn't hear and things that he shouldn't see had already vanished while engaging in cogitation or spirit vision. Flipping over the towel, Klein dried his hair again. He lifted his head to look at the door and muttered to himself, "The seer principles that I've figured out are really efficient. Next week. I should be able to digest the potion entirely by next week. I have no idea where to get the single horn of a matured Hornaceous Grey Mountain Goat and a complete stock of a human-faced rose required by the clown formula. Maybe I could do as Lady Daly did and send in a special application? But that would definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups, and I want to develop at my own pace. The believer from the Aurora Order in the police department was found too, but I have yet to find out who this Mr. Z is. Henry said that he would complete the Red Chimney task before the end of this week. My private stash of money has returned to slightly more than £7, so at least I don't have to worry about making the final payment. Some of the information on houses and tenants that he provided before didn't seem to have any abnormalities, but I have no time to investigate them one by one. Perhaps I could see which Red Chimney houses have gotten new tenants recently? That's one way to look at it. Sitting silently for another half a minute, he put on his black trousers, bow tie, and armpit holster. He then picked up his sweaty night training suit from the floor and tossed it into the laundry basket. He opened the door and exited the bathroom. He had just finished his Wednesday afternoon combat training, and he was still at his teacher Gawain's place. "Hello, Mr. Moretti." Gawain's maidservant happened to pass by, and she quickly bowed. Klein nodded slightly and pointed at the messy bathroom. "Could you clean this up, please?" "Of course, sir. The clothes will be taken care of by the laundry maid. She'll come over at 6. The maidservant held her head low when she answered. Laundry maids had no accommodation or food included, so they weren't hired by only one household. They were normally contracted to handle the laundry from several households. Either they rushed around daily, washing one household's clothes before going to the next, Or they would gather all the clothes from different households and take care of it all at the same time, before sending it all back. Only then could they barely make a living. Klein didn't say much but returned to the living room to bid farewell to the owner who was sitting on the rocking chair. He saw Gawain nodding lethargically, a light brown blanket covering his legs and the Awa Evening News in his hands. Klein knew for a fact that the gentleman bathing in the setting sun's glow was in his early 50s, but his listlessness made him seem like he was already in his 80s. During combat training, Gawain maintained silence and only gave pointers when he needed to. He wasn't one for casual chatting. Klein was so exhausted from the daily training that he had no intention of trying to engage in conversation. Thus, their relationship remained distant. From his demonstrations, Teacher Gawain's strength is still quite terrifying, and his steps are swift too. I reckon it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight 3 of me. He has the pay from the police station, and he also bought a plot of land in a village out in the Tingen suburbs that provides a fixed rental. He hires a chef, a maidservant, and a laundry maiden. In the foodaholic empire on Earth, a man in his 50s with such wealth would have been traveling the world. Klein looked away from Gawain and shook his head. Then, he went to the clothes rack to take down his top hat and black windbreaker. After he tidied himself up, he took his cane and exited the house. He walked along the weed-covered stone path towards the gates. Just then, he saw that there was a 2-wheeled carriage stopped outside the metal fence, and there was a man with a familiar face standing next to it. "Leonard?" Klein muttered, looking suspiciously towards his messy-haired Nighthawk's teammate. Leonard was dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and buttonless leather boots as he twirled his hat in his hands. When he saw Klein come out from the house, he smiled and asked, "Are you pleasantly surprised?" "Only surprise, without any joy." Klein ignored Leonard's inappropriate behavior and looked into the fake poet's green eyes. "What happened?" Leonard put on his hat and said, "Captain wants you to work with me and Fry. Let's talk about it on the way." "All right." Klein followed him into the carriage. As the scene outside of the carriage flew past, Leonard took up the document bag by his side and threw it at Klein. Klein caught it steadily and took out a document. He then started reading carefully. August 11th, 11 p.m., at a workhouse in West Borough, the bankrupt Salas attempted arson to cause a tragedy. But in the end, he only managed to burn himself to death. August 11th, 10 p.m., harbor worker, Zid jumped into the Tussock River and ended his poverty-stricken life. August 11th, 8 p.m., in Iron Cross Street's Lower Street, Mrs. Lanevus, who earned a living by selling matchboxes, died of a sudden disease. Klein was puzzled when he read the first 2 incidents. He found the deaths very ordinary and common. Not only should it have been beneath the attention of the Nighthawks, even the police force would avoid wasting resources looking into such obvious causes of death. However, when he read down the list, he slowly creased his eyebrows. After 2 pages, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at Leonard. "Isn't this too many?" When the number of ordinary deaths reached a staggering amount, it was difficult to call it normal. For once, Leonard nodded seriously and said, "The number of death incidents within the past 2 weeks are 5 times the normal rate." When the Tingen police headquarters tabulated the data, they realized the problem and quickly passed it over to us, as well as the mandated punishers and the machinery hive mind. Although these death incidents appeared normal during initial investigations, Captain believes we should investigate them once more. It might require the help of divination or ritualistic magic. Klein said with a look of enlightenment, "I understand." Leonard snapped his fingers and said, "You, me, and Fry are in a team. He's waiting for us at Iron Cross Street's Lower Street. Sika, Royale, and Old Neil are in another team, investigating corresponding incidents in the North Borough. Captain is staying in the security company to respond to any emergencies." "Okay." Klein nodded solemnly and suddenly thought of something. He quickly asked, "Can I drop by my place and leave a note?" He had to tell his brother and sister that he couldn't dine at home that night because something has cropped up. Leonard laughed. "No problem, it's on the way." With that, Klein calmed down and read over the death incidents again, intending to find a link among the various names, times, and causes of death. Then, he suddenly realized something. Is this my first group mission after becoming a Nighthawk? Chapter 119, The True Lower Street. Tingen City, 2, Daffodil Street. Klein, who had left a note, locked the door and walked briskly towards Leonard Mitchell, who was waiting by the side of the road. Leonard's short black hair had grown a little over the month, and the lack of any grooming made it look messy. Despite that, his messy hair still complemented his decent looks, emerald-colored eyes, and poetic vibes. It exuded a different sense of beauty. Indeed, any hairstyle depends on the face. Klein lampooned inwardly. He pointed in the direction of Iron Cross Street and asked, "Is Fry waiting for us there?" "Yes." Leonard smoothed his untucked shirt and said casually, "Did you notice any clues when you were looking at the documents?" Klein held his cane in his left hand as he walked along the side of the road and said, "No, I cannot find anything common in their times, locations, or causes of death. You should know that any rituals involving evil gods or devils must be conducted within a certain time frame or using a special method." Leonard touched the custom-made revolver hidden underneath his shirt, by his waist and chuckled. "That isn't an absolute rule. In my experience, some evil gods or devils are easily satisfied, as long as they have a particular interest in what is being asked of them. Also, a good number of the deaths seem normal. We have to omit them before we can arrive at the real answer." Klein glanced at him and said, "That's why the captain asked us to investigate once more. To eliminate the normal incidents." "Leonard, your tone and description tell me that you have considerable experience in this area, but you have only been a member of the Nighthawks for 4 years, with an average of 2 supernatural incidents a month. Furthermore, a large number of those were simple and easy to solve." He always felt that Leonard Mitchell was a little weird and mysterious. Not only was he always suspicious of him, believing that there was something about him. In addition, his demeanor also changed from time to time, sometimes quiet, sometimes arrogant, sometimes flippant, sometimes staid. Could it be that you've also had a fortuitous encounter? An encounter that makes you view yourself as a star in a play? Klein made a rough deduction based on all the movies, novels, and dramas he had watched in the past. Upon hearing this question, Leonard laughed and said, "That's because you're not a full-fledged Nighthawk yet. You're still in the training phase. The Holy Cathedral compiles a record of all supernatural encounters experienced by cathedrals of the different dioceses and hands it down to its members once every 6 months. Aside from your mysticism lessons, you can submit an application to the captain and request to enter Cheney's Gate to read these records." Klein nodded in enlightenment. "The captain has never mentioned this to me." Klein hadn't had the opportunity to enter Cheney's Gate up to this point. Leonard chuckled and said, "I thought that you were already used to the captain's style. To think that you are still naively waiting for him to remind you." Upon saying that, he added meaningfully, "We must be cautious of the captain if there ever comes a day when he remembers everything." "Would that mean a loss of control?" Klein nodded, his expression serious. He then asked, "Is the forgetfulness unique to the captain? I had thought that it was a problem brought about by the sleepless sequence. Burning the midnight oil usually leads to memory loss. More accurately, it's a symptom unique to a nightmare. With dreams and reality intertwined, it's often hard for a person to differentiate between what is real and what isn't. They need to remember what isn't part of reality." Leonard wanted to elaborate further, but they had already arrived at Iron Cross Street and found corpse collector Fry waiting for them at the public carriage station. Fry was wearing a round black hat and a windbreaker of a similar color with a leather briefcase in his hand. He was so pale that it made Klein suspect if he would soon collapse at any time. His icy aura made everyone else waiting for the carriage keep their distance from him. After nodding to each other, the three grouped up silently and walked past the Smyron Bakery before turning onto the lower street of Iron Cross Street. They were immediately faced with a din merchant selling clam soup, seared fish, ginger beer, and fruits were shouting hysterically for attention, causing the pedestrians to involuntarily slow down. It was already a little past 5. People were returning to Iron Cross Street, and the sides of the streets were becoming crowded. Some children were mixed in the crowd, coldly watching everything, placing their attention on the pockets of the pedestrians. Klein frequently came here for cheap cooked food and was familiar with the streets, especially since he had lived in a nearby apartment in the past. He reminded the group, "Be careful of thieves." Leonard smiled. "You need not mind them." He pulled on his shirt and adjusted the holster of his gun, revealing his revolver. Suddenly, all the gazes fixed on them shifted away. The pedestrians around them instinctively made way. Klein froze for a moment, then caught up to Leonard and Fry with large steps. He lowered his head, trying hard to avoid being noticed by anyone he knew. Benson and Melissa still had dealings with the neighbors here. After all, they hadn't moved too far away. The three made their way past the area that had many peddlers and turned into the true lower street of Iron Cross Street. The pedestrians here were all dressed in old, ragged clothes. They were cautious of strangers wearing bright and beautiful clothes, yet, there was also greed in their eyes, like vultures eyeing a meal, waiting to strike at any time. But Leonard's revolver prevented any accidents from happening. "Let's first investigate the death from yesterday. We'll begin with Mrs. Lanevus, a lady who glued matchboxes together for a living." Leonard flipped his notes and pointed to a place not far away, first floor, number 134. As the three of them walked forward, children who were playing in the streets and dressed in shabby clothes quickly hid by the corner of the road. They observed them with eyes full of curiosity and fear. "Look at their arms and legs, thin as matchsticks." Leonard sighed. He entered building number 134 first. Air that was a mixture of numerous scents entered Klein's nostrils. He could faintly detect the stench of urine, sweat, and mold, as well as the smell of burning coal. Klein couldn't help but pinch his nose. He then saw Bitch Mountbatten, who had been waiting there for them. Officer Mountbatten had a brownish-yellow mustache and was envious of Leonard's rank of inspector. "Sir, I have already asked Lanevus to wait in her room," Bitch Mountbatten said with his unique, shrill voice. He clearly didn't recognize Klein, who now looked more energized and proper. All he cared about was sucking up to the three officers in front of him as he led them to the Lanevus family on the first floor. It was a simple apartment. There was a bunk bed laid upright inside the room and a desk filled with glue and hard paper on the right side. The corner of the room was piled full of frames for matchboxes, while an old cabinet sat on the left, acting as a storage space for both clothes and cutlery. A stove, toilet, and a small amount of coal and timber occupied the two sides of the door, while the center of the room was occupied by two dirty mattresses. A man was sleeping under a torn blanket, leaving no space for anyone to walk. A lady lay on the lower level of the bunk bed, her skin ice cold. It was clear that she had lost all signs of life. Beside the corpse sat a man in his 30s. He had oily hair, looked dispirited, and his eyes had lost their luster. "Lanevus, these three officers are here to examine the body and ask you questions," Bitch Mountbatten shouted, without any regard for the sleeping man. The dispirited man looked up weakly and asked in surprise, "Didn't someone already examine the corpse and question me?" He was dressed in a grayish-blue worker's uniform which had visible signs of being mended multiple times. "Answer when I tell you to. Why do you have so many questions?" Bitch Mountbatten berated the man, then turned to Leonard, Klein, and Fry. "Officers, this is Lanevus. The person on the bed is his wife, who is also the deceased. According to our preliminary analysis, she died from a sudden illness." Klein and the rest tiptoed to the edge of the bed. The high-nosed, thin-lipped Fry did not say anything with his cold demeanor. Instead, he patted Lanevus gently, signaling for the man to make way so that he could examine the body. Klein looked at the sleeping man and asked, "This is?" "Am my tenant." Lanevus rubbed his forehead as he said, "The rent for this room is 3 solely 10 pence a week. I'm only a worker at the harbor, and my wife made 2¼ pence per crate of glued matchboxes. Each crate has, up to 130 boxes. We also have a child. We can only rent the rest of the space to someone else. We only charge solely a week for the mattress. I have a tenant who's helping out at the theater, and he's not back before 10 at night. He sold his rights to the mattress in the daytime to this man. He's the person who watches over the gate of the theater at night, so he only pays 6 pence every week. Hearing the other party stammer as he explained, Klein couldn't help but look at the crate in the corner of the room. One crate had 130 matchboxes and only earned them 2.25 pence, about the cost of 2 pounds of black bread. How many crates could she manage a day? One? Leonard surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Was your wife acting abnormally prior to her death?" Lanevus, who had been asked similar questions, pointed to the left side of his left chest and said, "From last week, well, perhaps the week before, she said that she felt stuffy in this area and couldn't catch her breath." The precursor to a heart condition? A normal death? Klein interrupted, "Did you see how she died?" Lanevus recalled, "She stopped working after sunset. Candles and gas are more expensive than matchboxes. She said that she was very tired and asked me to talk to the kids and let her rest. When I saw her again, she had already stopped breathing." Lanevus could no longer hide his grief and pain when he said that. Klein and Leonard asked several questions, but could not find anything unnatural about the death. After they looked at each other, Leonard said, "Mr. Lanevus, please wait outside for a few minutes. We are going to conduct a thorough examination of the corpse. I don't think that you'll want to see that." "All right." Lanevus stood up anxiously. Bitch Mountbatten walked toward the mattress and kicked the tenant, violently chasing him out of the apartment. He then closed the door and guarded the room from the outside. "So?" Leonard looked at Fry. "She died of a heart attack," Fry said with certainty, retracting his hands. Klein thought for a moment before taking out a halfpenny, intending to do a quick judgment. "Mrs. Louise's heart attack was due to supernatural causes?" "No, that is too narrow, the answer might be misleading." There are supernatural factors influencing Mrs. Louise's death." "I'll use that." He quickly decided on a statement. As he recited the statement, Klein made his way to the side of Mrs. Louise's corpse. His eyes turned darker as he tossed the coin. The sound of the coin reverberated around the room as it fell, straight into Klein's palm. This time, the portrait of the king was facing up. This meant that there were supernatural factors influencing Mrs. Louise's death. Chapter 120, Workhouse. There is the presence of supernatural factors. Klein's eyes returned to normal, and he looked at Leonard and Fry. Leonard suddenly chuckled. "Very professional, and deserving of the title of seer." "Are you trying to hint at something?" Klein muttered in his head. Fry opened his suitcase and took out a silver knife and other tools. He paused and asked, "The corpse tells me that she really died of a sudden heart attack. Do you have any way to divine a more detailed answer?" Klein nodded seriously and said, "I can attempt to combine a mediumship ritual and a dream divination. Hopefully, I'll be able to obtain something from Mrs. Louise's remaining spirituality." Fry maintained his cold and reserved state. He took 2 steps back and said, "Give it a try." He turned his head sideways and looked at Klein. He suddenly sighed without much fluctuation in his tone. "You're getting more and more used to this kind of situation. It's not like I wanted it." Klein had an urge to cry. He then took out the bottles of pure dew, essential oils, and herbal powder. Then, he quickly set up the mediumship ritual. He chanted the honored titles of the Evernight goddess in the middle of the spirituality wall and recited his prayers in Hermes. Soon, wind spun around him and the light grew dimmer. Klein's eyes turned entirely black, and he repeated the divination statement, "The cause of Mrs. Louise's death. The cause of Mrs. Louise's death." He entered the dreamland whilst standing and saw a translucent spirit lingering around the corpse. Then, he extended his illusory right hand to touch Mrs. Louise's remaining spirituality. In an instant, light burst out in front of him as scenes flashed past, one after another. There was a skinny and sallow lady dressed in ragged clothes, busily making matchboxes. She suddenly paused and held her chest. She was speaking to her 2 children. Her body wavered as she gasped for air. She was buying black bread when someone suddenly patted her. She was having the symptoms of a heart attack again and again. She was feeling weary and got into bed, but she never woke up ever again. Klein observed every single detail, intending to look for a trace of the supernatural factor. But when everything ended, he still hadn't gained any clues. As the blurriness shattered, Klein left the dreamland and returned to reality. He dispelled the wall of spirituality and said to the waiting Fry and amused Leonard. There were no direct symptoms. Most of the scenes revealed that Mrs. Lanevus had a heart ailment a long time ago. The only scene that was different was when Mrs. Lanevus was patted on the back by someone. The hand was fair and slender, apparently a woman's. For such a family, they wouldn't go to a doctor unless they're very, very sick. Even if they were to queue at a free charity hospital, time is not something they can afford to lose. A day without work might mean no food on the table the next day. Leonard sighed emotionally like a poet. Fry looked at the corpse on the bed and sighed lightly. Before Klein spoke, Leonard quickly got out of his pensive state and said thoughtfully, "Are you implying that the supernatural factor came into play when Mrs. Lanevus was patted? It came from the slender hand of a lady or madam?" Klein nodded and replied, "Yes, but this is merely my interpretation. Divination is always unclear." The conversation ended. He and Leonard stepped back to the other side of the bed and allowed Fry to take out his tools from his suitcase without any disturbance, so he could do a further examination. After Fry was done, they waited as he packed up his tools. After cleaning up and covering the corpse, he turned around and said, "Her death was caused by a natural heart disease. There's no doubt about it." Upon hearing the conclusion, Leonard paced back and forth. He even walked to the side of the door, paused for quite a while before saying, "That's it for now. Let's head over to the workhouse in Westboro. We'll see if we can find other clues. Maybe we can link the 2 incidents together." "Okay, we can only hope," Klein agreed, still filled with puzzlement. Fry picked up his suitcase and while skipping and walking, he carefully went across the 2 floor mattresses without stepping on anyone's blanket. Leonard opened the door and walked out of the room first. He told Lanevus and the tenant, "You can return home now." Klein thought for a moment before adding, "Don't be in a hurry to bury the body. Wait for another day, as there might be one more thorough examination." All right, officer." Lanevus bowed lightly and replied in a hurry. Then, feeling numbed and lost, he said, Actually, I don't have the money to bury her just yet. I have to save for another few days, just a few more days. Luckily, the weather is turning cold." Klein was shocked and asked, "You plan on letting the corpse remain in the room for a few days?" Lanevus forced a smile and replied, "Yeah, thankfully, the weather became colder recently. I can move the body onto the table at night. When we eat, I can carry her to the bed." Before he finished what he had to say, Fry suddenly interrupted, "I've left you money for the burial next to your wife." After saying those words in absolute calmness, he exited the apartment directly, unbothered by Lanevus's shocked expression and gratitude that followed. Klein followed closely and thought of a question. If the weather was still as hot as June or July, how would Lanevus deal with his wife's corpse? Pick a very dark night with strong winds, throw the corpse into the Tussock River or the Coe River? Or just dig a hole and bury her? Klein knew that the law requiring a cemetery burial had been established more than 1,000 years ago, at the end of the previous epoch. The 7 major churches and imperial households from each country had approved the law in order to cut down on the number of water ghosts, zombies, and restless wraiths. Each country provided free land, while each church was in charge of keeping watch and patrolling. They only charged minimum fees for cremation and burial in order to pay for the necessary labor force. But even so, the truly poor still couldn't afford it. After leaving 134 Iron Cross Street at Lower Street, the 3 Nighthawks and Bitch Mountbatten parted ways. Silently, they took a turn to the nearby workhouse in Westboro. As they got closer, Klein saw a long queue. It was just like when the people from the Footaholic Empire on Earth queued for a shop that gone viral on the internet. The place was packed. "There's about 100, no, closer to 200, he muttered in surprise. He saw the people queuing were in tattered clothes with numb expressions. They only occasionally looked towards the door of the workhouse impatiently. Fry slowed down and said coldly, "There is a limit to the number of homeless poor each workhouse will accept daily. They can only take them in based on the queue order. Of course, the workhouse will examine and refuse entry to those who fail to meet the criteria. The economic recession in the recent months has played a part too," Leonard sighed. "Those who don't manage to queue will have to figure out a way of their own?" Klein asked subconsciously. "They can also try their luck in the other workhouses. Different workhouses have different operating hours. However, each one has the same long line. Some of them would wait from 2 in the afternoon." Fry paused. "The rest of the people mostly starve for a day. Then, they lose their ability to find a job and fall into a vicious cycle that leads directly to death. Those who can't withstand the hardship end up losing their struggle to stay on the good side of the law." Klein fell silent for a few seconds before letting out a sigh. "The newspapers never publish any of this. Mr. Fry, I hardly ever hear you speak so much. I was once a pastor in a workhouse of the goddess." Fry maintained his cold attitude. When the three of them arrived at the door of the workhouse in Westboro, they showed their identity documents to the doorkeeper, who was eyeing the queuers arrogantly, before they were taken into the workhouse. The workhouse was transformed from an old church. There were mattresses and hammocks all over the mass hall. The pungent scent of sweat mixed with the smell of athlete's foot permeated every corner. In and out of the hall, there were many poor families. Some swung hammers to break rocks, some picked oakum, no one was free. In order to not let poor people rely too much on workhouses and turn into scoundrels, the Poor Law established in 1336 enforced a rule whereby every poor person can only stay in the workhouse for 5 days at most. Any longer than that, one would be cast out. During the 5 days, they have to do manual labor, such as breaking rocks or picking oakum. "These are the same tasks that criminals in prison do," Fry explained to Klein and Leonard briefly without much emotion. Leonard opened his mouth, and no one was sure if he was teasing or explaining. When they leave this workhouse, they could go to another one. Of course, they might not be able to move in. Perhaps, to some people, poor people are like criminals. Picking oakum? Klein was quiet. He didn't know what else to ask. The fibers of old ropes are actually a great material to seal the gaps in boats. Fry stopped and found a burnt mark on the ground. A few minutes later, the director and pastor of the workhouse rushed over. They were both men in their 40s. "Salas started the fire here and only burnt himself to death?" Leonard asked, pointing at the ashen mark on the ground. The director of the workhouse was a man with a broad, bumpy forehead. He scanned the area where Inspector Mitchell was pointing with blue eyes and nodded in affirmation. "Yes." "Before that, did Salas act strangely in any way?" Klein asked. The director of the workhouse thought and said, according to the person that slept next to him, Salas had been chanting, "The Lord has given up on me, the world is too filthy, I have nothing left," stuff along those lines. He was filled with resentment and hopelessness. But no one expected him to break all the kerosene lamps and start a fire to burn the place down while everyone was sleeping. Thank the Lord, someone found out in time and stopped his wicked act. Klein and Leonard then found a few people who had slept next to Salas the night before, and they also found the guard that stopped the tragedy. However, those people didn't have anything new to tell them. Of course, they used spirit vision, divination, and other methods to check if any of the people were lying or misleading them. It seems that Salas long had the idea to take revenge and self-destruct. It seems to be a very normal case. Leonard waited till the director and the pastor left to express his opinion. Klein pondered and said, "My divination tells me that a supernatural factor had influenced this case. Let's eliminate Salas's fire case temporarily," Leonard concluded. Just then, Fry suddenly said, "No, maybe there is another possibility. For example, Salas acted at the instigation of someone else, a beyonder who didn't take any supernatural measures." Klein's eyes lit up as he echoed, "It's very possible, such as the instigator from before. Instigator Triss. But that wouldn't have any connection with Mrs. Lowe's death," he thought, creasing his eyebrows lightly. Chapter 121, Leonard's Hypothesis. After hearing Klein's and Fry's guesses, Leonard tugged on his collar and paced about, saying, "Then we have to investigate everyone in the workhouse who came into contact with Salas, as well as everyone he came across after he went bankrupt and was chased out of the house. It's very troublesome indeed. Time is of the essence. Let's split up and do a cursory check here, then head to the third reported death in the West Borough and leave the rest to the police." "All right," Klein answered without hesitation. Fry didn't have any objections. He turned towards the people who had been sleeping near Salas last night. Klein was about to find someone to question when he suddenly saw Leonard shooting looks at him. He was motioning at the side hall of the workhouse with his chin. What does he want? Klein was a little lost. He acted as though nothing had happened and strolled around the hall, then followed Leonard into the side hall while Fry was distracted. They made their way through the partition to a silent corner which had no one else around. "I have a hypothesis," Leonard suddenly said, stopping in front of a shattered window. Klein looked around in confusion. "What's your hypothesis?" Leonard, with his deep green eyes, he returned a question. "If there were no supernatural factors, what do you think Mrs. Lowe's outcome would have been?" Klein thought for a moment, then said solemnly, "The same, just delayed by a week or two, perhaps a month. But to a family like theirs, they would have only seen the doctor when she really was at her limit. As long as her heart problems turned for the worse, there would be no way for her to be saved." "Then what about Salas? If he hadn't been instigated by someone, what kind of end would he have?" Leonard asked again. Klein pondered and said, "From the description in the information, Salas was already very angry about his bankruptcy, and was furious that no one saved him. I think that he would have exacted his vengeance sooner or later, but not at the people at the workhouse. He might have targeted the boss that made him bankrupt or the staff of the bank that seized his house." "What would the result of his revenge be?" Leonard pressed on. Without a doubt, he had already decided to end his life. He would have died no matter what the result of his revenge was. Klein gave an affirmative answer. Leonard nodded and revealed his signature flippant smile. "Then can we conclude that Mrs. Lowe's and Salas were both people fated to die soon?" Klein was a knowledgeable keyboard warrior. Upon hearing the question, he immediately had a guess. "You're saying that their deaths were moved forward by some supernatural factors? But why?" "A more accurate description would be, their life force had been shortened by some supernatural factor. It was stolen. And life force is the best material when it comes to summoning evil gods and devils or conducting terrifying curses." Leonard smiled as he corrected Klein's guess. Summoning evil gods and devils or conducting terrifying curses. Klein looked into Leonard's emerald eyes and said, half in doubt, "You seem to be very sure of this? But, for the time being, our investigation sample is only at 2. Leonard laughed cynically. "Klein, there's no need for any pretense between us. I saw you break free from the control of sealed artifact 2-049, and I know that you're special. And you should be able to sense that I'm a little different from the average beyonder." His smile disappeared as he looked into Klein's eyes. "I've told you that there are many special people in this world that can always do things others can't, such as you, and me. This world has a long history. There are many magical items that people wish to obtain, to control. They wish to become the stars of their own show. There aren't many people like that, but it's impossible that there are only 1 or 2 of them. I don't think that a beyonder with his or her secrets is a bad person or an evil thug. I don't think that we even need to be clear on where their special abilities come from, and what they represent. As long as your actions are not endangering me, the Nighthawks, or Tingeon City, then you're still my partner. Similarly, I hope that you'll look at me with the same attitude. Of course, it's best not to speak of this to the higher-ups. Those fogies are old-fashioned and conservative, always thinking that special people like us will definitely lose control, definitely feel the pull and temptation of the evil gods or devils. But I have more secrets than you can ever imagine. Klein thought to himself. He said frankly, I share the same sentiments as you. I'll only look at your actions and your motives and don't care about how special you are. I will also try not to probe into your secrets. After saying this, he added in his heart, no, actually I do mind and am very curious, but I'm putting up with it for now. Leonard thinks that he is the star of a show? What kind of encounters did he have, and what kind of magical items does he possess? Leonard unfastened the buttons of his shirt and nodded with a chuckle. I'm glad that we have this understanding. In action novels, this is called the meeting of two protagonists. The wheels of history are set in motion. How shameless! Klein gave a perfunctory smile. He knew that the phrase wheels of history are set in motion came from the Emperor Roselle. Leonard paced around quickly, his green eyes brightened as he curled the corners of his mouth. All right, I'll be honest, I'm quite confident that the victims of these deaths would have died within the next 3 months, but their deaths have been brought forward to the past 2 weeks by someone, through some means. The other party's motive should be to summon evil gods or devils, or conduct a terrifying, large-scale curse. It is easy for the culprit to hide their murders, given that their victims already showed signs that they were going to die soon. This wouldn't attract the attention of the police department, or be disrupted by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind during the culprit's preparatory phase. Klein muttered to himself and analyzed the culprit's thought process. Leonard smiled and agreed, that's right. If 3 healthy, normal people were to suddenly drop dead, it would definitely attract attention and bring about an investigation. Then how are we going to find the altar used for the ritual? Regardless of whether the culprit wants to summon an evil god, devil, or conduct a terrible curse, he or she would need a sacrificial altar, a ritual. The harvested life force would also have to be stored in a similar place. Klein chose to believe in Leonard, for he didn't have any other clues and was unable to make any other deductions. It doesn't hurt to try. Leonard laughed and said, Klein, isn't that within your professional domain? Can't you imagine what is happening around an altar like that? Without waiting for Klein to answer, Leonard described a thick aura of death with the altar at the center. There wouldn't be any living things other than the person conducting the ritual in a 10-meter radius. The surrounding temperature would be at least 5 degrees lower than the average temperature, with a cold wind blowing past it continuously. And the stolen life force of Mrs. Lanevus and the rest will remain within the altar, sealed by a wall of spirituality. Having said that, he looked at Klein and teased, I think that you would be able to divine roughly where an altar with the following qualities would be. Klein frowned slightly and replied solemnly, as long as it's within Tingeon City. Furthermore, I would need a quiet place where I wouldn't be disturbed. My house, for example. I would also need the personal belongings of Mrs. Lanevus and the rest, as well. Klein's heart also skipped a beat. He felt that Leonard was a little too knowledgeable in the dark arts. No problem. Leonard laughed. He suddenly stepped past Klein and walked toward the hall, not saying anything more. That man sure has a unique style. Klein cursed in his heart and followed. When Leonard found Fry seriously taking notes, he put on a serious tone and said, I have a hypothesis and was hoping that Klein would give it a try. What hypothesis? Fry asked, appearing cold. I'll tell you if there is a result. I don't want to be laughed at by Roseanne and the rest. Leonard gave a whimsical excuse and changed the subject. Fry didn't ask any further. He acted according to the instructions and obtained Salas's and Mrs. Lanevus's personal belongings from the nearby police station, then met his partners at Klein's house. Wait in the living room and don't let anybody disturb me. Klein took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It was about 6 now. Melissa might come back at any time. You can trust us. Leonard put his hands on his hips and paced around the living room. Fry sat silently on the sofa. Does Leonard have ADHD? Klein pouted and went to his room on the second floor. He locked the door and sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. After which, he set up an altar and asked for the help of the goddess, eliminating any disturbances. Then, Klein wrote a divination statement on a piece of paper. The position of the altar. He gave a sweeping statement to prevent himself from missing out on any information. Grabbing the piece of paper and the belongings of the dead, Klein laid down on his bed. He first recalled the scene Leonard described, then silently recited the statement 7 times. He didn't try using the world of fog, firstly, because that weird and mysterious Leonard was downstairs. Who knew if he would notice something weird about the ritual? Secondly, his seer potion was about to be completely digested. It was likely that the aid of the ritual was sufficient for the success of his divination. Klein would only consider finding an opportunity to enter the world of fog if he didn't get a result. After all, the summoning of an evil god or devil was something that could threaten Benson, Melissa, and himself. With the help of cogitation, he quickly entered the dream and saw a hazy, illusory, fragmented scene. Soon after, an image floated before his eyes. It was a 2-story grayish-blue house bathed in a sunset glow. The windows of the first floor were shut tight and the dark curtains had no gaps. However, they expanded and contracted from time to time. The soil around the house was dark brown, but nothing was growing in it. The garden around the house seemed to be covered in shadows, dilapidated, and dark. There was a river flowing silently near the house. Sometime later, Klein exited the dream, having not seen anything else. Leonard's hypothesis was correct. Where could that building be? There are too many rivers in Tingen City, such as the West Borough, Southwest Borough, the Harbor area, the University area. He opened his eyes and rubbed his temples as he thought, his expression serious. Chapter 122, Target Building. 2 Daffodil Street. Inside the living room that was painted with the luster of dusk. Klein stood in front of the oriel window as he told Fry and Leonard. My divination revealed something. I saw a grayish-blue 2-story building in my dream. The windows on the first floor were all shut tight, and the curtains were drawn. It's surrounded by a few meters of brown soil without any greenery or flowers. It also has a terribly gloomy garden, just like the kind you find in a horror story. The only characteristic that can be used to identify it is a nearby river, a slightly broad river. It might be the Tussock River or Coe River. We could only find out through process of elimination. Hopefully we can still make it in time. The Tussock River was the biggest river in the Lone Kingdom, coming down from the northwest where the Myrminsk mountain was. It flowed towards the southeast, passing by the mid-seashore, Alwa County, and then passing through the capital, Backlund, and into the sea near Pritz Harbor. The locations where it converged in Tingen City included the southwest corner of the West Borough and the harbor in the South Borough. The source of the Coe River came from the northern York Mountain as it passed through the University District in the East Borough and locally merged with the Tussock River. Those were the 2 main rivers around Tingen. The rest could only be considered streams, and none of them had an expansive water surface. Upon hearing Klein's description, the pale and cold Fry nodded lightly in agreement. Since there were no other clues, process of elimination was the only efficient method. Just then, Leonard smiled and said, perhaps we can narrow down the possible locations of the target. How do we narrow down the possibilities? Klein frowned and asked in reply as he looked at the silver vine-leaf pocket watch. Leonard chuckled. A criminal with a plan and a goal would select targets somewhere far away from the location of his altar. This is a result of their natural instinct, to be safe. Only when there aren't many soon-to-be dead people left in the areas far from his altar would he consider the nearer targets. So, we should read through the information again, exclude the areas where the number of death incidents rose rapidly above average standards. Klein's eyes lit up when he heard that. Brilliant conjecture. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, I really don't have the talent to be a detective. Fry nodded and picked up the documents on the coffee table and started reading it again. After a few minutes, he deepened his hoarse voice and said, there really is such a region, and there's only one possibility. Which area? Klein asked. Fry passed the thick stack of information to Leonard, who was next to him. He pursed his thin lips and said, West Borough. It's the West Borough? Klein clenched his fist and immediately suggested. Then let's search the southwestern area of West Borough. That area isn't huge. I agree, Leonard echoed as he waved the papers in his hands in agreement, as though he wasn't the one who suggested narrowing down the scope of their search. The two-wheeled carriage slowly drove along the muddy road. Beside them, the red and orange glow of the sunset reflected off of a broad river that was colored with the twilight radiance of the sunset. Klein and Fry looked out the windows from both sides of the carriage, inspecting one house after another. They were searching for a grayish-blue house with a dilapidated garden. If possible, they would take note if the curtains on the first floor was drawn. Leonard leisurely sat in his original spot, leaning against the wall of the carriage as he hummed a popular local tune. The dim scenery flew past, and Klein caught sight of a grayish-blue two-story building from the corner of his eye. In front of the building was a gloomy garden that appeared in ruins. Found it, Klein said while suppressing his voice. Before he finished his sentence, Fry and Leonard squeezed over to look out the window. There was almost no space between them. As the carriage drew closer to the building, the dark curtains that were drawn on the first floor appeared before the three Nighthawks' eyes. Klein didn't even need to divine whether they had the right building, he was completely certain that it was the building that he saw in his dream. That was where the evil altar was set up. None of them stopped the carriage, but instead allowed the carriage driver to continue driving forward. They passed their target and continued away from it, as though they were just passing by. When they could no longer see the building when they turned around, Leonard told the driver to stop the carriage. Klein, return to Zutland Street in this carriage and tell the captain to come here for assistance. Leonard snapped his fingers and smirked at his teammate. Is he thinking of me as a rookie and that I shouldn't be involved in such a dangerous mission? This fellow is still quite a nice guy. Klein was stunned as he realized what Leonard meant. Fry nodded in agreement. You just started combat training and your job is a support role. I know, and a person who could kill so many in order to hold a ritual won't be an easy opponent. Only the captain could make this situation less terrifying. Klein took a breath and agreed rationally. He looked at Leonard, then at Fry before forcing a smile and said, Be careful. Don't worry, I cherish my life a lot. Until the captain arrives, we'll only keep watch, and we won't get close. Leonard smiled. Fry didn't say anything but only picked up his suitcase. Klein was quiet for a while, he then took out a copper penny and said, Let me divine once for you. He chanted, What will happen here will lead to a good outcome. He flipped the coin at the same time his eyes turned dark. Dang. The coin flipped into the air, then landed firmly in Klein's palm. Klein looked and saw it was the king's head. He immediately let out a breath of relief. It's only a blurry symbol, so there are other interpretations. The most important thing is to be careful and prudent at all times, he explained to Fry and Leonard like a seer would do. Leonard had already turned around. He waved and jumped off the carriage. As naggy as my 80-year-old grandma. Fry nodded seriously and got off with his suitcase. Watching both his teammates head towards the target building, Klein touched the revolver in his armpit holster and told the driver, Zutland Street. The driver, who had been hired by the hour, didn't object but allowed the horses to continue the journey. 36, Zutland Street. When Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company, Roseanne, Mrs. Oriana, and the others had already gotten off work. It was unusually quiet and dim. Dunn was sitting on the sofa in the guest area. The gas lamp was unlit, and he seemed to blend into the darkness in his black windbreaker. Found any clues? Klein, who was searching for the captain, was given a shock by Dunn's deep voice. Klein quickly turned around and looked into Dunn's gray eyes as he said, Yes, we He quickly told him about Leonard's bold hypothesis, his confirmation via divination, and the subsequent discovery of the house. As for Leonard's confidence and the uniqueness that Leonard had discussed, they were unimportant and obviously not worth mentioning. Dunn cut in from time to time. When the briefing ended, he abruptly stood up and walked towards the door. When he was almost down the stairs, he turned around and said, "I almost forgot, you stay here just in case there are any emergencies here." "All right." Klein nodded solemnly. At that very moment, other than Kenley who was on duty guarding Cheney's gate, the other Nighthawks were busy in the field. Dunsmith ran down a few steps and suddenly stopped. As he put on his hat, he shouted at Klein through the door, "Lock the door and follow me. We won't need you to join the battle. First, you can get a sense of the atmosphere, and second, we might require the assistance of ritualistic magic during the final search or inspection. Remember, until everything is over, you have to be at least 50 meters away. You cannot get close to the building." Klein was stunned and nodded firmly. "All right." The sun sank beneath the horizon, and the surging tussock river turned eerie and dark. Dark clouds obscured the crimson moon, making the grayish-blue two-story building look like a monster hidden in the shadows. The garden before the building was extremely quiet. It was as though it didn't have any insects, nor any other forms of life. Klein looked at the scene from a distance, his palms sweating and his body shivering. He felt that there were countless terrifying things hidden, waiting, and hungry for a bloody feast. He watched Dunn, Leonard, and Fry move carefully towards the target building, blending into the darkness. On the second floor of the grayish-blue building, in the bedroom without any lights, a gentle and sweet young maiden with a round face was seated before her dressing table, looking carefully at her face after the complicated skin care routine she had just completed. There was a silver mirror next to her right hand, its surface coarsely ground, almost unable to reflect a figure. Suddenly, a stream of blood seeped out from the mirror. The expression of the gentle and sweet-looking Trissy suddenly grew grave. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked out in silence. Chapter 123, Beyond Her Battle. Vines grew all over the dilapidated garden outside the glass windows. The river flowed softly, reflecting the stars in the sky as warm glow suffused out of the nearby buildings. Everything was silent, as if awaiting the arrival of night. Trissy, who had ordinary features which combined to make her look surprisingly beautiful, retracted her gaze and walked quickly towards the clothes rack to retrieve a long black robe fitted with a hood. She quickly put the robe on, fastened the buttons and belt before pulling the hood over her head, transforming herself into an assassin. Trissy raised her right hand and swiped her face, immediately turning her appearance under the hood blurry. Right on the heels of that, she grabbed a handful of shimmering powder from the hidden pouch near her waist and scattered it over herself while reciting an incantation. Trissy's figure started to disappear bit by bit, her outline vanishing like how pencil marks were being erased by an eraser. She silently left the bedroom after completing her concealment spell. She moved to the opposite room and then opened the non-grilled window. With a light leap, Trissy stood on the windowsill and looked over the grassy plains to the back of the building. She looked down at the steel fence that had seemingly fused with the night. There, she saw corpse collector Fry, who was silently making his way over the fence. She took in a deep breath and fluttered down like a feather, stepping onto the grassy field without a sound. Fry, who was wearing a black windbreaker, cautiously surveyed the surroundings with his custom revolver in his hand, seeking out vengeful spirits or evil spirits that might appear. He could see such entities directly. Trissy approached Fry silently, made her way behind him. It was unknown when a dagger smeared with black paint appeared in her hand. Poof! She struck quickly, plunging the dagger into Fry's lower back. But at this moment, the scene in front of her shattered, as if everything was an illusion. Trissy realized that she was still standing on the windowsill, still looking over the grassy field and the steel fence. Except this time around, it wasn't only corpse collector Fry who was standing outside the fence. There was also Leonard Mitchell, who was aiming straight at the windowsill, as well as Dunn Smith. The captain of the Nighthawks was hunched over as he pressed down on his glabella, his eyes closed as formless ripples spread outwards from him. Trissy's pupils constricted. She understood that everything that had happened was just a dream. She had fallen asleep unknowingly. Bang! 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 Leonard and Fry fired 3 shots, accurately hitting the invisible target, who was still waking up from her reverie. Crack! Trissy's figure started to appear, first cracking, then completely shattering into fragments of a rough silver mirror. Inside the building, Trissy, who had used a substitution spell, turned around to escape. She followed the corridor and the steps, sprinting all the way to the first floor. Whoosh! A cold, sinister wind blew across the first floor, one that could freeze a person. Formless, transparent figures were numbly pacing around every corner of the building in a daze. Trissy, who had lost her concealment, felt her temperature drop every time she passed through the spirits. She could no longer control her shivers when she finally reached the sacrificial altar. The altar was a round table, with a figurine of a deity carved out of bone placed in the center. This figurine was about the size of a grown man's head, with only a mere indication of her eyes, but the figure was that of a beautiful woman. Her hair extended from her head to her heels, each strand clear and thick, as if they were poisonous snakes or tentacles. There was only one eye situated at the tip of every strand of hair, some closed, others open. There were many puppets strewn around the figurine. The craftsmanship of the puppets was crude. Names and relevant information were written on the puppets, for example, Joyce Mayer. There were 3 candles on the table, flickering with a yellowish-green flame despite the cold, sinister winds. Trissy bowed at the deity's figurine and quickly recited her incantations. She then pushed away the puppets and extinguished the flames of the candles before picking the figurine up. Whoosh! The winds howled fiercely as they shook the closed windows violently. Clank! Creak! Shards of glass flew around in all directions. Fry, who had just made his way to the other side of the building, didn't dare to barge into the sacrificial altar recklessly. He shivered, feeling his blood turn cold and frosty. It was making his actions visibly slower. Suddenly, he felt tightness around his heels as though they had been grabbed by something invisible. An accentuated sense of coldness spread upwards from the point of contact. A Sequence 9 Beyonder would have turned completely numb by now. But as a corpse collector, Fry was no stranger to such situations. He turned his revolver to the side of his heels and pulled the trigger. It was as if he could see who the enemy was, and exactly where it was. Bang! A silver demon hunting bullet pierced the air, causing a shrill howl in response. The formless figure dissipated and Fry regained his ability to move. Elsewhere, Dunn Smith, who wanted to reach the second floor by avoiding a frontal assault on the altar, was similarly affected by the cold winds. His body froze as he stopped right outside a shattered window. Whoosh! The curtains behind the window lifted suddenly and engulfed Dunn, as if a monster had just opened its mouth to devour its prey. The curtain wrapped around Dunn's head, seeming to have been imbued with life. Dunn's facial features began to press through the constricting cloth. Dunn, who was about to be suffocated, stomped down with both feet. He straightened his knees and twisted his waist, loosening the curtain's grip with raw strength alone. He grabbed a corner of the curtain around his head with his left hand and yanked it away before tossing it toward the ground. Bang! He fired a shot at the other half of the curtain behind the window, stopping it from attempting another assault on him. The curtain stopped immediately as a dark red liquid oozed out from it. Whoosh! On the field, Leonard Mitchell was reciting his poems and was also hit by the cold, sinister winds infused with the intense sensation of death. His teeth chattered, making it hard for him to enunciate his poems. The messy weeds in the garden suddenly extended, wrapping themselves around his heels. A black shadow hurled itself at him along with the violent winds. Leonard, whose body had become rigid, failed to fire in time. He could only pull back his shoulder and raise his arm. Thud! The black shadow smashed into his forearm, the thorns on its body piercing his skin. It was a pretty, bright red flower, its origins unknown. In pain, Leonard tossed aside the flower dyed with his blood. Bang! He fired a shot at the spreading vines, causing dark red liquid to ooze out. Tap. 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 Leonard quickened his pace and charged towards the shattered window on the first floor where the altar was situated behind. The vines retracted abruptly from where he had previously stood, as if hiding from something invisible. Trissy took advantage of the chaos created by destroying the altar and a suspension-style ritual to conceal herself once again. She managed to fool the spirit visions of the Nighthawks and escape the pincer attack before making her way to a spot behind the 3 Nighthawks. She extended her right hand, immediately causing a cold wind to blow. It carried the flower dyed with Leonard's blood right into her palm. Trissy did not stop. With the flower in hand, she nimbly made her way over the steel fence and escaped in the direction of the Tussock River. Leonard, who had just entered the first level, turned his head abruptly, as though he was listening to something. His expression changed. He frantically pulled up his sleeve and looked at the wound caused by the flower. With his constitution, the wound had already stopped bleeding. There was only some red swelling that remained. Leonard's expression became grim. He pinched his left index finger and pulled his fingernail straight out. His face contorted in pain, but he did not pause. As he recited something silently, he sliced open the coagulated wound with the fingernail. When the fingernail was dyed with his dark red blood, he pulled out a few strands of hair from his scalp and wrapped the fingernail with his hair. Beside the Tussock River, Trissy slowed down. She shot her gaze toward the flower in her hand. She was chanting something as a ball of black, illusory fire suddenly appeared in her palm. The flames enveloped the flower, burning it to ashes. After completing this, Trissy jumped into the river and submerged herself. At the same time, Leonard tossed the blood-stained fingernail wrapped in his hair to the corner. He saw it burn and release a foul stench. The fingernail and hair disappeared quickly, leaving only some dust behind. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief. He entered the first level through the window and said to Dunn and Fry, who were destroying the altar, "The target has escaped. But it's all right, our primary objective was to stop the ritual." Dunn sighed and looked at the puppets on the table. She was very cautious and very powerful. She sensed us approaching her ahead of time, otherwise, she should be, at the very least, a sequence 7 beyonder. Give Klein the signal. Ask him to come over. Through the brief interaction in the dream, he had determined that the enemy was female. Chapter 124, Wrapping Up Work. Klein was hidden in the shadows of a building dozens of meters away from the target building. He heard the faint sound of gunshots and the howling of violent winds. If the enemy runs towards me, should I draw my gun or should I pretend that I didn't see him? He thought as he shivered in cold sweat. A beyonder that could, through various means, cut short the lives of others definitely wasn't a sequence 9 or sequence 8 beyonder. They certainly wouldn't be someone that a seer like him could fight against face to face. Even if he sacrificed himself, he might not be able to slow the target down enough for Dunn and Leonard to catch up with him. It was fortunate that the Evernight goddess, the mistress of disaster, seemed to hear her loyal guard's prayers. No one ran towards the location where Klein was hiding. After a few minutes, he heard a melodious song coming from the target building. Cocking his ears to the side so he could hear better, Klein confirmed that it was the popular local tune that Leonard Mitchell always hummed. It was filled with bass words. Phew! He let out a breath of relief. He held his gun in one hand and his cane in the other. He then walked out of the shadows towards the target building. The popular local tune was the meeting signal that he had agreed upon with Dunn and the rest. Klein took 2 steps and suddenly paused. He leaned his cane against the metal fencing and switched the revolver to his other hand. Then, he took off the silver chain inside his sleeve and let the topaz pendant hang down naturally. Klein waited till the topaz stabilized and immediately closed his eyes and entered a cogitation state. He recited a divination statement. The singing earlier was an illusion. The singing earlier was an illusion. After repeating 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the pendant spinning counterclockwise. It's not an illusion. Klein put away his pendulum, grabbed his cane, and quickly got close to the arch-shaped metal gate leading to the target building. He then passed the black cane to his right hand and held it with the revolver. He extended his hands to touch the fence, intending to push it open, but he suddenly felt a piercing chill. It was as though someone had poured a bucket of ice down his neck without warning. Klein hissed and jerked his hands back, his teeth clenched. It's just like winter here. Under the dim starlight and distant street lamp, he looked through the garden behind the metal fencing. He saw the withered branches, fallen flowers, and leaves covered with white frost on the brown soil. Amazing! Klein marveled in his head. He bent his fingers and tapped his glabella to activate his spirit vision. He returned his silver-inlaid cane to his left hand and pushed it against the fence to open the closed gate. The gate squeaked, and he passed through it sideways. He stepped onto the stone path that led directly to the grayish-blue building. On both sides of the path were twisted plants that seemed to resemble ghouls in the dark. The scene reminded Klein of various horror stories and paranormal films. He subconsciously slowed down his breathing and walked faster. However, after just a few more steps, someone suddenly patted his left shoulder. Badump. Badump. Klein's heart skipped, then started thumping rapidly. He raised his right hand, aimed his revolver, and slowly turned around to look. In the dim light, he saw a flimsy branch that had nearly fallen off. This is what we call scaring ourselves? Klein twitched the corner of his lips, waved the cane, and knocked the branch off. He continued moving forward as faint sobs sounded in his ears. Blurry, translucent shadows appeared before his eyes. These shadows had swarmed over after feeling the breaths of a living person and the warmth of flesh and blood. Klein jumped in fright and immediately ran into the door of the grayish-blue building. This is what the captain meant by getting a sense of the atmosphere? It's much scarier than the last time I helped Sir Deweyville. The resentment of that aggrieved spirit is more rigid than the shadows. She hadn't taken the initiative to attack back then. He thought as he walked towards the altar in the middle of the living room. It was a round table full of crudely made puppets. 3 unlit candles stood amidst the puppets. Dunn Smith stood right before the altar with his back to Klein. He took one puppet after another and looked at them. Corpse Collector Fry looked at the floating shadows and extended his hand in an attempt to comfort them, but all his hand did was pass through them helplessly. The shadows didn't attack him, seemingly recognizing him as one of their own. When Leonard Mitchell noticed Klein's arrival, he changed his tone, turning his voice softer but charming. Calm as the morn without a sound. Calm as to suit a calmer grief. And only through the faded leaf. The chestnut pattering to the ground one. In the soothing recitation of the poem, Klein seemed to see a clear lake reflecting the moonlight and a crimson moon hanging quietly, high in the sky. The restless shadows calmed down and stopped chasing after the warm breath of the living nighthawks among them. Dunn put down the puppet in his hand, turned around, and said to Klein, "This is a ceremony for a terrifying curse. It's fortunate that we've already destroyed it. First prepare a ritual to comfort the remaining spirits, then try to communicate with the spirits of the dead and see if you can get any clues from them." Klein, who realized that he was no longer a burden, immediately held his chest out and said, "Yes, Captain." He reached the altar in a few steps and extended his hands to sweep the puppets off of the round table. At that moment, he noticed from the corner of his eyes that every puppet had a name and a corresponding message. "Captain, did you discover anyone you know?" Klein asked in passing. Then, he glanced at Dunn as Dunn looked at him. Both of them fell silent. "I'm so silly. Why would I ask any questions that tests the captain's memory?" Klein nearly covered his face and sighed. "If it were any other boss, they would definitely find an opportunity to make my life difficult because of this. Luckily, the captain will forget about this. I wonder if that's an advantage or a disadvantage?" He thought, half glad, half joking. After a short silence, Dunn seemed to finally be capable of differentiating reality from the dream world. He replied, "There's someone you know." "Who?" Klein stopped, his hand still extended to put a candle back to where it was supposed to be. "Joyce Mayer, the survivor of the Alfalfa tragedy," Dunn replied simply. "Joyce Mayer?" "Anna's fiancée." Klein suddenly thought of Salas in the workhouse. He seemed to have been instigated and misled by someone, causing him to bring forward his rage and committing arson. Klein retracted his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Instigator Triss?" He used the lives that were cut short as a sacrifice, intending to curse all survivors of the Alfalfa tragedy? Because he didn't know who uncovered his involvement and lodged a police report. If Triss took revenge directly, it would have been impossible to wipe out all the targets scattered throughout Tingen. After 2 or 3 murders, he would have been noticed by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind. Then, he would have lost his chance to continue his murdering spree. Klein filled in the blanks of why Triss had started all this. Dunn nodded first, then he shook his head. "Not all survivors, but only survivors in Tingen. His curse ritual can only affect the people within this range. Besides, the host of the ritual is a female, not Triss." Klein creased his eyebrows and asked, "Perhaps it's an expert that the Theosophy Order sent to help Triss?" "Yes, the origins of the Theosophy Order might involve the Demonist sect. It's fairly normal for their experts to be female." Dunn smiled and said in his deep voice, "I agree with your judgment. Although we only encountered that woman and not Triss, there are guesses that we can make. Such as, the woman and Triss don't stay together. Or, that Triss was out looking for people who are dying soon." Klein didn't say anything further. He set the 3 candles in place, took out the full moon essence oil, crimson sandalwood, and other ingredients, and set up the altar quickly. After he used a silver dagger to make a sealed wall, he started praying to the Evernight goddess, the mistress of calm and silence. He prayed that the shadows inside and outside the house would be comforted completely. Unfortunately, in the subsequent attempt to communicate with the spirits of the dead, Klein could only see a little of what the spirits had seen before their deaths. There weren't any useful clues. After settling the shadows into a peaceful sleep in the dark night, he ended the ceremony and removed the spirituality wall. He then shook his head and told the others. The backlash from the disrupted ritual caused severe damage and the remnant images of the host were lost. Dunn wasn't surprised. He pointed at the stairs and said, "Let's look around on the 2nd floor and give it another try." "Okay." Klein, Leonard, and Fry nodded in agreement. The 3 Nighthawks went up the stairs to the 2nd floor and parted ways to search through each room. In the end, they met in a bedroom that was filled with a faint aroma. They saw messy dresses lying around and open boxes. Dunn took up a box from the dressing table and smelled it before asking, "Are these cosmetics?" "To be exact, they are skincare products. Ever since Emperor Roselle, they were not lumped together with a broad term," Leonard explained with a smile. "Captain, as a gentleman, there are certain things you have to know." Klein didn't join their discussion but cast his gaze towards the mirror on the dressing table. There was an obvious crack on the mirror, and there were shattered pieces on the rug beneath. The Beyonder left in a rush. "She didn't destroy it entirely," he suddenly said in a deep voice. "Maybe I could give this a try." "I'll leave it to you," Dunn replied in confidence. Klein quickly brought the candles up from the 1st floor and lit them in front of the shattered mirror. Under the dim, flickering candlelight, he took out the items like full moon essence to create a spirituality wall. After Klein prepared everything, he stood before the mirror that reflected the lights of all 3 candles and chanted in Hermes. "I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the mystery. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. I pray for the mirror to receive a brief restoration. I pray for it to show every person that it reflected in the past month." As the incantation was being recited, a strong wind suddenly howled within the spirituality wall. The shattered pieces of the mirror swirled off the ground and returned to their original locations. The mirror that was covered in cracks suddenly rippled with a gloomy brilliance. Klein wiped his hands over it and a human figure suddenly appeared in the frame. But that figure wasn't Klein. It was a gentle and sweet-looking young maiden with a round face. Perhaps it was because the mirror was broken, or perhaps it was because the backlash of the interrupted ritual that affected the second floor as well. Her facial features were blurry and her actual appearance wasn't exactly clear. But even so, Klein found the person unusually familiar. Chapter 125, Bold Idea. When faced with a strange sense of familiarity, other Sequence 9 Beyonders might try their best to recall or even disregard and forget about it. But a seer was different. Klein immediately ended the ritual and dispelled the wall of spirituality. He took out a piece of paper and wrote on it a statement, the source of the sense of familiarity. After which, he sat on the edge of the bed in the room and silently recited it with the piece of paper in hand. 7 times later, his pupils became darker. He fell asleep with the help of cogitation and started conversing with his own spirituality. In the hazy, contorted world, Klein saw a carriage. He saw a young lady wearing a long gray dress. This lady had smooth black hair, her face a little round. She had a gentle and pleasant demeanor, but her body was shivering unnaturally. The image flickered and once again, Klein saw this young, pretty lady at the underground market. She was squatting and conversing with someone. The dream receded quickly and Klein woke up, understanding why the image he saw in the mirror was so familiar. He had met this person before. The first time was at Daffodil Street, in the district near Iron Cross Street. The captain and the rest were chasing down instigator Triss that night. There must be a connection. Klein thought for a few seconds, then set up the ritual once again. He asked for the help of the goddess to sketch the portrait of the enemy in his memory. Dunn and the rest had been waiting silently, without interrupting Klein unnecessarily. Only when he was done sketching did they crowd over and inspect the portrait. "You met her before?" Dunn asked. Klein nodded slightly and answered simply, "Yes. I saw her at the public carriage stop on Daffodil Street the night when you were going after the instigator. It was in the district near Iron Cross Street." "Then, there's a good chance that she was the enemy just now. The partner of the instigator." Dunn nodded in thought. Leonard suddenly chimed in, "Don't any of you feel that this portrait is very familiar? She looks a lot like instigator Triss." Klein froze, immediately casting his gaze at the portrait again and studying it carefully. "Yeah, they look very similar indeed. Round face, narrow eyes, gentle demeanor." The more he looked at the portrait, the more he felt that what Leonard said made sense. The biggest difference was that instigator Triss had ordinary features while the young lady could be considered pretty. Klein raised his head and looked at Leonard, noticing that he was signaling something to him by raising his brows. What does he mean? Klein was confused. Dunsmith guessed she could be the instigator's sister. Maybe like her brother she joined the Theosophy Order or the Demonist sect. Leonard sighed after he realized how bad Klein was at reading his mind. He said in a serious tone, "I have a bold idea." "What idea?" Dunn asked. Leonard described succinctly, "I think that this person is instigator Triss." "What?" Fry exclaimed in shock. Dunn creased his brows and said, "What you mean is that instigator Triss is actually female, or a male who's pretending to be a female?" "No, from the dream, I can confirm that she's female." Klein had been exposed to many creative and ridiculous plots after all. He took another look at the portrait and immediately had another guess. Could it be that instigator Triss became a female? That could explain many things. For example, why would the trail leading to Triss suddenly sever? Why couldn't they find any traces, even with divination? Perhaps because there was a fundamental change to their target. The only question was how he could change into a woman in such a short span of time. And it appeared to be rather simple. He had pretty decent looks after his transformation even. I mean, to be honest, she's pretty attractive. Klein thought, distracted. Leonard nodded in relief, "Yes, that's my theory." This can perfectly explain why instigator Triss had seemed to vanish. It also fits with the strange fact that the upper echelons of the Demonist sect are all female. Dunn and Fry were momentarily at a loss for words. Even though they had seen many monsters and wondrous things, it was their first time dealing with a transformation like this. What you mean is that there are a considerable number of women in the upper echelons of the Demonist sect that used to be men? Dunn asked. He didn't wait for an answer before saying, that could be possible. Perhaps it's the unique characteristic of their potion. Klein shivered a little as he listened. He felt that the potion of the Demonist sect was a trap. Let's hope that a similar potion doesn't exist in the pathway of the seer. No, definitely not. That is the pathway of the Demonists. Even the name of the potion sounds wrong. But I still don't know what the corresponding sequence 1 to seer is. Klein subconsciously started praying to the goddess. Can potions accomplish such a thing? Fry asked with a little disbelief. Leonard laughed and threw up his hands. Even a mid to low sequence potion can cause unimaginable changes. After all, they all originated from the Creator. Dunn turned to look at Klein. Try to divine where the target will appear next. All right. Klein went over to the pile of dresses and picked out one with mixed emotions. He spread it over the carpet. He held his cane over the dress and recalled the target's features and relevant information. He then began to recite in his heart. Trissy's whereabouts. Trissy's whereabouts. 7 times later, Klein's pupils turned from brown to black. Wind started to blow around him. His left hand released his cane, allowing the black cane to wobble. Despite the shaking, the cane failed to fall. It stood tall in its original position. There's an interference, Klein said with a deep tone. An interference implies that our assumptions are correct. That lady just now was most probably instigator Trissy. Upon seeing this, Dunn nodded indiscernibly. They live up to the reputation of the Demonist sect, which has been active since the last epoch. Since Triss had transformed into Trissy, Dunn deduced that she wasn't part of the Theosophy order, but the Demonist sect. Surveying the surroundings, Dunn sighed and said, we can search for her through different means, such as where these clothes came from or the owner of this house. We can also get the police department to patrol the train stations and piers. We might be able to get some clues like that, but Trissy will definitely have had enough time to leave Tingen. Yes. I'll try it again above the gray fog when I'm back at home. Klein was cautious of people like Trissy who wanted to unleash a massacre on a whim. He wanted to desperately find her and execute her on the spot. Leonard, head to the police department and gather a group to wrap up things here. Klein, you can go back and rest now. Dunn rubbed his temples and paused for a few seconds. He said to Klein, partially to test him and also to teach him. How would you have handled this evening's mission? Assume that me, Leonard, and Fry are the only members on your team. Klein creased his brows and thought for more than 10 seconds. I'd first use divination to ascertain if the ritual would take effect soon. If the answer was negative, then I'd stick to observing and not approach. Then I'd notify the police department to deploy personnel around the area, as well as gather at least 5 cannons to bombard the entire building till wherever Trissy was hiding was leveled. She could either be blasted to death in the building, or attempt to flee amidst the cannon fire. This would easily expose her. Until then, I would station you and the rest at different spots. He got more and more excited as he continued. He felt that his idea was simple and effective, barbaric and decisive. It was very safe and very appropriate. Dunn, Leonard, and Fry were dumbfounded. They didn't say anything for a long time. Captain, is that not a good idea? The excited Klein's heart thumped rapidly when he saw that they had no reaction. Dunn was silent for a few seconds before he said, no, it is a good idea. But the premise is that we have to confirm that forceful destruction of the altar wouldn't create a more disastrous outcome. Sigh. As longtime Nighthawks, we're accustomed to relying on ourselves, our powers as Beyonders, and guns in all circumstances. We're not used to allowing normal people to come into contact with supernatural incidents. Alright, I was always an ardent fan of firepower bombardment. Klein added in his heart. Klein and Leonard walked to the carriage station about 500 meters away before they saw it. After waiting for a while, they returned to Iron Cross Street. One went to the nearby police station, while the other returned to Daffodil Street. When Klein arrived at his front door, he adjusted his clothes and made sure that everything was all right before fishing out his keys and opening the door. Melissa and Benson were in the living room, quietly doing assignments and reading books respectively under the light from the gas lamp. Benson must be tired after toiling at work the entire day, yet, he perseveres in his studies after he comes home. What a determined man. I can't do that, all I can think about now is lying down. Klein glanced at his brother and smiled, giving a silent greeting by raising his hand. Benson smiled and said, I now understand the price behind a handsome salary. There's a price for everything in this world. There's something we must give before we can gain anything in return, Klein said, leaving his cane on the rack next to the door. That's apparently something Emperor Roselle said, right? Melissa stopped writing and looked up. The Tingen Technical School was different from universities and public schools. There was only 2 weeks for summer break, from late July to early August. Their lessons resumed the moment the hottest days were over. Is that so? I don't remember, Klein replied, his expression a little rigid. He took off his hat and headed upstairs. He intended to divine Trissy's whereabouts as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard his stomach rumble. He felt intense hunger pangs. Oh right, I haven't had dinner. But the note I left said that the security company would provide food and asked them not to leave any food for me. Seriously, Captain, you actually forgot about it. Klein's expression changed several times as he intended to pretend that he was full. At that moment, Melissa turned and looked at him. She pointed to the kitchen and said, We left a small piece of lamb chop and a bowl of thick vegetable soup for you. There are a few sticks of bread left too. After saying this, she buried her head back into her work and muttered to herself, I felt that meals provided by work wouldn't be too good, probably making people lose their appetite. Chapter 126, Divination isn't all-powerful. Sis, you worry too much, no, you're just so meticulous. Klein was suddenly energized. He smiled and said, Melissa, your concern is very reasonable. It's true that I'm actually a little hungry. Yeah, let me change and take a shower. Although his mouth was already watering, it was even more important to confirm instigator Trissy's whereabouts. No one knew what insane measures that bastard would take in order to exact revenge on society. Okay. Melissa didn't lift her head but continued her revision. Tap. 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 Klein ran to the second floor and entered his bedroom. He locked the door, took off his jacket, and armpit holster. Then, he took out a simple silver knife from the drawer. After sealing his room with a spirituality wall, he took a breath, steadied his emotions, and walked 4 steps counterclockwise. After the usual incantation, Klein appeared once again in the lofty palace above the gray fog. He was getting used to the mad ravings that he heard during the transportation process. Having completed a few rituals that day, he massaged his temples as he was slightly tired. He willed a piece of brown goatskin to appear on the long bronze table. Klein thought seriously, then wrote down the divination statement, Trissy's whereabouts. He wasn't sure if the name was written correctly, but he could use the girl's appearance and other detailed information as a guide as well. He held the goatskin and leaned back into the chair. He recalled the things related to Trissy in his head, then recited the divination statement 7 times. He emptied his mind, closed his eyes, and entered a dream state with the aid of cogitation. In the illusory scene amidst the fog, he saw a steam engine that spurted dense smoke and sparks. He also saw the rows of leather seats in a clean train carriage. The gentle and sweet-looking Trissy with her round face and long eyes sat near a window. There was a checkered fishnet hat on the table before her. Klein made repeated attempts to confirm the train number, but he failed to discern it. Soon, he couldn't stand the pressure and left his dream. The long bronze table and illusory crimson stars appeared before his eyes again. I could only confirm that Trissy took the steam locomotive and left Tingen. There weren't any more clues. Sigh, it seems like this mysterious space only helps me eliminate interferences, but it doesn't do much to enhance the standard of my divinations. Klein rapped the edge of the table and thought about his next step. Through the divination, he could be entirely certain that the target had once been instigator Triss. The new Trissy, however, was already fleeing Tingen. Given the circumstances, he didn't think his new divination would help Dunn. Klein quickly made a decision. Captain already said that he would send a telegram to Backlund and Mat Harbor, and other main stops along the railway, so that Trissy will be placed on the wanted list throughout the country. I won't report the divination result then, in case it would draw suspicion towards me. Klein quickly made up his mind, because regardless of his warning, Dunn was already using the most appropriate measures to follow up on the matter. Since he couldn't see the train number in the dream divination, using the spirit pendulum and other methods would be equally ineffective, even if he attempted to do so by process of elimination. It was just like the situation with the red chimney. At that moment, he felt mentally drained, so he didn't stay above the gray fog any longer but enveloped himself with his spirituality and simulated the feeling of falling. When he returned to his room, his mind was filled with the thought of tasty, glistening mutton. I must add some fennel. Praise the lady! Klein swallowed his saliva, swiftly removed the spirituality wall, and opened his door. The next morning at 9:20, he entered the Blackthorn Security Company with his cane in hand. Good morning, Klein. I have good news. Roseanne waved her hands excitedly from behind the reception desk. Klein's eyes lit up as he asked, "We caught Trissy?" Trissy? Who is she? The green-dressed Roseanne looked lost. You probably don't know her. What's the good news? Klein redirected the topic. Roseanne replied with a glowing smile, "The captain's request has been approved. The police department is going to transfer 2 police staff members who have come across supernatural incidents to be clerks here. I finally don't need to frequently stay up all night." Praise the lady! That's great news, Klein echoed sincerely. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Roseanne, he went through the partition and went underground. He planned to continue with his mysticism lessons. When he passed the captain's office and the Nighthawk's entertainment room, he popped his head in and looked around. He saw that Dunn, Leonard, and the rest were still there. It meant that the search and elimination investigation the night before had failed to return anything worthwhile. The rest would be handed over to the police department, so that they could take care of the tedious follow-up tasks. At first, Klein wanted to chat with the captain to get an update on the situation. But he saw that captain was busy typing telegrams, so he decided not to disturb him. He could ask the captain again at lunch. He went underground by following the stairs and saw the 2 classic gas lamps in their metal racks. He saw the ever-quiet corridor which was lit up by the light behind the glass. He breathed in the cold but refreshing breeze, took a few steps, and suddenly stopped. He suddenly looked towards the gas lamp and his eyebrows gradually creased. He had made a crucial mistake. A mistake that could only be made by someone with knowledge from Earth. In his divination above the gray fog the night before, Klein had seen Trissy taking a steam locomotive. Hence, he subconsciously believed that it was something happening at that moment. But, this world had yet to invent electric lights or similar equipment. When the sky grew dark, there were almost no steam locomotives in operation that ferried humans. Klein, who was accustomed to trains which operated at night, had instinctively missed out on that fact. In other words, it wasn't something that happened last night. It was a scene from the future. Which meant that it was going to happen that day or the day after. Klein's heartstrings tightened and he paced back and forth. Then he went upstairs again. He knocked and opened the door to the entertainment room, and he saw that Leonard was reciting a poem by the window, looking helpless. Klein ignored Kenley, Royale, and Sikatron who were playing cards. He looked towards Leonard and said, I have a question for you. Would it be that you want to learn tricks to entertain the ladies? Leonard teased, putting down selected poems by Roselle. He exited the entertainment room and followed Klein halfway down the stairs that led underground. He then looked into Klein's eyes and said with a chuckle, It seems like you did a successful divination last night. Klein didn't explain further but said straightforwardly, I divined that Trissy will leave on a steam locomotive. After their conversation at the workhouse in the West Borough, he didn't mind appearing slightly special before Leonard. Steam locomotive, the earliest train is at 7 in the morning. Leonard took out his pocket watch from his shirt and flipped it open to take a glance. No time to waste. I'll tell the captain that I received a reliable tip. He quickly went upstairs and left the Blackthorn Security Company. After being gone for a few minutes, he returned and went into Dunsmith's office. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and watched the captain send a telegram after gathering the other Nighthawks who were playing cards. They soon left out the door. Recalling what happened earlier, he felt conflicted. It was a different lesson than the one he received from the death of the suited clown. He had committed a mistake with similar characteristics which made him seem to understand this lesson more, leaving a deeper impression on him. Turning past the armory and entering the duty room, he took off his top hat and coat, then hung them onto the clothes rack naturally. Old Neil had just finished making himself some hand-ground coffee. He happily took a sip and asked, Would you like one? All right. Klein sat down, as carefree as if he had returned home. Old Neil glanced at him and frowned, quipping, Still 3 cubes of sugar with a spoon of milk? You're such a sweet tooth. This is harmful to your teeth and your body. No, I only like it sweet when I'm drinking coffee. When I have grilled steak or roasted meat, I prefer rose salt, black pepper, fennel, and other condiments. Klein always believed that he was a fan of all flavors. Old Neil finished the coffee quickly. He pushed it over and said, Do you want to take a break or start straight away? Let me settle down for a few minutes. The captain and the team got a tip about Trissy's whereabouts, and they are on the way to the steam locomotive station. I wonder what the outcome will be, Klein sighed. Old Neil clicked his tongue and said, Is the tip detailed enough? Are they sure which train it is? No, it's not confirmed, Klein said, pursing his lips. Old Neil suddenly laughed. Under such circumstances, the possibility of failure is much higher than success. Trissy should be a sequence 7 beyonder, and a beyonder at that level won't be captured so easily. Heh, don't rely on divination. Divination isn't all-powerful. You'll only obtain symbolic signs which are very easy to interpret them wrongly or ignore something. Klein recalled the mistake that he made this time and felt melancholic. He nodded sincerely. Yeah, divination isn't all-powerful. After he said that, he sighed. His mind, body, and soul suddenly entered a magical state. He leaned backward slightly, intending to let out a breath. Just then, he suddenly heard an illusory shattering noise in his ear. He felt something dissolving inside him, blending together with his spirit. Klein half closed his eyes and experienced the unique and indescribable feeling in silence. Klein didn't need anyone to tell him that it was a result of the complete digestion of the seer potion. The first town that the Tussock River passed by after it flowed through Tingen City was called Wienia. It was also the first stop from Tingen to Backlund for the steam locomotive. On the platform, Trissy changed into a long beige dress and put on a woman's circular hat. Fine fishnet gauze hung down from the edge of her hat, covering half her face. Her appearance became blurry and indiscernible. She had already sent a telegram to her partner in Tingen, to remind the other person to be careful. She told them that she had used money she burgled to buy a steam locomotive ticket to Backlund. The reason Trissy didn't get on the train from Tingen but went downstream to Wienia was because she still had her instinct and rich experience as an assassin. Woo! A train let out a long and sharp whistle as the long metal behemoth chugged to a stop next to the platform while spurting smoke and sparks. Trissy didn't carry any luggage and entered the first cabin. At the same time, she decided to get off the train after 3 stations and enter Backlund through other methods. In the basement of St. Selena Cathedral, Klein closed his eyes and leaned backwards in his seat. He took in the complete digestion of the potion, and he faintly saw one illusory star after another. Those stars seemed to share a baffling connection with him, and they seemed to want to lump together and fuse as one. After the indescribable feeling of hunger and thirst receded, Klein returned to normal and stopped having any additional experiences. But my mind feels a lot more relaxed and pure. He opened his eyes and thought. At that moment, he knew that he had become a real, complete seer. Chapter 127, Laying the Foundations. The light of the gas lamp glowed through the glass, illuminating the guard room. Old Neil finished flipping through his newspaper, took a sip of coffee, and looked at Klein. How do you feel now? Have you calmed down? Or do you need a glass of wine, or an advance on your salary, or a day off? Klein, who had completely digested the seer potion, was attempting to change his switch that activated his spirit vision with cogitation. He didn't want it to be too obvious. The present him no longer needed to rely on a physical motion to activate his spirit vision. Therefore, he could use a more concealed approach to achieve his goal, for example, stroking the joints of his middle finger with his thumb in quick succession, or clicking twice with his left molar. Klein considered the situations in which he needed to use his spirit vision while holding a revolver in one hand and a cane in the other. Finally, he settled on clicking his molar. His left molar would be used to activate the spirit vision, and his right molar to deactivate it. After repeatedly suggesting to himself, he completed the change. He then opened his eyes and smiled. I was merely too concerned about the captain's operation. I don't need to calm myself down. At the same time, he clicked his left molar twice and attempted to activate his spirit vision. He wanted to familiarize himself with this method as quickly as possible. Cough. 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 Old Neil started coughing violently. He coughed till his face turned red, like a cooked lobster. What happened? Klein froze before asking in concern. He scanned Old Neil's aura seriously, only to notice that the colors representing his health were still normal, only a little dull due to his age. Old Neil coughed for nearly 20 seconds before earning respite. He felt for his cup of coffee and slowly took a sip. Everyone makes mistakes, ahem. I choked on my drink just now. Shall we begin our mysticism lessons for today? All right. Klein silently clicked his right molars twice. Klein was elated, yet frustrated that he had completely digested the seer potion a week or two ahead of his prediction. He was naturally glad that he was freed from the risk of losing control and would advance soon, obtaining even more beyonder powers. That was something anyone would be happy and excited about. But he was also frustrated, as it disrupted his plans and schedules. Considering the fact that he still had to stay with the Tingen Nighthawks for some time, Klein thought that secretly advancing to clown wasn't the wisest choice. If he did so, he would be constantly worried about being exposed, and he would be unable to use his abilities when there were missions, making it even more dangerous for himself. He planned to learn from Spirit Medium daily and submit an application to the higher-ups. He would use his contributions to obtain the recipe and extraordinary ingredients before officially advancing into a Sequence 8 Nighthawk. But there was a difference between grasping a potion in a month and in a year. Klein could bear the scrutiny of the Holy Cathedral and become a talent for nurturing, but he didn't want the higher-ups to suspect him. He needed to find a convincing reason to explain his circumstances. He had planned to use the time before the seer potion was completely digested to lay some foundations with the captain. For example, he would mention that he felt his spirituality become more active whenever he went to the Divination Club, or pretend to casually describe the laws of a seer that he had derived from helping other people divine their fortunes. He could also mention that he didn't hear any voices that he shouldn't be hearing, or see things that are not for his eyes. This way, the higher-ups of the Nighthawks would think that he had unintentionally learned something from Daly when completing his mission and had done a more thorough job than her. This would make the higher-ups focus more on summarizing the laws and discovering the acting method, reducing the suspicion placed on Klein. That way, I could even help the captain and the rest learn about the acting method, Klein added in his heart. He felt that Dunsmith was a good captain. He had no glaring flaws other than his poor memory. Thus, he wanted to reduce the risk of Dun losing control and make him more powerful. Of course, Klein could also choose to apply after a year to avoid any risks. But the continuous coincidences and the red chimney he saw in his dream divination gave him no choice but to improve his abilities as soon as possible. I'll lay the foundation with the captain 3 or 4 times over the next 2 weeks before formally submitting my request. At the same time, I can head over to the underground market to see if there are any of the necessary extraordinary ingredients. They will probably be very expensive. Klein quickly made a decision and focused his attention once again on the mysticism lessons. Time passed quickly as lunchtime slowly approached. Old Neil finished his coffee and cleared the stuff on the table as he laughed. Your mysticism lessons will come to an end soon. From the test just now, it would seem that you can create charms for yourself now. That's my plan for the next few days. Klein heaved a satisfied sigh. Charms were different from the protective amulets he had given Benson and Melissa. They needed to be carved with the help of ritualistic magic, and they had certain unique abilities that could be used in battle. But a low-grade charm couldn't do everything. The spirituality it contained would decrease over time and had to be renewed once every 2 weeks. Also, he needed to activate them with specific incantations. It was impossible to use them at will. Furthermore, the charms wielded by the Nighthawks were still limited to the domains of the Evernight goddess. Klein could only make 3 different kinds of charms for the time being. The first was the slumber charm, and its effect was similar to Dun Smith's and Leonard Mitchell's ability to put someone to sleep with their singing. The second was the requiem charm, which was able to soothe ghosts, souls, zombies, and the like. It could also deal with vengeful and evil spirits to a certain extent. The last was the dream charm. Its abilities allowed the wielder to enter the dream of someone else. These abilities were similar to the abilities of the Midnight Poet and Nightmare from the Sleepless sequence, so Dunn and Leonard had no use for these charms. Corpse Collector Fry, Sleepless Royale, and Kenley would bring 1 or 2 along with them, but they hadn't needed them in a long time. They frequently brought their charms back to Old Neil so he could recharge them. Old Neil glanced at Klein and smiled. I remember you saying that you practiced a lot this month and have run out of materials. Are you going to the underground market? Klein was taken aback at first before he nodded with a pained heart. Yes. He clearly knew the prices of the ingredients. He could only hope that he succeeded in making the charms on his first try instead of wasting materials. After being presented with the mission of bringing lunch underground, Klein put on his jacket and hat before returning to the Blackthorn Security Company on the 2nd floor with cane in hand. As he walked past the entertainment room, he saw that Leonard and the rest had already returned and were enjoying their lunches. Knock. 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 He knocked on the captain's door. Please come in. Dunn's mellow voice sounded. Klein pushed the door open and took off his hat. Captain, did you catch Instigator Trissy? Dunn rubbed his temples and shook his head in exhaustion. We didn't find her at Tingen Station, but according to the telegraph we received from Backlund, a passenger saw her in the first-class carriage of the earliest train. Regrettably, she got off in the middle of the journey. How regrettable. Klein sighed even though he had expected this. Divination isn't all-powerful. Dunn's gray eyes swept past him. There's no need to be depressed. It isn't easy to capture a Sequence 7 Beyonder. At the very least, we disrupted Trissy's evil ritual and saved at least 40 innocent lives. Furthermore, we understand her situation now. She can no longer commit crimes as she wishes. If she tries to do something similar, she'll be noticed, discovered, and reported at any time. Sooner or later, she'll be captured by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. It's even possible that she'll be killed. Let's hope that is the case. May the goddess bless us. Klein drew the crimson moon on his chest. Following that, he paused and pondered over his words. Captain, I haven't heard unwanted voices or seen unwanted visions for over a week now. Also, that's true even when I am in cogitation or using my spirit vision. Really? Dunn creased his brows, puzzled. Klein immediately elaborated, I feel that I'm not far off from achieving full control over the seer potion. This could be due to my frequent visits to the Divination Club and helping others tell their fortune. Why do you think so? Dunn immediately changed his seating posture, his expression lost. Klein added a stammer into his sentence. Every time I head to the Divination Club, I can feel my spirituality becoming more active, and every time I help someone divine something, my heart, body, and soul become more relaxed. I've also come up with a set of rules for a seer. I've been following it strictly, just like how a mystery prior can do as you wish, but do no harm. I found inspiration from this maxim and tried coming up with a maxim designed for seers. I think that this might be an effective way to help Beyonders gain control over their potions faster and reduce the risk of losing control. Just like Madame Daly, who has always been a spirit medium. It was unknown when Dunn had taken out his pipe. He placed it at his nose and took a whiff, seemingly forgetting about Klein as he thought for a few minutes. A remarkable guess, and an interesting trial. Klein had only wanted to briefly mention it this time around to set up an underlying reason, so he did not say anything further. He switched to a half-joking tone and said, perhaps I'll be the fastest Nighthawk in history to gain control of a Sequence 9 potion. May the goddess watch over you, Dunn blessed him, not taking him seriously. He then slipped into deep thought once again. Witnessing this, Klein turned around and said his goodbyes before leaving the captain's office. He was closing the door to the room when he suddenly thought of another difficult question. How in the world was he going to act as a clown? Must I join a circus? There are no fixed circuses in Tingen, they're all roaming ones. Klein's expression became a little bitter. Being a seer was still a rather respectable occupation. Klein would still be able to hold his head up high even if he was spotted by someone he knew. But if he became a clown, there was no way his reputation would hold. Perhaps there are other ways of acting as a clown. There were no circuses or clowns when the blasphemy slate was revealed to the world. Forget it, I won't have the chance to advance for another 2 or 3 weeks, so there's no need to deliberate over this for now. Klein avoided the question and headed to the reception area. He walked toward Roseanne, Mrs. Oriana, and Brett to fetch his and old Neil's lunch. Chapter 128, The Impoverished Fool. After eating lunch, Klein only rested for half an hour before he rushed to the shooting club to practice with his revolver. He didn't dare to relax, not one bit. After practicing his shooting skills day after day and expending more than 1,000 bullets, he was finally shooting well enough to earn Dunn Smith's basic approval. He was pretty good at fixed target shooting. After practicing for a while, he put away his revolver and took the public carriage to a stop close to the house of his combat teacher, Gawain. Then, he walked for 10 minutes before arriving at the door. He changed into his night training suit that had been left to dry in the sun. After running, skipping rope, lifting weights, squatting, and other exercises, not to mention footwork and punching training, he was covered in sweat and felt exhausted. Take a break for 15 minutes. Gawain's blonde-white hair and deep facial lines made him look hard and stern. He took out his pocket watch and flipped it open to glance at the time. Since they first began training, he had ultimately maintained his silence. He only spoke to Klein when there was a need to switch training methods or to correct one of Klein's mistakes whenever one arose. Klein panted for air, but he didn't dare to rest straight away. He paced back and forth slowly. The most direct feedback of his combat training was that he was much tanner. His skin had turned bronze under the sun. Gawain put away his pocket watch and stood next to the crude training field behind his house. He crossed his arms as he watched Klein cool down. He was as quiet as a marble statue. Teacher, besides fighting with fists, Would you teach me how to use a straight sword, broadsword, rapier, and spear? Klein asked proactively. He was in a good mood, as he had just digested the seer potion. He had seen weapons like the straight sword and rapier in Gawain's collection room before. There was also chest armor and full body armor. He knew that Gawain wasn't only good at fighting hand-to-hand. Bathed in sunlight, Gawain swept his gaze at Klein. He lowered his voice and replied, "It's useless for you to learn any of those. Those weapons have all fallen behind the times, and their only place is in museums or the private collections of collectors." He fell silent for a few seconds before adding with a voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, "They have been eliminated. You should focus on guns. Even combat is merely supplementary." Klein looked at his listless teacher and chuckled as he spoke. "I don't think so. Every minister, every member of parliament, every general, every one of them thinks so," Gawain said, clenching his teeth. Klein stopped and acted like he was a true keyboard warrior. He responded with ease and fluency, "No, they have merely retreated from the front lines of a battlefield. They still have their uses elsewhere. Why does combat have to be used against firearms? They could be used together. I believe a person who is more flexible, swifter in action, and quicker in response could use guns in a more effective manner." When he saw Gawain's eyes suddenly sharpen, Klein turned smug and continued, "The other weapons aren't eliminated either. They only need some enhancement to be more portable. We could form a squad with high maneuverability. A group that's designed to circle the front lines and launch an attack from behind the enemy and fight right to their core. In such a small-scale surprise attack, a warrior who has outstanding hand-to-hand abilities and familiarity with various kinds of weapons could play an important role. You can imagine such a scene." Klein gave full play to his ability of knowing a bit of everything. He mixed and matched all the combat tactics the special forces on Earth had and described them to his teacher. He wasn't sure when Gawain's breathing became heavier. He stood there without moving an inch, seemingly unwilling to break the scenes he imagined. Klein stole a glance at the man's reaction. He felt smug in his head as he cleared his throat and said in a restrained manner, "Teacher, what do you think about my plan? Is there any possibility of realizing it?" Gawain's body quivered as though he'd just awoken from a dream. He looked deeply into Klein's eyes and said, "Your break is doing you well. Repeat the whole set of exercises 10 times. Huh?" Klein looked lost. Very soon, he started running and snapped back to reality. He roared in his heart, 10 sets? "Teacher, no. I don't want to celebrate my complete digestion of the seer potion like this." "Hey, didn't you gain any inspiration at all?" Looking at Klein running towards the other side of the training field, Gawain suddenly uncrossed his arms and covered his face with one hand. He closed his eyes tightly, and the wrinkles on his face were deep and obvious. After nearly puking from exhaustion, Klein took a shower, changed clothes, and bade a still silent Gawain farewell. He took the public carriage and left. He didn't return home directly but headed to Evil Dragon Bar near the harbor. He planned to inquire about the price of Beyonder ingredients and buy items for making charms. On the way, Klein kept his mind on his tiny stash that he was carrying with him. He forced himself to stay alert and reached his destination with great difficulty. "I need to save £4 for the remaining balance that I owe to the detective company. I can only use £3.05 solely tonight." He touched the paper notes in his pocket before grabbing his cane and alighting the carriage. At that moment, the sun had already begun slipping below the horizon. All the houses were gradually tainted with a twilight luster. The boxing matches and rat baiting with dogs were already warming up in Evil Dragon Bar. After passing through the billiard room and numerous rooms, Klein finally entered the underground market. He looked to the left and right, but he didn't see Monster Adamasol, who was always active around there. Didn't old Neil say that Adamasol only managed to survive because the boss of Evil Dragon Bar feeds him? Klein asked himself curiously. As a nighthawk, he remained vigilant to matters like that. He approached the brawny man guarding the door and asked, "Where's Adamasol?" The brawny man replied without a smile, "I have no idea where he's sleeping. He's been like that lately. He lies down and shivers and chants, "Dead, dead, all corpses, everyone has to die." What scenes did he see this time? What triggered him? Klein creased his eyebrows slightly and asked for more details. He wanted to know where Adamasol was sleeping, but the guard didn't know either. "When I'm done, I'll look for him via divination to see what he's been through." After taking note of this, Klein walked towards one of the two rooms at the end of the trading market. According to old Neil, the room on the left was for loans and repayment, while the room on the right was for the buying and selling of precious items, including beyonder ingredients. When he opened the door to enter the room on the right, Klein realized that there was a partition that separated it into two spaces, the inside and the outside. There were another 3 customers waiting on the outside. He lowered his silk top hat and queued behind the 3 customers. He leaned his body forward and supported himself with the cane as he waited in silence. Soon, the door of the partition opened and a customer in a bluish-gray harbor worker uniform came out. He kept his head low and left in a hurry. Klein lightly clicked his left molar twice and looked at the man with spirit vision. He then looked at the other 3 customers. There was nothing wrong with them other than the usual minor illnesses that people had. After another 10+ minutes, it was finally his turn. He opened the door and entered the room that was lit with a kerosene lamp. He locked the door and took the seat that belonged to the customer. He looked towards the old man wearing a black felt hat opposite him. "I'd like to know what beyonder ingredients you have, and at what prices they are being sold." The cheek muscles of the elder were droopy and the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes were deep, but his body was well built. He didn't find Klein's request weird because many customers weren't willing to let another person know what they wanted to buy before they confirmed that the seller had it available. Generally, they wished to be introduced to all options. The old man flipped to the newest pages of the notebook, stole a glance at Klein, and took a sip of his honey wine before he said, "Water ghost's brain tissue costs from £3 to £15 depending on how intact it is. Star crystal, £150 per 50 grams. £200 for 1 queen bee grass. £170 for an adult black-spotted frog. £280 for human-faced rose, but there's only one." Klein controlled his emotional response. After he listened to the old man's introduction, he was surprised that an underground trading place like this had fewer than 30 beyonder ingredients. As he touched the notes worth £7 in his pocket and thought of Miss Justice's attitude towards £1,000, he sighed. "Unfortunately, there is nothing I want." Without waiting for the elder to pose any further questions, he quickly turned around to open the door and made an exit. He returned to the underground market and looked around blankly. He stood there for a while and sighed with a bitter smile. "I'm probably the poorest boss among all the secret organizations." That only steeled his resolve of getting ingredients internally from the Nighthawks or through exchanges with Justice or the Hanged Man. After circling the underground market twice, Klein picked and purchased ingredients to make charms, such as a partially finished silver piece, herbal powders needed for rituals, and natural ores. He spent £1.15 solely in total. "My private stash of money only has £5.10 solely left. Excluding the final payment to the detective, I still have £1.10 solely." After Klein silently did the math regarding his financial situation, he felt helpless. Of course, he knew very well that he had only been working for just over a month. If the time span had been extended to a year, he should have been able to save up more than £100. "In another 2 weeks, I'll have to tell Benson and Melissa that I've gotten a raise to £3. We can hire a maidservant, but I won't have a private stash of money anymore," Klein thought as he walked towards the exit of the underground market. Just then, he saw old Neil in his classic black robe entering slowly. "Got everything?" Old Neil greeted with a chuckle. "Yes," Klein answered frankly. Old Neil scared immediately. "You came really early." "That's because I'm still hungry, but you've already had your dinner." Klein chatted casually with old Neil. After a while, the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, Swain, walked in with his Navy officer uniform draped over him. He approached the two of them with a mask of solemnity and lowered his voice. "I need your help." "What happened?" Old Neil suddenly turned serious, and Klein couldn't help but feel a tug at his heartstrings. Swain's brown hair was messy, and there was a strong smell of alcohol in his breath. He replied in a low voice, "A member from the mandated punishers has lost control nearby. We have to finish him before he harms any commoners." Chapter 129, Rampager. Lost control? Klein's heart tightened as he nearly blurted out his question. Even though Dunn and Old Neil had frequently emphasized the possibilities of losing control and the harm it caused, this was the first time he was experiencing an incident like that. He felt a little horrified, a little lost, a little scared, and a little saddened. He felt extremely mixed emotions. Among the cases that we have to deal with annually, a quarter of them were a result of Beyonders who lost control. And among the quarter of cases, a large number of them are our teammates. Dunn's words flashed past Klein's mind, slowing his reaction. Old Neil, who had experienced many incidents like this, immediately asked, "Where is the Rampager? What do you need us to do?" Klein was taken aback from hearing this. He had believed that a sleazy, half-retired personnel like Old Neil would find an excuse to reject Swain's request or extort a huge sum in exchange for his help. Never did Klein expect Old Neil to participate without any hesitation, not minding the differences between Nighthawks and mandated punishers. Klein suddenly understood something when he looked at the serious Old Neil. It didn't matter if they were Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. Their aim was to stop supernatural powers from harming the innocent and maintain peace and stability in Tingen. If they were met with a dangerous and urgent situation, their sense of duty would propel them to help without hesitation. Swain answered succinctly, "Be my support." He didn't explain why the person lost control or where the Rampager was. Instead, he made his way to the exit quickly. This ex-captain of the mandated punishers was clearly an old alcoholic, but Klein realized that he could not keep up with the man's pace. He needed to break into a jog to ensure that he was not left behind. He turned his head to look at Old Neil, only to see the old mystery prior break into a run. The three of them didn't pay any attention to the gazes of the guards on their way there. One of them had an old Navy uniform draped over him, another was in a dark classic robe, and the other in a black windbreaker. They charged out of the billiard room and into Evil Dragon Bar. The customers who were drinking shifted their gazes from the rat-baiting competition to Klein and company. "Is that Boss Swain? Where's he going in such a hurry? Did someone default on their loan?" Amidst the soft murmurs, some of the customers focused their attention back to the cage. They once again broke into an uproar, venting the stresses of their day. However, some of the more perceptive customers felt a faint sense of unease. Tap. 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 Klein, Old Neil, and Swain ran across the road and entered the harbor district. On that boat. Swain slowed down and pointed at a cargo ship not far away. Two mandated punishers are circling the Rampager, preventing him from entering the Tussock River. Help me influence him and bring him under control. Leave the rest to me. Old Neil panted for air and said, "All right, but you have to give me a minute." "Phew, a minute to recover." Swain nodded and didn't say any more. He charged up to the ship and joined the fight. Upon hearing the sounds of combat on the ship, Old Neil looked at the somewhat nervous Klein. He took out a piece of silver about the size of a baby's palm from a hidden pocket near his waist. He then passed the silver to Klein and said, "Slumber charm. The incantation to activate this amulet is the phrase Evernight in ancient Hermes. After you finish the incantation, inject your spirituality into the charm and then throw it at the target after 3 seconds." "All right." Klein extended his hand to receive the charm and felt moved. This charm was carved with Hermes incantations on both sides, as well as the corresponding symbols, path numbers, and the spell's characteristics. He didn't need to activate his spirit vision to feel the deep, serene power flowing within the charm. Old Neil stood up straight and took out a similar charm from his hidden pocket and held it in his palm. He joked as he walked toward the cargo ship, "Do not be too nervous, relax and think about something else. For example, I lent you that charm. If you're going to use it, remember to make one for me in return. Of course, you can wait till next month, when you receive a new quota of materials before you do so." This. He really is the experienced old Neil. Klein placed the charm into his left pocket, reached into his holster, took out his revolver, and adjusted the hammer and drum. "I don't feel that nervous anymore." He had a gun in one hand and his cane in the other. He made his way up the steps with old Neil and boarded the cargo ship. This cargo ship had obvious signs of age. Although it was powered by steam and had a chimney, it retained its past fixtures such as its mast and sails. Furthermore, only its surface and some other portions were plated with metal, the remaining sections of the ship were still made of wood. As the sounds of the battle intensified, Klein and old Neil suddenly heard a loud noise amid the din while searching for a way to enter the cabin. The wooden cabin was instantly shattered, its fragments flying everywhere. A figure fell through the hole and crashed onto the side of the ship. Klein didn't have the luxury of time to evaluate the man's injuries. His gaze was focused on the monster which was charging towards the hole. The monster was over 1.8 meters in height and was wearing a tattered shirt and trouser. Its ankles were covered with dark green scales, and a layer of skin had formed between its fingers and toes, as if they were the webbed limbs of an aquatic creature. It had a head covered in wrinkles, still barely resembling a human. Its scales were coated with a sticky fluid that continuously dripped onto the floor. Sizzle! The sticky dark green liquid corroded the deck slightly, leaving visible marks behind. Bam! Swain punched the monster from the side, causing it to stagger 2 steps to the side. Bam! 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 Even with the ridiculous muscles Swain had, he was clearly inferior to the monster. Despite having his punches and kicks connect, they were unable to smash through its scales and cause physical harm. Swain was momentarily reduced to a wretched state as he staggered. If not for Swain's astounding sense of balance and the efforts of the other mandated punishers to shoot and suppress the monster, Klein suspected that this blue-eyed elder would have been beaten to death by the monster. Thud. 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 Swain took multiple steps back, then advanced once again, like a moth to a flame. But Klein could sense that he was accumulating something, waiting for something. Bam! Swain was sent to retreat, his body obscuring another mandated punisher's field of vision. The monster took this chance to charge towards the opening. It wanted to escape the ship and jump into the Tussock River. Looking at the wrinkled, sticky head of the monster, Klein lifted his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! The silver demon-hunting bullet hit the monster's body just as he predicted. But it had only hit its scales and failed to fully penetrate its body. The monster let out an ear-piercing shriek before it exerted strength with its feet and pounced at Klein. When a stinking fishy smell hit him, Klein suddenly hunched down and rolled to the side. Clang! He felt the ship shake as fragments had hit it as well. At the same time, he heard an old but deep voice recite an incantation in ancient Hermes, Evernight. Klein rolled over 2 more times. He couldn't care about his cane as he lifted his head and revolver in a fluster. All he saw was old Neil tossing out his charm calmly, despite being incredibly close to the monster. The piece of silver was instantly swallowed by a dark red flame and released the faint sound of an explosion. A deep, serene power spread forth. The monster, who had almost destroyed the side of the shop, rocked. Its movements became sluggish. Swain charged out from the cabin. He approached the creature and pulled back his arm, hitting the monster like a jackhammer. His punches connected with the head of the monster. But he could barely inflict a wound, let alone cause any fatal damage. But Klein could sense that whatever the blue-eyed elder was accumulating had finally reached its peak. Boom! The monster seemed to recover. It flailed its arm and made Swain take 5 steps back in retreat. Each of his steps caused cracks to form on the deck. Seeing that the monster was about to turn around and jump off the cargo ship, Klein took out the slumber charm from his pocket in a hurry. After which, he expertly recited the phrase in ancient Hermes, "Evernight." Suddenly, Klein felt the silver charm in his hand turn ice cold, as if it was made from snow. He didn't think too much about it. He injected his spirituality into the charm, then pulled his arm back before throwing it forward, sending the charm flying towards the monster. Meanwhile, the fish and human monster had jumped into the air. The dark red flames illuminated the surrounding darkness, and the faint explosion was like a prelude to a slumber as it quickly radiated outwards. Bam! The monster fell onto the dock, squirming into a ball. It was temporarily in a half-asleep state. Klein was just about to rush to the side of the boat and shoot at the monster's head when he suddenly saw Swain charge out and jump over, his navy uniform already long gone. He changed his posture in the air, his muscles tightening. Using his spiritual perception, Klein could feel something that had been suppressed erupt. Swain descended from the sky and slammed into the body of the monster. He then straightened his back and landed a heavy fist on the head of the monster. Crack! The monster's skull shattered into pieces. Dark red blood and grayish brain matter laced with the green sticky liquid splattered all over the ground. This is one of the abilities of a folk of rage? Klein muttered to himself as he stood near the broken side of the ship. Old Neil held his left arm and leaned over to look at what had happened below. At that moment, Swain was standing straight. He stared at the monster under his feet that had just lost its life. He took out a metal flask and opened the lid. He drank a good half of the liquor before tilting the flask, pouring the remaining liquor onto the monster. After finishing this, Swain looked like he had aged considerably, his back hunching a little. Old Neil sighed as he looked at the scene below. He whispered to Klein, "I know this mandated punisher who lost control." He had followed Swain for almost 30 years, once clearing water ghosts who had been killing people on the shore. He also captured evil beyonders who were trying to escape through the Tussock River. He didn't continue, but Klein understood what he wanted to say. A guard who had made many contributions and killed countless monsters ended up becoming a monster himself. This was not an isolated incident. It was a possible outcome that many members of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hivemind would one day face. Hi, C. Talon here, the translator of LOM. I've included the author's notes before the book went premium in China below. It has been 2 months since LOM was first released, and it's time to go premium. In the past 2 months, I nearly didn't say much in the author's notes or interact much with you. The main reason is that I'm increasingly convinced that the best communication between author and reader is inside the novel. I will write whatever I wish to express or describe inside the story, so there's no need for me to say anything else. Yes, back to LOM, I probably had this idea to find the joy from first coming into contact with web novels. That feeling of wow, there can be such a world, or there's actually such a magical world. Back then, every book presented a variety of different and interesting worlds. It always exposed me to more, making me unable to extricate myself from those worlds as they expand my imagination. Of course, it has to do with me having little exposure to similar novels. Therefore, when I felt that I had made sufficient preparations in creating the framework of a relatively new world and an interesting and amazing system, I began this book with uneasiness and courage. With acting the 22 pathways as core, with 220 potions and 220 jobs, this is a part that I hope the most that can interest everyone. In addition, it mixes in Thulu mythos, SCP Foundation elements, and the vibes of the First Industrial Revolution's era and a steampunk world. I read many books and created many settings, but I know that what's most important is to carefully tell this story. I took my time to tell it, which is why the first volume's pace is extremely slow. It's also why chapters consisting of more than 410,000 plus Chinese characters, 255,000 plus English words, were released free. I wanted to honestly develop the plot and accentuate the characters to portray the world. I didn't seek so-called climaxes and presented the scenes in my heart to you. Thanks to MAM's writing, I was able to have standards that can attract others when writing slice-of-life parts, allowing me to be equipped with the ability and writing flair needed to honestly tell a story. In the past, I learned how to express, Or it could be said that every writer or author can innately express. But now, I feel that I've begun restraining myself. Many a time, I would not describe it, but use actions, speech and expressions to present the emotions, without any inner monologue. I might not even use actions, speech, and expression, just describing it coldly, like the chapter with the female lead workers. It's also my wish to maintain standards at critical points in LOM. This book's various frameworks are probably the most complete one among all my books. Look forward to how I handle everything. This is my thoughts and attempts for this book. I hope everyone will like it. I wish you can support me by paying for premium chapters. After all, I still need to make a livelihood. I still need to meet the demands of my wife. I've always been a normal person, and I've never had any doubts to that. At the same time, I'm also a person who's very lazy and have many personality problems. I once thought of organizing my own fan club like other authors, but, it's really frustrating and tiring. Then, there was no more thence. I once thought of having a Weibo one to amass some popularity, but, it's really frustrating and tiring. Then, there was no more thence. I've already lost track of the last time I updated on Weibo. I made a public WeChat account and attempted writing some things, but, it's really frustrating and tiring. Then, there are updates only once in a while. I attempted to hire others to help me run the social media account, but I always find it awkward and embarrassing seeing the content posted by others. So, I stopped it. Phew, I wish to be a mediator for myself. Admit it, you are a lazy person. You are a person who is flawed when it comes to social interactions. You are a thin-skinned person who wants face at the cost of your life. You are a person who doesn't like getting disturbed by various miscellaneous matters. You are just like it is to wash a pig is to waste both water and soap. Perhaps, what I can do well and am willing to do well is to write novels, the depiction of the story in my heart. That is how I reconcile with myself, not to live on awkwardly or force myself to become popular. For the public account, I'll post something when I think of it. If there's nothing, forget it. Well, reconciliation is just an artistic way of saying convincing. The accurate description should be to live in self-abandonment. Rubs hands nefariously. After this communication, we will have premium chapters for the next update. I'll make my plea here for you to support premium and vote with your power stones. There will be a mass release. Really, I have a stockpile. Well, there will at least be 5, maybe 6. Chapter 130, Backlund's Secret Gathering. Klein looked at Swain standing before the monster's corpse before looking sideways towards the mandated Punisher who was helping his semi-conscious partner up by the arm. Klein suddenly felt an indescribable sadness. It was almost impossible for members of the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, and the machinery hive mind to be known as heroes. The things they did were never made known to the public but only hidden in confidential dockets. But the danger and pain they endured were ever so real. Perhaps there would be a day when my enemy will be one of my teammates. Klein sighed silently. He felt the heavy weight that all Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, and machinery hive mind carried. At that moment, old Neil let out a sigh. Let's go. Let's not disturb them. Okay. Klein picked up his cane. Just as he widened his stride, he suddenly noticed that old Neil was still holding his left hand. He asked, concerned, "Are you hurt?" Old Neil chuckled briefly before saying, "I got stabbed by one of the shrapnel earlier. If I was still young, I definitely would have been able to dodge it. Luckily, it's just a small cut." He moved his right hand slightly to let Klein see the tiny wound that was still lightly bleeding on the back of his left hand. After he confirmed that it wasn't a big issue, Klein walked off along the gangway as he sighed. "Mr. Neil, you're much calmer than I imagined." Despite being less than 2 meters away from the monster, you could still chant the incantation calmly and use the charm. Although the rampaging mandated Punisher had leaped towards Klein in the form of a monster, Old Neil was physically very close to him the entire time. Old Neil chucked at the compliment. I'm an experienced Nighthawk. Among the dangerous things that I've done, what happened just now isn't even in my top 10. Once, when I was patrolling Raphael Cemetery with Dunn, I had no idea that a corpse had turned into a zombie and left its tomb to lie in ambush in the shadows of the trees. I passed by without noticing it at all since I was looking for some hidden spot. Heh, you know what I mean. In the end, he leapt onto my back and seized my throat. Klein felt gripped by terror when he heard the recollection as he voiced out his guess. And under such a situation, you were still calm enough to use a charm? Or did you use some spell that a mystery prior could cast quickly? Old Neil stole a glance at him and chortled. No, Dunn managed to drag that zombie into a slumber in time. I'm telling you this story to tell you that, as a Nighthawk, you not only have to believe in yourself, you also have to trust your teammates too. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. Then, he replied both sincerely and jokingly, Mr. Neil, you are so wise today. Old Neil did a tiny hop and found his footing on the pier. He replied in disdain, that's because you only get to know the most trivial side of me usually. The two of them left the harbor and walked towards Evil Dragon Bar. Klein put away his revolver, set his cane aside, and took off his jacket. Under the light of the gas street lamp, he started checking if there was any damage to his jacket. How lucky. There are only a few splinters and a patch that got dirted. He removed the splinters and roughly patted the dust away. Then, he put it back on. Old Neil looked at him with a smile and mimicked his tone by adding leisurely. What a pity, there's no way to claim compensation. Klein was temporarily at a loss for words. I'm not such a person. He emphasized in his heart. As the public carriage arrived, Klein took out his silver vine-leaf pocket watch and flipped it open to check the time. If there's nothing else, I have to head home, he turned to tell Old Neil. Old Neil nodded slightly and said, enjoy your dinner at home. You don't need to think about the slumber charm. I'll get Swain to compensate me. He's a rich man after all. Of course, I won't go today. I have to consider his mood. Klein opened his mouth, but in the end, he only said, thank you for your generosity. He boarded the carriage quickly and returned to Daffodil Street. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the sky had already grown dark. Klein took out his keys to open the door and saw Melissa taking off her fishnet hat and setting it on the clothes rack. He smiled and did small talk. You just got back? Then, his mixed emotions suddenly vanished, and he felt relaxed and warm. There was a practical lesson in school today, Melissa explained seriously. Klein sniffed and smelled the fragrance of food. He was stunned and asked subconsciously, then, who's cooking dinner? The moment he finished his sentence, both of them answered the question in unison, Benson. Their tone had a hint of alarm. Benson, who had heard their conversation, walked out of the kitchen. While wiping his hands on an apron, he said, do you have no confidence in my cooking? I remember that before Melissa learned how to cook, you two would wait for me to come home and watch me cook with anticipation. Actually, cooking is so easy. You want potato beef stew? Put in the beef first, then the potatoes, then add some seasoning. Klein and Melissa exchanged glances and remained silent. Putting aside his cane and took off his hat, Klein turned around and smiled. I think it's time to hire a maidservant. It's very unhealthy to not eat dinner on time. But I don't want to have a stranger next to us when we chat. That'll make me feel uncomfortable, Melissa said, subconsciously finding an excuse to object. Klein spoke with a smile as he took off his jacket. I don't mind. Just then, his expression froze, and he stopped what he was doing. I almost took off my jacket. I still have a revolver at my armpit. Ahem. He cleared his throat and pretended nothing happened. Don't mind her. When we get home, we can let the maidservant rest in her room. I doubt any maidservant would dislike resting. We must find a maidservant who's willing to learn how to cook. He didn't want to endure the torture of a cuisine that left him guessing in the future. Benson stood at the kitchen and nodded in agreement. When we have time, we can go over to Tingen Family Servant Assistance Association. They have a great deal of experience and many resources in this field. All right, it's decided then. Klein ignored Melissa's unwilling look. Backlund, Empress Borough, Viscount Glaine's residence. Audrey Hall left the party with her personal maid, Annie. They came to the second floor and entered the bedroom that the Viscount had prepared. She took off her glamorous dress and her lightweight dancing heels slowly with Annie's assistance. She then put on a black hooded robe that she had prepared ahead of time. Pulling up the hood, Audrey stood before the full mirror and examined herself. She saw that more than half her face was covered by the shadow of her hood, and only her beautiful lips were clearly exposed. Long black robe, face hidden by shadows, a mysterious feeling. This is something I've been dreaming of wearing all this time. Audrey thought to herself happily. Worried, she added a blue boat-shaped soft hat under her hood. With the fine checkered fishnet drooping down, her facial features became even more indiscernible. Not bad, that's it. Audrey stuffed her feet into leather ankle boots, looked to the side, and told Annie, "Wait for me here. No matter who comes, do not open the door." Annie looked at her helplessly and said, "But you have to make sure that your trip doesn't take more than an hour. You should trust me. I have kept my promise every single time in the past." Audrey smiled and leaned in towards her personal maidservant. She hugged her and kissed her cheek as etiquette demanded. Then, she walked quickly and pulled up her hood. Turning around, she exited the bedroom through a secret door. She walked all the way down and came to the side door of the Viscount's residence, where she saw that there was already a carriage waiting there. Glane stood amidst the shadows as he glanced at Audrey and complimented sincerely, "By dressing up like this, you are really, like the description Emperor Roselle often used, very cool." "Thank you." Audrey pulled up an imaginary skirt and curtsied elegantly. The two of them got into the carriage and left the villa. They arrived at a house about 10 minutes away. Outside the house, Audrey saw Apprentice Furs Wall and her friend, Tribunal Zyoderi Cha, whom she had been seeing recently. Furz's slightly wavy brown hair and her light blue eyes showed a natural laziness. She pointed at Zyoderi Cha next to her and said, "She's an excellent persuader, capable of helping you get things that you want." Zyoderi Cha was slightly shorter, about 150 centimeters at most. Her facial features were soft, but she seemed pretty young and immature. Although her shoulder-length blonde hair was messy and unkempt, and she was in a traditional night training suit, she carried an indescribable look of dignity and a convincing charm. Audrey had met her a few times. She smiled faintly and greeted, "Miss Zio, can I trust you?" "You don't have to worry at all." Zyoderi Cha smiled and gestured with her hand. Just as she walked to follow Audrey and Viscount Glane, they heard a sudden thud. Audrey looked towards the source of the sound and saw that a triangular blade coruscating with a cold glimmer had fallen beside Zyoderi Cha's leg. Audrey and Zyoderi Cha exchanged looks, simultaneously at a loss for words. After nearly 20 seconds, Zyoderi Cha quickly squatted and picked up the triangular blade and hit it on her body. "We have to prevent the occurrence of an accident. Some people lack rationality, and they aren't convinced easily," Zyoderi Cha explained seriously. Audrey nodded and replied with a clear voice, "I believe you." "These are tools to convince those B***stards to talk to us calmly," Furs added, looking sideways at the grass plains. The quartet didn't continue conversing and walked a few steps forward. They knocked on the wooden door with 3 long and 2 short knocks. The door squeaked and opened. Slowly, using her spectator state, Audrey looked into the house that had many people sitting around randomly. They employed various methods such as hoods or masks to conceal their looks. Some didn't even bother and exposed their faces openly. Almost instantly, Audrey noticed a black-robed man on a single-seat sofa. That man wore a hood too, hiding his looks under a shadow. He looked at all the guests in silence, giving people a feeling that he was somehow in a commanding position. He is very confident, but his gaze is very disgusting. His gaze moved up and down my body like 2 slippery tentacles wanting to tear off my clothes. Audrey's senses were sharp. She carefully observed and made a judgment calmly, but she nearly had goosebumps. Furs introduced him. That's Mr. A powerful Beyonder, the leader of this secret gathering. Chapter 131, Transaction. Mr. A? That sounds more like a codename for a criminal rather than a powerful man of mystery. It can't be compared to the Fool at all. No, only gods or demigods can be compared to Mr. Fool. Audrey felt a sense of superiority as she thought about this. She looked calmly at Mr. A and spoke to Furs and Zyoderi-cha with a hushed tone. Are there any stories about this man? The hooded Viscount Glaint was equally curious. Zyoderi-cha replied sternly, there were several such incidents in the past. Sequence 8 Beyonders, some even at Sequence 7, have targeted and tried to deal with Mr. A, but they've all mysteriously disappeared. So he truly is a powerful Beyonder, Glaint marveled. They walked into the room as they spoke. The guards immediately closed the door behind them. After adjusting to the gas lamp's light in the room, Audrey saw 2 blackboards with several phrases written across them right in front of her. At that moment, Furs, who had an unlit cigarette in her hand, whispered, "Those are the requests of the members of this gathering. You should be able to understand that many people do not wish for others to know what they possess to avoid being a target of greedy people. Thus, they write their requests, or what they are selling, as well as the rough price on the blackboards anonymously." Audrey nodded. She didn't care to observe the members of the meeting. Instead, she shifted her gaze to the words on the left board. I need a pair of eyes from a mature manhal fish. The dust left behind by vengeful spirits, 165 pounds. 3 pages from Emperor Roselle's notebook, 20 pounds. Audrey couldn't maintain the state of her spectator when she saw that. She was as shocked as she was excited. These prices are too cheap. She thought in excitement and joy. As she walked, her gaze shifted as she saw other notices. Tears of an infant flower, 200 pounds. Mummy powder, 10 grams, 5 pounds. Fishman secretion, 30 milliliters, 29 pounds. Formula for Sequence 8 Potion Sheriff, 450 pounds. Just too cheap. The Beyonder ingredients all cost less than 300 pounds. Audrey's eyes sparkled as she found a place to sit together with her companions. Zyoderi-cha leaned over and whispered into her ear, "Do you have anything you want?" Audrey breathed heavily. Emperor Roselle's famous quote flashed through her mind, "I want it all." She had 2 elder brothers, rendering her eligibility to inherit the aristocratic title and the main portion of the inheritance null. But as a lady adored by her parents and brothers, she had property, farmland, pastures, mines, jewelry, stocks, and bonds to her name. Together, they were valued at 300,000 pounds. This was a part of her inheritance, but she only possessed them in name before her father, Count Hall, passed away, or when she got married. Every year, she received a corresponding amount from a trust fund. But even so, she could receive 15,000 to 25,000 pounds a year, making her one of the richest women among the nobles in the entire Lone Kingdom. Of course, she had expenses she couldn't avoid as a noble. And now that she was receiving annual payouts, she could no longer pester her parents for money all the time. She controlled herself and answered with reservation, "For the time being, I have my sights on Emperor Roselle's notebook. I adore him, and I think that the special symbols and literature he created hold a mysterious power. It's just that we haven't found the correct way to decipher them." "Audrey, you are becoming more and more hypocritical," she added in her heart. Just as she had said that, a young man in a white shirt sitting near them stood up excitedly. He agreed with Audrey, "Yes. That's true. I've finally met someone who shares the same opinion as me. I'm the person with the 3 pages of the notebook, and I can sell them to you right now." Audrey was at a loss at first before she replied with a smile, "Then please allow me to express my gratitude." She took out a pair of 10-pound notes and handed them over to the man, then received the 3 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary in exchange. Of course, no one here knew that they were part of his diary, and thus everyone generally called them his notebook. Audrey flipped through the pages after she received them and confirmed that the writing was similar to the previous pages that she had come across. She put away the diary and asked Zio and Furs softly, "Who can I look for if the notes are fake?" "Mr. A?" "Yes, Mr. A will not allow any fraud to take place in his gathering. And I could help you mediate this privately too," Zio Dericha replied eagerly. "I understand." Audrey entered her spectator state and surveyed the beyonders and beyonders to be around her. There were many people looking over because of the excitement of the young man just now. They were observing Audrey and Glaint, some making it obvious while others were more discreet, but Audrey and Glaint's hoods covered their features well. There are sofas and chairs strewn all around the venue, all facing the board. The material of the furniture is rather normal, indicating that the person who gathered them here, Mr. A, isn't a noble and doesn't care much about the venue. Yes, with the confidence he displayed, he need not be overly pretentious with the venue. Audrey looked around and calmly observed. Mr. A looks at all the ladies present, his gaze often lingering on those who have above-average looks. He's lecherous. Why is he looking at me so frequently? Can he see through my robe? Audrey was shocked at this deduction. She felt disgusted, as if she had just eaten a fly. But her worries quickly eased, for she noticed that Mr. A was not looking at her body or the bodies of the other ladies. This means that his eyes cannot see through fabric directly. His sense of sight is exceptional. It's as if he's observing me at a close distance. With that ability, the hood won't achieve much. Audrey calmly observed the rest of the people engaging in their own deals and got an understanding of the circumstances of some of the people there. At that moment, Mr. A's facilitator walked over and whispered to Audrey's group, "You can write your requests on a piece of paper and pass them to me, or wait till the break later to write whatever you want to sell on the blackboard in the small room." Furs took a whiff of her cigarette and surveyed the surroundings cautiously. "Have you considered which sequence 9 formula you want?" She had kept her promise and told Audrey and Viscount Glaint about all the sequence pathways she knew of. Audrey pretended to think before saying, "Spectator, I want to become a spectator. And, I also want the advancement of spectator, the telepathist." She considered the fact that she would have to come into frequent contact with Furs and Zio Dericha in the future, making it highly possible that they would realize that she was a beyonder, a spectator. Thus, she decided to take this opportunity to reveal this to them and completely conceal the fact that the Tarot Club existed. "Even though I'll be wasting some money, it'll still be worth it." Audrey praised herself. At the same time, she noticed that Zio Dericha was looking at the blackboards from time to time. Her expression was that of desire and depression. "Zio told me that the corresponding sequence 8 to Arbiter was Sheriff. She's looking at the £450 price tag? Well, it's obvious that she wants the formula for Sheriff. She's already been an Arbiter for more than a year, and she has been unknowingly acting the role of an Arbiter. Her potion should have been digested already. All these details tell me that Zio lacks money." As Audrey was deducing all of this, Viscount Glaint revealed his choice. "Apothecary, I want the formula for sequence 9 apothecary." Feeling the gazes from Audrey, Furs, and Zio, he explained himself with a chortle, "To me, health and not having to worry about major illnesses and harm is the most important thing. A rational decision. I once dreamed of becoming an apothecary." Furs sighed while smiling. She had a rather languid demeanor. After making the decision, Audrey and the rest wrote their requests on pieces of paper and handed them over to the facilitator. They looked on as the facilitator made his way around the venue and asked the other participants, collecting several other slips of paper. This facilitator then shuffled the notes and handed them over to his partner in charge of the blackboards, asking him to transcribe the information onto them. "I need the formulas for potion spectator and telepathist. The price will be negotiated face-to-face." The facilitator would repeat the request 3 times after he wrote it onto the blackboard. If someone was interested, they could apply for a room in secret. There would be facilitators helping them complete the deal. After waiting for a while, Audrey and Glaint didn't receive a request for a deal. They were rather disappointed. At this moment, a facilitator walked over to Audrey's side and handed her a folded piece of paper. "It's from Mr. A," the facilitator said softly. Audrey unfolded the slip of paper and took a look. "Are you interested in the formulas of other Sequence 9 potions?" Audrey curled the ends of her mouth disdainfully and wrote on a blank spot, "I am only interested in Spectator." She folded the piece of paper and handed it back to the facilitator, then watched as he passed it back to Mr. A. Mr. A took a glance and didn't say anything, continuing to look over the rest of the members silently. But Audrey sharply noticed that he had secretly burned the piece of paper and allowed the ashes to fall to the floor. 15 minutes later, Mr. A said, "Now we will have a break. You can interact with other participants freely." At this moment, the young man who sold Emperor Roselle's diary approached Audrey and said in excitement, "I have already deciphered a portion of the Emperor Roselle's special characters and tattooed them onto myself, allowing me to gain some remarkable abilities. Are you interested?" Audrey suddenly recalled that she had asked Mr. Fool if the special characters in the Emperor Roselle's diary possessed any unique abilities. Mr. Fool's answer was that they were useless unless a deity suddenly took interest in them. She looked at the young man in front of her and thought for a moment. She then probed, "What remarkable abilities?" The young man answered excitedly, "I have become stronger and more healthy." Audrey looked at him in pity. "I'm sorry, I have more trust in my own research." In the remaining time, she continued observing those who came to this gathering, but didn't obtain any more information. All she had was a rough deduction that some of them were doctors or lawyers, ordinary occupations. Audrey and the rest left the venue after another half an hour and returned to Viscount Glaine's mansion as they waited till the ball ended. Audrey returned home at about 10 that night. She was about to get her maidservant to prepare some hot water when she saw her dog Susie shoot her a look. "My dog just shot me a look." Audrey's emotions became complicated. Chapter 132, Meeting the Monster Again. She found an excuse for her maidservant to leave them alone temporarily. Audrey locked the door and looked back at her golden retriever, Susie, who she wasn't sure could still be considered as her pet. "You heard? Or came across something?" Susie sat steadily and howled, reverberating the air around her. "Yes, I heard the Count's discussion with a few members of Parliament in the study. They said that the King and the Prime Minister came to a mutual agreement. They will give up their revenge plan on the Fasak Empire in Balam's east coast for the time being." "Where's Balam's east coast?" Susie's terrifying speed at grasping loan made Audrey feel mixed emotions. She fell silent for a few seconds before she said, "I'll give you a map tomorrow." "Okay," Susie replied in delight. The King and the Prime Minister believe that presently the most pertinent task is to push for the Reformation, which will allow civil servants to be selected via examination. They hope to pass the bill through the House of Lords and the House of Commons before October. "Really?" Audrey asked, pleasantly surprised. That was the first matter that she had managed to secretly guide after she became a spectator. Turning it into reality would give her a sense of achievement. Susie answered frankly, "I can't give you a definite answer. This is just what I've heard, I couldn't even fully understand what they meant. After all, I'm a dog that just started to learn." Audrey was stunned for a moment before she beamed and said, "Susie, you did well. This is your reward." She took out a bag from a lavish cabinet, tore open the seal, and placed it before Susie. It was a dog biscuit produced by the Backlund Pet Care Company, which was made of flour, vegetables, meat, and water. It was a snack that Susie really liked. Susie sat straight and sniffed. She waved her paw, seemingly deciding how she was to consume it to suit her present identity the best. After a few seconds, she gave up thinking, adhered to her instinct, and leaped forward. She grabbed the bag of snacks and ran outside. She stood on her hind legs and opened the door with one claw. Then ran out and hid in the shadows and began enjoying her snack. On Sunday, Klein didn't wake up until the afternoon, because he had spent the night on duty at Cheney's Gate. Klein took the trackless public carriage and arrived at Evil Dragon Bar. He had previously planned to use divination to find Monster Adamasol and determine the reason for his recent oddity. However, he was interrupted by the loss of control of a mandated punisher and could only reschedule it to today. He went through the billiard room and entered the underground market. Klein didn't need to search, for he immediately saw Adamasol shivering in a corner. When the pale-looking young man with black, messy, oily hair sensed Klein's approach, he suddenly covered his eyes and leaned against the wall in an attempt to move towards the side door. Klein quickened his pace and blocked Adamasol from leaving. He tapped the left molars twice secretly. In his spirit vision, Adamasol's aura appeared rather unhealthy. All the colors seemed dim. In other words, although he didn't have any major diseases, his body was very weak. At the same time, Klein realized that vibrant fear and anxiety were revealed in the monster's emotions. He had lost almost all of the blue that represented rational thinking. The surface of his astral projection extended from the depths of his ether body. The color was a unified, transparent, and colorless, just like a pure light. Is this the uniqueness of a naturally born monster? Klein nodded indiscernibly as he stared at Adamasol's face and said, "What did you see recently? What did you come across? Why are you hiding in a corner and quivering while saying that there are all corpses and that everyone is dead?" Adamasol lowered his head and looked towards his toes. It seemed like he didn't dare to look directly at the person before him. He was shivering almost violently in his grayish-blue trousers and ragged linen shirt. He replied in a fluster, "No, I didn't see anything. And no, I only had a dream. There's blood everywhere in the dream and corpses scattered everywhere. Haha. Boo-hoo. I was among the corpses. I was there. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. I don't want to die, I don't want to die." He laughed and he cried. His reply confused Klein. Klein massaged his temples and lowered his voice to ask again, "Why are you afraid of me?" Adamasol was taken aback for a few seconds when he suddenly squatted down. He yelled in extreme fear, "No. No." Everyone looked over and Klein suddenly felt awkward. "I didn't do anything to you. Why are you screaming as though something happened?" He laughed dryly. He saw that Adamasol had curled up in a trembling fetal position. Besides begging for mercy, he didn't say anything else. Klein had no choice but to distance himself and pretend that he was just passing by. Maybe I should ask Mr. Azik for advice. But he just went on vacation to the northern part of the Fasak Empire last week, and he'll only return next Thursday or Friday. Before that, I have to first report to Captain. Klein covered his mouth as he yawned. He turned and left the underground market. After he got his salary that week, his private stash returned to £8.10 solely. However, truly rare Beyonder ingredients were so expensive that he could only window shop. Of course, if he wasn't afraid of the high interest, he could get a short-term loan from Swain. When he exited Evil Dragon Bar and waited for the public carriage, Klein considered the future developments. In another week, the £12 from my advance salary at the beginning will be cleared. The money that I bring home will finally reach £3 a week. Melissa will have no excuse about delaying the hiring of a maidservant. The other £3 will remain a secret, and I'll save up more money for myself. And I have to quickly get the telepathist formula or related clues from Daxter Guderian. I can use the excuse of giving an underling funds to exchange it for cash from Miss Justice. This could be done through an anonymous bank transfer. During the process, I'll cause interference via divination. That will be very safe and it won't reveal my identity. After getting on a public carriage, Klein didn't head to the Blackthorn Security Company directly but planned on heading to the Divination Club for 2 hours. It was part of the work needed to foreshadow his digestion of the potion. Plus, Klein was now considered famous in the divination industry. There were returning customers from the past and there were also referrals. On average, he would have more than 10 divinations in an afternoon. Hence, even though he only went twice a week, he could still make a profit of £0.50. To the impoverished Mr. Fool, it was better than nothing. Sigh, it's a pity that I made it sound too good at the beginning and fostered too perfect of an image. I can't just change my divination fees as I wish. While sitting in the meeting room at the Divination Club, Klein thought to himself helplessly as he drank his side black tea. With his present fame, people would still seek his services even if he charged for solely. However, as a seer that respected fate, he could only continue to charge 8 pence. Although Klein had fully digested the potion, he wasn't willing to take the risk of going against the seer principles that he previously summarized. That included not obtaining excessive benefits from divination. After all, he didn't know if it would lead to losing control or other negative effects. The confidential information the Nighthawks had didn't include the concept of digesting. Thus, Klein couldn't determine if there was still risks after fully digesting the potion, or if he could do anything that was against the principle. Just as he was thinking about these things, the beautiful attendant named Angelica came in and walked over to him. She leaned down and softly said, "Mr. Moretti, someone wishes for your divination." Red agate room. All right. Klein had checked if it was a suitable day to visit the Divination Club before he came, and he had obtained a definite answer from his divination. He took his silk top hat, exited the meeting room, and saw his customer that was waiting at the door of the red agate room. The customer was a maiden around 16 years old. She was wearing a light blue ruffled dress and holding a gauze hat of the same color. She had brown curly hair, a cute face with baby fat, and a pair of beautiful light blue eyes. Elizabeth? Klein recognized his sister's good friend, Elizabeth, who studied at the Ivos public school. He had once helped pick an amulet for her and also resolved Selena's magic mirror divination incident with her assistance. Similarly, Elizabeth said in pleasant surprise, "Mr. Moretti, it's really you? I was wondering if it was you when I saw the name." "I am a mysticism enthusiast after all," Klein explained helplessly. Then he added, "Don't tell Melissa." "Oh, Selena as well." The divination results showed that it was suitable for me to visit the Divination Club. Why did I run into Elizabeth? He shook his head as he turned around to open the door to the red agate room. At the same time, he clicked his left molar twice. They entered the room slowly. After he took the seat of the diviner, he lifted his head to look towards Elizabeth. With just one glance, he creased his eyebrows. There was a faint layer of gloomy green in the maiden's energy field. A symptom of being haunted by spirits and wraiths. Klein made a calm judgment and asked directly, "Have you had nightmares recently, ones with repetitive elements?" Elizabeth, who had just locked the door and had yet to take a seat, was dumbstruck. It took her a long time to reply, "Yes. That's why I came here to look for you." Klein leaned back and asked, "What kind of dream did you have? When did it start?" "It began from the last 2 days of my vacation to Lanevus town." "Oh, our family has an estate there." Elizabeth was considered half a mysticism enthusiast, so she had better memories of such situations. "In my dream, I always run into a knight in full black armor. He carries a huge broadsword and his face is fully covered by a helmet, so all I could see is a pair of glowing red eyes. In the dream, he keeps attempting to get closer to me. Afraid, I run away, but the distance shortens each and every time." Klein thought and asked, 2 or 3 days before you had such a dream, did you get in touch with any antiques, ancient ruins, burial objects, or a mausoleum? Elizabeth recalled and answered, I visited a mountain near Lanevus town. There was an abandoned ancient castle." That's a standard opening of a paranormal novel. Klein lampooned silently as he pressed on, "Did you leave anything behind in the castle? Or did you take anything from the castle?" Elizabeth creased her beautiful eyebrows and answered moments later in uncertainty, "I got cut by brambles and bled." "Does leaving blood behind count?" Klein nodded with a mask of solemnity and answered in a deep voice, "Yes." Chapter 133, Expensive Charms. Elizabeth immediately turned nervous after hearing Klein's reply. Subconsciously, she began to speak faster. Can you help me divine the specific reason? It will be even better if you can divine a way to solve this. Divination can only give us a general direction of how to solve the problem, and furthermore, it will be unclear and filled with symbolism, making it difficult to decipher the hints correctly. Of course, you're very lucky. I'm not an ordinary seer, I'm a true mysticism scholar. Klein lampooned the girl's question before saying solemnly, since this matter has to do with dreams, I would suggest a similar divination method. All right. Elizabeth nodded her head like a hungry woodpecker. Klein maintained his professional attitude. I will need you to sleep here and allow that dream to present itself. Is that a problem? There's no problem, I trust you, Elizabeth answered without hesitation while pursing her lips. But she quickly added with a stammer, but I cannot guarantee that I would. I would have that dream. It's just an attempt, Klein consoled her with a gentle smile. He then pointed at the long sofa on the side of the red agate room. Please. No need for that, I'll sleep here. Elizabeth shook her head gently. She crossed her arms and said, I sleep like this at school after classes whenever I feel tired. She used her arms as a pillow and leaned forward onto the edge of the table. All right, you can pretend that I'm not here. Klein smiled as he observed the colors of her aura and emotions. He used them to deduce if the girl had fallen asleep or not. Okay. Elizabeth closed her eyes and buried her face into her arms, trying hard to ease her breathing. Klein didn't speak as he leaned back into his chair. The room suddenly became unusually quiet. It was a peaceful silence, a silence that could make one forget their troubles. Sometime later, Klein took out a semicircular piece of silver from his pocket after he confirmed that Elizabeth had fallen asleep. The piece of silver was filled with indecipherable Hermes phrases as well as symbolic imagery and numbers. It was a dream charm that Klein had succeeded in making the previous morning. He had also finished making 2 slumber charms and 2 requiem charms. The former were made with rectangular pieces of silver while the latter were made with triangular pieces. This was to help him differentiate between them solely by touch during an intense battle. Crimson. Klein softly recited the phrase in ancient Hermes. This was the activation incantation that he had set. Since there was still the step of injecting spirituality into the charm, there was no need for his incantation to be different from the rest. All it needed was to be short and easy to remember. The mysterious incantation reverberated around the room. Klein felt the dream charm become light in his hand, as if it had temporarily lost its weight. Klein immediately placed the charm on the table in front of him after he injected it with his spirituality. A transparent flame leapt up silently, enveloping the charm and became a deep, serene black. The black flame spread quickly, enveloping Elizabeth and Klein. Klein seized the opportunity to enter his state of cogitation. He used his spirituality to look at the illusory spherical light in front of him. The spherical light was surrounded by a boundless darkness, making it seem exceptionally lonely. Klein didn't dare delay any further as he emitted his spirituality, allowing it to touch the illusory ball of light. Silently, the scene around him started to coruscate and warp, but it quickly settled into a yellowish-brown plain. The plain was littered with the corpses of horses and humans. Fresh blood and weapons could be seen everywhere. Elizabeth was wearing a regal gown with engagiantes and a fishnet hat. She was looking around, lost. She quickly saw Klein's figure and revealed a look of surprise and joy. Mr. Moretti, we meet again. I had suspected that the Klein Moretti on the name register was you and Selena, and I came to get a divination. I came again multiple times, but always missed you as I had to attend lessons during the day. When I was free during the summer break, I was dragged to a holiday at Lanevus town by my parents. You can help me, right? Klein froze for a moment when he heard the girl's talkativeness. To think that Elizabeth had suspected that I was working part-time at the Divination Club and tried to find me on multiple occasions. Yet, she didn't appear abnormal at all. Her surprise was authentic, masking her true thoughts. Indeed, everyone's dream shows their most honest side, other than me, Mr. Fool. As he was indulging in his thoughts, Elizabeth's dream changed. A tall knight, about 1.9 meters in height, was walking toward them, dragging a broadsword which was scraped the ground. This knight was dressed in black armor. The metallic sounds of metal colliding could be heard with his every step. Two blobs of red light akin to flames peeked out from the slit of his faceplate. They were staring at Klein and Elizabeth intently. The will of a wraith. Still not at the stage of an evil spirit. Klein, who was in his spirituality state, didn't need to activate his spirit vision. According to the classifications based on the Nighthawk's confidential information, the feelings of vengeance and injustice left behind by spirits were the weakest and easiest kinds of souls to deal with. Following those were shadows and wraiths. Evil spirits were the most difficult soul-like creatures to deal with. The most horrifying of evil spirits were said to be as strong as high-sequence beyonders. With this in mind, Klein took a step forward, blocking Elizabeth behind him. He then stomped down with his foot and shattered the dream. Multiple specks of light scattered like fireflies. Klein's spirituality returned to his body, allowing his eyes to once again adapt to the darkness of the red agate room. He saw the tools needed for divination placed around the table, as well as the dream charm that had almost finished burning. Klein felt the pinch when he saw this. Charms in the Evernight goddess's domain were all made using pure silver, so it pained his heart. Using these charms is akin to burning money. Even if I don't account for my labor costs, the materials alone already averaged to about 6 to 8 soli per charm. Well, he felt a little more at peace when he thought of the Beyonders from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. After all, they burned gold, the corresponding metal for the sun was gold. Elizabeth groaned softly and slowly woke up before straightening her posture. She glanced furtively at Klein and asked, "Mr. Moretti, were there any results from your divination?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. "Your nightmares should disappear in no more than a week. I will report this to the captain and get him to send someone to deal with it at Lanevus town." Klein added in his heart. "Really? That's great. Thank you, Mr. Moretti." Elizabeth became excited. She then suddenly creased her brows. "What's the matter?" Klein asked in concern. "Nothing. I just remembered that I have to go home now." She slowly took out a single soli bill that she had prepared and placed it on the table. She then grabbed her hat and bade goodbye to Klein a little hesitantly. After leaving the red agate room, Elizabeth walked toward the stairs outside the door. She flailed her arms after she confirmed that no one was watching and groaned softly, "Pins and needles. How numbing." In the Blackthorn Security Company, Dunn rubbed his forehead as he looked at Klein. "Did you suddenly return because you came across another supernatural incident?" "Hey, Captain, what's with that tone of disparagement?" Klein cleared his throat and answered without hesitation, "Yes." "What's the matter this time?" Dunn Smith rubbed his forehead again. Klein organized his words and replied, "Two things. For the first incident, I discovered Monster Adamasol hunched in a corner, shivering in fear when I was buying materials for my charms at the underground market. When he said that, he hinted heavily that he needed a reimbursement for the materials. Klein couldn't mention the fees for the detective he employed to find Daxter Guderian, for it involved the Red Chimney. He deeply regretted not employing separate detectives. Dunn seemed to fail to read between the lines as he nodded slightly. "What happened to Adamasol?" Klein exhaled silently and described in detail. Adamasol had a dream. He dreamed that there were corpses and blood everywhere. One of the corpses was his, and thus he became very frightened. Dunn thought for a moment before asking slowly, "As a seer, what do you think it symbolizes?" "A disaster. A disaster that spans a wide area. But I have no information other than this. Furthermore, not everything in Adamasol's dream might have a symbolic meaning," Klein said while deliberating his words. "I will report this to the Holy Cathedral and see what they have to say." Dunn shook his head and said in a self-deprecating manner, "This isn't something I have expertise in." Klein didn't have any other ideas either. He changed the subject and spoke about the wraith harassment Elizabeth faced. "Lanevus town. Is that lady a believer of the goddess?" Dunn asked. "Yes." Klein gave an affirmative answer. Then there should be no problems. Let's head over to Lamed Town now and try to get dinner there. Oh, and bring Fry along. His abilities should prove useful if the incident involves corpses and ghosts. Dunn massaged his temples and tried his hardest to contemplate whether he had forgotten anything. If Elizabeth wasn't a believer of the Evernight goddess, then they would have to hand her over to the mandated punishers or the machinery hive mind according to her faith. If her faith didn't lie in any of the 3 major churches, then she would be handed over to the machinery hive mind who were responsible for the outskirts. Klein didn't speak. He waited silently for a while before finally hearing Dunn add, "Also, we have 3 men on the mission. We can request to use sealed artifact 3-0782. 3-0782? After a minute, Klein recalled that the sealed artifact was called the Mutated Sun's Sacred Emblem. This sacred emblem's beyonder influence seemed to be able to last a long time. It had the ability to constantly purify any corpses and spirits in a 15-meter radius. However, it had the drawback of purifying the soul of a commoner at the same time. Research data indicated that if a normal human were to stand within its radius for an hour, they would become an idiot that only knew how to praise the sun. The limit for beyonders was 6 hours. As for ghosts and corpses, they would scatter in less than a minute. To think that the captain would remember the codename for this sealed artifact. Damn, I feel that my memory is worse than his. Klein suddenly froze, nearly wanting to hang himself. Dunn Smith leaned back and looked at Klein with his deep gray eyes. You went to the Divination Club again today? Did you feel any changes over the past 2 days? Chapter 134, It's been more than a minute. Captain, that's the exact question I wanted you to ask. Klein nodded seriously. I feel even better. I even believe that I can pass the Holy Cathedral's examination right now. It's a kind of feeling and confidence that can't be described with words. Realizing that his answer could be a little vague, he couldn't help but add, perhaps the name of a potion is really crucial. When I strictly followed the seer principles that I derived and acted as a fortune teller, everything became perfect and easy. Yes, I can now activate my spirit vision with an even more inconspicuous manner. Dunn creased his eyebrows slightly as the light in his eyes converged. He muttered seemingly deep in thought, the name of the potion. After about 10 seconds, he looked at Klein again. Do you need to return and inform your family? Sunday is the 2nd day after your duty at Cheney's Gate. You're supposed to get some rest. Taking into consideration the fact that Elizabeth was a good friend of his sister, and that he had promised that the problem would be solved within a week, Klein answered without hesitation, we don't have to waste time. After we set off, just get the carriage to take a turn by Daffodil Street. All right. Get Fry while I fill out the application form to get sealed artifact 3-0782 out. Dunn pointed at the break room diagonally opposite. Fry was a corpse collector, so he didn't possess the abundant energy of a sleepless. If he was free, he would take a nap. Filling in the application form yourself, approving it yourself, and collecting it yourself. Captain, our management system is quite flawed. Klein lampooned silently before he retrieved his hat and exited Dunn's office to knock on the door diagonally opposite. After Klein knocked thrice, Fry opened the door and looked at Klein with undisguised puzzlement. What's the matter? As he was taking a nap, his hair was messy and his shirt was untidy. His cold and gloomy temperament faded quite a bit. However, he still looks like a dead person that climbed out of his coffin. Klein hid his smile and answered seriously. There's a case that involves wraiths. The captain wishes for your assistance. Okay. Fry lifted his hand subconsciously to smooth out his messy hair, returning him to the cold person that kept the living at bay. After he dressed up, the 2 of them waited by the sofa in the reception hall. The surroundings warmed up after another 7 or 8 minutes, as though the area was being exposed to sunlight. Immediately following that, they saw Dunn Smith walk through the partition while he held in his hand an ancient badge about half the size of a palm. The badge had a dark gold luster and was engraved with the symbolic signs of the sun and lines that extended to the edge. It was the sealed artifact 3-0782 from the Intis Republic, originally named the Mutated Sun's Sacred Emblem. The Intis Republic was the country that Roselle transformed from an empire into a republic before turning it back into an empire. Now, it had established itself as a stable republic and was located on the west coast of the northern continent. Its border with the Lone Kingdom included landmarks like Mid-Sea Shires, the Hornacis mountain range, and so on. Since the establishment of Intis as a nation, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had repressed the Church of the God of Craftsmanship, which later became known as the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. With it being the main religion of the country could also be referred to as the Kingdom of the Sun. Let's set off. Fry, you'll drive. Cesare can't withstand the purification of the sacred emblem for too long, Dunn reminded them calmly. Cesare Francis was a clerk who was in charge of purchasing and collecting supplies. He was also their driver, but he was just an ordinary person. He couldn't stay more than an hour within a 15-meter range of sealed artifact 3-0782. The journey from Zutland Street to Lamud Town, according to Klein's understanding, would require at least 2.5 hours. That didn't include the time to detour to Daffodil Street. All right. Fry didn't object but checked if he had his personal items with him. When the rays of the setting sun dyed the pinnacle of the town's cathedral, the Nighthawk's carriage finally arrived at Lamud Town. The town was located at the northwest edge of Tingen. Many buildings still had the unique characteristics of the era before the age of steam. There were nearly 0 factories and the nearby villages engaged in commercial trading. After they stopped the carriage, Dunn looked at the hair salon opposite and said, "I asked one of the locals earlier. It only requires a 15-minute walk from here to the castle ruins on the mountain. It said that it belonged to a feudal lord who ruled during the Fourth Epoch. However, no one knows what happened after that. Of course, their description is merely a local myth. Yes, let's go over now and deal with that wraith before the sky turns dark. Then, we can take turns to watch over 3-0782 and keep it away from commoners?" From the moment Dunn retrieved the Mutated Sun's sacred emblem, 3 hours had already passed. It was getting closer and closer to a Beyonders limits. In no time, they would have to part ways and give each other time to recover. "Okay." Fry gave a succinct reply. "I have no problem about that." Klein touched the slumber charms and requiem charms in his pocket. The 3 Nighthawks in thin black windbreakers walked through the street in the town and headed toward the mountain when they reached a fork in the road. Along the way, the road was overgrown with weeds and clustered with shrubs, but it was still spacious enough to let 2 carriages pass side by side. It wasn't long until they saw a collapsed outer wall of an ancient castle. On the outer wall that was still standing, there were green plants crawling all over it while the exposed part was mottled. When he started to get close, Klein could feel a piercing chill as goosebumps formed all over his arms. "There really is a wraith," Fry said monotonously as he looked at the ancient castle. Dunn looked sideways to steal a glance at the newly promoted Nighthawk, then he laughed and said, "Don't worry. We have both 3-0782 and Fry, the wraith won't cause too much of a problem." He held his custom-made revolver in one hand and the Mutated Sun's sacred emblem in the other. He took the first step towards the ancient castle that looked like a ruin. Klein followed closely behind and prepared to pull the trigger at any time, swing his cane, or use his charms. Whoosh! 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 When Dunn was less than 5 meters away from the ancient castle, where a broken horse stable, water well, and other fixtures were reflected in Klein's eyes, a cold breeze howled in a way that could only be described as sad and shrill. It seemed to be rejecting the uninvited guests. The 3 Nighthawks didn't stop. The warm and pure feeling gradually dispersed the chill and conquered the front of the ancient castle. They scaled the pile of rocks, passing through the collapsed outer wall before slowly entering the castle, which had lost its main entrance and was filled with broken tiles. The hall of the ancient castle was full of collapsed stone pillars and was covered with moss. It was spacious, but the windows were narrow and placed high on the walls. Hence, the lighting was poor. It looked dim and gloomy inside. That's also a trait of buildings from the end of the 4th epoch and the beginning of the 5th epoch. Klein, who was a historian, instinctively made a judgment and activated his spirit vision. Just then, an illusory yet piercing roar suddenly burst out. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a thick cloud of black fog filled the air, resisting the infiltration of warmth and purity. A tall figure suddenly surfaced amidst the black fog. He wore full body, black armor and carried a broadsword that a commoner would have found difficult to lift. The wraith looked identical to the one Klein saw in Elizabeth's dream. 2 flame-like balls of red light shone through the gap of his helmet, appearing cold, but they were staring at the 3 nighthawks angrily. "You have disturbed my slumber. You will have to pay with your flesh and blood." He suddenly launched himself forward and instantly shortened the distance to Dunn. He suddenly slashed downwards with his broadsword. Dunn retreated swiftly and lifted his hand to fire his revolver. Clang! The silver demon hunting bullet didn't manage to penetrate the illusory black armor and only produced a crisp but unrealistic sound. Klein and Fry retreated to the side simultaneously. One held a gun in one hand and aimed at the 2 balls of fire that took the place of the black-armored knight's eyes before pulling the trigger. The other nighthawk transformed his eyes into a tranquil grayish-white and focused on the wraith. The black-armored knight roared in anger again. He took another huge stride towards Dunn and swung the broadsword horizontally. Bam! The broadsword didn't hurt Dunn, but it knocked him away, causing him to land heavily by the side of the door. It left him spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. With a loud thud, 3-0782 dropped on the ground. Since it was wearing a metal boot, the wraith eagerly kicked with its right leg and sent the dangerous badge out the ancient castle's door. It was a distance beyond 15 meters from it. Klein, who hadn't managed to shoot the wraith successfully, became nervous and puzzled when he saw that scene. It was as though he was overlooking the transformation before his eyes from a calm and rational position. Bang! He fired another bullet. The silver demon hunting bullet hit the wraith's helmet and produced sparks. But there was no obvious damage. "Right gauntlet!" Fry shouted. He was always cold and gloomy, but now his tone was filled with anxiety. No sooner had he finished talking, he lifted his revolver as well and aimed at the wraith's right metal gauntlet. Bang! Bang! Klein shot subconsciously according to Fry's instruction, firing silver demon hunting bullets almost simultaneously with him. This time, the wraith didn't block it with his armor but raised his broadsword and struck the 2 bullets away. Bam! He took a stride and charged at Klein, colliding with him directly. As Klein flew out, he saw his chest cave in, saw himself spitting blood, but he didn't feel uncomfortable, not one bit. He suddenly snapped out of his daze, fell on the ground, rolled about, and screamed. Suddenly, the ancient castle, the wraith, the collapsed pillars, and the moss floor shattered eerily. Everything returned to black fog in the air, just like when the black-armored knight first appeared. The only difference was that Dunn held both his fists tightly, bowed slightly, and his gray eyes were dark and deep. As expected, everything was just a dream. Captain pulled the wraith, Fry, and I into his dream at the same time. But I'm special, and I can remain clear-headed and rational. Klein realized that he was still standing 2 meters away to Dunn's right. He hadn't vomited any blood or screamed. Just then, Dunn stood up straight and looked at the wraith that was going to slash with his sword. He calmly said, "It's been more than a minute." The wraith was stunned and let out a shrill cry. Its body started producing black steam, as though it had just received its death sentence. Any zombies or spirits that had yet to turn into evil spirits couldn't stay within the 15-meter range of the mutated sun's sacred emblem for more than a minute. "Holy shit, Captain, you're so cool." Klein looked at the scene from the side and nearly let out a cheer. Dunn had used his dream ability not to attack the wraith on his own turf, but merely to drag out the time. In the warm and pure feeling, the black steam evaporated quickly and the chill dispersed gradually. In no time, the night became transparent and blended into the void. Clang! A black gauntlet fell to the ground, its surface covered with white frost. Klein was about to ask for the captain's go-ahead to pick up the drop, but when he looked over, his spirituality was suddenly disturbed. Somewhere near the stairs that separated the hall and the dining hall, there was an intense yet illusory misery and uncleanliness summoning him. Chapter 135, Portrait of a Baron. There's some sort of problem there, Klein said with a serious tone, pointing at the steps separating the living room and dining room. He once read in the Nighthawk's confidential records that if similar situations appeared in one's spiritual perception, it usually implied that there was something evil and corrupted hidden at the target location. It was best not to interact with it if one wasn't confident, otherwise, one might lose their life. Sometimes, even a mere glance could result in irreversible damage. Dunn looked over, and similarly, with his high spiritual perception, he immediately sensed something wrong. He turned to look at Klein and instructed calmly, "Divine and see if we would be successful in our investigation." Captain didn't get me to divine before we entered the castle. He was rather confident. That means that he believes that the hidden thing might be more dangerous than the wraith. Klein nodded in silence. He holstered his revolver and handed his cane to Fry. He then released the topaz bracelet within his sleeve, held the silver chain with his left hand and silently recited a suitable statement. Instantly, his eyes darkened as a breeze started spiraling around him. The investigation of the hidden place in the ancient castle would be successful. The investigation of the hidden place in the ancient castle would be successful. After reciting the statement 7 times, Klein's eyes regained their normal color. He saw the dangling topaz rotating clockwise. It wasn't very obvious, but it was unmistakably rotating clockwise. That meant that the investigation would be successful. Klein, who was already a true seer, immediately nodded at Dunn and Fry. "The danger will be manageable by us, or there could be no danger at all." Dunn pinned the mutated sun's sacred emblem to the left side of his chest, then pressed down on his hat. He briskly walked toward the steps and expertly started searching for a mechanism. Fry, who had picked up the gauntlet, handed Klein's cane back to him. He grabbed his revolver and cautiously scanned the surroundings, as if he was afraid that an enemy would suddenly appear. "I'm still not professional enough, as a Nighthawk." Klein geared himself up and took out his revolver, and turned alert as well. A few minutes later, it was unknown what the kneeling Dunn Smith triggered as heavy sputtering sounds emanated from the staircase. The floor split open, revealing a set of steps heading down. A cold and corrupted vibe emanated, seemingly condensing into something corporeal. Dunn glanced over and removed sealed artifact 3-0782 from his chest. He tossed it directly into the trapdoor. After a few clanks, it was unknown where the mutated sun's sacred emblem stopped. If there are dead spirits within, they would definitely toss 3-0782 back out. That would be interesting. Klein stared at the stairs and waited patiently. The lingering sinister and corrupted feelings soon dissolved away like snow meeting the sun. Warmness and purity blanketed the entrance of the trapdoor. "Klein, go down with me. Fry will stay here and prevent other enemies from destroying the mechanism." Dunn made an experienced decision. "All right." Klein didn't shrink back from the task. He took 2 steps forward and arrived next to Dunn. Fry nodded, not letting his guard down. Dunn went down first, his footsteps reverberating in the silence. He didn't prepare any sources of light. For a beyonder that went down the sleepless pathway, the darkness was not an obstacle, but a blessing. Their vision wasn't hindered by such an environment. After taking a few steps down, Dunn suddenly turned around and looked at Klein. "I forgot that you don't have night vision." "I'm not used to preparing objects that provide illumination." "Captain, you don't need to mind about me. I have my spirit vision." Klein realized that he wasn't shocked at all. That cool captain from before was indeed not normal. In his spirit vision, the darkness before him was screened by a gray film. Even though it was very blurry, it was enough for him to make out where the steps were. Well, the captain sure is healthy, and his mental state is fine too. Klein carefully extended his feet and made his way down slowly. The flight of steps wasn't long. It only took about 15 steps to reach the ground. Sealed artifact 3-0782 was lying there, releasing its purity and warmth. It also radiated a faint glow. Klein could see much more clearly with the help of the illumination. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed that it wasn't a huge basement. It was no longer cold and sinister, but the dampness remained. In the middle of the basement was a black coffin, with dark red nails driven into the lid. The lid of the coffin had been pushed open slightly, allowing one to see a headless corpse that was all bone. Dunn looked around, then bent over to pick up the mutated sun's sacred emblem. "Captain, this coffin. It was intended to prevent the dead within from becoming a zombie or a wraith." Klein looked at the dark red nails in the coffin and the formation they were in. He used his decent mysticism knowledge to determine that this was an ancient ritual to prevent anything the corpse from reanimating. At the same time, he muttered inwardly. But under normal circumstances, who would have nothing better to do than guard against their loved one from reanimating? The people who helped bury the corpse must not be family. And if they placed the coffin in the basement instead of a tomb, they must have been afraid of someone finding the corpse. Dunn, who had worn sealed artifact 3-0782 again, approached the coffin and inspected it. The deceased was probably poisoned to death. That means the person who poisoned him must have used ritualistic magic to prevent him from reanimating and seeking revenge. This should have happened about 1,300 years ago? He became a wraith in the end. The resentment of this spirit is simply shocking. Klein also walked in front of the coffin. Where is his head? That ritual does not call for the head to be sliced off. Dunn thought for a moment before saying, "I have a deduction. This wraith didn't exist all the time and only appeared recently. It's only a 15-minute walk from the town to the castle. Throughout the years, troublemakers must have frequented this place, but before this incident, there were no rumors of there being a wraith in this ancient castle." Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Captain, what you mean to say is that someone came here recently, opened the coffin, and took away the head of the deceased?" "Yes, the ritual prevents the corpse from reanimating, but it also seals and preserves its resentment within the coffin. When the coffin was opened and the ritual dispelled, this resentment quickly evolved into a wraith with the help of its gauntlet. There's no corpse of the person who opened the coffin, so he's not an ordinary person. Besides, why did he take away the head of the deceased?" Dunn stared at the skeleton in the coffin. For resentment to be preserved for such a long time, there should be some reason other than the ritual. He could have been a Beyonder when he was alive, perhaps a descendant 1 or 2 generations removed of a mid-sequence Beyonder. I am talking about the mid-sequencers as defined in the past, sequence 5 or 6. And such corpses are always special. His head might be usable in some kind of ritual or in some other occasion. Dunn paused before continuing, "What I said just now was all conjecture. But we can try to verify some of it. We can split up later in town and investigate to see if anyone was injured before in their youth. Well, if they are still alive, it would prove that the wraith only appeared recently." A logical train of thought, Klein praised. He quickly searched the basement but didn't find anything else. He tried using ritualistic magic to make a sketch of the guest that entered the basement, but because it had been more than a month since it happened, as well as the disturbed environment due to the frequent appearance of the wraith, there wasn't much of a result. He then took Fry's place, allowing the expert on the dead to conduct further tests. 15 minutes later, as the sun was vanishing below the horizon, Dunn and Fry followed the steps and returned to the hall of the ancient palace. Dunn felt for the switch to the trapdoor while Fry gave a short description. The deceased was indeed poisoned to death. The traces near the neck appeared recently, at the very most 3 months back. This means that it's highly probable that someone came here before. Klein nodded in thought. The 3 Nighthawks returned to Lamed town before it got dark and asked for 2 rooms at an inn. The member that got the sealed artifact 3-0782 was to take this dangerous item for a stroll outside the town where no one would be. They would change their shifts once every 2 hours, and thus only needed 2 rooms. After a simple dinner, Klein, Dunn, and Fry immediately split up and covered all corners of the town, asking the residents who had lived in this town for extended periods of time. In situations like this, their identification documents as policemen proved useful. "Officer, why are you asking this? I used to head to the abandoned castle to play when I was young." "Injured?" "Definitely, how could a child not have fallen while playing?" "I remember, yes, I've been cut by a sharp rock on the outer walls of the ancient castle in the past." A 40-year-old blonde man looked puzzledly at Klein, but answered his question honestly. This was the 14th person Klein had asked, of which 2 vividly remembered being injured in the castle when they were young. The captain's deduction is correct, Klein decided as he put away his identification documents. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your cooperation, I have no more questions." He was about to leave when the 40-year-old man called after him, "Officer, are you interested in the ancient castle? I have an oil painting of the first Baron that resided in there. He was the grandfather of my grandfather of my grandfather. Well, anyway, it was a long time ago. He took away a oil painting from the castle and told me that it was the oil painting of the first Baron Leonard. Do you want it? It's a true antique. If it was a true antique, your family would have sold it a long time ago. This guy sure is gutsy, daring to fool even the police. Should I scare him with my gun?" Klein lampooned and adopted the attitude of a window shopper and said, "Who knows if it's a real antique or not? I'll trust my own judgment. Take it out and let me see it." The blond man smiled and returned to the room and rummaged for it. Some time later, he walked out with the oil painting in hand. Klein casually looked at the oil painting. He saw that the Baron had gentle features and bronze skin, his eyes hiding an indescribable range of human experience. He was also wearing a white curly wig. He looks a lot like Mr. Azik." Klein's eyes suddenly opened wide, his gaze subconsciously falling below the right ear of the Baron. He then looked at the unremarkable mole near the ear. The position of the mole was exactly the same as Mr. Azik's mole. Chapter 136, The Stumped Klein. This can't be right. How could Mr. Azik be the first in the so-called line of barons, Baron Leonard? This is a figure who lived 14 or 1500 years ago. No way, how can I be sure that the person in the portrait is the first Baron Leonard? Klein looked at the oil painting, his mind buzzing in confusion. It was like everyone around him had become monsters or a dream where the entire world was filled with gods. He looked up and stared at the blond middle-aged man. He extended his hand to grab his revolver from his armpit holster and said in a deep voice, "This is not an antique. If you don't clarify the situation, I will arrest you and charge you with fraud." He didn't care if prosecution fell under the police department. His only goal was to threaten the man to get information. At the same time, Klein clicked his left molars twice to activate his spirit vision. Then, he looked at his target's emotional color changes. The blond man jumped in fright and said in a panicked, muffled voice, "No, I'm not sure if it's an antique either." "No, I heard that it's an antique, but I don't know much about such things. I really have no idea. I don't even know many words, words." His eyes darted around anxiously, seemingly about to cry for help. Just then, he saw Klein adjust his revolver's cylinder and hammer. He looked as though he was going to shoot a suspect that resisted. He suddenly stood straight and stopped looking around. "Where did you get the oil painting?" Klein asked heavily. The blond man's lips quivered as he said with a fawning smile, "Officer, this is what my grandfather found in the ancient castle, more than 40 years ago." An outer wall and the room on the second floor collapsed, revealing these items that people couldn't find in the past. One of them was the oil painting. No, not this oil painting. The original oil painting was torn and couldn't be preserved. So, my grandfather found someone to make a copy of the painting. The one you saw just now, I didn't lie to you. An oil painting from 40 years ago could really be considered as an antique. Are you sure that this is the portrait of the first Baron Lanevus? Klein stroked the trigger and made sure the man's gaze didn't move an inch. The blond man chuckled and said, I'm not sure, but I'm guessing so. Reason? Klein nearly laughed at the man's shamelessness. Because there wasn't any labels on the oil painting, the blond man replied seriously for once. Just like I'm called the scoundrel Grey, my father is called the curly-haired Grey, and only my grandfather was the real Grey. Klein exhaled silently and asked, Where's your grandfather? In the cemetery, he's been buried there for almost 2 decades. Next to him is my father who was buried 3 years back, the blond man answered honestly. After Klein asked a few questions from different angles, he adjusted the cylinder in front of the blond man and put it back into his armpit holster. He put away his police identification and turned around in his black windbreaker before walking towards the motel with his hands stuffed into his pockets. He walked quietly along the street underneath the dim light that was shining out from the houses that lined both sides of the street. I can't confirm if the portrait is that of the first Baron Lanevus. I wonder if the town has the exact historical records of the ancient castle. Regardless, the man in the portrait must be a person from the past, at least 1,000 years ago. Besides the hair, he looks almost identical to Mr. Azik. Is this what we call reincarnation? Back when Mr. Azik gave up his position in other universities in Backlund and came to Tingen, perhaps it was driven by instinct. There's another possibility. Such as, the man in the portrait is Mr. Azik and Mr. Azik is him. Having thought of this, Klein felt a jolt. He nearly stumbled on the steps ahead. He paced back and forth around a damaged gas street lamp and tried to incorporate his knowledge from the world of information overload. According to his earlier guesses, he made a further inference. Mr. Azik might have become immortal due to some reasons, such as being a vampire. Could that be why he survived for so long? That's not right. When has there ever been a bronze-skinned vampire? Plus, when I shook hands with Mr. Azik, I could clearly feel his body temperature and the fresh blood that flows within him. Although he dislikes the heat of the south, he isn't afraid of the sun. He once competed in a rowing competition with other teachers under the hot sun. There's another possibility. Mr. Azik's sequence potion or some other factors bestowed him with a long life, and the price for it is memory loss. Man, taking into consideration his various dreams, can I presume that he loses his memory as part of a cycle? Every few decades, he forgets his past and gains new life. Then, his dreams are the lives that he has lived before. I think I've read something like that before in a novel. I can't just rely on divination to verify this. I have to look for the traces of the lives that Mr. Azik lived, traces of him not having a childhood, but starting directly as an adult. Klein started leaning towards his latter guess. However, he temporarily couldn't eliminate the possibility of reincarnation. He reined in his chaotic thoughts and considered carefully whether he should inform Captain Dunn about it. If Mr. Azik was a beyonder that lived for 1,000 years, his ability would be much stronger than I imagined. He advised me out of kindness. However, it would be hard to say if he will remain kind when I find clues about his past. But Mr. Azik has been nice to me all this time. To involve the Nighthawks would result in a non-trivial possibility of harming him. Sigh. It looks like I must divine this matter in the world above the grey fog. This is the most proper choice for a seer. Klein made the decision and returned to the hotel quickly. Since Dunn and Fry had yet to return, he seized the opportunity to get another room at the cost of one solely. After he entered the room, Klein made a spirituality wall with the assistance of holy night powder. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise, went through the mad ravings, and arrived above the grey fog. The lofty palace stood tall and silent while the ancient, mottled bronze table and 22 high chairs remained the same. Klein took the seat of honor and made a brown goatskin and black fountain pen appear before him. He picked up the pen and wrote seriously, I should tell Dunn Smith about Mr. Azik. Then, he took the topaz pendant from his left sleeve and did a spirit pendulum divination. The spirit pendulum divination resulted in the pendulum spinning counterclockwise, which meant that he shouldn't tell him. Putting down the topaz pendant, Klein thought about it and decided to make an attempt with dream divination, just to be sure. Thus, he changed his divination statement to, the result of hiding matters related to Mr. Azik from the Nighthawks. Klein held the goatskin, recited the statement 7 times silently, and leaned backwards to enter a deep sleep. He saw himself in the illusory, blurry, and distant world. He saw that he was struggling while drowning in a sea of blood. Then, there was a hand that extended and pulled him up from the blood sea. The owner of the hand was Azik with bronze skin and a small mole near his ear. The image shattered and reorganized. Klein saw that he was in a dark and gloomy emperor's final resting place. The surrounding coffins opened one after another. Azik stood next to him, looking forward, as though he was looking for something. Just then, Klein exited the dream in an instant and saw the illusory, gray, and boundless fog. The symbolic meaning of the earlier dream is that, if I were to hide the related matters about Mr. Azik, I would receive his assistance when I'm in danger in the future. The danger might have come about because I helped to keep the secret. What does the last scene mean? I will discover some mausoleum with Mr. Azik? Yes, perhaps the mausoleum has other symbolic meanings. Klein clasped his hands together and supported his chin while he interpreted the contents of the dream divination. Combining it with the earlier result of the pendulum divination, he decided to not report his inference to the captain, but merely bring up that a townsfolk had taken out a portrait of the first Baron Lamud, and that the portrait looked like a history teacher in Koei University. Klein couldn't be sure that Dunn wouldn't hear about it elsewhere, so he had to at least mention it. Of course, Dunn was unfamiliar with Azik and didn't know of his recount and strange dreams, so he would find it difficult to connect them. Klein even suspected that the captain wouldn't quite remember what Azik looked like. Then, he stopped thinking further and planned to leave the world above the gray fog. Just then, he noticed the crimson star that had been silent all this time was twinkling with faint light again. Klein extended his spirituality with interest and saw the young man that spoke Jotun again. He saw him kneeling before a pure crystal ball. The young man was still wearing the black tights that were different from the clothing of countries in the northern continent. His facial features were blurry and distorted, but Klein could faintly see his brownish-yellow hair. He knelt there and prayed with an unusual pain in his tone. Klein leaned sideways to hear. He relied on his beginner-level Jotun and barely understood what the young man was saying. "O magnificent deity, please cast your eyes on this land that you have forsaken. O magnificent deity, please allow us, the people of the dark, be freed from the curse of our destiny. I am willing to dedicate my life to you, using my blood to please you. A land that was forsaken. People of the dark. Magnificent deity." Klein murmured the few key words and suddenly thought of a place that the hanged man had mentioned once. The forsaken land of the gods. It appeared in Roselle's diary too. He even sent out a fleet to search for it, but it was fruitless. Klein squinted his eyes and wondered if he had guessed correctly. He tapped on the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers. After 3 taps, he came to a decision. He extended his right hand and touched the illusory crimson star. The cloud of crimson immediately exploded, and the light flowed in like water. Chapter 137, City of Silver. City of Silver, Mortuary. Derek stood in front of a flight of stairs as he looked straight ahead with reddened eyes. In front of him were 2 coffins containing his parents. Embedded in a stone plate in front of him was a simple silver sword. The frequent booming of thunder caused the house to shake and the sword to sway. The Berg couple inside the coffins weren't completely dead yet. They struggled to keep their eyes open while making weak attempts to heave for air, but in the eyes of some, the luster of their lives could no longer suppress their irreversible darkening. "Derek, do it!" An elder dressed in a long black robe looked at the youth and said in a deep voice with a staff in his hand. The expression of the youth was visibly contorted. No, no, no. Derek, who had brownish-yellow hair, shook his head repeatedly. He took a step back with every word, and finally let out an ear-piercing scream. Thump. The elder struck down his staff and said, "Do you wish for the whole city to be buried along with your parents? You should know that we are the people of the dark who have been forsaken by God. We can only live in a cursed place like this, and all the dead would become horrifying evil spirits. There's no way to reverse it regardless of what we do, other than ending their lives by the hands of a family member." Why? Why? Derek asked in despair, shaking his head. Why are the citizens of the City of Silver destined to kill their parents the moment they are born? The elder closed his eyes, as if recalling what he had experienced in the past. This is our destiny, this is the curse we must bear, this is the will of God. Draw your sword, Derek. This is a show of respect for your parents. After this, when you have calmed down, you can try becoming a divine blood warrior. In the coffin, Berg tried to speak, but he could only let out a groan after his chest heaved several times. Derek took several steps forward with great difficulty, returning to the side of the silver sword. He extended his shivering right hand. His brain registered the cold touch of the metal, causing him to recall the blood ice his father brought back when he went hunting. Blood ice the size of a mere palm was enough to keep his home cool for a few days. Images flashed past his eyes, his stern father teaching sword techniques, his friendly father patting away the dust on his back, his gentle mother mending his clothes, his brave mother stepping in front of him when they encountered a mutated monster, and finally, his family huddling in front of a flickering candle and sharing food. A faint sound croaked from his throat despite his utmost suppression. With a low grunt, he exerted force with his right hand and drew the sword. Tap. 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 He lowered his head and charged forward, raising the sword and driving it down with force. Ah! Blood splattered following a pained scream. The blood splattered onto Derek's face and into his eyes. His vision became red. He pulled out the sword and pierced it into the coffin by the side. After the sharp metal pierced through flesh, Derek released his grip and wavered as he stood up. He didn't look at the condition of the people inside the coffin. Derek stumbled as he ran out of the mortuary, as if he was being chased by evil spirits. His fists and teeth were clenched tight. The blood on his face left streaks across his face. The elder who had taken in everything from the side. There were stone pillars that lined the main streets of the City of Silver. Atop the stone pillars were lanterns, and within the lanterns were unlit candles. There was no sun in the sky here, no moon, no stars, only an unchanging darkness and lightning that threatened to tear apart everything. The citizens of the City of Silver walked along the dark streets with the illumination of the lightning. The few hours when the lightning died down was considered by them as the true night as mentioned in the legends. That was the time where they had to use candles to light up the city, drive away the darkness, and make it serve as a warning for the monsters. Derek made his way along the street. He didn't have anywhere he wanted to go, but as he walked, he realized that he had reached the door of his house. He took out his keys and unlocked the door. He saw the familiar sights, but he didn't hear his mother's concerned voice or his father reprimanding him for running about. The house was empty and cold. Derek clenched his teeth again. He walked quickly to his room and searched for the crystal ball. His father had told him that this was a crystal ball used by a long-destroyed city to worship their deity. He knelt and faced the crystal ball, praying without any hope in mind. He pleaded bitterly, "O magnificent deity, please cast your eyes on this land that you have forsaken. O magnificent deity, please allow us, the people of the dark, be freed from the curse of our destiny. I am willing to dedicate my life to you, using my blood to please you." Over and over again, just as he was in complete despair and about to stand, he saw a dark red glow burst forth from the pure crystal ball. The glow was like flowing water, instantly swallowing Derek. When he regained his senses, he realized that he was standing in a magnificent palace supported by giant stone pillars. In front of him was a long ancient table, and on the other side of the table was a human figure obscured by a thick fog. Other than that, there was nothing around him. It was empty and ethereal. Under him was a boundless fog and incorporeal dark red specks of light. Derek felt a flame of hope ignite in his heart. He stared at the human figure at the very top, confused and puzzled. Are you God?" After asking this, he suddenly remembered a statement he read from a book in the City of Silver and quickly lowered his head. That statement was, "You may not look directly at God." Klein leaned back as he crossed his hands. He adopted a relaxed posture and answered using the language of the giants, "Jotun, I am not God. I am merely the fool who is interested in the long history of this world." Klein had already activated his spirit vision by clicking his left molars. He noticed that the youth in front of him had different colors covering the surface of his astral projection and the depths of his ether body. This meant that he was not a beyonder. The fool. Derek ruminated over the term and, after a long silence, said with difficulty, "I don't care if you're God or the fool, my prayers will not change. I hope that the people of the City of Silver will be freed from the curse of their destinies. I hope that the sun and sky described in the books will appear in our skies. If possible, I wish that my parents can be revived. Hey, I am not a wishing well." Klein put down his hands and laughed. "Why should I help you?" Derek froze. He thought for some time before saying, "I will offer my soul to you. I will use my blood to please you. I have no interest in the soul and blood of a mortal." Klein smiled and shook his head. He saw the color of the youth's feelings turn into the color of despair bit by bit. Without waiting for the youth to speak, Klein nonchalantly said, "But I can give you a chance. I am a fool that likes a fair and equal exchange. You can use what you can attain to exchange with me, or people like you, to exchange for things you want. But remember, they must be equal in value. This can make you powerful. Perhaps one day, you can rely on your own strength to free the City of Silver from its curse and make the sun appear in your sky once again." Based on the youth's description, Klein was confident that the City of Silver was the so-called Forsaken Land of the Gods. Of course, he couldn't be certain of this for the time being. After all, the religious literature claimed that the world existed in a sunless state during the first epoch, the Chaos Epoch. No one knew if there were any other strange lands that the countries of the northern continent were unaware of, other than the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Derek listened quietly. He lowered his head in silence and replied after a while, "I want to become the sun. I wish to obtain the formula of the corresponding starting sequence potion from you." Sequence, potion, the sun. The sequence pathway that the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun possesses. From the looks of it, we exist in the same world. The term sequence was born from the revelation of the first blasphemy slate, which happened at the end of the second epoch, the Dark Epoch. In other words, if the City of Silver is really the Forsaken Land of the Gods, this means that it was split apart from the southern and northern continents at the end of the second epoch. Could this be related to the cataclysm of the third epoch? According to the legends, the Evernight goddess, Mother Earth, and the god of combat descended upon this world and protected humans from the cataclysm along with the Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. Klein obtained a fair bit of information from the youth. But he had trouble interpreting what the youth was saying, and even more trouble organizing his words, as he wasn't fluent in Jotun. Luckily, ancient Fasak was derived directly from Jotun. Klein could be described as an expert in that area, and thus, he could master Jotun relatively quickly, preventing him from making a fool of himself. Klein maintained his posture. He replied with a calm tone, "We can discuss this transaction in the future. Do not go out for the next 2 days. Try your best to not be in the same room as anyone else." He didn't know the unit of time used in the City of Silver, much less the time difference it had with the Lone Kingdom. All he could do was generalize it as tomorrow and wait until the tarot gathering was over before he told him that was the time for future meetings. Klein knew that there was a term for day in the Jotun, and thus deduced that the youth would understand even if the City of Silver didn't use it as a measure of time. All right, I'll follow your instructions, Derek replied with his head lowered. He didn't have any objections. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He tapped his fingers on the side of the table and said, "Before I send you back, let me first complete our equal exchange. I gave you a chance to be strong, and you have to give me something equal in return. I have said that I am the fool who is interested in the long history of this world. What I ask in return is the history of the City of Silver, everything that you know." Derek thought for a moment before replying softly, "I will describe it faithfully. The City of Silver has existed ever since the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord that created everything, forsook this land. No, it existed before that, but it was called the Kingdom of Silver." Chapter 138, Giant Pathway. The Omnipotent and Omniscient God. The Lord that created everything. Klein leaned back and maintained a profound posture while he ruminated over the words that the youth from the City of Silver had said. He was no stranger to a Lord that created everything. The Creator mentioned in the Book of Storms, the Revelation of Evernight, and other urban myths referred to the Creator with similar titles. It was also the way various secret organizations like the Aurora Order described the true Creator. But this was the first time Klein was hearing of an omnipotent and omniscient God in this world. Be it the Evernight Goddess, Lord of Storms, and the God of Steam and Machinery, none of them claimed to be omniscient or omnipotent. If the City of Silver was really in the forsaken land of the gods, then the forsaken land of the gods would truly belong to this world. The omnipotent and omniscient God might be the title of the Creator that was used by the living in ancient times. Klein looked towards the young man opposite him in thought. He looked at the emotional colors of pain and sorrow. When Derek felt the fool's gaze, he lowered his head involuntarily. He recalled the legends that his parents had told him. He said slowly and sadly, "When the sun disappeared from the sky, when the clouds were ripped and torn apart, when lightning and thunder became our rulers, and the monsters lurking in the dark suddenly emerged, ones so terrifying beyond one's imagination, they destroyed one city after another in the Kingdom of Silver. Humanity's dark ages had arrived. The remaining experts in the City of Silver then relied on their united power and two magical items before they finally warded off the attack of the things of the dark. They gradually eradicated the monsters within a one-day journey of the city, and they established a city-state that protected the last light of human civilization." A standard textbook description. Klein couldn't help but comment in his head. The young man's description made him feel that the City of Silver was in a different world than the northern continent. Maybe this is the unique characteristic of the forsaken land of the gods? He thought, without revealing his emotions. Derek calmed his breathing and continued, "During the first few decades, plants couldn't grow. The City of Silver had a severe lack of food, and we could only hunt dark creatures or mutated animals to relieve our hunger. The population dropped drastically. Fortunately, we found black-faced grass. It could survive under such circumstances, and it became our only reliable and stable food source. It was said to be the final intervention that the magnificent God left for us. It allowed one generation after another to live on in the City of Silver. It persisted in the Dark Ages for 2,582 years. The passage of time was recorded by a long line of chiefs. For the rest of the people in the City of Silver, we call periods of frequent lightning day, and when the lightning subsides, we call it night. It's a rather confusing system, and it makes exact dates difficult to pinpoint. Such a magical place." Klein was glad that he hadn't talked about tomorrow, but instead vaguely mentioned the following 2 days. Derek briefly talked about the few memorable incidents in the City of Silver's history and said, "When the population returned to a certain level, the number of Beyonders increased. The 6-member council started forming elite troops to explore the dark. We have now explored all of the original territory and nearby cities. We are advancing towards the darker and more terrifying depths of the dark. At the border, we found cities with strange architectural style, but they were destroyed at some point. We suspect that they were sanctuaries built by other remaining humans. Unfortunately, they still lost to the things of the dark in the end. The things of the dark that he mentioned should be a reference to monsters that hide in the dark, ones that are beyond imagination. Klein nodded indiscernibly. The kingdom of silver was once ruled by the giant king. Hence, the Beyonder chain that we are in control of is the giant pathway, also known as the Divine Blood Warrior sequence pathway. When we killed certain monsters and explored those destroyed cities, we obtained potion formulas of other sequences. However, the sequence pathways are incomplete, Derek said, moving on to explain the current situation in the City of Silver. Upon hearing that, Klein's mind jolted. Although he didn't change his posture much, he was obviously paying more attention. I love knowing more about sequence potions. The Giant King. The City of Silver and the Northern Continent share the same history? The second epic's history. Killing a monster causes it to drop a formula? Is this a game? No, there's another possibility. Those monsters were once human, Beyonders. Klein suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. Derek saw that the fool didn't reply. He clenched his teeth, pondered, and said, "The names of the giant sequence pathway are Sequence 9 the Beyonder Warrior, Sequence 8 Gladiator, Sequence 7 Weapons Master, Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, Sequence 5 Guardian, and Sequence 4 Demon Hunter." Only the elders in the 6-member council know the names of the higher sequences. Sequence 4 Demon Hunter. This is the name of a high sequence potion formula? This is the first time I've heard something like this. Klein felt delighted at the fact that he finally learned one of the names of the higher sequences. However, he suspected that it was a name from ancient times, which would be different from the current version in the Northern Continent, just like the Windstorm Priest and the Seafarer. Oh, Beyonder Warrior, Gladiator, Weapons Master. Sounds familiar. Oh right, the sequence pathway that the Church of the God of Combat has in control is very similar to this. Sequence 9 Warrior, Sequence 8 Pugilist, Sequence 7 Weapons Master. Due to the limits of his security clearance, Klein only knew the titles of the first 3 sequences that the Church of the God of Combat had in control, but the similarity between the 2 pathways was still obvious. Based on the core meaning, they are basically identical. The complete sequence that the Church of the God of Combat mastered is the so-called giant sequence pathway. It is said that there was a god that emerged in the third epic, which was the Cataclysm epic, to inherit the estate of the Giant King? Or could it be that he himself was an ancient giant? Klein analyzed and judged while he maintained his calm appearance. Derek continued to explain. After we pulled through the initial hardships, the City of Silver has been ruled by a 6-member council ever since. The elder that enjoys the highest position in the council is called the chief. The other 5 are equal in rank. The current 6-member council is formed by 3 demon hunters, 2 guardians with the greatest potential, and a shepherd. The City of Silver has 3 high sequence Beyonders. Demigod-like experts. These 3 alone could destroy the Tarot Club 100 times over. Klein felt a little afraid. He had yet to attempt recruiting someone under the nose of a high sequence Beyonder. However, since the young man was just a mere commoner, with him not even at sequence 9, it was unlikely that he would gain the attention of the upper echelons for a long time. Thus, Klein relaxed again. Is Shepherd from another sequence pathway, perhaps from one of the incomplete pathways? Sounds reminiscent of the style of the Aurora Order. The member from the Aurora Order that wrote a letter to Mr. Z, what was his name again? He kept mentioning the Lord's Lamb. Klein maintained his leisurely posture and asked casually, Shepherd? Yes, this is a sequence pathway that we found from a city that the things of the dark destroyed. It only reached sequence 5 Shepherd, but Elder Norwaya is very strong, very strange, and very scary. It is said that she once won against an evil spirit at the level of a high sequence Beyonder without getting injured. Therefore, when there was a vacancy in the 6-member council, they made an exception for her, Derek, feeling a little fear. Klein thought, then smiled as he asked, what's the sequences before Shepherd? I find them familiar. As you know, a sequence's historical name and its current name is always different. In the City of Silver, the names of potions have never changed, Derek refuted instinctively. He then lowered his head and said, Sequence 9 Secrets Suppliant. Indeed. Klein was satisfied when his guesses were confirmed. This is the name of Sequence 9 from the Aurora Order. Sequence 8 is Whispered, Sequence 7 Shadow Ascetic, Sequence 6 Rose Priest, Sequence 5 Shepherd. Derek recounted what he knew. Whispered, listener, they are about the same. I know more than the information provided by the Tinjan Nighthawks. In a good mood, Klein beckoned for Derek to continue. Derek then roughly described the current situation of the City of Silver, and finally, he couldn't help but say, I carry the curse of destiny. Whether a citizen of the City of Silver is a commoner or a beyonder, we all turn into evil spirits after we die. The evil spirit of a beyonder is just stranger, more terrifying, and far more difficult to deal with. In the past, there were many occasions when this curse nearly destroyed the City of Silver. The only way to prevent an evil spirit from rising is for a person to be killed by someone of their own bloodline. Such a cruel matter. I hope you can grow strong and find a method for the people in the City of Silver to shake off the curse. Klein, the fool who was merely an empty shell, could only provide some free chicken soup for the soul. So, I want to be the sun. When there was a sun shining over the land, we had never encountered any curse, Derek muttered softly with great difficulty and pain. Klein nodded slightly and asked, You will have the chance to. Remember that I can pull you in here anytime in the next 2 days. Try to avoid being around other people. All right, Derek replied solemnly. Before that, I need you to confirm your code name. Klein smiled and pointed at the deck of tarot cards that appeared on the table. Confident that Derek had never come into contact with tarot cards, he gave a brief introduction. Pick one of the cards as your code name. Anything besides the Fool, Justice, and the Hanged Man. Derek took 2 steps forward, flipped through the tarot cards, and said without hesitation, Sunday. I pick the sun. Remember your choice, it will follow you for the rest of your life, Klein replied like a charlatan. At the same time, he extended his hand and severed the connection in a restrained manner. Then, he watched as the crimson glow receded, and the young man opposite him turned incorporeal and dispersed bit by bit. Chapter 139, Studying 3-0782. After the crimson light in front of him dissipated, Derek Berg saw his room once again. He saw the pure crystal ball in his hands. Crack! The crystal ball shattered from the inside. Some of it turned into pieces of illusory beams of light that flew into the void around him, while the other crystalline fragments fell noisily to the ground. Derek looked on, dumbfounded. He could see the traces of blood on his face reflected in the bronze mirror. He noticed a crimson light spiraling on the back of his right palm, forming a circle with lines extending out from the edge. The strange symbol bore into the back of his palm and vanished. Derek fell into a daze, and the time it took several flashes of lightning to illuminate the sky before snapping to his senses. He looked at the fragments of the crystal ball on the ground, then looked at the back of his right hand as his gaze turned deeper. He walked out of his bedroom, returned to the living room, and opened the door to look up at the sky above the City of Silver. An arc of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the city with a silver sheen. Right on the heels of that was rumbling thunder. The world belonged to the dark. Without any speck of light, the heavy darkness only left people in despair. Derek clenched his fists. There was no joy in his eyes, for they were still filled with the remnant grief and pain. But he was no longer lost. Phew, looks like I've managed to trick another person into becoming a member. No, I've managed to recruit another member. Klein shook his head and mocked the present strength of his tarot club. The leader, the Fool, was only a Sequence 9, one who had just fully digested the seer potion. And there were at least 3 high sequence beyonders at Sequence 4 in the hopeless City of Silver that the sun spoke of. After mentioning the acting method one more time, I can start telling the captain the specifics and hand in my special application. At the very least, I'll stop being in charge of support once I become a clown. Klein didn't stay in the world of fog. He extended his spirituality, wrapped it around himself, and initiated a descent. Tearing through the gray fog and passing through the ravings, he returned to his room before dispelling the wall of spirituality. Then, Klein picked up the key and headed out of the room. He first went to the 2 rooms booked by Dunn to take a look in order to confirm that the captain and Fry hadn't returned yet. He then headed to the first level and handed the key back to the boss. The boss looked at the wall clock to the side and gave a thumbs up. Well done. Hey, are you mistaken over why I booked an hourly room? Klein wanted to explain himself, but finally decided to leave the misunderstanding as it was. Feeling wronged, he tried to console himself. Yes, this way, he won't mention that I rented another room in front of the captain. After heading out and going through the motions, Klein did a quick divination and returned to the inn based on the results. He headed straight to the 2nd floor to find Dunn and Fry discussing their investigations in one of the rooms, just as he expected. We can confirm that the wraith appeared within the last 3 months, Dunn summarized to Klein with a nod as he came through the door. Klein immediately echoed, my investigations also confirmed it. He highlighted the main points of his questioning and concluded, there's a townsfolk named Scoundrel Grey who claimed that he had the portrait of the first Baron Lamud. He said that it was an antique oil painting more than 1,000 years old. Don't tell me you bought it? Dunn's eyes shimmered as he was taken aback before he asked. Captain, do you think that I'm so stupid to be fooled that easily? Klein gave a dry laugh. No, I didn't. Even though I'm a history student, I have attended some lessons on archaeology and have some degree of experience in this area. I can more or less determine if something is fake. The person in the portrait looked a little like my history teacher, Mr. Azik. He casually mentioned the most important piece of information. And indeed, Dunn didn't pay too much attention to it. He massaged his temples and said, this is a small town near a historical site. There will always be a myriad of antiques here. I just saw a vendor selling the silver wine glasses of Baron Lamud. Someone tried to sell me the insignia of the Lamud family, claiming that it had been dug out of the castle, Fry added. Klein subconsciously asked, did you guys buy them? Fry and Klein looked at each other, and didn't continue with the subject. The next mission is for you or Fry to take sealed artifact 3-0782 out of town to somewhere uninhabited. Otherwise, a good half of the people in this inn will become idiots blathering praises of the sun. Are you going first, or Fry? Dunn looked at Klein with his deep gray eyes. Me. Klein raised his hand slightly and smiled. It's still quite early, so I can come back and have a nice sleep later. We're doing 2-hour shifts, right? Yes. Fry, go over with Klein and confirm where you'll exchange the sealed artifact. Dunn turned to look at corpse collector Fry. He had already found an opportunity to hand sealed artifact 3-0782 over to Fry when they split up to conduct their investigations. Otherwise, he would have been purified and started praising the sun. Fry hadn't had enough time to recover, and could only hold the item for another 3 hours. All right. Fry took out the mutated sun sacred emblem from the inner pocket of his black windbreaker and handed it over to Klein. Klein took the item with a fair bit of curiosity and interest. The metal was warm to the touch, as if hot water was flowing within it. The warm, gentle glow was like a ripple, spreading outward in waves and bringing with it a pure smell. At the same time, Klein felt that the dark golden sacred emblem carved with the symbol of the sun was cleansing his spirituality, removing the impurities and leaving it pure. Of course, all sealed artifacts have their dangers. Death might occur if one isn't careful enough. It's even possible to have a fate worse than death. He muttered to himself as he placed the sealed artifact 3-0782 into his inner pocket. After inspecting his revolver, charms, and cane, he walked out of the room and left the inn together with Fry. They headed straight for the outskirts of Lamud town. The two circled an area beside a sparse and deserted forest and confirmed that there was no one within dozens of meters of them. Chase away anyone who approaches you, Fry coldly reminded, I'll come to take your place in 2 hours. Sounds good, Klein replied with a smile. After seeing Fry enter the town, he found a tall boulder he had eyed previously. He picked up some leaves from the tree beside him and wiped the surface of the boulder. He then touched the top of the stone with his finger and inspected the stone under the light of the crimson moon. After confirming that it was clean, Klein put on his black windbreaker and sat down. Why stand when you can sit? Klein thought to himself. After a few minutes of silence, he looked at the dark, quiet, and rather scary forest. He couldn't help but stand up, taking out several metal bottles from his hidden pockets and scattering their contents, herb powder and essential oils, around the boulder. Klein recited an incantation in Hermes. With the help of the materials, he created a barrier of spirituality, sealing the area he was in. He did this simple ritual for 2 reasons. First, he didn't want to rely too much on his premonition for danger as a seer to defend against corpses and spirits launching a sneak attack against him. The second reason was to keep the bugs away. This is 100 times better than insect repellent. Klein sat back down, satisfied. After sitting there for a few minutes, Klein took out sealed artifact 3-0782 out of curiosity. He began a detailed inspection of the mutated sun sacred emblem. I wonder if I could use divination to find out its origins and how it became special. He took out the pen and paper he always had on him and wrote a statement, the origin of the mutated sun sacred emblem in my hands. As a qualified and true seer, Klein had made the preparations needed to divine anywhere. After reciting the statement 7 times, he closed his eyes and entered a state of cogitation, using that as a launch pad to propel him into his dreams. All he saw were fragmented pieces of light in his dreams. Other than that, he didn't learn anything else. Yes, the church must have gotten other seers to attempt the same thing in the past. The fact that there is no mention of its origins must mean that there was no result from the divination, just like what happened just now. Klein sighed. He then thought, I wonder what would happen if I eliminate the interferences? This thought immediately filled Klein's head, pushing his curiosity to a peak. After more than 10 minutes of hesitation, he stood up. He decided that it was fine since there was no one around, considering how he was in a secluded area of the forest. He took 4 steps counterclockwise inside his wall of spirituality before entering the world above the fog once again. Klein sat at the seat of honor of the ancient table in the magnificent palace. He conjured a few sheets of yellowish-brown goatskin and a black fountain pen, as well as the mutated sun sacred emblem. It feels rather real, he rubbed sealed artifact 3-0782 in his hands, finding the tactile feedback identical to the one he had felt in the outside world. It instantiates itself based on what I felt. Klein mumbled to himself before writing down the statement he had come up with previously. The origin of the mutated sun sacred emblem in my hands. After reciting the statement 7 times, he held the piece of goatskin and sealed artifact 3-0782 in his hands. He leaned back and entered his dream. In the blurry dream world, Klein saw a drop of glowing gold liquid. It was warm and bright. It was suspended above an altar, before a man dressed in a white classic robe. The man only had his back facing Klein. He had lost all signs of life as he fell slowly towards the sacrificial altar. At that moment, the sun sacred emblem he was holding had come into contact with the golden liquid, the latter quickly seeping into the emblem. The dream quickly dissipated after Klein saw this, waking him up. So it was because of the golden liquid that this sacred emblem has been so effective and uncontrollable to this day. Decades have passed since the discovery of this emblem, but its cleansing powers haven't declined. I wonder what that golden liquid was. Some advanced beyonder ingredient? Klein toyed with the sealed artifact 3-0782 in his hand and slipped into deep thought. After deliberating over it for a few minutes, he tried to emulate the feeling he had in the dream. He wanted to separate the golden liquid from the mutated sun sacred emblem he had conjured. He accomplished it almost immediately as the thought came to him. Klein looked in shock at the emblem, which was no longer warm or pure. He watched as the drops of golden liquid silently suspended themselves in the air. He had even more praises for this mysterious space above the fog. This is practically a miracle, even if the separation and instantiation here isn't real. The origins of this drop of golden liquid. He penned down a new statement with great excitement. Chapter 140, Expert at Courting Death. The origins of this drop of golden liquid. After reciting the divination statement 7 times, Klein held on to the goatskin and the illusory golden liquid before leaning back in his seat. He didn't know if he could divine with the item that was instantiated based purely on a feeling. All he could do was make bold assumptions and carefully seek confirmation. In seconds, Klein's eyes darkened, turning from brown to black as he entered a state of cogitation. His eyelids drooped down and he saw the illusory yet blurry dream. In the blurry world that looked in shambles, a golden, glaring sun suddenly appeared. A low grunt resounded across the void. The pure and clean light suddenly lit everything up as the golden burning flame swept outwards. Boom! Klein was instantly expelled from his dream world and flipped onto his side as he shivered. His body seemed to become a huge bonfire which burned with a raging flame. At that moment, his thoughts were all over the place. No proper idea could form from the chaos in his mind. Rumble! The mysterious space above the gray fog shook violently, and the lofty palace collapsed inch by inch. The ancient, mottled bronze table broke into a few pieces. The terrifying changes only continued for 3 seconds before the world above the gray fog returned to tranquility as though nothing had happened. The gold flame on Klein gradually extinguished. He rolled around on his charred skin as he groaned in pain, until he eventually regained his ability to think. He supported himself on the armrest of the high chair and stood up with great difficulty. He was terrified and confused about what had just happened. He had never imagined that a mere divination would result in such consequences. He panted and lifted his head to survey his surroundings. He realized that the lofty palace and ancient bronze table, which looked like they had stood unchanged since ancient times, had been damaged. In the world above the gray fog, which had never experienced any abnormality, it was simply an unprecedented level of damage. What happened? Did my divination point towards some unfathomable existence? Klein calmed down slightly and let his burned flesh shed while he speculated. If I wasn't protected by this mysterious space above the gray fog, there might not even be ashes of me left behind. Could that drop of gold liquid be the blood of a god? Did I see the eternal blazing sun, or some powerful angel of his? No, that was the sun, so I think it was the former. Damn, did I just look directly at a god? Klein felt more fear as he thought about it. He felt that he had nearly died. Those who know nothing fear nothing, but those who don't court death won't die. In the future, I can't just divine anything and everything. Who knows what I'll see? If that were to happen once more, I don't know if this mysterious space could even shelter me from fatal damage. When that happens, I'd actually die. Yes, it definitely won't do if I continue making experiments with the golden liquid. The existence from before, which was likely eternal blazing Sunday. He must have sensed the sudden, hidden and unexpected influence from the divination above the gray fog and failed to respond in time. If he were prepared, this mysterious space might not have been able to withstand the repercussions. Having come to this realization, Klein's body had already returned to normal. It was no longer charred, but compared to before, he was dimmer and more incorporeal than before. He lifted his hand to massage his temples and commanded with his mind to restore the palace and the long table. Then, the palace that looked like the home of a giant and the long table cast out of bronze returned to normal. Everything looked like it had before. Klein sat down and leaned against the back of the chair. He mocked himself and said, "Well, this isn't entirely bad. At least I know the limit of the mysterious space and I have a certain goal. Only powers approaching the angels of the gods can completely influence the power of the area above the gray fog. Sigh, I have to add another new rule to my seer principle. Do not randomly divine things that involve a high-level entity. Yes, I shouldn't hastily activate my spirit vision either. If I were to look directly at things that shouldn't be looked at directly, it might be game over. In the outside world, I don't have the mysterious space to fend off most of the negative effects. After a while, Klein's expression turned odd because some knowledge was reverberating in his head. Yes, knowledge. In the short time he had spent with what appeared to be eternal blazing sun, Klein was constantly in his divination state. Hence, he could instinctively divine certain matters and knowledge from the being that he was looking at. He quickly used a dream divination to recall and organize what he had gathered that wasn't his primary objective. He picked up the black fountain pen and wrote one line after another. 1. Do not look directly at God. 2. Pure white angel. 3. The technique of making a flaring sun charm. It's a relatively high-level charm in the domain of the sun. Its potency can last a year before it deteriorates. There's no need for a ritual to pray to the eternal blazing sun, but the procedure requires the sealed artifact 3-0782 to take the ritual's place. It will siphon power from the mutated sun's sacred emblem. 4. Extremely hostile towards Lord of Storms and God of Knowledge and Wisdom. 5. Barred Potion Formula. Main ingredients: a crystal sunflower or an adult flint bird's tail feather or a fire bird's tail feather. A piece of siren rock or a singing sunflower. Supplementary ingredients: a blade of midsummer grass, 5 drops of July wine juice, a blade of elf dark leaf. 6. Light suppliant potion formula. Main ingredients: a piece of brilliance rock or powder of dazzling soul or blood of a mirror hedgehog or the heart of a magma titan. Supplementary ingredients: a golden-edged sunflower, 3 drops of aconite juice. 7. Priest of Light potion formula. Information of main ingredients missing. Supplementary ingredients: 5 grams of rosemary, 7 drops of fingered citron juices, rock water. 8. Sequence 4, Unshadowed potion formula. Main ingredients could be the golden blood of God extracted from the mutated sun's sacred emblem. It could also be replaced with 3 adult sun divine birds' tail feathers and a piece of holy brilliance rock. Information of supplementary ingredients missing. After writing down the 8 lines, Klein couldn't help but rap the edge of the long bronze table. He had gained way more than he imagined. He was already satisfied with surviving his reckless divination earlier, but now he had received an unexpected survival reward. From the confidential information he received from the Nighthawks, he knew that the sequence pathway that the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun held was called Sun, and its sequence 9 was barred. It would allow the Beyonder to imbue courage and strength for themselves and their allies through their singing, a job that brought about devotion and submission. Their slogan was "Let us praise the sun." The corresponding sequence 8 was Light Suppliant. They could cast spells and hold rituals from the sun's domain which were very effective against corpses and spirits. Sequence 7 was called Solar High Priest, which greatly enhanced the spells and rituals within its domain. In other words, I have obtained the complete potion formulas of Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 in the Sun sequence pathway. Yes, unlike before, the potion formula even lists replacement items and ingredient names from different eras. As expected of formulas obtained directly from Eternal Blazing Sun through divination. Klein thought in satisfaction. He had originally planned on seeing if the Hanged Man could solve the request of the young man from the City of Silver. After all, the Church of the Lord of Storms and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun were the most ancient Orthodox sections. They had fought against each other for thousands of years, so it would only make sense for the two churches to have learned the initial sequence of each other's pathways. The Hanged Man might not have cared about the Sun pathway previously, but since he is very likely a Sequence 7 seafarer, it would probably be easy for him if he really needed to gather the information. However, I don't need him now. I solved it myself, through an unbelievable yet extremely dangerous method. Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, my son friend, your fool nearly turned himself into a charred corpse. Klein lampooned silently while still feeling a lingering sense of fear. He lowered his head and looked at the records on the goatskin before him. He thought of another formula. Would the Priest of Light be an ancient name of Solar High Priest? The confidential information of the Nighthawks never mentioned it, and my divination didn't pinpoint the sequence number. Is it sequence 6, or sequence 5? Sequence 4, unshadowed. This is the first high sequence formula that I've obtained. It's such a pity that it lacks the supplementary ingredients. I wonder how I can fill in the blanks. I can't believe that drop of golden liquid is really the blood of a god. Sealed artifact 3-0782 is probably far stronger than anyone imagines. From what I can see, it's sufficient to become a grade 1 sealed artifact. Yes, it's likely that the Nighthawks from before only determined whether the item has any traits of the living, how much danger it would cause to nearby humans, how difficult it is to control the item's effects, and if it can be used against corpses and spirits. They had no way of discovering its unique origin. The mutated sun's sacred emblem can probably even fight against evil spirits. How could the examiner find an evil spirit to experiment on? As an official Nighthawk, I can't become the owner of sealed artifact 3-0782, but, yes, I can find an opportunity to make a flaring sun charm and siphon its power? Sigh. I certainly can't do it now. I haven't prepared the necessary ingredients. Why would I, a Nighthawk of the Evernight Goddess, carry the ingredients of the sun around with me? Klein massaged his forehead regrettably. He saw that there was no other movement in the world above the gray fog and finally relaxed. He confirmed that the eternal blazing sun hadn't managed to track him down. Do not look directly at God, do not look directly at a high-level entity. I must remember this. Why would the eternal blazing sun be extremely hostile towards the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? What the hell is a pure white angel? As these mixed thoughts filled his brain, Klein felt the emptiness and an aching pain in his head. Plus, he felt that too much time had passed. He had to return to the outer world, just in case someone discovered anything amiss. Back then, he thought it would take a minute or so to divine 2 or 3 times in the mysterious space. Plus, there was a spirituality wall isolating him from everything else. Once it was touched, his body in the world above the gray fog would sense it. Hence, he felt utterly safe, but he hadn't considered the possibility of having some sort of accident. In the end, he nearly lost his life, and that wasted quite a bit of time. Due to the fact that he was afraid that he would be greeted by a light of purification beam or discover that the mutated sun's sacred emblem was damaged, he enveloped his body with spirituality before he stimulated a descent with his heart in his mouth. The crimson moonlight reflected in his eyes, and there was a darkness hidden within. Klein saw the sparse forest and the weeds before him, as well as the intact sealed artifact 3-0782 in his hands. After a few seconds of breathless anxiety, he finally believed that he was safe. Phew! Klein let out a breath of relief. He felt exhausted after his insane probing at the border of death. Chapter 141, Nightmare. The exhausted Klein dispelled the sealed wall of spirituality, allowing the cool wind to blow onto his face. The scent of grass and trees that the wind carried revitalized him. He rubbed the warm and classic sealed artifact 3-0782 with his hands and sighed to himself. Who would have thought that there would be a drop of God's blood in this emblem? I have to assume that the experts from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun must have tried searching for this item in the past, but couldn't find it. Klein stretched his neck. He didn't dare try anything else, keeping the mutated sun's sacred emblem in the inner pocket of his windbreaker. His hand followed a chain and took out a silver vine-leaf pocket watch. He opened it to see that there was still about an hour before Corpse Collector Fry's shift. I need 2 matches to prop up my eyelids. This is a side effect of that near-death experience. Klein didn't have any other ideas. All he could do was take out a small metal bottle from a tiny hidden pocket. He uncapped the bottle and brought it near his nose. A pungent smell, a mix of mint and disinfectant, quickly entered his nose, giving Klein goosebumps. His senses were jolted, making him forget his fatigue temporarily. He had learned the formula from Corpse Collector Fry. It was called Quelag's oil, and it could help a person ignore the stench of rotting corpses, as well as refresh and clear the mind. The next hour felt like torture. Klein paced around from time to time, and was bitten by the mosquitoes in the forest several times. Finally, he saw the black-haired, blue-eyed Fry walking out of the town wearing a windbreaker and holding a cane. Even though Fry still looked like a living corpse, Klein felt as though he was looking at his savior. He covered his mouth and let out a yawn, making his eyes teary. He made his way over and took out sealed artifact 3-0782 from his pocket. "What happened?" Fry asked as he looked at his partner's pale face. Klein sighed and said, "I just did my shift at Cheney's Gate the previous night and didn't sleep too well in the morning, so I'm very tired." He didn't elaborate further and changed the subject. "Shall I come for my next shift 4 hours from now?" 7 hours. The captain doesn't need sleep at night. Fry took the mutated sun's sacred emblem. "I'm glad someone enjoys staying up late." Klein ridiculed the captain under his breath. He bade goodbye to Fry and walked towards the town. On the way back to the inn, he took out his pocket watch again and checked the time. 10 minutes earlier than we arranged. What a nice person." Klein laughed and walked faster. He returned to the inn and opened the half-closed door. The boss watched him as he made his way to the second floor before he entered his room. He removed his coat and shoes after locking the door. He didn't wash up, but instead fell directly onto the bed. His breathing became heavy in just a few seconds, then long and peaceful. In his dreams, Klein returned to Earth where he was playing a game he hadn't beaten. A cup of soda and a plate of spicy chicken wings were on his left. To his right was a bowl of rice and bitter bamboo shoots meat soup. He didn't like bitter bamboo shoots, but he liked it in soup with meat slices. The refreshing taste and the little bit of fat from the meat were tantalizing, a perfect complement to the rice. He could eat an extra bowl of rice if it was paired with some good sauce dip. Just as Klein was about to enjoy his supper and continue playing his game, his dream changed again, presenting him with the internal layout of 2, Daffodil Street. Klein suddenly became alert, aware that he was dreaming. He saw himself seated at the side of the dining table, a copy of the Tianjin Daily Tribune in his hand. In front of him was a bowl of tomato oxtail stew, pan-fried lamb chops, mashed potatoes, and wheat bread. He subconsciously turned to look at the door, suddenly noticing a figure standing outside the window of the living room, silently staring inside the house. Klein was shocked. He immediately recognized the gray-eyed Dun. Half his face was clinging close to the window as he silently watched the people inside. "Captain, can you not scare someone in their dreams? Is this your way of acting as a nightmare?" Klein thought, finding humor in his exasperation. He scooped up a mouthful of stew and put it into his mouth. "Ah, this is my cooking," he sighed to himself. He understood why he suddenly became alert in his dream, why the scene of him on Earth vanished. He would naturally become aware when someone barged into his dreams. At this moment, Dunn left his spot by the oriel window and directly entered the house. In his black windbreaker, he came silently before Klein. He took off his hat and nodded before sitting down. He didn't stand on ceremony, picking up cutlery and quickly polishing off the stew, lamb chops, wheat bread on the table. Klein looked on dumbfounded, unsure what the captain was doing. "Phew." Dunn exhaled in satisfaction and gave Klein a thumbs up. He then took out his pipe and a matchstick before taking an intoxicated puff. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and stood up. He then put on his hat and bowed before leaving the house and the dream. Klein looked at the captain's back, unable to collect himself for a long time. He looked down at the empty plates and instinctively wanted to conjure up the food he had just now. But this time, the oxtail stew, lamb chops, mashed potatoes didn't appear in his dream. It was completely eaten? A nightmare can do that? Klein twitched his lips and thought in frustration. So the captain's goal was to prevent me from eating supper in my dream? That sure is a nightmare. This method of acting as a nightmare sure is creative. He let out a laugh and exited his dream, once again falling asleep. At about 5:30 the next day, Klein, who had no choice but to wake up early, drink his coffee and eat his toast and bacon. He hurried out of town to take over from Dunn. At 7 in the morning, they prepared to set off back to Tingen. It wasn't even 10 when they arrived at 36 Zutland Street. Fire sat behind the typewriter after Dunn, the most energized of the lot, returned sealed artifact 3-0782 to the back of Cheney's gate. He took advantage of the fact that the clerks hadn't arrived yet so that he could write a report on the mission and the claims of the related expenditures. Klein looked on from the side, satisfied that the items he had expended were within the list, including the materials he used to drive the bugs and mosquitoes away. He didn't return home immediately, for he had arranged to meet the asylum's Dr. Daxter at 1 in the afternoon at the agreed-upon venue through a coded letter. Then there's still the tarot gathering at 3. Why does the boss of a secret society have such a tiring life? Klein thought to himself. He took a 2-hour nap in the Nighthawk's break room to catch up on sleep. He didn't forget the information he had obtained the previous day. He wasn't worried that he would forget, for the information could be recalled using divination. He was afraid that he would disregard the existence of this information and even lose the ability to divine the information. Thus, he recalled the pieces of information once again before he slept to reinforce them. This was also the reason Klein insisted on doing a review every week and reorganize all the information he knew. After lunch, he took a look at his pocket watch and left the Blackthorn Security Company for the shooting club at 3 Zutland Street. Klein entered the reception area after pushing open the door, but he didn't head directly to the shooting range belonging to the Nighthawks. Instead, he found a seat in the hall as he waited patiently with his black cane in hand. He had arranged to meet Daxter at the Zutland Street Shooting Club. He had arranged this through handwritten letters. Whenever Klein needed to meet him, he would write to Dr. Daxter Guderian in place of a patient's family member and ask about a unique condition called dissociative identity disorder. In his letter, Klein would use various methods to mention the term spectator, as well as a hidden mark of ink to authenticate his identity. The letter would also casually mention a time to meet. As for the place to meet, they had already decided this the first time they met. If Klein felt that there was a need to change the location, he would mention it when they met in person. When Daxter Guderian needed to meet for non-urgent matters, he could send a letter to the Hound Pub or the Shooting Club. The recipient would be marked as Mr. Hornaces, which Klein would take at scheduled times. In urgent situations, he could hand the letter directly to the boss of the Hound Pub, Wright, and mention his search for mercenaries. This way, Wright, who was an associate of the Nighthawks, would immediately hand the letter over to the Blackthorn Security Company. After waiting for a while, Klein saw the refined Daxter enter the shooting club, a few minutes past 1. He was wearing a black hat and a fitted tuxedo. He had a cane inlaid with silver in his hands, as well as a pair of gold-framed spectacles on his face. Daxter walked around the club without attracting attention and saw Klein, who nodded slightly. He then retracted his gaze and walked to the counter, expertly applying for a shooting range and renting a gun. This was not his first visit. Small shooting range 7, 3 solely an hour. The fee for renting a revolver is 1 solely 7 pence per hour and it contains 6 rounds. The receptionist quickly settled the request. After Daxter confirmed that he was renting the items for an hour and paid the fee of 10 solely, he took the revolver and extra bullets and was led into the respective shooting range by the facilitator. Klein waited another 5 minutes before slowly standing up. He grabbed his cane before walking to the small shooting range 7 and knocked on the door. The door opened a tiny crack with a creak. Daxter first looked around cautiously, then opened the door fully. Klein immediately entered and locked the door. "Good afternoon, Mr. Daxter," he said as he took out a 10 solely bill. He handed the bill over to Daxter. "We wouldn't let our associates bear any extra fees. Because I can claim compensation," he added in his heart. Daxter didn't decline. He took the cash and asked heavily, "Mr. Moretti, why did you ask to meet me?" Chapter 142, Association. Klein obviously couldn't just bring up the telepathist formula right at the start. However, he didn't hide his intention either. After all, the man opposite him was a spectator. He wouldn't be conned so easily. Has Eugen behaved unusually recently? He first asked Daxter Guderian about the patient in the asylum who was a member of the psychology alchemists. Daxter examined Klein's eyes, expression, and gestures. He thought and said, "No, he's acting normal. Frankly speaking, I think if he really wanted to leave the asylum, he could immediately behave in a very healthy and very normal manner. But he hasn't done so, and he continues to stay in the asylum. He appears to be treating every patient. Yes, patients who exhibit chaotic, violent, or abnormal thoughts appear to be getting better. Maybe Eugen is trying to train his beyonder powers with this method." Psychiatrist, sequence 7 that corresponds to spectator? Perhaps even higher. Since Eugen isn't a doctor in the asylum but entered as a patient, it means that he hasn't truly grasped the acting method. It should be as Daxter has guessed, he's probably training his beyonder skills and doing so resembles that of the acting method. To a certain extent, it could slow down the potion's negative influence. Hence, Eugen decided to just take the asylum as his home. Klein openly showed that he was in deep thought regarding Eugen's matter. Because that would make Daxter Guderian feel that he knew and understood a lot, making him appear unfathomable. With this in mind, Klein guessed something else. The psychology alchemists hadn't grasped the acting method. After all, even a mainstay member at the Sequence 7 was unaware of this. In this era with few beyonders, a Sequence 7 was considered mid-level in any secret organization. They were important enough to know crucial matters, especially those that could help members resist the loss of control. Plus, the Psychology Alchemists was a secret organization that had only been established in the last 300 years or even earlier. It was understandable that they hadn't grasped or deduced the acting method. The only organization that brought up the method explicitly was the Secret Order. They were an ancient organization that had more than 1,500 years of history and could be traced back to the previous epoch. Hey, the Church of the Goddess is even older than the Secret Order. Just the letter of saints from the Revelation of Evernight clearly indicates that it's nearly 3,000 years old. That's not to mention the mythical legends before that. How could such an ancient church not discover the acting method? During the long history of a huge organization, there must have been members who experimented with various possibilities, just like Spirit Medium Daily. They might not have understood the principle of the acting method in detail, but they acted out the name of the potion correctly anyway. They would have discovered the gist of it through the good feedback they received. As that accumulates through the generations of Nighthawks, unless the higher-ups were a bunch of curly-haired baboons, it would be impossible to deduce the acting method. Klein's thoughts made the connection and was suddenly shocked. To the Nighthawks who didn't know of the acting method, someone like Spirit Medium Daily was a genius, an example that an ordinary member couldn't emulate. Hence, no one suspected that the experience of Daily and others could be adapted for their own use. But to those who have grasped the acting method, this would be extremely odd. Klein believed that in the long history of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Spirit Medium Daily was definitely not the first member to have used the acting method to digest the low-sequence potions quickly. She might not even be in the top 10 or top 50. It doesn't make sense. Unless Daily didn't understand the acting method on her own, but had other people's guidance. Then, it could be concluded that every member of the Holy Cathedral follows the beliefs of the past, believing in their predecessors' experience, and not daring to rebel against their teaching. After all, rebelling would imply the loss of control most of the time. Yes, other than this explanation, there is another possibility. The higher-ups of the church have hidden the acting method for some reason. I need to flip through some records and search for examples of beyonders in the Church of the Evernight Goddess digesting their potions quickly, as well as their final outcome. Klein thought with a mask of solemnity. Daxter looked at him, waited for a few minutes, and asked curiously, "Officer, is there some sort of problem with Eugen's actions?" "Not right now. It just made me think of other matters, Klein replied, smiling. He cast his suspicions aside. He asked instead, has there been any actions taken by the psychology alchemists recently? No, besides a small gathering in Awa to exchange items and experience, Daxter answered honestly. Klein nodded slightly and said, how about your own situation? Daxter controlled his expression as he replied, not too good myself. I still hear some ravings and have some illusions. If I wasn't a doctor specializing in mental health, I might even think that I have some sort of disorder. As he spoke, his face grew solemn. I followed Hood Eugen's and your instructions to ignore those illusions and ravings. That made me feel much better, but they still affect my sleep, and I have become more grumpy and short-tempered. I'm not like myself, as though another new me is growing from within, or maybe it could be described as a new character. I'm very worried and terrified that I might suddenly lose control one day. Just as I have predicted, I didn't even need to divine to see that coming. Having prepared for this, Klein smiled and said, you don't have to worry, you're a subsidiary member of the Nighthawks now. There are benefits for you. As an ancient organization, we master many methods to keep one from losing control. It isn't 100% effective, but it will definitely help you. Besides, I'm willing to share with you my personal experience. You must know the man standing before you only used a month to shake off the shackles of illusions and ravings, and they haven't resurfaced. You should know from Hood Eugen and your other cadres that doing so is very difficult. For Sequence 8 telepathist, Klein bragged a little. Officer, there's a bit of a lie in what you said, but it's mostly the truth, Daxter suddenly said calmly. What do you want from me? It's tough to lie to a spectator. Klein replied with a smile, it's not something that only I want to get. Miss Justice wants it too. Of course, he knew that Daxter would definitely assume that the Nighthawk squad wanted something. If your method is really effective, and the items or information you want is within my reach, Daxter weighed his words as he spoke. I will give you the perks in advance, Klein said straightforwardly. We want the telepathist formula. He wouldn't hide the potion formula but inform the captain as well. He would tell the captain that Daxter used it in exchange for his personal experience on bringing the potion under control. During the procedure, Klein would definitely verify the formula and accidentally memorize it in his head. Besides, he would use the fact that he used his personal experience in exchange for the formula to earn merit with the Nighthawks. By then, with his previous merits, he might not even need to put an extra effort to apply for the clown formula and main ingredients. A formula for 2 deals, quite a good bargain. Klein thought happily. Daxter looked into his eyes and kept quiet for a while before he said, you're very frank. I'll try my best to get the formula, but I'm not sure how long it'll take me. If it gets too dangerous, I hope that I can replace it with something else. No problem. Klein didn't intend to force the request on the man. He then described the acting method vaguely. The key to resisting the loss of control lies within the name of the potion. We have to understand it and learn its true meaning. You can't completely understand it by thinking about it. It must be understood through experience. For instance, as a spectator, you have to understand that you're only a spectator, not an actor. How a spectator should act is something that you need to discover through attempts and experimentation to deduce the principles required of you. From there, adhere to it strictly. Daxter listened attentively. Then, he replied, that's a brand new way to look at things. I'm willing to use the word theory to describe what you just said. This is just like a theory of a play and opera. I'll try, and I hope it'll help. If it really works, I'll do my best to get you the telepathist formula. May the goddess protect you. Klein drew a crimson moon on his chest. Klein didn't request the potion formula of psychiatrist as well, because he knew that it was a task that Daxter couldn't complete with his current position. He might end up exposing him if he wasn't careful. Thus, he planned to take it one step at a time by helping Daxter achieve a higher position in the psychology alchemist slowly. Then, the long-term benefits would be abundant. Klein looked outside through the peephole in the door, then he left quickly and turned to the small shooting range that was designated for the Nighthawks. He entered and locked the door. His face grew grave once again. When he was guessing the reason why the Church of the Goddess hadn't developed the acting method, he realized another thing that he had overlooked. He had overlooked it because he had obtained two crucial factors in reverse order. It made him fail to make a further consideration. The first matter was that the Antigonus family was destroyed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. The second matter was that the Antigonus family had the seer sequence in its grasp, or at least, most of it. As there was a very long period of time between when Klein learned the two facts, he almost didn't piece them together. Hence, he overlooked something that should have been pretty obvious. Since the Antigonus family had grasped a majority of the sequences of the seer pathway, how is it possible that the Church of the Evernight Goddess only received sequence 9 seer? They should have obtained more than that as the spoils of war. If a member from the Aurora Order got a hold of the clown formula from the Antigonus family's magical notebook, then what about the church that destroyed the entire Antigonus family? Even if the Antigonus family was well prepared and hid their most valuable things at the highest peak of Hornacis Mountain, the Church of the Evernight Goddess shouldn't have gained so little. They were the ones who killed the family members of Antigonus' family. Furthermore, the dead can be made to speak. Chapter 143, The Fool's Real-Time Translator. Klein paced around the small shooting range as he pondered over the intent of the Church of the Evernight Goddess regarding the seer pathway. Do they not want Nighthawks to choose this pathway, or do they not want Beyonders to become powerful through this pathway? As such, they only revealed the sequence 9 seer, which is clearly a support type. Captain also mentioned that the Holy Cathedral might have the subsequent recipes. No, they didn't even provide the names of the potions for sequence numbers 8 and 7 in the confidential information that I read. They merely described the battle characteristics of each sequence. In other words, they don't want those under them to realize that the church might hold the actual formulas. Is there a possibility that Nighthawks who chose this pathway could become vengeful spirits for the Antigonus family, and thus, the higher-ups of the church made a decision like this? Or could there be some other reason? Klein suddenly felt incredibly suspicious, a sense of intense wariness and vigilance, towards the higher-ups of the church. He began reconsidering whether he should openly hand over the special application to become a clown. If there are some terrifying secrets behind this, wouldn't I be jumping into the fire myself? Frankly, I'm not a person that can be placed under strict investigation. But the Tingen branch has handed the clown potion formula over to the church. Any seer who learned of this would hope to advance. Isn't that normal? Sequence 8 is still considered a low sequence, so it shouldn't invite too much attention. The only problem is that I would only take a month to completely digest the potion and submit a special application. If the higher-ups are familiar with the acting method, they would be able to realize what I did immediately. Of course, I do have an excuse, I know spirit medium daily after all. Old Neil, who is strict in abiding by the Mystery Prior's maxim, is also my friend. The claim that I gained inspiration from them and refined the acting method isn't too hard to believe. Yes, even Daly received attention from the higher-ups only after showing signs of digesting a sequence 7 potion in 3 years, and is now being nurtured to become a future archbishop. Being at the stage of clown shouldn't garner me too much attention, unless I fully digest the clown potion in a few months, giving them confirmation to believe that I have truly mastered the acting method. In other words, applying for the clown potion isn't a risky move. I can continue with that plan, but I should pay attention to this in the future. Sigh, I'll have to take things one step at a time. I'll do a divination back at home. Klein collected himself and took out his revolver from his holster before carrying on with his daily shooting practice and maintenance. The quality of the revolver that he had gotten from his schoolmate, Welch, was unexpectedly good. Without any surprise, it would last for quite some time. Of course, he had to credit Dunn and Leonard for teaching him how to maintain a revolver. To be honest, it doesn't matter if it's damaged. These are all things I can request compensation for. Klein looked at the target, put away his revolver, and left the shooting club. He took the public transport back to 2 Daffodil Street. Before arriving at his destination, he saw a young lady pacing about his door. This lady was dressed in a blue lacy dress, as well as a thinly veiled hat. She was Melissa's classmate, Elizabeth, who had her adorable baby fat. She quickly approached when she saw Klein arrive, taking off her hat to reveal her joyful face. She paused for 2 seconds before smiling. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I'm guessing that you just came back from Lamed town, right?" "I'm sorry, I came back in the morning." Klein smiled. "No, I came from Zutland Street." Yes, that was a very honest answer. He laughed to himself. Elizabeth froze for a moment, then said with excitement, "All right, I guessed wrongly. I came to look for you because I wanted to tell you that I didn't have that nightmare last night. I no longer dreamed about the knight in black armor. This was exactly the same as the result of your divination. Of course, that wraith was completely purified by sealed artifact 3-0782. I couldn't channel his spirit even if I was there, much less your dream." Klein laughed and replied gently, "I'm happy that you're freed from your troubles. I'm also very satisfied with my divination yesterday." Thank you once again." "Alright, I have to go now, I still have lessons in the afternoon." "Bye-bye, Mr. Moretti. I'll visit Melissa when I have the time." Elizabeth left joyfully, renting a carriage by the side of the road. As the carriage began to roll forward, she smiled and thought proudly, "Melissa definitely doesn't know how great her brother is. It seems as though my explanation just now was useless. Young ladies would rather trust their intuition and the truths made up in their minds." Klein saw Elizabeth board the carriage and opened the door to his house. He made his way to his room. He rested for a while before he began to consolidate everything that had happened over the past week, including the questions he had yet to resolve. After completing the task, he burned his notes, took out his pocket watch, and opened it. 2:30? There's another 15 minutes left. Seeing that he still had time, Klein put on his oldest suit and headed to Smyron Bakery at Iron Cross Street to buy a cup of sweet iced tea from Mrs. Wendy. He drank his beverage as he returned, then sealed his room with a wall of spirituality at 15 minutes to 3. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the world above the grey fog. In the quiet, ancient palace, Klein conjured a piece of goatskin and wrote down a divination statement: "I should obtain the clown potion through the Nighthawks." He put his pen down and untangled the spirit pendulum on his wrist. He grabbed the pendulum firmly with his left hand, allowing the topaz to be suspended right above the piece of paper. He recited the statement 7 times. His eyes darkened and the pendulum in his hand started to turn. It turned clockwise. It's a positive answer, so it's appropriate. But it'll be hard to say for the sequences after clown. I should seriously develop my tarot club. Klein did another divination to confirm the answer. After this, he used his hand and pressed down on the dark red star representing the sun. He wanted to bring the youth from the City of Silver in early and ask if he revealed whatever had happened in this world to the 6-member council. If he hadn't, then Klein would give him a better way of knowing what time the gatherings would start. In a room of the Berg household in the City of Silver, Derek sat silently by the side of his bed, waiting for the fool's summoning. In order to avoid being near anybody, he didn't even go out of the house after he returned. He had nearly finished all the food in his room. Bearing with the hunger and hearing the growls of his stomach, Derek felt as though he was a living corpse roaming around on a dark plain. However, he remained silent, nor did he stand. At that moment, he saw a dark red color spread in the air, quickly swallowing him. The gray, boundless, cold, lonely world appeared in his field of vision once again. Seated at the seat of honor, the fool, who was obscured by the thick fog, presented himself in front of him once more. Klein was satisfied that his summoning wasn't interrupted. He also confirmed that he didn't face any immediate danger. "Son, we meet again," he said smilingly, using Jotun. Derek was shocked by what had happened. He lowered his head. "You are a fool who keeps his word. The other members will arrive in a while. Before that, I'll confirm a few things with you first." Klein used the loan language this time, but willed the mysterious space to translate it into Jotun. The words rang through the air, coming to Derek in Jotun. He asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Well, now that I've gained a certain degree of mastery over Jotun, the mysterious space above the gray fog can translate whatever I say in real time. This means that I won't have to worry about justice and the hanged man not understanding whatever Sun says. Sigh, why does a boss like me have to work so tirelessly?" Klein pinched the bridge of his nose. He laughed and shook his head. "I'll permit you to recite my name, remember the incantations I'm going to tell you. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Derek's pupils constricted when he heard that, but he didn't dare to get distracted. He recited it over and over again in his heart, then confirmed it with the fool. "You have to use a simple ritual and recite my name whenever you return to the City of Silver. I will notify you in advance for future gatherings. You need not pay too much attention to it on other days, nor do you have to avoid anyone. When you receive my notification, isolate yourself within 1,000 heartbeats." Klein told him the method he had been deliberating on for quite some time. This was essentially a response to a prayer. As he had to consider the situation regarding the City of Silver, as well as save time, Klein opted to omit the other steps of the ritual since it was a plea directed toward him. 1,000 heartbeats? Derek muttered to himself. Klein described the general idea of the tarot club to Derek, then took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. Derek froze for a while, instinctively looking at the wondrous item. When 3 approached, Klein extended his hand and pressed on the dark red stars representing justice and the hanged man. Derek didn't blink as he witnessed this. He saw light burst forth opposite and beside him, as 2 hazy figures extended from within. Audrey Hall surveyed her surroundings and froze suddenly. She then heard the ever-calm voice of Mr. Fool. "This is our newest member, his code name is Sunday. This is Miss Justice, and that is Mr. Hanged Man." "Newest member?" Audrey was shocked at first, then her shock immediately turned to joy. She was very excited to see the development of the Tarot Club. She felt like a protagonist. The hanged man Alger creased his brows, a little upset that the fool would drag in a new member so suddenly. "He should have at least mentioned it to us. But a great figure like Mr. Fool wouldn't have to care about our feelings," he thought in exasperation before giving a simple greeting to Justice and Sun. In this short process, Audrey entered the her spectator state and paid close attention to the newest member Sun. "He should be quite young. His body language tells me that he's a little nervous and restrained. But he ultimately maintains a tolerable air of silence, giving the feeling of, a lone wolf, yes, a lone wolf," Audrey thought as she cast her gaze at the fool who was seated at the end of the long bronze table. She said in joy, "Mr. Fool, I've collected another 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary." Chapter 144, Three-Way Deal. Actually there were 3 pages, but the characters were too complicated and too difficult to memorize. My limit is only a little over 2 pages. I would mess up if I were to memorize more. The rest will have to wait until the next gathering. Audrey added in her head. New pages of Roselle's diary? Klein's mind stirred. He smiled and asked in reply when he already knew the answer, "Miss Justice, what do you need?" Audrey's eyes beamed with excitement, but she replied in a reserved manner, "You know that I'll soon fully digest the spectator potion. I hope that I can get the formula for the telepathist potion so that I can prepare the ingredients ahead of time." I know that there isn't much content for 2 pages of the diary, and it might not equal to the value of the telepathist formula, so I'll give you another page. I'll also pay you a sum of money on the side." She had yet to finish what she said when she suddenly felt that it had come out wrong. She couldn't help but berate herself in her head. Mr. Fool is at the very least an important figure which approaches that of a god. How could he be bought over by money? Hence, Audrey couldn't maintain her spectator state as she hurriedly added with a stammer, "That's not what I meant." Mr. Fool, what I meant is that you can determine the compensation that you'd like. Yes, that's what I meant. I like your earlier suggestion. I would answer like this: when you have fully digested the spectator potion, you will get the formula you need. I have a subordinate. No, I have to use the word adorer, that sounds more awesome. He happens to be handling some matters that require money, and this is his anonymous account in Backlund Bank. Yes, then I will disguise myself and make an anonymous account in Backlund Bank. Klein didn't answer immediately but weighed his words carefully with an unfathomable expression. Backlund Bank was one of the 7 major banks in the Loan Kingdom, and as such, it possessed the right to clear transactions. The Loan Kingdom settled accounts with receipts to take care of cash transfer business between banks within the same city in a centralized manner. However, unlike banks in the Intis Republic, not all banks were part of the same league. The biggest 7 banks held on to these rights. Hence, they were called the clearance banks, making other banks rely on them. Transferring money from a different location, on the other hand, could only be done within the same bank. It would be completed by squaring accounts between branches. With the invention of the steam locomotive and telegram, the efficiency of these transfers had been enhanced drastically. Just then, the son, Derek Berg, suddenly spoke. The telepathist potion formula? Telepathist that is followed by psyche-analyst? Audrey looked towards him puzzledly. You know of it? At the same time, Miss Justice saw a problem through her instinct as a spectator. The young man had used the ancient title psyche-analyst instead of the modern term psychiatrist. This guy is very strange. Audrey examined Son's every movement. Derek didn't think that he behaved any differently but replied seriously, I can get you the formula. Then, he felt guilty as he couldn't provide it immediately. He tried his best to explain himself, it's a sequence pathway that stemmed from the dragon race. And our city of Silver was once ruled by the Giant King's imperial household. As you know, the giants and the dragons are sworn enemies. Hence, the city of Silver has all of sequence 9, 8, and 7. I have ways to get them. This kid. I already warned him not to speak carelessly or expose his origins. In the end, Klein nearly wanted to extend his hand to cover his face. Sigh, although the son appears to be in great pain, very mature and silent for his age, he's just a boy after all. However, that clarifies one thing for me. It turns out that the spectator sequence's origins stem from the dragon race. It's no wonder that the symbol formed by stars behind Miss Justice's high chair is the dragon. The city of Silver has preserved history well. Klein maintained his posture of leaning against the back of his chair while he listened thoughtfully to the son's description. In fact, he could have easily stopped the son from exposing those matters. As long as he didn't help in the simultaneous translation, Justice and the hanged man wouldn't have understood him at all. However, Klein took a different approach. He felt that it might help him consolidate his mighty and mysterious image in the minds of the 3 members effectively. Hence, he listened with a smile and didn't make a sound. Giant King, Dragon Race, the City of Silver. Audrey was confused. She first took a look at the hanged man opposite her, but she could tell that he was shocked and confused as well from his body language. She looked sideways towards the seat of honor on the long bronze table. She saw the fool sitting on the high chair, engulfed in thick grayish-white fog. His right arm was placed on the armrest while he leaned sideways leisurely. He showed no shock, no curiosity, no thoughts, and no doubt. He only looked at them with a smile. He knows. He knew all of this. Audrey and Alger made the definite judgment almost at the same time. The City of Silver, I've never heard of this place. Where is it? Audrey probed while Alger listened attentively. At that very moment, Derek Berg's head was filled with questions as well. He could tell that, besides the godlike fool, Justice and the hanged man were some sort of beyonder. In the forsaken land of the gods, besides the people in the City of Silver, Derek had never seen another living human. So, he asked in reply, if you aren't residents of the City of Silver, which city-state are you from? Sigh. Klein couldn't help but wish to sigh again. Audrey trembled her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, the hidden meaning behind his question is that if you don't want to answer a similar question, don't pry into the questions about where the other person lives. Miss Justice nodded faintly and elegantly kept quiet. Obviously, Alger had misunderstood the son's intentions as well. He didn't know the other person was really just asking straightforwardly. So, he kept quiet too. When Derek didn't receive any reply, he seemed to realize what was happening. He didn't bring it up again and instead said, "I will try to get the telepathist potion formula as soon as possible. I would like to use it to exchange for the beginning sequence pathway of the sun." Sun sequence pathway? Sequence 9 Bard? Alger asked in reply. Derek thought and said, "Probably, but I lack information about it." Klein, who was watching from the side, decided to get involved, because he didn't want to risk anyone taking his business away. He smiled and said, "I believe Miss Justice doesn't have the Bard formula. But Mr. Hanged Man seems to be able to get it." Seeing Audrey nod, Klein continued with a faint smile, "I will give the sun the Bard formula. The sun will pass the telepathist potion to Miss Justice as soon as possible. Try to get it done within the next 2 gatherings. Miss Justice, please pass me the new pages of Roselle's diary. Then, the deal is done." Yes, according to the law of equivalent exchange, the sun is on the losing end of this transaction, but as of now, he has only made a promise. When he really provides the telepathist formula, Miss Justice can consider how to compensate him again, or I will compensate him while Miss Justice provides money to one of my adorers who needs to do some things recently. Heh, that's because the sun might not necessarily be able to receive Miss Justice's cash or ingredients as compensation. Klein intentionally added that final statement to redirect the Hanged Man and Justice's focus onto the fact that Sun might not be able to receive her compensation. He also did that to place himself in an unfathomable position. Then, everyone would ignore the adorer that lacked money. Might not necessarily receive the compensation. Where exactly is the sun? The southern continent? Alger suddenly creased his eyebrows. The origin of the sun is mysterious too. As expected, Mr. Fool does have subordinates in reality. Audrey finally saw her hope of becoming a Sequence 8 telepathist. What other thoughts could she have? She suppressed her excitement and flashed a faint smile as she said, "I have no objections." Neither do I. When Derek saw that he could obtain the beginning sequence of the sun pathway, he nodded without hesitation. He couldn't care less about the additional compensation. Alger, who was out of the 3-way deal, didn't have the right to speak. Although he could get the formula of Bard, he would need to wait a week or 2 as well. At that moment, Klein, who had successfully delayed the compensation to the next gathering, or the following one after, pressed his palm forward happily. The Bard formula surfaced. Main ingredients: a crystal sunflower or an adult flint bird's tail feather or a fire bird's tail feather. A piece of siren rock or a singing sunflower. Supplementary ingredients: a blade of midsummer grass, 5 drops of July wine juice, a blade of elf dark leaf. He sent the formula before the sun and saw the young man first crease his eyebrows and then relax. Yes, the ingredients in the forsaken land of the gods will still be known by their ancient names. Luckily, my formula was obtained directly from the eternal blazing Sunday. The knowledge that I gained used ancient names and various replacements. Klein suddenly cast his eyes of realization towards Miss Justice. Audrey looked at the son who was memorizing the formula, then she quickly willed the 2 pages of the diary that she had memorized. The diary immediately appeared on the yellowish-brown goatskin and, with a flash, appeared in Klein's hands. Just like before, he started reading immediately. November 3rd, Matilda is 3 months pregnant now. I even find those maidservants who come from the villages beautiful. No, I can't lower my standards. Coincidentally, Countess Florice has invited me to join a private party, hee. November 8th, Archbishop Van Esten sought my help. What can I do for an archbishop? November 9th, it turns out that there is actually a secret hidden within sequence pathways. Archbishop Esten told me that after becoming a Sequence 5 Beyonder, The rest of the sequences could be replaced with sequences of the same level from one or two other pathways. In other words, it starts from the mid-sequence to high sequence. But this is only limited between those one or two pathways. If it's replaced with a potion from a wrong pathway, semi-insanity is the mildest outcome, and one can't advance any further. This way, one can begin substituting pathways from sequence 4 onwards. Sleepless and corpse collector pathways. Yes, the Church's savant and mystery prior pathways can also substitute for one another at a high sequence. Chapter 145, Request for Cooperation. Some pathways are interchangeable after sequence 5? That's different from what the Nighthawks told me. Isn't it a fact that you cannot change your pathway after you choose one? Wasn't it mentioned that diverging from your pathway would allow one to obtain strange, mysterious powers, but that person would definitely go insane and would never be able to advance? To think that there are some hidden exceptions to this. Klein looked at the diary, his pupils constricting. He didn't think that the Emperor Roselle would spout nonsense about something like this. After all, the surprise in his words were so real. But he didn't assume that the information Emperor Roselle had received was definitely correct. There was also a possibility that he had been lied to, or that he had misinterpreted the information. I will need to verify this. I'll commit it to my memory first. Klein reminded himself, then thought deeply about this. If what Roselle described here turns out to be correct, then the sequence pathways go deeper than what I imagined. It hides many secrets. The complete pathway possessed by the Nighthawks is sleepless. They also possess a relatively complete path in the Corpse Collector, which they have up to sequence 4. To think that those are interchangeable after sequence 5. The other potion chains they have are even less complete, as some pathways only possess the first sequence. Similarly, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery holds the complete pathway of the Savant, and has a relatively complete pathway for the Mystery Prior. These can also be interchanged at high sequences. Interesting. I wonder which pathway is interchangeable with the Seer pathway. The apprentice or marauder that was mentioned by the Emperor? There's a high possibility that the first 5 sequence pathways of the Seer pathway would each provide a separate ability, and that these abilities would be combined at sequence 4. At that stage, there should be no way to interchange it with some other potion. Klein retracted his thoughts, once again placing his attention onto the diary. He noticed that although the 2 diary pages were connected, the content was not in chronological order. The dates belonged to 2 different periods. This could be a mistake made by whoever copied their content. April 9th. The relationships between the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the Church of the Lord of Storms, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom are poor. They see each other as enemies. The Church of the Evernight Goddess is at odds with the Church of the God of Combat from the Fasak Empire. This can be taken advantage of. These are all facts worth considering. April 13th. I participated in an ancient organization's gathering. I never expected them to be members of this organization as well. It sure was frightening. To think that the second blasphemy slate was in the hands of this organization. This is the first time I'm seeing this legendary item. Indeed, it was hiding an unimaginable secret, hee. Perhaps there will come a day when I will create a blasphemy slate unique to me. No, a set of them, with each one hiding an ultimate secret. Holy F***K, Emperor, why didn't you specify the name of this ancient organization? You're killing me. Perhaps, Roselle had a reason, or didn't dare to write down the name of the organization, even if he was using Chinese. Klein looked at the diary, a little uncomfortable and puzzled. But with this page of the diary, Klein could finally confirm that Emperor Roselle had seen the second blasphemy slate. Furthermore, he created a set of cards after that, each card represented a pathway to godhood. Yes, that could be the ultimate secret that matches each pathway to godhood. I wonder where that set of 22 cards are now. That ancient organization managed to obtain the second blasphemy slate. Klein's thoughts flowed quickly. But he quickly reined in his thoughts. He shifted his gaze away from the diary and shot it towards the hanged man, justice, and the sun. He smiled and said, "Actually, you didn't need to wait for me. It's our honor." Alger had already reined in his dissatisfaction as he answered humbly. Audrey thought for a moment before smiling. "Mr. Fool, the open selection of government officials through examinations that you described previously has already garnered the support of the King and the Prime Minister. It will soon be passed by the House of Lords and the House of Commons and is predicted to be implemented early next year." "It looks like the King and the Prime Minister still use their brains," Alger mocked out of habit. "Well, with Benson's intellect and diligence, his grammatical and accounting skills should be passable by early next year. But once it's passed by the two houses, it will definitely be announced widely by the various newspapers. I wonder how long Benson's advantage will last. The earlier the examination, the better. Sigh, there's no way Benson can triumph over the elites who graduated from the various universities in such a short period of time. But he need not compete against them, the positions they're fighting for wouldn't be the same. Those people might only have their sights trained on positions such as the cabinet secretary, or finance secretary." The silent Klein worried for his brother as he nodded his head with a smile. Audrey straightened her back when she saw the fool's affirmative nod. She said with a smile, "Mr. Hanged Man, you got me to check on something for you previously. I've received an answer. The King has been convinced by the Prime Minister and won't seek revenge on the Fasak Empire at the East Balham shore for the time being. I think you can now give me the extra payment that you promised me." Alger thought for a few seconds before saying, "Miss Justice, thank you for your answer. This eases my concerns over certain things. What kind of extra payment do you want?" "I'll consider it if it's within reason." Audrey smiled, obviously prepared. Clues to the psychology alchemists, or clues to the main ingredients of the potion telepathist. "Of course, that can wait until after the sun hands the formula over to me." "No problem," Alger said without hesitation. 2 seats away from the hanged man, Derek Berg couldn't understand a single word. He was very confused, feeling that he only understood a few terms, but couldn't string them together to provide any logical sense. A method of selecting officials through examination? A King and Prime Minister, House of Lords, House of Commons, East Balham Shore, Fasak Empire, psychology alchemists? He understood none of that. Fasak, the root of the word came from Jotun. What connection did it have with the fallen giant king's imperial household? Derek looked at Justice and the hanged man, suddenly having the feeling that they might not come from the same world. Could there be another city-state, or one that had formed a nation, somewhere far away from the city of silver in the cursed lands? Derek remained silent and listened on. He had a faint understanding of why the mysterious fool mentioned that he might not be able to receive the monetary compensation Justice was going to give him. To be able to gather people this far away from each other, disregarding the terrifying monsters hiding in the darkness of the cursed lands, the fool might really be a god, an ancient god, he thought. After accomplishing everything that she set out to do, Audrey wanted to become a silent observer, but she suddenly remembered something. She spoke in a hurry. "I recently came into contact with a Beyonder Circle and found out about a powerful person named Mr. A. Mr. Fool, Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Sun. Do you know of this person's background and identity?" "I don't even know what you're talking about." Derek maintained his silence. "Mr. A? I only know a Mr. Z. With such a similar code name, could he also be from the Aurora Order?" Klein made a guess, but didn't give an answer. He had to maintain his image and try not to give answers he wasn't confident in. If he had to, he would give a vague description just like a charlatan. Alger looked at the fool and found him calm and unchanging. It was hard to read his true thoughts. Thus, he said in a deliberative tone, "The Aurora Order is at odds with the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, so members of these churches understand the Aurora Order more than any other organization. And I happen to know something about them. You need not explain, I know that you come under the Lord of Storms." Of course, you could be a whistleblower. But why would there be hatred between the Aurora Order and the three ancient churches? Klein smiled but didn't speak. He looked calmly at the hanged man. Alger knew that he couldn't hide his sequence pathway from the fool, but didn't pay too much attention to it and continued. The Aurora Order has 5 saints and 22 oracles. These oracles use the alphabet as their code names, from Mr. A to Mr. X. They are Beyonders, with the weakest being sequence 7 and the strongest sequence 5. They are all adept at hiding themselves. Should a oracle die, a new oracle will take their place. I cannot guarantee that the Mr. A you spoke of is the Mr. A from the Aurora Order, but there is a good possibility. As for the details of the Aurora Order, I have mentioned that to you before. Audrey nodded, becoming even more cautious of Mr. A. She said, feeling a little pinch in her heart, "Thank you for your answer, Mr. Hanged Man. You need not make a payment anymore." "No, I wish to ask for your help with the answer just now, as well as provide extra compensation," Alger said with a deep voice. "What help?" Audrey asked curiously. Alger thought for a few seconds before saying, "I received intelligence that the pirate Kalangos, codenamed Rear Admiral Hurricane, has secretly gone onshore and infiltrated Backlund. I don't know what he's up to, but I hope that you can help me locate his whereabouts. As for whatever happens afterwards, you need not put yourself in danger." Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos? One of the 7 great admiral pirates? Audrey widened her eyes, almost unable to maintain her spectator state. What was the thing she wanted to do the most after she became a Beyonder? It was, of course, to interact with the people that only existed in the fables of the nobles. Yes, he's a sequence 6 Beyonder of the Path of the Sailor, a windblast. He also has a miraculous item that could be classified as a sealed artifact. He's quite crafty and cruel. Don't attempt to deal with him, Alger introduced seriously. He suddenly turned to Klein. "Mr. Fool, can I get your adorer to assist me at the critical moment? I would pay a price that interests you. The only adorer I have is myself." Klein lampooned to ease his emotions as he smiled. "That is built on the premise that my adorer happens to be in Backlund." "All right." Alger retracted his gaze, a little disappointed, but also a little expectant. Chapter 146, Creeping Hunger. "What's so special about Kalangos' magical item?" Audrey asked slightly confidently. She considered it carefully and suddenly realized that she had a decent ability to locate people in Backlund. Firstly, her father was one of the most wealthy, connected, and reputable nobles, while she was quite popular amongst the younger generation too. Hence, in the upper middle class of the society, she had quite a few resources to take advantage of. Secondly, the 2 Beyonders that she knew had their own circles as well. Apprentice Furs was originally a clinical doctor, and was now an author. She knew quite a number of people in the literary world and publishing industry, as well as among the middle-class doctors. Arbiter Zio Dari Cha had helped many middle-lower class people to coordinate and mediate disputes over a long period of time. She was also quite famous in East Backlund borough among the working class and mafia. She had a lot of hidden channels. Plus, considering the Beyonders that they knew and their circles of influence, their ability to look for a person wasn't to be belittled. Towards Justice's question, Alger answered almost straight away without hesitation or thought. "No one knows the real name of the magical item, but the people who have come into contact with it call it the creeping hunger. Kalangos uses a living person's soul and flesh to satisfy it every other day. Otherwise, it would consume its owner as a replacement. This could be one of the most important clues to seek out Kalangos," Audrey said, creasing her eyebrows. She felt utter discomfort and extreme hatred towards any evil item that desired a living human's fresh blood and soul. "Yes, but in a big city with at least 5 million people, a few vagrants going missing wouldn't be noticed," Alger reminded her. "Ever since he got his hands on the creeping hunger, Kalangos has been very difficult to deal with. He was originally a windblast. He possesses great beyonder power in domains related to water, wind, and the weather. But, later on, people realized that he could drive his targets crazy, enter the dreams of others, summon light to purify a dead soul, sing to strengthen himself, and change his appearance. There's almost nothing that he can't do, Alger described in detail. We suspect that those are all effects that came from the magical item, creeping hunger. Before he finished sharing, Derek Berg, who had been listening quietly, suddenly blurted, "Shepherd." "Shepherd? Sequence 5 of the Secret Suppliant and Listener Pathway?" Among the 6-member council in the City of Silver, there is a new elder who's a shepherd. Sun had mentioned that she's strong enough to fight against a Sequence 4 expert, well, an evil spirit of the same grade. Klein's expression changed slightly, but it was covered by the gray fog. Justice wasn't paying any attention to him either. "Shepherd? Shepherd?" Justice and the Hanged Man asked in unison. One sounded completely confused while the other sounded shocked, as though they had heard the title of shepherd elsewhere before and knew something about it, but didn't understand the actual situation. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Derek suddenly panicked a little. No matter how quiet, depressed, and vexed he was a boy after all. He hurriedly explained with a stammer, "What I meant was, the traits that the Hanged Man described were like the beyonder power of the Sequence job, shepherd. Every shepherd can swallow another soul into their body, including wraiths and evil spirits. They control these souls to do their bidding with a unique method, which allows them to make use of their abilities, just like a god letting his lambs out to graze. Hence, no one knows how many powers a shepherd has. That depends on how many beyonder souls they have swallowed, and that makes them very scary. They're almost like a high sequence beyonder. However, there are people who suspect that there's a limit to the number of souls that a shepherd can consume and let out to graze, and that the souls inside them could be replaced as well. So that's what being a shepherd means. The sequence pathway that the Aurora Order has in its control is enigmatic. No wonder they worship the true creator, no, the fallen creator. Klein was suddenly enlightened, but he didn't nod, taking on the appearance that he knew so long ago. Meanwhile, he sighed inwardly. "Son, you are a boy after all. This is very important information, very important insight. You could have exchanged it for valuable things, but you just revealed it all. Just like that." Yes, the ability demonstrated by the magical item Creeping Hunger is similar to a Sequence 5 shepherd. I wonder if other sealed artifacts have the same powers of beyonders? I wonder which sequence the sealed artifact 2-049, the Antigonus family's puppet, resembles. After listening to Sun's explanation, Alger seemed to have sorted out the puzzle in his mind as he nodded in silence. Audrey got even more curious and pressed. "Which sequence pathway is shepherd from? Which number is it?" "The Secret Suppliant pathway, Sequence 5. Klein seized the opportunity to answer so as to demonstrate that he knew everything. "Secret Suppliant." Aurora Order. Audrey suddenly recalled Mr. A, who was a suspected oracle of the Aurora Order, and she immediately felt heavy-hearted. She started thinking seriously, thinking of what price she could pay in exchange for Mr. Fool to take action and rid off that disgusting fellow effortlessly. However, she couldn't think of anything that would move Mr. Fool into doing so. As expected, a figure akin to a god wouldn't be easily moved. There aren't many things and matters that would garner their interest after all. Audrey sighed. Putting her impulse aside, she nodded to the son gratefully, thanking him for giving them a new perspective on creeping hunger, so that they could deal with it more reasonably and efficiently. "Mr. Hanged Man, I'm willing to accept the mission. But I can't guarantee if I can find Rear Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos." Audrey looked opposite her when she spoke. "There's no better answer than this. Regardless of your success, as long as you try, I will definitely compensate you with things like secret information or intelligence. And if you succeed, maybe I could provide you the telepathist's main ingredients directly. Of course, the prerequisite is that we have to know what it is," Alger promised generously, which was a rare sight. "Deal." Audrey pursed her lips and replied with a faint smile. Then, Alger created Kalangos' portrait with Klein's permission and assistance. He was one of the 7 major pirate admirals. He had a distinctive broad chin, brown hair tied into a bun at the back of his head like an ancient warrior, and green eyes that seemed to hint at laughter, but were abnormally cold. After they finished their discussion and shared their insights, Klein smiled as he announced the ending of the gathering. He saw Justice and the Hanged Man get up swiftly from their seats and bow while the sun mimicked their motions, only slower. He pressed forward with his right hand and severed the connection, but he didn't leave immediately. In the Berg household in the City of Silver, Derek looked at his familiar surroundings and glanced outside at the dark sky that had flashes of lightning. He was momentarily thrown into a trance. But he soon jolted to his senses. He searched for goatskin and a quill before writing down the barred formula he memorized. He looked at it several times and was finally certain that there was nothing wrong with it. Derek wasn't worried that possessing the barred formula and becoming a different Beyonder would gain the suspicion of the upper echelons of the City of Silver. This was because in past exploratory expeditions, members of those elite troops would often collect some formulas, ingredients, and strange artifacts from the monsters in the abandoned and destroyed cities. During this process, it was normal that people kept some of the loot privately. As long as it didn't involve anything too important, the captains and higher-ups would tacitly overlook it. Over time, some formulas started going around through non-official channels within the City of Silver. Some became the foundation of strong families from generation to generation. The things of the dark surrounding the City of Silver were relatively fixed. Some ingredients could be obtained easily while some could only be encountered if one went far into the cursed land. Putting aside the goatskin, Derek recalled the mysterious fool's instructions. Hence, in his simple bedroom, he lowered his head and simply prayed. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Jotun was a very ancient language. It came equipped with the mystical properties demanded by rituals, prayers, and spell casting. Therefore, Derek didn't need to change the incantations into ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Klein, who was seated at the seat of honor at the long bronze table, suddenly heard prayers reverberating in his ears. He then saw the crimson star that corresponded to sun blinking. He didn't try to touch it, but planned to reply to him 10 minutes before the next gathering so that the City of Silver youth would make preparations to be alone. The most important part was for him to evade the conversion of time and date, to decrease the possibility of damaging Fool's mighty image. After he confirmed that, Klein wrapped himself up with spirituality and stimulated a descent. Returning to his room, Klein removed the spirituality wall and took a break before he got ready to head out again. It wasn't necessary for him to play the role of a seer, and he didn't have to fix his trip to the Divination Club into his daily schedule. He would only visit occasionally to make some extra pocket money and fulfill his supervision as a nighthawk. Originally, Klein wanted to laze around through the entire afternoon, but he suddenly thought of something that he had yet to do. So, he had no choice but to gather himself up. According to his appointment, he had to pay Detective Henry a visit that day and accept the final report about the Red Chimney investigation. Sigh. I've heard that the big timers are all quite busy. I still have to spare some time to go to the Tingen Family Servant Assistants Association with Benson and Melissa to look for a good maidservant. Klein unwillingly changed his shirt, put on his black tuxedo, and held his silk top hat and silver inlaid cane before walking out the door like a gentleman. At Basic Street, under Henry's private detective company, Klein put on a mask and lowered his hat as he went across the street quickly and entered the stairway. Chapter 147, Night Visitor. In the office of the private investigator. Sir, your request has been completed, Detective Henry said to the gentleman in front of him with his hoarse voice. He heaved a sigh of relief. This wasn't an easy mission, nor was it too difficult, but it used up a great deal of our resources and energy. To be honest, I'm a little regretful. I regret setting too low a price for this mission. No, no matter what you say, I will not pay a single penny more. Klein emphasized in his heart. He pointed at the thick stack of documents on the coffee table and asked, "Is this the investigation report?" "Yes." Henry pressed on the report that had at least 60 pages and sighed. "This is the most troublesome report that I've completed." He hadn't even finished his sentence when he saw Klein hand over £4 in cash. His attention shifted to determining the authenticity of the notes. "This is the remainder of the fees." Klein held the thick stack of notes. Henry coughed. "You sure are a gentleman that keeps to his word." Sigh. "I didn't expect the investigation report to use this many pieces of paper. It was completely out of my budget." At that moment, Klein took the thick investigation report and stood up. He gave a slight bow and immediately made his way to the door with his cane in hand. Detective Henry's last sentence was left stuck in his throat. "Hey, how can you expect me to pay for the paper used in the investigation report? That should be included in the fees already." Klein touched the £5.8 solely he had left and muttered in his heart. He walked quickly on to Backlund Street. He surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that no one was paying attention to him before leaving the place. He found an opportunity to remove his mask. Klein didn't intend to head home right away. He wanted to search for a cafe and organize the investigation report. He wanted to find the houses that had a change in tenants after divining the red chimney. He could then conduct his search before dinner. There were many cafes in the area, but none of them met Klein's criteria. Ever since steam and machinery became the symbol of the times, more and more cafes had toned down on their decor and become something like cheap restaurants. They provided refreshments, coffee, bread, and dishes like pea and mutton stew to the busy workers. Thus, respectable ladies and gentlemen no longer went to cafes to discuss things. They no longer viewed these actions as being symbolic of their status. Various clubs started appearing and replaced cafes as a place for socializing. After some time, Klein finally found a cafe that had a decent atmosphere. He sat in a secluded corner and took a sip of his 1-penny Southville coffee before flipping open the investigation report. In Tingen City's North Borough, South Borough, East Borough, West Borough, Golden Indus, Harbor Borough, and University Borough, there are a total of 1179 buildings that have a dark red chimney. Along the outskirts of Tingen City, there are a total of 546 buildings with the red chimney the requester described. This doesn't include buildings in towns or villages that are relatively further away despite them falling under the jurisdiction of Tingen. Below are the addresses and tenant records of each of those buildings. As per the request, the activities within the last 3 months are recorded in more detail. Klein flipped through page after page, occasionally making notes on paper he brought around with a fountain pen. Finally, when he found the type of red chimney he had seen, he realized that there was a change of tenants in 25 buildings. That's not too many. I should try to finish my investigations within 2 days. After all, I've seen that red chimney and parts of the house in my dream. My spiritual sense would have a feeling of familiarity when I see those signs again. I'll confirm the target that way. In other words, I'm a living investigation machine. Klein nodded. He split the buildings based on their location and planned to investigate 15 of them that day. He didn't need to do a divination to get an answer if these investigations would prove dangerous. Since there was a change of tenants, that would mean that the mastermind behind the coincidences had already left. Let's hope that the new tenants know what the previous tenants look like. But since the person behind the scenes can control my fate without anyone noticing, to the point of making the coincidences feel so natural, he would definitely have a way to remove any traces he might have left behind. Sigh, I can only pray to the goddess and hope that he left behind some sort of clue. Klein sighed. He pumped himself up and put on his hat. He then grabbed his cane and the report before leaving the cafe. Klein spent 2 solely on a rented carriage and visited 15 buildings with the red chimneys before dinner. Unfortunately, none of the buildings was the one he saw in his dream. It would be quite troublesome if tomorrow's investigation yields the same result. He might still be living in the house with the red chimney even after I saw it in my divination. This could say that he is very confident and isn't afraid of my investigation. In fact, he might not even be afraid of the Tinjan Nighthawks. Or perhaps, he doesn't know that he's been exposed. That would mean that the power resisting my divination was a power not belonging to him. Klein stood in front of 2 Daffodil Street and analyzed the various possibilities. A few minutes later, he patted down his tuxedo and pressed on his hat before taking out his key and entering the house with a smile. He intended to prepare stewed mutton and honey-glazed barbecue for Benson and Melissa that night. At 11 in the evening, the siblings bade each other goodnight and returned to their respective rooms. Klein closed the door to his room and stood before his desk. He looked outside the oriel window with the light of his gas lamp. At that moment, the streets were engulfed in darkness, with only a few street lamps illuminating the way. Stars dotted the screen that was the night sky. There were many stars, they were just not clearly visible. I wonder what Backlund is like, with its titles of the land of hope and the capital of capitals, Klein muttered to himself. He extended his hand to grab his curtain, intending to draw it. Woo! At that moment, a sinister wind blew at him without warning. The light from his lamp turned a dark green. Klein subconsciously took a few steps back. His occupational instincts made him tap his left molars twice. At the same time, he leaned toward the bed and tried to reach for his revolver under his pillow. In his vision, a face suddenly protruded from the wall above the desk and under the gas lamp. It was a translucent face without any eyes or nose. All it had was a mouth. Do not fire. The face with a mouth spoke. It can communicate? Klein already had his revolver in hand as he took aim. What do you want? He asked in a deep voice. The face chuckled. I'm Daly. Daly? Spirit medium Daly? The spirit medium Daly who was sent to the Backlund diocese? Klein raised his brows in doubt. Madam Daly? I know that this method of visiting you is a little rude. I should have given you a warning so you could make the necessary preparations. But it isn't convenient for me to meet you right now, and so, I can only communicate with you using this little guy. The translucent face laughed. Even though the voice is different and jarring, the manner of speech is indeed Madame Daly's style. The abilities of a spirit medium sure are cool. Klein reflected wistfully. He didn't lower his revolver as he asked, Madam, what do you want to talk about with me? If I were you, I would first seal the bedroom with spirituality. Otherwise, your family members might think of you as crazy. The translucent face quipped, you need not be so cautious. I came back to Tinjan in secret because of Dunn's letter. You know that a Nighthawk cannot leave the area they are assigned to at will. The captain's letter? Klein didn't approach the desk. Instead, he felt for the holy night powder he had in the hidden pocket of his black windbreaker. Dunn and I are both beyonders that started with the Tinjan Nighthawks. We have always maintained a good relationship. Last Thursday, yes, Thursday, he sent me a letter and mentioned you. He said that you emulated the maxim of a mystery prior, came up with a set of rules for a seer, and claimed that it was effective in helping you grasp your potion. From then on, you no longer hear sounds and see visions that you shouldn't. Dunn said that it was similar to what I did. Are you not going to seal the room? I personally do not mind your brother and sister misunderstanding, the translucent face said at an adequate pace. So that's the reason. She's indeed Madame Daly. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, pushing the holy night powder back into the inner pocket. He then walked to the desk and took out the silver dagger he used for rituals from the drawer. He quickly built up a wall of spirituality before turning to the protruding face. Madame Daly, what else did the captain talk about in the letter? He only expressed his own confusion and said that he seemed to understand something, yet, he couldn't describe it clearly. He hoped to get my opinion on the matter, Daly said with the help of the face without eyes. And when I read the letter this morning, I knew that you aren't as clueless as you pretend to be. Mr. Moretti, I think that you have deduced the acting method. That's the reason you came looking for me? Klein neither confirmed nor denied her statement. Daly clearly knows about the acting method. He calmly made the judgment. Daly's translucent face revealed a slight smile. Yes. I believe that we should be honest with each other. I know that you have deduced the acting method, and you also know that I grasped the acting method as well. Sigh. But what's making me unhappy is that I used nearly 2 years to understand it, yet, you've only been a beyonder for 1.5 months. Klein fell silent for a while after hearing Daly. He then smiled honestly. That's because I have you as my role model. He wanted to say that he was standing on the shoulders of giants, but ultimately decided not to give the Emperor Roselle a chance to appear in the conversation. Chapter 148, Messenger. Klein's reply made Daly chuckle. The translucent face with only a mouth said, even though you found inspiration through the maxim of the mystery priors and confirmed your theories through my experience and performance, it only took you a month to understand the acting method and come up with your own seer principle. That shows that you possess outstanding wisdom and an open mind. Klein didn't engage in the topic which made him guilty, but instead asked in response, Madam, do the higher-ups in the church know about this so-called acting method? No doubt, they understand it very clearly. I once read through the historical information in the church and searched through stories of people ignoring the norms and advancing quickly. I realized that there were more than a few nighthawks and bishops who have done so. I'm not the most unique one either. But their ending, Daly intentionally paused, and she suddenly sounded heavy-hearted. What kind of ending did they have? Klein asked, feeling a tug at his heartstrings. Could it be that the Church of the Evernight Goddess views the acting method as the seduction of some devil or evil god? The translucent face suddenly laughed. Their endings were rather great. Besides the few who lost control or were sacrificed in Beyonder incidents, the rest of them have at least become archbishops or high-ranking deacons. Among them, there are also experts that have successfully become high-sequence Beyonders. In the Church of the Goddess, sequence 4s and sequence 3s are called saints, while sequence 2s and sequence 1s are called grounded angels. Of course, every angel was once a saint. Madam Daly, you deliberately tried to scare me earlier. The corner of Klein's lips twitched before he asked, without hiding his suspicions, since the church has mastered the acting method, why didn't they just tell every nighthawk? Although it wouldn't prevent every nighthawk from losing control, it would definitely lower the probability and reduce unnecessary losses. A sense of loss appeared on the translucent face. I have no idea why either. They told me that when I become an archbishop or high-ranking deacon, I'll be able to know the secret. I came here today because I hope that you can tell Dunn about the acting method more clearly before you hand in your special request. Klein wasn't stupid enough to ask why she couldn't do that herself. Instead, he said thoughtfully, once noticed by the church, one has to swear not to tell anyone about the acting method. Yes, you must do it before the goddess's holy items and swear upon her name. That holds enough binding force. Trust me, you definitely don't want to know the outcome of a violation. I can only talk about it with people who have mastered the acting method, like you. Your body language already gave me the answer before you replied, that's why I dared to say the term. Daly made the creepy face sigh. She paused for a moment before saying, I only faintly grasped the essence of acting back then and digested the potion very quickly. Yes, among the higher-ups in the church, using the term digesting to describe the control of the potion is very aptly worded. Anyway, before I made the pledge and found out about the acting method, I had no clear understanding of it, so I couldn't accurately explain it to Dunn and the others. I gave up at first. I never thought that I would meet you, an eccentric wonder that could clearly understand the acting method before handing in a special application, no, a genius. So that's how you see me, madam. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched before he solemnly promised, I originally intended to remind Captain about the existence of the acting method through my special application. With your explanation, I don't have to worry further. Very well, you're such a kind lad. Daly sounded relaxed. Madam, you're only about 2 to 3 years older than me. Klein inwardly pointed out the error in her words. Without him speaking any further, the translucent creepy face continued, "If you have any problems or anything that you require assistance with, you can write a letter to me. Wait for me, haha. When I become an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon, which allows me to understand why the church hides the acting method, I'll give you a hint whether if it's a good or bad thing." Klein was suddenly energized, and he asked without hesitation, "Madam, what's your address?" To him, the more help he got, the merrier. Plus, she was a pretty strong spirit medium. Seeing that Klein didn't oppose the idea at all, Daly remained silent for a while before she laughed. "Our communication shouldn't go through the post office, as we would be using normal letters. That's very dangerous. I'll teach you a relatively easy ritualistic magic. You can use it to summon a special spirit, one that belongs to me. Pass the letter to it, and it'll send it precisely to me. It wouldn't be faster than a telegram, but it's faster than a steam locomotive. If you were to send a message at noon, I would receive the message in Backlund that same night." Klein listened to her with his full attention. He nodded faintly. "A very pragmatic ritualistic magic." Daly chuckled. "The uniqueness of the ritualistic magic is to pray to yourself. Obtaining power from your own spirituality, without going through a god. Hence, it's quite secretive, but it isn't very powerful. First, you select a herb and essential oil in the corresponding domain. This is no different than normal ritualistic magic. However, you only need the candle that represents yourself. Then, regarding the spell, there are 3 parts. The first part is I. Shout I in either ancient Hermes, Jotun, Dragonish, or Elvish. The second part is I summon in my name. That part can be said in Hermes. The third part is the exact description of the summoning object. For instance, you would use this in the future, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the higher dimensional creature that a human orders, the messenger that belongs to Daily Simone. Higher dimensional? In mysticism, this is normally referred to as the spirit world, Klein memorized as he analyzed the ritual procedure. In that aspect, he could barely be considered an expert. The benefit of this kind of ritualistic magic is that it avoids calling upon a god but relies purely on a person's power. It achieves various magical effects without the constraints imposed by a god's specialized domain. The problem lies in the strength of a person. A weak result for the weak, and a strong result for the strong. Klein felt that he had once again obtained new mysticism knowledge that he would have never come into contact with at his current sequence. Daly repeated the description a few times and emphasized solemnly, "Remember, don't change the actual description of the summoning object, or the ritual could easily attract a terrifying monster." "Okay." Klein nodded honestly. At the same time, he suddenly thought of something. "If I were to change the description of the summoning object to the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, what would be summoned? Would it be utterly useless, or would the gray fog suddenly descend, or would I need to respond in that mysterious space? Would this help me in stirring more power from the world above the gray fog? Would it cause a terrifying chain effect?" Klein still felt traces of the fear after his experimentation with the mutated sun's sacred emblem. In the end, he followed his intent and planned to divine above the gray fog before deciding whether he should make the attempt or not. He contemplated and asked out of interest, "Madam, if one were to strictly practice the acting method, how long does it take to go from sequence 8 to sequence 7, and how long from sequence 7 to sequence 6? "According to the information that I've read, it varies from 3 months to 2 years for sequence 8 to sequence 7. It depends on whether you can grasp the core spirit and corresponding principle during the acting process. From sequence 7 to sequence 6, it varies from half a year to 3 years, likewise for sequence 6 to sequence 5. As for sequence 5 to sequence 4, 3 to 20 years, Daly described roughly." Klein suddenly smiled. "So madam, are you already at sequence 6? He heard from Dunn that Daly used a year's time from sequence 9 corpse collector to sequence 8 gravedigger. Then, from gravedigger to sequence 7 spirit medium, she used another year. She had been a beyonder for 5 years. In other words, Daly was at the spirit medium stage for about 3 years. Yes, that's the reason why I was transferred to Backlund Diocese, the creepy translucent face answered frankly. My current occupation is a spirit guide. However, I prefer the name spirit medium. Alright, this little guy is getting tired. I have to go. Under such circumstances, I won't be saying may the goddess bless you. Sweet dreams. Klein pressed his chest, smiled, and bowed. No, there won't be any sweet dreams tonight. I have to rush back to Backlund. This isn't a happy experience, it's like having a relationship with someone you don't like. Daly's voice grew softer, and the translucent face with no eyes or nose slowly shrank back into the wall without leaving behind any traces. The gas lamp light suddenly became bright and the gloominess vanished into thin air. Klein, who had his spirit vision activated the entire time, watched the changes in a daze. It took him a while to snap back to reality. Spirit medium, no, spirit guide is very impressive. It can actually conjure a messenger. I wonder what's the specialty of my sequence 7 and sequence 6, he muttered to himself. Then, he quickly dispelled the spiritual wall, switched off the gas lamp in his bedroom, and silently lay down in the darkness. He didn't plan to head to the world above the gray fog that night, just in case Daly suddenly returned and said Dunsmith's classic words, "Oh yeah, I forgot one thing." When that happens, I wouldn't even be able to silence her with death. On the second day, Klein arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company 3 minutes early. "Good morning, Klein. The new clerk is here." Roseanne greeted with a splendid smile. Klein felt sincerely happy for her. "Congratulations, Roseanne. The goddess heard your prayers. My skin shall be back to perfect condition." Roseanne nodded, her eyes beaming with joy. After they chatted for a while, Klein walked through the partition and knocked on the door to the captain's office. "Please come in." Dunn's mellow voice sounded. Klein pushed open the door to enter. He saw his captain sit up instinctively as his gray eyes turned dark. It was as though he was prepared for trouble. "Ahem." Klein cleared his throat, set aside his hat and cane, then sat down. "Captain, I have something that I'd like to report." "What is it?" Dunn asked in a deep voice, his arms crossed. Chapter 149, Direct Hint. Klein looked at the serious Dunsmith and smiled suddenly. "Captain, I understood something yesterday." "And what is that?" Dunn repeated the question in a serious tone. He leaned back and unfolded his crossed arms. Klein recalled the script that he had prepared. "As I was concluding my past experiences, I realized that the names of sequence potions encompass a whole set of principles that can help us gain control over them, a set of principles that allow us to avoid the negative impacts. When we're doing things according to these set of principles, we seem to become a member of the corresponding job. Similarly, these sets of principles are hidden. They aren't made known to you directly. All we can do is make conclusions from the corresponding job bit by bit, then adjust our understanding based on the different feedback we receive. Thus, when I became a real seer at the Divination Club and obtained my set of principles for the seer, the auditory and visual illusions that plagued me just vanished. That is what I understood." After finishing his narration, Klein heaved a sigh to himself. He said everything he needed to say, other than explicitly mentioning the term acting. Sigh, let's hope that the captain doesn't tell the church that I've already developed such ideas when he is asked. That would place much more attention on me. There's also the factor of the relationship between the seer pathway and the Antigonus family. That might cause trouble eventually. But the captain has also experienced all kinds of situations, and he's an experienced and smart person. Once he understands the acting method, he'll definitely notice that the church is hiding relevant information. He'll know what he should say and what he shouldn't. Klein had many complicated thoughts. But he quickly made a decision and had a plan. If the captain was still unable to understand the acting method or sense of the cover-up by the church, then I'll tell him straight up before submitting the special application. Yes, I'll probe him first and determine what he knows. Dunn listened to Klein's description in silence, his gray eyes becoming even deeper. He was silent for nearly 20 seconds as he rubbed his temples before he picked up his pipe and took a whiff. After sniffing it, he took out a matchbox, seemingly forgetting about the rules of the Nighthawks. The white smoke billowed into the air as Dunn closed his eyes, seemingly appreciating the smell of tobacco. After a while, he opened his eyes and smiled at Klein. "I'm sorry, I forgot that you don't smoke." "Smoking is bad for your health," Klein answered in all seriousness. Dunn thought with his pipe in his hand. "I seem to have understood something too." "No, Captain, you don't understand anything. Just don't loiter in my dreams too often." Klein didn't speak and instead gave a friendly smile. "Perhaps it won't be too long before you submit the special application to me," Dunn said to Klein, half-jokingly as he took a deep puff of the mint and tobacco. "Can I submit it tomorrow?" Klein replied inwardly. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. "Captain, I have be at old Neil's. Today's mysticism lessons are starting soon." "All right." Dunn watched Klein leave, his pipe still in his hand. After closing the door to the captain's office, Klein made his way towards the steps leading to the basement in high spirits. He saw two strangers, a male and a female, when he walked past the clerk's office. The new clerks. Klein's mind wandered before he added inwardly, "In another 2 days, definitely within this week, I'll submit my application to captain. Then I'll pass a series of inspections and become a Sequence 8 clown." Along the silent underground passage, Klein turned to the armory and pushed the guard room door open. "What happened to you?" Klein had a shock when he saw old Neil. Old Neil looked dispirited, his face was pale. He yawned constantly as he said, "I've been a little constipated lately. I tried ritualistic magic that can solve such problems last night. In the end, I didn't sleep well the entire night. I had to head to the bathroom multiple times, and in the end, I nearly fell asleep on the toilet bowl." "Well, the problem of constipation has been solved." Klein nearly laughed, seeing that it wasn't a serious problem. But he controlled himself. He asked, "Are you feeling better now?" At the same time, his concern made him tap his left molar twice. He used his spirit vision to observe the aura of old Neil's health. There are some darkness and impurities in the digestive system's yellow and the kidney's orange colors, but it's nothing too serious and is within an acceptable range. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm fine now. I got some medicine for the diarrhea from Fry." Old Neil yawned like a drug addict. "Self-study for today's supernatural lesson. There's only 2 or 3 days left of content anyway." "All right," Klein responded politely. "I could help you guard the armory and study here. How about you go rest in the break room?" Old Neil immediately straightened his back, his eyes glimmering as he answered, "Lad, you surely are the kindest Nighthawk, second to Fry. I'll hand the armory over to you." He picked up the cushion he had placed on his knees and rushed out of the guard room like a typhoon, leaving Klein the only person there, dazed. The Blackthorn Security Company accepted an extra mission in the morning. The task involved escorting a rich merchant to the harbor for a deal. Leonard and Kenley completed it easily, earning themselves some extra pay, much to the envy of Klein. He went about his day, learning about mysticism, practicing his shooting, and getting tortured by Instructor Gawain, who seemed to have been agitated by something. Huff, huff. Klein gasped for air. He only regained the ability to take a shower and change after quite some time. He continued toiling after leaving Gawain's house. He spent 2 solely on a carriage and investigated the other 10 houses with red chimneys. Klein's expression became very grave when the last house with the red chimney left his field of vision. "The house with the red chimney that I saw in my divination isn't in the list of houses with a recent change in tenants. If that's the case, this has just become troublesome. I wonder how much time I would need to investigate about 1,600 houses." Sigh. "I can't ask for any help to do something like this." After all, only I would have the sense of familiarity from my spirituality when I see the target. Don't be discouraged, don't give up. I'll continue the investigation whenever I have free time. I'll try to complete it within 3 months, no, 2 months. Who knows, the target might be found in tomorrow's investigation. And I'll organize the material when I get back and plan a route according to the distance of the sectors. Klein motivated himself, banishing his feelings of depression. Now that he had made a decision, he planned to instruct the driver to turn toward Daffodil Street. However, he suddenly realized that he was somewhere close to where Mr. Azik stayed. Before Mr. Azik went for his holiday, he did write to tell me that he would be back sometime this week, but he didn't specify the exact date. Since it's on the way, I'll leave a note for him. Also, I rented this carriage for an hour with 2 solely, and the time's almost up anyway. I'll just stop at Mr. Azik's house, then take a public carriage back. Klein quickly made a decision. 4 minutes later, he alighted from the carriage and arrived outside Mr. Azik's house. The houses here were obviously of higher quality than those at Daffodil Street, but not as good as those on House Street. There was a patch of grass in front of the house, and a small garden in the back. Ding! 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 Klein pulled on the rope outside the door and sounded the bell within the house. A few moments later, he heard footsteps from inside before the door swung open. Azik's mild facial features and bronze skin appeared before Klein. Since he was at home, he was only dressed in a simple white shirt, a brown vest, and matching pants. Klein? I was just about to write to you, Azik greeted enthusiastically. I just arrived home last night. Klein stared at the small mole near Azik's right ear. Mr. Azik, I found a clue to your past. Really? Azik instantly became excited. The sadness he had in his eyes dulled. Let's talk inside. Klein looked around. Azik quickly nodded. He moved to the side and allowed Klein entry. He locked the door and guided Klein to the living room on the first floor. They sat on the soft sofa. What clues did you find? He asked impatiently. Having not expected to meet Mr. Azik today, Klein organized his words. I received a mission recently and had to deal with a wraith in Lanevus town. Lanevus, Azik repeated the term softly, his eyebrows creasing. Klein observed his expression and slowed down his tone. In the process of dealing with the wraith, we discovered something and thus conducted an investigation within the town. A resident of the town was in possession of a portrait of the first Baron Lanevus which he tried to sell me. I asked to view the portrait out of curiosity and discovered that the person drawn had facial features that resembled yours, other than the hair. He even had the same mole near the ear, similar position, similar size. Under my interrogation, the man told me that the portrait was about 40 years old, but the person in the portrait definitely came from the abandoned castle. It was a replica of the ancient portrait excavated from the castle. You should know that people like us with unique abilities can more or less tell if somebody is lying. This told me that the man wasn't lying. Azik leaned forward as he listened to Klein. He crossed his arms and remained silent for a while. 5 minutes later, he exhaled. Your description didn't make me recall anything. Perhaps I should visit the abandoned castle myself. Can you take me there? That would be my honor, Klein replied. But I have to head home first. I don't want my siblings to worry. No problem. Azik stood up. Chapter 150, Azik's Discovery. 2. Daffodil Street. Klein nodded at Azik and briskly walked to the door of his house, fished out his keys, and opened the door. Melissa was already home, so she heard the click of the door lock and quickly came out of the kitchen and into the living room. Upon seeing Klein, she said with eyes beaming with joy, I bought groceries. There's chicken, potatoes, onions, fish, turnips, and peas. I even bought a small jar of honey. Sis, are you also getting used to the occasional luxury? Klein chuckled. You'll have to prepare dinner tonight. Count me out for I'll be out of town. I might not return until dawn. Yeah, I'm doing a favor for Mr. Azik, a teacher from the Koei University's Department of History. As he spoke, he turned sideways and pointed at the carriage that was waiting outside. Melissa's lips opened and closed twice, before she pursed them and said, "All right." Klein bade his sister farewell and left. He got into the rented carriage that Azik had hired and traveled 2 hours and 40 minutes to Lanevus town. It was almost 9 at that point. The sky was dark, and they could only rely on the crimson moonlight and the twinkling starlight that penetrated the clouds to illuminate the areas without street lamps. After he instructed the driver to wait in town, Klein led Azik towards the ancient abandoned castle. As they walked, he realized that Azik was walking faster, to the point of him having to break out into a small jog to keep up. In the end, it was Azik who led the way. Klein wanted to say something initially, but cleverly swallowed his words when he saw Azik's solemn expression and tightly pursed lips. With such speed, they quickly arrived at the ancient castle. The castle, which was almost a wreckage, extended itself in all 4 directions while its spire looked desolate, wild, eerie, and dark. Azik looked at the ancient castle and slowed down his footsteps. He stopped there and his gaze looked profound but lost, as though he was hovering between dreams and reality. Suddenly, he groaned in pain, lifting his hand to pinch his forehead while his muscles looked distorted with agony. "Mr. Azik, are you okay?" Klein asked carefully as he activated his spirit vision. When they were on board the hired carriage, making their way from Daffodil Street to Lanevus town, he had done a quick divination by flipping a coin to see if there would be any danger on their trip. But he believed that divination wasn't all-powerful, and he kept his guard up to prevent any misinterpretation on his part. Plus, Azik was quite mysterious. No one knew about his past, and it was uncertain how he would respond if he were to be stimulated by an encounter with his past. Caution and worry had accompanied Klein throughout the trip. Azik didn't reply immediately but took another 2 steps forward with a pained expression. He relaxed the hand that was holding his forehead. He then pointed forward with a dreamy tone. "I've seen this ancient castle before in my dream. Back then, it was still complete with a robust outer wall and a high spire. I remember that there was a stable there, a water well there, and a barracks there. Over there was a garden that was used to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes. I remember there was a training field. My child, he was a boy. He was only about 7 or 8 years old, but he enjoyed running around while dragging a broadsword that was taller than him. He said that he wanted to become a knight when he grows up. My wife always complained about it being too gloomy in the castle. She liked the sunlight, the warmth." Klein looked at the color of his energy field, and what the man said made his scalp tingle. He was also slightly touched, as though he was experiencing a paranormal story himself. The ancient castle is really related to Mr. Azik. Could he really be the first-generation Baron Lanevus, a transcendental creature that has lived for 1400 years? Is he a human or an evil spirit? No way, there are no such things as evil spirits running around under broad daylight and getting involved with the Nighthawks. Klein couldn't help with his thoughts and allowed them to clash against each other to ignite more ideas. Just then, Azik stopped muttering and took huge strides through the main gate. He walked all the way into the castle without Klein's guidance. He found the hidden gear with obvious familiarity and opened the secret door to enter the basement. Gripping his cane tightly, Klein followed behind Azik. They walked down along the stairs and returned to the place where there was a coffin. Unlike the previous time, the coffin was closed and the warm and pure feeling was gone. "The coffin is closed. It must have been Fry. It's his work ethic as a corpse collector." Klein nodded thoughtfully and watched the conflicted Azik walk in front of the coffin with his spirit vision. Azik extended his hands to push the coffin lid until there was a gap. He gazed at the skeleton without a skull for a long time, and he suddenly wailed in pain and sorrow. Azik lurched backwards with heavy footsteps. He staggered and fell against the wall before Klein managed to respond. He covered his face with his hands and sat there dispirited. The surroundings suddenly became even darker. Klein quickened his pace and extended his hands, but he retracted them again, not daring to disturb the man. Just then, his spiritual perception told him that the current Mr. Azik was very scary, so scary that the basement grew gloomy and terrifying. Klein slowly moved closer to the stairs. He trusted Mr. Azik's character, but he was afraid that the man would lose control. In such an uneasy situation, he waited for a few more minutes. Then, he finally saw Azik lower his hands and stand up slowly. Mr. Azik seems to have changed. This is what my spiritual perception tell me. But in my spirit vision, his aura colors don't have any obvious changes. His emotions are in low spirits, depressed and pained as before. Klein made a quick judgment and felt that Azik had become gloomier and more imposing. I recalled something, but it's very minor. Azik spoke with an emotionless tone. Then, he looked around and said, I sense the power that made your fate disharmonious. Huh? Klein was stunned. Pleasantly surprised, he asked in reply, can you trace the source? The person behind the scene who stayed in the Red Chimney House created coincidences in secret and came to Lamed's ancient castle to take away the Black Armored Knight's head? What is he trying to do? What is his true intention? It's been too long, but I'd like to try. There seemed to be a volcano that was close to erupting within Azik's deep voice. How? Klein asked curiously. Azik walked before the coffin and gazed upon the skeleton inside it. He took my child's skull. I want to find him through a blood connection. Your child? Mr. Azik, are you sure the Black Armored Knight is your child? So you really are an antique? You really lost your memory after such a long time? This is the price you have to pay in order to obtain such longevity? Klein took a silent breath, feeling the odd sensation of interacting with a legendary creature. Then, Azik extended his right hand and suddenly cut his index finger with his thumbnail. A drop of fresh red blood accurately dripped onto the white skeleton. It quickly seeped into the skeleton, and the entire skeleton suddenly turned blood red. Wah! 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 Klein suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying and felt that there was someone staring at him from behind. He drew his revolver and pointed behind him before turning around slowly. However, there was nothing in sight. Nothing existed behind him. Even the stairway that connected to the ground floor was gone. Wah! Wah! The sound of a baby crying drilled into Klein's ears, and when he looked towards the coffin again, he was shocked to see that there were many shapeless and distorted faces rising amidst billowing black fog. Then, they manifested a strange door. Creak! The illusory door opened and palish white arms extended out, one after another, but they vanished into the black fog before Azik. Through the crack that the door opened, Klein saw a white skull. It was thrown underneath a brown tree and reduced to powder as a result of the elements. Creak! Countless palish white arms were sliced off by the door that suddenly slammed shut as they fell onto the ground. Then, Klein heard a long sigh, Mr. Azik's heavy sigh, a sigh that seemed to have a rich history behind it. Along with the sigh, the black fog dispersed and the sound of a baby crying ceased. Everything returned to its original state, except for the accentuated chill. Klein clenched his chattering teeth and looked into the coffin. He saw that the red skeleton had returned to its original, crystal-clear white. I'm sorry. I couldn't find him, Azik said in a deep voice, his back to Klein. At the same time, he closed the coffin. It's not surprising that we couldn't find him. It would have been a surprise if we could, Klein comforted him. Anyway, I've been disappointed many times regarding this matter, he added in his head. Azik took another glance at the coffin before him. He turned around slowly and said, I'll continue investigating and I hope that I can have your assistance. No problem. This is exactly what I wanted to do. Klein held back his urge to tell Azik about the red chimney. Because it was useless to bring it up. He could only rely on himself to confirm his target. However, that solved one of his major problems, which was how he should involve the Nighthawks after he found the Red Chimney House. He didn't believe that he could take out such a mysterious and scary puppet master alone. Now, he could ask for Mr. Azik's help. Azik widened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. All he did was sigh and walk towards the stairway quietly. After leaving the basement and closing the secret door, the two of them walked along the road covered with weeds and brambles. Neither one of them spoke as they walked back from the abandoned ancient castle. In the dark night, Azik suddenly said, "Until this matter is resolved, I will quit my job and leave Tingen, to look for my lost past." "Mr. Azik, did you find out what happened to you?" Klein asked, having failed to hide his curiosity.